#C441 Eastern Forbidden Land, Eastern Divine Sword. There is another powerful presence that is attacking Tiao. Although he did not have his real body, he urged a powerful divine weapon to bombard Tiao across the air. This fetish long sword spans an infinite distance, and the void collapses in front of it. This sharp sword light can smash the stars with a single slash, and the gods will also be in half in front of them in an instant, sweeping out a boundless river of sword energy. Divine artifact. The crowd was horrified. Only the divine artifact has the power to kill across the sky. Dongchu Divine Sword. Henry Zhang was also shocked. Your Majesty Tiao, this is the Dongchu Divine Sword in the forbidden area of Dongchu, the real Imperial artifact. East Forbidden Land. Chu Yuan's eyes flickered. The so-called forbidden area is the area that the general public is forbidden to enter. He also knew that in what could be called a forbidden area, there would be at least a dozen or more mysterious gods sitting on the throne. Some ancestors were born to be supreme gods, and there would be emperor-grade artifacts to suppress them. He also understood the formation of the forbidden area. The eternal great world has been around for thousands of years, and many powerful forces have been born. Many forces have disappeared forever in the long river of history, while some have survived. Just like, after Emperor Chongqing left, the Aoki Chongqing Empire disintegrated automatically, and some forces withdrew and entered the forbidden area of Chongqing. There are some ancient powerful forces or premonitions that the general trend is coming, unstoppable, and they will automatically avoid the world, block themselves, and avoid the rolling in of the general trend of the times. These forbidden areas are very ancient, and they are all sealed with powerful heritage. However, Tiao and Dongchu Forbidden Area do not border, nor have they communicated with people in Dongchu Forbidden Area before. East Forbidden Land, Moyuan Royal Family. At this moment, Chu Yuan remembered. The Moyuan royal family all left before the imperial city was broken. It is said that they went to the forbidden area of Dongchu. It seems that they invited the existence of the forbidden area of Dongchu to attack Tiao. Forbidden land is powerful. There is no reason for them to do it. I have an imperial artifact, too. Chu Yuan slapped it with a palm, and the 10,000 swords spread out, turning into a vast river of sword energy. Suddenly, the 10,000 swords merged into one, and one sword slashed against the Dongchu Divine Sword. The Yinlei sword also flew directly into the high void, blocking the Divine Sword of Dongchu. Boom! A sword and a sword fought fiercely, the void was cracked, and the vast rays of light radiated. The Dongchu Divine Sword did not fall as expected, but was blocked by the Yinlei sword formation. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hand, the 10,000 sound thunder swords spread out, forming a sword formation, emitting the sound of sword thunder, weaving a thunder net, and trapping the Eastern Divine Sword. The Dongchu Divine Sword slashed the sound thunder sword frantically, but it did not break the sword formation. Sword formation. Henry Zhang and Meng Tian were also surprised. The combination is an imperial artifact, and Tiao has such a treasure as an imperial artifact. The power to seriously injure the profound god. An imperial artifact that can block the Eastern Sword. Adding these two things together, Henry Zhang couldn't help but make up for it without being crazy. Could it be that Tiao is also an ancient and powerful force that was born in this era and opened up a dynasty with a powerful force behind it? No wonder it is not afraid of the Aoki Chongqing Empire. Meng Tian's hair also danced wildly, he slapped his hands, and two beams of light slammed towards him. Go! In an instant, another mysterious power emerged. This force was unstoppable, and it directly smashed Meng Tian's body, slapped him underground, and saw the mysterious god fall and buried deep in the ground. Shanshan Fujuan, the full-strength strike of 3 mysterious gods at the 6th level, is equivalent to the kind of power that fights for life. Meng Tian is seriously injured. Henry Zhang's eyes flickered. I don't believe you can continue to explode. Meng Tian felt extremely aggrieved at this moment. Originally, with the power of his mysterious god, it was not easy to deal with a great martial artist. With his strength, even if great martial arts had a national fortune, he could turn the world upside down, and he could do nothing to himself. However, who could have imagined that De Wu would seriously injure him when two forces erupted? You can keep trying. Chu Yuan's face was indifferent, making people unable to see his details. He waved his hand lightly, and another mysterious power surged with deadly murderous intent. With countless eyes focused on Chu Yuan, how many times can this great force erupt? Then it fell to Meng Tian. Faced with this endless trump card, should this mysterious god be desperate to fight with Dao? Meng Tian was a bit in a difficult situation to ride a tiger, and this situation also made him in a dilemma. If the blow just now erupts, he can guarantee that he will not die, but it will inevitably damage his profound foundation and suffer serious injuries. In the forbidden area of longevity, he is not afraid of serious injury, but here, he is afraid. He didn't dare to bet on whether De Wu would be able to break out the blow just now. Haha, Dao's strength also shocked this king. Henry Zhang made a voice. This time you are cruel, the old man admits it. Profound gods cherish their lives. Meng Tian would rather lose face than continue to fight with De Wu here. He could see that Henry Zhang was like a fierce wolf. He is not shooting now, but once he is seriously injured, he will inevitably run out, give himself a severe blow, and even kill himself. In the current war with the Holy Heaven Empire, although the profound god has not fallen, some heavenly gods have already fallen. Meng Tian left. Dongchu Divine Sword saw that the Thunder Sword formation could not be broken, so it also withdrew. Henry Zhang spoke up this time, not to help Dao, but also to have his calculations. Dao has a mysterious background, his strength looks good, and he has killed the god of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, and after the battle of Meng Tian, he and this empire are obviously enemies. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. Henry Zhang was also very solemn in their war with the Aoki Chongqing Empire. He could see that Emperor Dao was not an easy master to deal with. If Dao was behind him to contain some of the power of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, they would also like it very much. And everyone was shocked. De Wuxing forced back a mysterious god. This power is too powerful. Looking at the calm expression of Emperor Dao, it seems that there are still some cards that have not erupted. Xinyan Xianchen also had some heart palpitations. His previous fear was right, but fortunately he didn't break out, otherwise his strength would not be as powerful as Meng Tian's. God farewell. Xinyan Xianchen left in a hurry. A large number of people also left. King Pingding, why don't you stay in my imperial city for a few more days? Chu Yuan asked. Since the Holy Heaven Empire intends to befriend him, Chu Yuan will naturally not refuse this kindness. Haha, since His Majesty Dao personally invited me, this king will stay for a few more days. Henry Zhang did not leave. East Forbidden Land. At this time, Chu Yuan's eyes were chasing the direction of the departure of the Dongchu Divine Sword, and he also saw a powerful existence. He wasn't angry, and he wasn't angry. This is a normal thing. Country to country, power and power, unlike individuals, there are good and evil, and everything is based on interests. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Henry Zhang can be friendly to him now, but he can also become an enemy in an instant for the Holy Heaven Empire in the future. Chu Yuan wants to expand, and if there are forces blocking him, he will be eliminated immediately. At this time, he was friendly to him, and Chu Yuan would also accept it. However, Dongchu made a move against him in a forbidden way, and Chu Yuan also wrote it down. Remember the mobile version URL. #C442 Crazy Brain Supplement. Although the banquet was over, the shock was not over. Dao has a strong background and can resist the power of the mysterious gods. Even if the mysterious gods want to covet the wealth of Dao, they must see if they have the ability to swallow them. At this time, in the extremely distant void, there are two people standing here. One of them was Prince Muyuan. He gritted his teeth and said, "Dongchen Xianshen, have you failed? Please use the Dongchu divine knife to break the imperial city of Dao." It's hateful. What kind of power is Dao? Tough to deal with. Don't worry, this Dao god is also very interested. This time, Dongchu Forbidden Land has to deal with Dao, not for the benefit you gave. Dongchen Xianshen said, "A 7-star dynasty actually has an imperial artifact, blocking my Dongchu divine sword. It is really very interesting. Do you want to report this matter to the master of Dongchu first? Find out what is the origin of that great martial arts." Dongchen Xianshen, what should we do next? Prince Muyuan said anxiously. He couldn't forget the hatred of the country's ruin and the destruction of his family. Don't worry, I thought it was impossible for this great warrior to resist the power of the mysterious god, but now, this matter will be renegotiated in the Forbidden Land at the beginning of the East, but since you have entered the Forbidden Land will also keep you safe. Dongchen Xianshen waved his hand and moved immediately. Inside the Dao Imperial City, Henry Zhang stayed for a few days and left. He talked to Chu Yuan about the situation of the battle between the Holy Heaven Empire and the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, and made some arrangements, indicating that if a mysterious god made a move against Dao, he could report his name of the Holy Heaven Empire and even ask him for help. Chu Yuan just dealt with it politely. Blacksmithing has to be hard on its own. For a dynasty to develop, it cannot rely on others, but on its own strength. Henry Zhang was so polite to him because Dao had an imperial artifact to counter the power of Xianshen, otherwise a 7-star force would really not be able to enter the eyes of the empire. And Henry Zhang even suspected that there were extremely terrifying forces behind Dawu. Chu Yuan didn't break it either. Let them figure it out for themselves. The more brain supplements, the better for him. From this matter, he also saw that the Holy Heaven Empire was also under a lot of pressure now, otherwise Henry Zhang would not have come to Dao and deliberately came to test him. The holy place of refining. Some people who were interested in the refining tool went with Ouyang Ming. According to Chu Yuan's instructions, unclassified places are open to them, and even some top-secret artifact refiner inheritances can be revealed. This group of people went to the holy place of refining, some of them entered the holy place of refining to be guest ministers, and some went directly to the core casting department. If you enter the foundry department, you will be your own person, that is, you will become a great warrior. Ouyang Ming became a god, and he was qualified to create an imperial artifact. He didn't care about cultivation. His task was to create an artifact, and the part of his cultivation would naturally be improved by His Majesty. The foundry department is also busy. Dao, from the land of the 6 domains, has now incorporated the Rainbow Realm, the Demon Abyss Realm, and the Yuanling Realm into his own territory, and the army has expanded dozens of times. Ordinary army equipment can be crafted with blueprints. However, the equipment of the Divine Army and the Scourge Army are completely different. Now that the god-level materials have been delivered, I have selected several imperial artifacts that are suitable for my great martial arts from the artifact refiner's inheritance. My colleagues will have to work harder during this period of time. For the great martial arts, we have to give everything. Ouyang Ming assigned the task of the foundry division. Ningfu. This is Ning Shouchen's mansion in the Imperial City. Ning Shouchen. Chu Yuan met Ning Shouchen. There are strands of mysterious god laws intertwined on his body. How long will it take to break through the profound god? Chu Yuan asked. Dao urgently needed a real profound god to sit in his seat, and only Ning Shouchen was the closest to this realm. Almost. Ning Shouchen affirmed, I have already understood the law of the profound god, and the path of the profound God has been clarified. When I was trapped in that space with the body of a remnant of my soul, I actually realized the way of the profound God. There is no shortage, my cultivation speed is also very fast, just during this time. I will supply your medicine pill specially. I hope you can break through the mysterious God as soon as possible. Don't be afraid of failure to break through. I have a potion here, you can try it. Although breaking through the mysterious gods is easy to go crazy, but Xuanhuan has a god-level healing potion, which can let Ning Shouchen try boldly. I understand. Ning Shouchen nodded. There must be that kind of potion in His Majesty's words. If he has nothing to worry about, he can directly attack the realm of the profound God. I'm afraid I can really hit the profound God this time, and it's okay to even go crazy. What should I be afraid of? Ning Shouchen sent Xuanhuan away and muttered. At this time, he also had a tube of green healing potion in his hand. This time he really survived the disaster, and he must have the blessings of coming to Dao. He will be strong with Dao. Back to the palace. Xuanhuan checked the system and found that there was still 23,050 at the fate point. There is still another chance for him to draw a random lottery. The host starts a random lottery and gets a special artifact archery bow. Archery bow, a special artifact with powerful power, can only be used with matching arrows, and cannot be used without arrows. At this time, a ruined longbow appeared on Xuanhuan's body, the color of the abyss, exuding a strong aura of destruction. On the edge of the archery bow, there are also 100 arrows of destroying the gods. These 100 arrows are engraved with the pattern of the god of extinction, and they are shot with one arrow, which is earth-shattering. Xuanhuan gently pulled the arrow string and made a clanging sound. He picked up the arrow again. The special artifact uses the archery bow to activate the energy in the arrows. This archery bow is just a launch vehicle. The real essence is these 10 arrows. Xuanhuan's eyes are also bright. He came to an astonishing conclusion that the archery bow can hurt the existence of the profound God. Okay, very good, I am worried about the lack of trump cards that can threaten the Xianxin. This archery bow is a surprise from the lottery. Although there are fewer arrows, there are only 100 arrows, but as long as it can hurt the Xianxin, it will be fine. Will suffice. Xuanhuan clenched his archery bow tightly, wishing he could shoot an arrow directly. Now there is no shortage of resources in Dao, and the only thing lacking is the powerhouse of the profound God level. Otherwise, he would not have exchanged a bottle of healing potion for Ning Shouchen this time. Gather the power of national fortune. Xuanhuan mobilized the power of the national movement and turned the pure power of faith into 3 strands. One is on Zhu Fengfeng and the other is on Feng Lei. And the most majestic one was on Ning Shouchen's body. Sitting on the 3 worlds and 2 small worlds, the national power of the Xuanhuan dynasty has long been stronger than the general 7-star dynasty, and a few mysterious gods have come, which can be called the 8-star dynasty. Zhu Fengfeng has a phoenix egg, and it won't take long to break through the gods. Feng Lei sighed, I supplemented him with a large number of gods' laws, and it won't take long to break through the gods. Now the most important place is still Ning Shouchen, I hope he will not let me down. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. He was also heartbroken for the strength of the Great Wu dynasty. Remember the mobile version URL. #C443 Abyss Monster. This world has never been calm, it has always been fighting, and the law of the jungle is played out. The peaceful life experienced by ordinary people in Dao is because there is a stronger presence protecting them from the wind and rain. Within a few months after the end of the Imperial banquet, Dao's domestic situation was calm, and he did not continue to deploy troops, but instead tried his best to digest internal forces. The Rainbow Realm took the initiative to seek refuge, and the digestion speed was very fast. Primordial Spirit Realm is dominated by sex, without the concept of a country, and there is not much resistance to becoming a citizen of the great martial arts. In the Moyuan realm, the people were still very resistant to Dao, but because of the Imperial banquet, the people knew that Dao had the power to resist the mysterious god, and the speed of submission was also accelerated. For several months, Ning Shouchen was still trying his best to break through the profound god. However, Zhu Fengfeng was the first to go out. She absorbed the phoenix eggs that could not be hatched, and had already broken through to the heavenly god realm. The phoenix bloodline in her body was even more noble, laying the foundation for her to become the profound god realm in the future. Now that she has become a god and possesses extremely powerful power, Chu Yuan intends to let her alone in charge of the army. The gods of the Rainbow Sect were incorporated into the Shenwu army and the 5 standing expedition regiments. Chu Yuan planned to build another army, called Feng Jun, with Zhu Fengfeng as the commander, recruiting troops across the country. Now, there are many strong warriors in Dao, and it is impossible to recruit all of them into the existing corps, otherwise it will be very troublesome to mobilize, but to continue to expand the corps. Like those 7 or 8-star dynasties, there are not many corps in any country. Feng Jun was established. Zhu Fengfeng has been in the army for so many years. She knows how to do it herself. She can report the list to the Ministry of War, and the resources will be allocated to them from China. Chu Yuan is only in control of the overall situation, and if he has to worry about small things, he will be annoying to death. Vulcan Cave Treasure Map 1. After several months, after the domestic affairs were basically stabilized, Chu Yuan looked at this treasure map. Alright, let's take advantage of this relatively quiet period to find the treasure in the treasure map. Chu Yuan looked at the map. Go to the Demon Abyss realm first, and enter from the abyss there. Inside the Demon God Abyss is an extremely terrifying world. The billowing demonic energy erupts, making it dark, dull, and full of corrosive smells. If you stay here for a long time, your whole body will rot and your soul will become dusty. The deeper it goes, the stronger that demonic power becomes. After reaching a certain depth, even the gods can't even tear apart the void, and can only fly honestly. This is not a world where living beings can exist at all. Even if it is a demon cultivator who cultivates the magic way, if he cultivates here for a long time and is affected by the environment, there will be a danger of going into the devil. I don't know what treasures will be found this time. Chu Yuan was in the Demon God Abyss, raised his eyes and looked around. The thick demonic energy was dark, and the boundless magic power was crowding towards him. Great phagocytosis. Any power can be swallowed by Chu Yuan and transformed into his power. The Demon God Abyss seen by the outside world is only a part. The real Demon God Abyss is not known how long and deep it is. It is rumored that this abyss existed in an extremely ancient period. It is also impossible to investigate clearly the secrets in Demon God Abyss, only know that it is extremely dangerous. Chu Yuan knew. Demon Xinyuan is dangerous. If it weren't for the fact that there are many divine objects that can be used by magic cultivators in the abyss, no one would come in to explore. According to the treasure map, the location of the treasure is not very deep. Chu Yuan stepped in. He was like a moving beacon. The glazed divine fire on the imperial robe radiated crystal light, burning demonic energy. He was cautious and followed the instructions of the treasure map. That is? In front of him, he saw a bright red and eerie flower, extremely beautiful, with an alluring aroma entering his nostrils. This is the blood magic flower. It can only grow by absorbing a lot of blood. Chu Yuan broke the Moyuan dynasty and got a lot of introductions to Mo Shenyuan from them. With a wave of his hand, the blood devil flower was picked off by him. When he observed it in his hand, the flower actually seemed to have life. His face suddenly became like a human face. Within the skin. It will also swallow blood on its own. Chu Yuan laughed. Sudden. After the blood demon flower was taken off, a terrifying and ferocious aura shrouded in it. There seemed to be something walking in the dark environment, mixed with demonic energy. A deadly murderous intent swept through, and a dry and sharp claws emerged from Xuanhuan's back, tearing him apart fiercely. This is the monster in the record, a ferocious creature born from the boundless magic energy, with great strength. Xuanhuan's breath was shocked, the darkness turned into light, and the divine light poured out. Immediately, he saw a strange monster that was a head shorter than ordinary people. His back was stooped, and the skin on his body was also black, like black scales. Suddenly illuminated by the light, the monster covered its eyes and made a restless sound. There is actually the strength of the gods. Xuanhuan was slightly surprised, however, although it has the power of the gods, its wisdom is too poor. It is not as good as the beast, it is just some instinct. It is a special creature formed by the evil environment in the devil energy. He could see that this monster had no wisdom, only instinct. Swish! This monster hated Guanming so much that it came to Xuanhuan's side with a swipe, and its dry claws were torn out. Xuanhuan slammed it casually, and the ferocious monster exploded directly, but after it exploded, there was no flesh and blood material, but the body scattered, only a black bead whirling. This black bead is the core of that monster. However, compared to the gods who are full of treasures, this monster is full of poison. The magic in this magic bead is even a god-level magic cultivator who dare not swallow it. Otherwise, if you swallow this kind of magic, you will have a great possibly go crazy. It doesn't have much value, but I know that there are many such monsters in the demon god abyss. I wonder if they can be enslaved and used as a demon army? As the emperor, Xuanhuan thought more about the army. But he also knows that these monsters are easy to control, but difficult to control. The main thing is that they don't have any wisdom. To manipulate them, they must have tyrannical spiritual power to forcibly suppress them. Without spiritual power, they will collapse immediately and kill everywhere. Without thinking about this monster army, Xuanhuan continued to go deeper. In Demon God Abyss, like another world, there are too many such monsters. There are rumors of existence in the extreme depths, there are supreme gods and monsters, and there are even monsters of the level comparable to the ancient five emperors. Fortunately, monsters like the rotten, dark and evil environment of Moshenyuan, and they don't like the bright light of the outside world. Otherwise, it will be a disaster if they are allowed to wreak havoc. These monsters are best captured for my use, Xuanhuan said to himself. He was very curious about this monster, and he thought a lot about them. But now is not the time to implement it. After several days of exploration, Xuanhuan found the treasure location of the treasure map of Huashendongshan. Remember the mobile version URL? #C444 Starship Battleship, shuttle outside the domain. Find the direction indicated by the treasure map, and then the treasure map shoots a ray of light towards the void in front, and suddenly opens a void that seems to have never existed. Xuanhuan stepped into the space one step at a time. In this space, it was empty, and Xuanhuan only saw a white, constantly beating, temperatureless flame in front of him. Could this flame be the treasure in Treasure Map 1? Xuanhuan reached out and grabbed the flame. Boom! The flame suddenly burned, not a fiery barbecue, but extremely cold. A chill swept up, and a terrifying suffocating aura had to be occupied in the soul. Evil spirit fire, a special kind of divine fire between heaven and earth. It has no terrifying temperature, but has a frozen soul, which has the effect of making the soul occupied by evil spirits, which is extremely strange. Can it be swallowed? Xuanhuan asked. The god fire of the Buddha jumped, and the flames condensed into an arrogant expression, as if to express, "Don't look down on me, I can devour all kinds of god fires between heaven and earth." Sure enough, the divine fire of the Buddha immediately enveloped the group of evil spirit fire, which was swallowed up for its own strength in just a moment, and then a cold wind of evil spirit blew over. This Buddha fire? Xuanhuan's face was a little strange. This ball of Buddha god fire is like a container. It can swallow any god fire and possess all kinds of powers. The only trouble is that the Buddha god fire is very weak in the early stage, and we need to constantly search for god fire to upgrade it. He thought again. There are 7 copies of the Vulcan Cave treasure map. Is every treasure in it related to fire? Now, he is somewhat looking forward to the release of the next treasure map. Go back to Dao first. Xuanhuan returned to Dao. Time flows, and now it has arrived in April of the 40th year of Dao. Although Dao has been calm in the past few months, the outside world has changed. Xuanhuan's spies have received news that the profound god of the Holy Heaven Empire and the profound god of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire have fought each other. The forces under their control are also fighting frantically. But these have nothing to do with Dawu for the time being. The military expansion continues. Use the military method to manage the powerhouses of the 5 realms. During this period of time, the Divine Army has also expanded to 60,000 people. Although there are few people, all of them are elites, and they are all existences above the false god realm. The system of Dao Third College is also being implemented to the 5 realms. Finally, 10 of the star warships have been built. In mid-April, the star warship that Xuanhuan was looking forward to finally built 10 ships, enough to organize a group of small-scale warship corps. The space battleship is 10 times larger than the sky battleship. After all, it is a battleship that can travel through the universe. The brilliance of the whole body is dark silver, equipped with a cannon with stronger firepower, and is also equipped with a more powerful cannon in front of the battleship. If this cannon is fired, even a star will be penetrated into a deep hole. Big hole. And the bow is extremely sharp and can be used for impact. What surprised Xuanhuan was that, in addition to the big ships, there were hundreds of small ships in the storage bins at the bottom of the battleship. If the large ship is destroyed, the small ship can escape. As expected of a starship battleship, this time, with the resources of the 5 realms, I spent more than half a year to build only 10 ships, and now it can be used in the universe to test. Xuanhuan summoned the battleship corps and asked them to send a large number of people to familiarize themselves with the battleships. Your Majesty, this is the new battleship of my Dao battleship corps? The people from the battleship legion came, and when they saw the starship battleship, their faces showed deep shock. This is called a star warship. It is a newly equipped warship for you. It can sail into the universe. You should be familiar with it first. Xuanhuan said. Yes. The people from the battleship legion immediately boarded the starship battleship. The operation method of the star warship is not much different from that of the sky warship, but it is equipped with a star map. Taking the great eternal world as the origin, the places you have sailed are recorded, so that even if you get lost, you can find the map of the great eternal world based on the star map. And the defense of the starship battleship has been greatly increased, and it can easily resist the bombardment of the gods. In the state of full defense, even if the mysterious god wants to bombard, it is not an easy task. It can be said that the star warship is extremely suitable for sailing in the universe. The speed of construction of star warships is slow, some are left in Dao, sky warships are used for domestic inspections, and star warships are used for foreign wars, while some are first sent to the universe to explore, draw star maps, and occupy ore stars, dig out ore. Xuanhuan had already been allocated. This time I have given you a task for the battleship army. We will send 5 battleships to the outside world to undertake the heavy burden of mining and drawing star maps. Xuanhuan said. Everything obeys His Majesty's orders. The soldiers said in unison. Sitting on the battleship, I have never seen what this outside world looks like. Xuanhuan is also full of curiosity about the eternal world. The 5-star warships rose into the air, and the engines behind them ejected extremely bright exhaust gas. With a swipe, they shuttled towards the highest sky. The ordinary flight speed is 50 times that of the sky battleship. Every 12 hours, the battleship can travel across time and space and teleport into the void. When the battleship flew out of the eternal world, the soldiers were recording data. Soon, the battleship Tong Tian arrived in the chaotic sky, and the layers of gravity could not trap it at all, and it shuttled directly into the sky. Then, what is that? It seems to be several warships and spaceships. My God, if you want to break through the gravitational force of the eternal world with a battleship, I am afraid that only the 9-star dynasty, or even a powerful dynasty, can have this ability. The 5-star warships caused violent fluctuations in the void, and after some people saw it, they all made a thick sound of shock. Attention, the crystal layer is almost here. The crystal layer is the last barrier of the eternal great world. Looking up, it was extremely bright, and the pure crystal was as thick as the sky. He saw that in the crystal layer, there were many things, and there were even frozen figures, and even many battleships were frozen in it. These are all people who want to explore outside the domain and can't. Even if it is a true god, although it can barely survive outside the domain, but the mana is insufficient, and even this crystal wall can't be broken. Xuanhuan said. It's not that the sky battleship can't go outside the domain, but it can't withstand the squeeze of the crystal wall and can't penetrate it. Activate the power to travel outside the domain and break the crystal barriers of the eternal world in one fell swoop. Buzz. The power of Starry Sky Shuttle is the most powerful skill of Starry Sky warships. In an instant, each warship consumes at least hundreds of millions of royal gems, which is how the skill is inspired. The hull seemed to be stretched, and it rushed into the crystal layer at once. The crystal layer is very thick, and every time a layer is broken, it will be replenished in an instant. This starship battleship seems to be nothing. Instead of breaking the crystal layer, it is more like blending in, like a streamer, soaring upwards. Swish! 5 streams of light pierced out of the crystal layer, which is truly outside the realm, not in the eternal world. Remember the mobile version URL. #C445, the world is huge. Extraterrestrial starry sky. Boundless and unpredictable. Xuanhuan was no longer in the eternal world at this time, but in the real extraterritorial universe. Swish! He came out of the battleship. Suddenly, I saw a huge existence in the starry sky. You can't see the end of it at all, how wide it is, how long it is, how thick it is, how vast it is. This is the eternal world. Xuanhuan looked at the eternal world. This was not the appearance of a star, but was extremely irregular, like an incomparably huge galaxy, with endless dazzling rays of light covering it. Bright. Xuanhuan was also shocked. Even a star is insignificant in front of the eternal world, like giants and ants. Here, you feel as if you are a speck of dust thrown into the sea. And Xuanhuan knew even more that this extraterritorial starry sky was even bigger. The big world is not just one eternal big world, infinitely small world, 3,000 big worlds. This is the entire extraterritorial starry sky. Although the kingdom of the eternal great world is like the sky, although it has trapped many people and cannot go outside the territory to see the mystery, it also protects countless people from danger from outside the territory. Xuanhuan was deeply enlightened. Even if he has come to the outer starry sky, he can only see the iceberg of the eternal world. It is rumored that after the 5 ancient emperors left the eternal world, they went to the depths of the universe to pursue the origin of the universe. Xuanhuan said. As soon as he arrived outside the realm, he really sensed the danger. It seemed calm, but in fact, countless cosmic matter turned into rays and shrouded him, and the true God could only reluctantly resist it with his own mana. Your Majesty, I don't know how big the outside world is. There are many worlds. It is rumored that there is such a unified kingdom of gods in the big world. Appearing beside Xuanhuan was a god named Xingyuan, the god of the fourth layer of God, the former god of the rainbow sect. This time, he needs to lead the fleet to draw a star map and look for stars. After all, there is a country that unites the world. When Xuanhuan stared at the eternal great world, he was standing in front of a galaxy alone, but this great world was a complete land. Go first to test the navigation ability of the star warship in the universe. Xuanhuan returned to the control room of the battleship again. This star warship is extremely sci-fi and is a real high-tech product. Different from the treasure ship built by refining magic weapons in the eternal world, there are many instruments inside. In front of Xuanhuan, there is a shadow formation, which transmits the pictures outside the domain. The warships shuttled through the territory with all their strength, and the speed was comparable to that of the gods. And most importantly, this does not require mana consumption, only divine stones. The battleship shuttles quickly, automatically adjusts its orientation along the way, and records the star map. After sailing for several hours, Xuanhuan still felt that the eternal great world was in front of him, and he couldn't see the whole picture. It was too big. Your Majesty, although the Rainbow Sect has also explored outside the territory before, but it can only be crossed by the magic power of the gods, which is slow and dangerous. Now it is very convenient to have this battleship. This is simply a weapon for exploring the outer space. Yuan was amazed. I didn't feel much when I was training in the eternal world, but once outside the domain, the advantages of the starship battleship appeared. Although there are many worlds outside the territory, if there is no accurate orientation, even if a god is exhausted, it will not be able to reach it, and it will be 1,000 miles away. But here, the difference is millions of miles. Xuanhuan was deeply aware of the terror outside the domain. Although there are many great worlds outside the territory, it has nothing to do with him now. He sent the star warship to find the stars. Your Majesty, I have a simple starry sky map here, and there are some stars that cannot survive, but are rich in minerals. Yuan Dao. These few stars are not very far from the eternal world. In fact, outside the realm, the stars of life are hard to find, but there are still many ordinary stars. However, due to the cruel environment outside the domain, many forces are unable to mine ores. There is a dead silence, the color of the vacuum everywhere outside the domain. Wangshan ran the dead horse. Not far from what Yuan said, the star warship was flying at full speed like a god, and it took a long time to reach those few stars. But Xuanhuan knew very well that it was a common occurrence for those strong people to fly alone for thousands of years. There are mineral stars. Xuanhuan saw a huge star, about the size of 2 or 3 in his world before, slowly rotating. The environment above was similar to the moon, and there was no trace of life. These stars absorb the energy ejected from the universe and form many minerals that are not found in the eternal world. Yuan, this time, you will lead the fleet, take this Death Star as the origin, spread outward, and collect resources from the universe for the dynasty. You are all warriors who are pioneering outside the territory, and you will encounter all kinds of unpredictable things. Dangerous, so your treatment will also be the highest in the dynasty. Xuanhuan's language is sincere. It is very dangerous to expand outside the territory and collect resources for the dynasty. Although the outside world is vast, if you accidentally encounter a strong person, it is very likely to be wiped out, but you can't stop collecting resources outside the domain because of danger. Now that the Great Wu dynasty is expanding like this, the most fundamental resource, the meteorite fine gold, is no longer enough, and it must be mined outside the territory. These ministers understand. Yuan nodded. Danger also comes with opportunity. I chose you because I know that you are a prudent person, and you are not greedy for merit or rashness. Exploitation outside the territory is a long process, not overnight. You are an advanced team. In the future, the dynasty will continue to increase resources and manpower to form a number of people. A larger pioneering army. Xuanhuan said, "Now your biggest task is not to go to those dangerous places, but to mine the resources in the stars for me." "I know." Yuan nodded. "With their current manpower, they want to open up the universe, that's a joke, and now it's a process of constant cognition." The 5-star warships temporarily stopped on this star, and many puppets appeared. This is a puppet created by Xuanhuan's puppet division to mine resources outside the territory. It has no special abilities, but is extremely powerful and can only mine. There are many refining methods for this kind of puppet in the true solution of the refining tool. Open up an extraterritorial route, and continuously transport resources back to Dao to achieve a cycle. Here, I will temporarily hand it over to you. Xuanhuan stood in the vast outer starry sky, his eyes staring at the eternal world, still very large, tearing the void in one step, returning to the eternal world. He is not alone, it is impossible to stay in the outer space for too long, and there are too many things in the country waiting for him to deal with. Outside the domain, it can only be temporarily used as a place to obtain resources. The extraterritorial starry sky is boundless, and it is also when I show my skills. Now it seems to be a dangerous chore outside the territory, but it is equally beneficial. After all, the dynasty needs extraterritorial resources as a supplement. Yu Wengong sent Xuanhuan away. Although he only controls 5 starship battleships, he knows that His Majesty will continue to replenish them. #C446 Inspect all colleges. Starship battleship, exploring outside the territory is a long thing, and Xuanhuan is not in a hurry. His eyes are now on the country. The eternal world is very chaotic, and the battle between the emperors has already involved many forces. Xuanhuan doesn't care about that. What he needs to do most is to fully integrate and digest the power of the 5 realms. Now that Dao has so many resources, it has entered a stage of rapid development. During this time, the Dao Academy has been built in all walks of life, some students have begun to enroll gradually, and the people have also begun to enter the civilian academy to practice. Xuanhuan is very concerned about the academy, which is a place to unite people's hearts and discover talents. Chenchu, Heimo, Tianhong, Muyuan, Yuanling 5 Realms College system has just been established. Many people are not familiar with the academy. This point should be promoted. In addition to the core, the people must also be for the people on weekdays, wartime for the soldiers, provide a steady stream of soldiers. Xuanhuan drew up an imperial decree, which meant that he would visit the 5 Realms Academy in person. In name, he is not only the Emperor Dao, but also the Chief Dean of the Academy. And Xuanhuan's inspection of the various colleges of Dao was issued in the form of an imperial decree. All academies are preparing, and this is His Majesty's presence. The tutors in each academy hope to cultivate outstanding talents and perform well in front of His Majesty. Half a month later, Xuanhuan officially inspected the Dao Academy. This time he only brought his own divine army. It was mighty, and the battleship took off from Dao. Xuanhuan was the Emperor of Dao, the Chief Dean of the Academy, and the teacher of the people of the world. His Majesty went to inspect the Academy, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. "See Your Majesty is eternal. Every time it passes, the mighty fleet will inevitably cause the worship of the people. The stronger the country, the more confident the people will be, and they will hold their heads high when they walk on the road." When Xuanhuan sailed in the territory of Dao with his fleet this time, he saw the sky. As long as it was within Dao's territory, the void seemed to have an extremely bright brilliance, covering the sky, similar to the appearance of a crystal layer. This is the Dao national fortune. It flows through the whole territory of Dao with humanity, and shelters the people of witchcraft. In the territory of Dao, Xuanhuan can mobilize the boundless power of national fortune, and mysterious gods like Meng Tian will also be suppressed by him. The first stop he went to was Sea Demon Realm City. Dao divides the whole country with the boundaries of the state and prefectures. There is a city in every realm, and a strong person is selected as the realm master. The main city like Chinchujia is naturally the Dao Imperial city. My emperor is eternal. The student has met His Majesty, the Emperor. In the Sea Demon Academy, a large number of people flocked. Seeing the arrival of the Xuanhuan fleet, they all knelt down, their faces showing fanatical admiration. They suddenly discovered that since the chaotic Sea Devil world was unified, especially ordinary civilians, their lives have been better. There is no chaotic fighting, but there is an orderly order. Don't worry, one day when you walk outside, you will be beheaded and killed in a daze. Moreover, 10% of the Dao subjects, each subject has basic welfare, and their own children can also go to Dao Academy to study, and the state is responsible for training. Zomen and dynasties are very different. The sect serves the strong. The dynasty is responsible for all beings in the world. The country is mournful, the national fortune will inevitably be unstable, only let the people recognize your dynasty from the heart. To contribute more to the country. A country is the most fundamental foundation made up of countless civilians. Zomen can search and suppress people's fat and people's cream as they want, without having to take into account the national fortune, but it is impossible for the dynasty to do so. Today, I am not inspecting the Sea Demon Academy as Your Majesty, but I am inspecting as the Chief Dean of Dao, a mentor. Xuanhuan kindly said to the people. Kind to the inside, brutal repression to the outside. After he came to the academy, the Sea Demon world also selected talents from all over the world and competed. Xuanhuan nodded. There are many people in each world, and there are actually a lot of geniuses, but 90% of the geniuses are left out, and the pearls are dusty and unable to get orthodox cultivation. It's not that those forces don't want to discover more geniuses, but that they have insufficient means and resources to cultivate so many people. However, Dao is a unified dynasty, and the joint deployment of resources in many realms is much more clever than their methods. After the inspection of the Sea Demon realm, he went to the main city of the Demon Abyss realm. The Moyuan dynasty is different from the Sea Demon realm. This is the imperial city that he broke through with the army and conquered it with strength. Compared with other worlds, the people here are more afraid of Dao, and there is worship in the fear. They worship the strong, and the current ruler is Dao, a powerful dynasty capable of confronting the profound god. Hurry up, Your Majesty is down, go see Your Majesty. Your Majesty is a hero, and I don't know how much stronger than the Moyuan dynasty that once dominated this land. If the dynasty is strong, we can also benefit. Xuanhuan went to Moyuanji Academy and saw countless students. In the previous Moyuan realm, most of the cultivation resources were in the hands of the royal family and many wealthy nobles, and ordinary civilians could not get much at all. However, when Dao came, the situation was reversed, and a large number of resources were distributed to the civilians. Dao established a military merit system and a contribution system. There are benefits, it can inspire people and make contributions. Do not want to take refuge in Dao. The powerhouse who received Dao's rule has long since gone to the forbidden area of Dongchu with Prince Moyuan, and what he left behind is the hope that he can get more resources in Dao and witness the difference brought by Dao. This is His Majesty's divine army. I heard that if you want to join the God's army, you need special skills, and your strength must be strong, at least above the false god. The God army is not restrained by the Ministry of War, and only listens to His Majesty's orders. Big things. However, the threshold for joining the divine army is too high. Seeing the 60,000 divine army following His Majesty, many people showed extremely envious expressions. If you don't want to join the army of gods, it's fake, even if it's a false god and a true god, you want to join the army of gods, but the army of gods is not something that they can enter if they want. Once you enter the army of gods, the distribution of resources is not restricted by the imperial court. It is distributed by His Majesty himself. Everyone can use a very sufficient amount of medicinal pills, so there is no need to worry about the resources on the martial arts. They work hard, aren't they, just for resources? When I practice in the academy for a few years, I can sign up to join the army, make contributions, and lead the army. Who doesn't want to join the army? But the dynasty standing army is easy to enter, but the elite army is difficult to exhaust. My brother, who joined the demon god's army according to the cultivation base of the god realm, was almost eliminated. If the demon god army is like this, it will be difficult for the god army to enter. If the dynasty has an order, I will be the first to pick up arms and go with the army. Countless students in the academy looked at Xuanhuan with admiration and clenched their fists. The purpose of their cultivation was to enter the Great Wu dynasty and the Great Wu army. The arrival of Dao destroyed the previous rule of the Moyuan dynasty, and the order of power was reshuffled, giving more ordinary people the opportunity to cultivate and become stronger. #C447 This joke is not funny. After leaving Moyuan realm, Emperor Jia continued to inspect various colleges. Xuanhuan used a circular map to go from Moyuan realm to Yuanling realm, then through Tianhong realm, and finally back to Dao. The Yuanling realm was once ruled by the Yuanling sect. The forces here were intertwined and the foundation was complicated. However, De Wu wouldn't say anything to these people, and directly suppressed them with his powerful strength. Xuanhuan wanted more people's surrendered hearts and provided faith for Dao. Those sects that once stood above and dominated hundreds of millions of living beings, who dared to subvert the rule of the dynasty, the imperial court would not show mercy to them. After Xuanhuan toured the Yuanling realm, he went to the Rainbow realm. Of the three major gods' realms, the Rainbow realm is the best. After all, the ruler of the Rainbow realm, the Rainbow sect, has remained intact and has not been conquered. All the powerhouses have entered Dao and implemented various measures of Dao. Greeting each other across the road, crowds of people. After seeing De Wu coming to the main city of Rainbow Realm, countless people came out to greet him. This is our Majesty, wise and wise. Although our Dao is still a 7-star dynasty, I think it's not worse than an 8-star dynasty. Emperor's demeanor, if one day, become a citizen of the empire, what an honor it would be. Countless people watched with excitement on their faces. The more wise your Majesty is, the more peerless the hero, the more confident the people will be in the country. Your Majesty, the system of the 3 colleges in the Rainbow Realm has been fully implemented. During this period of time, more than 10 times more geniuses have been discovered than we have discovered. Tianhong Tianshan looked excited and told Xuanhuan. Too many geniuses have been unearthed recently. Moreover, he also found that after becoming a citizen of Dao, the probability of appearing geniuses has greatly increased. It seems that Dao's power of national fortune has sheltered all beings, and inspired many talents that have not been revealed before. The long river of humanity is the most suitable long river for the human race. The 3 academy system is the foundation of the dynasty. I inspect the colleges of all walks of life and see with my own eyes how the colleges of all walks of life are developing. I know that the college system is beneficial to all people, but it is not good for some people. After all, it damages some interest groups. Xuanhuan said, Young Academy, cultivate talented young people, strong martial arts. Young people are the foundation of the country, they have been trained since childhood, and they recognize the dynasty. The military academy is set up in the army, where people in the army practice martial arts. People's college, for the people, to give the people of the world a place to practice. Tianhong Tianshan nodded. In the army of gods. The 3 academies sounded simple, but the actual implementation was extremely difficult. The hardest part is resources. Everyone wants to train more strong people. but there are no resources. Seeing the establishment of college systems in various places in Dao, Tianhong admired His Majesty more and more. The academy system must be implemented. If there are not enough resources, we will seize it. Which dynasty did not expand? Tianhong came to Dao for a period of time, and his words became more ruthless. No one in this world was given away for nothing, but had to be seized by his own means. But some people don't want Dao to continue to develop, and they will do everything possible to destroy them. You see, they came to Dao and want to do bad things. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Who? Tianhong Tianshan's fierce eyes suddenly swept the crowd. Want to hide? Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed, and the forces of national fortune gathered together. The country's general trend erupted, turning into a palm that seals the sky and locks the earth. Direct isolation to one person. Emperor Dao. Suddenly, a person in the crowd exploded. His expression was extremely gloomy, his whole body erupted, murderous intent poured out from the sky, and he rushed directly to Xuanhuan, and a cold light dagger struck him with a peerless blow, killing him. There are assassins. Tianhong Tianshan and others said in shock, the 10th level of the heavenly gods, a unique blow, can even hurt the mysterious god. This assassin is proficient in assassination, stronger than the previous Menghe. But Xuanhuan's expression did not change. Seeing the assassin rushing towards him, a yin and yang domain appeared in front of him, turning into black and white. Immediately, if the assassin fell into a quagmire, he threw 1,000 pounds, making his peerless strike unsuccessful. This is the Great Onmyoji. The assassin was shocked. Great Onmyoji is a great supernatural power that integrates defense and domain, and it is very balanced. How did you find me hiding in the crowd? This assassin retreated continuously. He did not choose to fight in Muyuan realm and Yuanling realm. Instead, he chose Tianhong realm, which was the most perfect for Dao to conquer. The purpose was to give Xuanhuan a fatal blow when he was paralyzed. Could this assassin come from the Qingmu Chongqing Empire? Tianhong Tianshan was shocked and angry. No, it's from the Eastern Forbidden Land. Xuanhuan said indifferently. He thought he was covering up well and mixed in the crowd. But he didn't know that he couldn't hide himself at the 10th level of the gods. The moment he entered the territory of Dao, he was noticed by Xuanhuan. He was locking him with the power of national fortune, and the other party didn't know it. The strongest part of the human emperor sutra is not to enhance its own combat power, but to the country's great fortune. The long river of humanity shrouded the whole territory of Dao, and some ordinary trash fish came running. Xuanhuan didn't care, but as long as this kind of 10th level gods arrived in his territory, they would be monitored and suppressed by the national fortune. The infinite kingdom was condensed into a big hand, and Xuanhuan personally urged it. The assassin was not fighting against the power of a certain strong man, but an entire dynasty. Not to mention that he was a god of the sky, even a mysterious god would be greatly restrained. Humph. Seeing that he could not succeed in a single blow, he would retreat when he pulled away, charging with all his mana, intending to cause a massacre in the main city of the Rainbow Realm. You dare! Tianhong Tianshan was angry. 10 gods slaughter a city in a matter of minutes. He can't do it. As soon as his mana attacked, the national fortune blocked him, and with this palm blast, the assassin was suppressed. What a powerful national fortune! Such as carrying the power of thousands of mountains, this assassin is difficult to move, his eyes are rolling, he suddenly rises into the sky, and a burst of laughter bursts out. Haha, Emperor Dao, you are really extraordinary, although you were not able to assassinate you today, but what can I do? So arrogant. In the realm of Dao, how dare you be so arrogant? Court death. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and suddenly a large seal appeared in the sky, changing in the void, turning into a square sky, a dark blue magnetic storm, and the power of the world rolling down. This big seal. The assassin's eyes flashed suddenly, and his complexion changed dramatically. Boom. The big seal was shocked, and his body that had just soared into the sky was smashed down, covered in blood, and suffered a serious blow. What kind of power is this? He was also a little scared. He didn't know that Dayan merged with Xuanhuan, and its power sublimated again, and then suppressed it with the power of national fortune. How could he, the 10th level powerhouse of the gods, be able to stop it? Emperor Dao, do you still want to kill me? You should know my origins, the assassin shouted. This is just a joke. This joke is not funny. Xuanhuan said, there is one more, come out too. #C448 plan failed. The big seal was suppressed, and the assassin was struggling. He is not fighting against one person, but against the fate of the entire dynasty. How can it be so easy to kill me? The assassin roared furiously, and once again unleashed a peerless strike. At the same time, at the moment when the assassin broke out, a person appeared indistinctly in the sky high up in the sky. With a push of his palm, a beam of profound light descended vertically and horizontally. It was a mysterious god-level power, breaking the barrier of the void. The peerless assassin sneaks into Dao and confuses Xuanhuan. The mysterious god hides in the sky and gives a lure. He is the most terrifying. They knew that if they attacked Xuanhuan in the Imperial City, they would not succeed at all, so they chose a time when he would leave the Imperial City, and the calculations were very good. The only thing missing is that they did not expect that Xuanhuan discovered the infiltration of the assassin. Ignoring the assassin's assassination, Xuanhuan took out the forbidden weapon to shoot the divine bow, pulled the bow to shoot arrows, and shot the god with one arrow. He collided with the beam of light, and immediately broke open and locked the mysterious god. Hit him hard and exploded. What kind of bow and arrow is this? The profound god exclaimed in shock. Although he manipulated the power of the mysterious god and collided with the archery bow, the archery power that exploded still made him retreat fiercely. Xuanhuan's eyes locked on this mysterious god, and the archery bow shot away again, and a stream of light chased after the mysterious god again. This mysterious god resisted again and again, roaring from his mouth, and the archery bow was extremely powerful. It was a one-time use forbidden weapon, and even he was under great pressure at this moment. With 3 arrows in a row, he had already endured the power of archery 3 times, wounds appeared on his body, and the light of the god-destroying escaped, cutting him like a million sharp knives. At the same time, Dao Imperial City. This Emperor Wu finally left the Imperial City and seized the opportunity. Today, Benzo broke his Imperial City and seized the treasures of the Great Wu dynasty. If he could seize another Imperial artifact, the forbidden area in the east would greatly increase his strength, and he might even be in this troubled world, restore the peak of the past. Dongchen Xianshan appeared in Dao. This time, he was not attacking in the sky, but his real body. Dao Imperial City. Dongchen Xianshan clenched the Dongchu divine sword, and slashed down with a piercing sword light, landing on the Imperial City. No, there are mysterious gods who do it. All the powerful people in the Imperial City were shocked and angry when they saw it. However, when his knife fell, a golden mask appeared in the Imperial City, which was actually intact. What a strong defensive formation! Dongchen Xianshan was surprised and said, the defensive formation of this great martial art can't even be broken by a single blow from this god with an imperial artifact. It's already in action, what else can you protect from this seat? In the forbidden area of Dongchu, this time 2 mysterious gods were dispatched to fight against Dao. Those who dare to be presumptuous in the Imperial City will be suppressed. In the Imperial City, the luck condenses a stalwart figure. The emperor is as powerful as the sky. It is the incarnation of the national movement, the sacred stalwart. Although the people of Xuanhuan are not in the Imperial City, they can condense a strong national fortune in the territory of Dao. The national movement Incarnation waved his hand, and the 10,000 sound thunder swords interweaved a vast storm. Humph. If you want to stop me with an incarnation of the national games, it's not enough. Xuanhuan's voice came out coldly. In an instant, the Dongchu divine sword slashed out a peerless sword light and directly attacked the incarnation of the national movement. He was a real powerhouse of the mysterious god, so how could he be afraid of a national movement incarnation? I want this set of sword formations. Xianchen possesses enormous power. The power of the mysterious god spread out, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. He stood proudly in the void, and the divine sword of Dongchu made the sound of thunder swords scream endlessly. If Xuanhuan was in the center of the Imperial city and blessed himself with the power of national fortune, he would not be bold enough to do it. However, just relying on the incarnation of the national fortune, manipulating the Imperial artifact can resist his killing, and thus can see the strength of this great martial arts national fortune. One national movement incarnation is not enough. What if this seat is counted? Whoa! A light of the profound god shot out from the depths of Dao into the sky. In the beam of light, an old man appeared. He was Ningxiuqian. At this moment, his strength was no longer a god, but a real mysterious god, who possessed incomparably mysterious power. He had already made a breakthrough before Xuanhuan inspected the academy, but his breakthrough vision was suppressed by Xuanhuan, hiding in the Imperial city. Profound God. The real profound God. Xianchen was shocked. This great martial arts actually has a mysterious god in charge. He suddenly looked at Ningxiuqian and said in surprise, "You are the one who appeared that day. Well, I didn't expect you to break through to the profound god in just a few months, and I still underestimate your great Wu dynasty. My great Wu also has a real profound god in charge." Countless people looked at Ningxiuqian and made excited voices. You can never imagine the background of my great martial arts. Ningxiuqian snorted coldly. He deeply knew that without the supply of so many imperial pills from Xuanhuan, he would not be able to break through the profound god within a few months. Now, Dao is everything to him. A mysterious god who has just broken through, dares to be so arrogant in front of this seat. Being provoked by Ningxiuqian, Xuanhuan's murderous intentions filled the air. This time, he finally chose a good opportunity. He didn't want to retreat like this. Split. It is terrifying for a mysterious god to control an imperial artifact. But Ningxiuqian was not afraid and looked at Xianchen with cold eyes. He swirled a vortex of Xianchen in his palm, and boundless national fortune also blessed him. Cut to the sky. Boom. Wan Jiangui's explosive power was strong, and Xianchen was blocked. In this explosion, he retreated fiercely, and before he could stand firm, Ningxiuqian came in one step and slammed his palm away. The sky was filled with palm shadows. Breath. Hateful. The incarnation of the national movement incarnation of the Thunder Sword Array can stop him, and with the addition of Ningxiuqian, he also feels that he has nowhere to start. After all the calculations, it is not calculated that Dao will have a mysterious god. Although the imperial banquet saw that Dao had the means to resist the profound god, it was just a dead thing, and there were thousands of ways to deal with it, but a real profound god could move by himself, and the power of deterrence increased at least tenfold. All swords are united. The sound thunder sword formation slashed again. The infinite national movement turned into a cage and squeezed towards him. Ningxiuqian's combat power exploded. He possessed many medicinal pills that healed the origin of wounds, and he was not afraid of consumption at all. He directly urged his strongest combat power to join forces with Dao national movement to force Xianchen. He would never have imagined that things would turn out like this. If Dao burst out and injured Main Tianxian God, then when Emperor Dao returns, I may even be suppressed by them, slowly refined, and my body will disappear. It's a shame, this plan has failed again. Profound gods cherish their lives. He was afraid that De Wu would come up with some unexpected means. Dongchen Xianxin sent a signal, smashed the void with one knife, and left the Dao dynasty. #C449 Main Quest, 2 choices. In the main city of Rainbow Realm, the assassin who was suppressed by the Great Wu State Seal could not raise his head. The profound god who took the shot wanted to break the archery bow again and again, but the force shot by this bow was strange and violent, and it was specially designed to kill the power of the profound god. The collision of energy made him unable to get close. One arrow after another, each arrow exploded, sweeping away the power of the previous god, destroying, enhancing the power of the next arrow. Boom! 9 arrows in a row, the mysterious god was always blocked in the sky, unable to come, especially the blasting power of destroying the gods, which made the surrounding time and space tremble, killing him firmly, and the huge waves surging out let him he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hateful, how many arrows does he have? From his knowledge, it can be seen that this is not a divine weapon, but a special forbidden weapon, which is used for consumption. What? Dongchen Xianxin has already retired, Dao has a real Xianxin in charge, the national fortune swept through the suppression, the plan failed, quickly evacuate. He suddenly got this message. Retreat. Xianxin sent a message to the assassin. Xianxin Qingfa, I can't retreat at all, Dao Guan suppressed me, save me. Assassin calls for help. Crazy god battle axe. Xuanhuan, carrying the pressure brought by the archery bow, slashed out with an axe, opening up the world, and slashing fiercely on the seal of the Great Wu Kingdom. Boom! The Great Wu State Seal was immobile, the entire body of the seal was extremely hard, and was guarded by the power of the country. His axe was only an Imperial artifact, and it could not break the Dao State Seal, which was integrated with a half-emperor artifact. This is the power of the magnetic energy, the magnetic stone that can only be obtained in the ruins of the mountain. Xuanhuan was alarmed and shouted, Emperor Dao, let him go, this god can leave immediately. Are you qualified to negotiate terms with me? The arrow shot out again, the stream of light whistled, shattered the divine power, and exploded on Xuanhuan's body. You! A word of you just drank, and another arrow hit him. Qingfa Xianxin felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. He had not been so depressed for a long time after he became a Xianxin. As a Xianxin, he could not even touch the opponent's side. Save me, save me! The assassin is calling for help. Don't worry, this god will save you. A 10th level god of the gods is also very powerful against the Eastern Forbidden Land. His giant axe split again and slammed forward. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed, and the scabbard of the Emperor's sword flew out, fighting with the giant axe in midair. The moment he saw the giant axe collide, it turned into 2 halves. Xiao Jin and Xiaoyin immediately appeared, ate the fragments of the Imperial artifact, and absorbed the divinity. You actually destroyed my Imperial artifact. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, a little unacceptable. Dao has already formed a sword array. Now that Xuanhuan's sword is more powerful than the sword array, how many treasures he still has yet to take out? Could it be an Imperial artifact again? Xuanhuan thought in disbelief. Just as he was thinking, the archery bow fired several arrows again, and it came to life. There were already many wounds on his body, and he was in a state of embarrassment. I see who can save you. When Xuanhuan blocked Xuanhuan with the archery bow, Judgment looked at the assassin. If you dare to kill me, Dongchu Forbidden Land will definitely be with you forever. The assassin roared, wailing bitterly, but it was an incompetent roar. Am I afraid? Xuanhuan slammed his hand down, and the Great Wu State Seal fell down with a bang, smashing the assassin fiercely, and then he saw a mass of meat sauce. Still squirming, Xuanhuan let out a hoarse roar. Burn! The divine fire of the Buddha flew out and landed on the meat sauce, which immediately turned into a rolling law. You killed him. Seeing a 10th level god of the gods die in front of him, Xuanhuan was powerless and full of anger. And he also knows that his roar is also an incompetent roar. The assassin was dead, and this time the plan failed again. It was meaningless for him to stay. He turned into a flash of light and left Dao. This time, Xuanhuan consumed a total of 15 archery arrows, but he killed a god of the 10th level. The law of the gods that was dissolved could be swallowed by him, and he would be closer to the next level. A god of the gods died in the forbidden land of Dongchu, and they will not give up. They are not going to the Aoki Longevity Empire. The Holy Heaven Empire is watching them. They cannot send more forces to interfere here, but they must beware of their actions. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered, knowing that this matter has not stopped, it is just the beginning. Ding! The current mainline has been released. The main thread is finally here. Xuanhuan was shocked, and he had been waiting for the main line for a long time. Tap on the forbidden area in the east. Tap on the forbidden ground in the early east. Xuanhuan looked at the system light curtain that only he could see, and said with a sneer, I didn't expect that this time it was Dongchu Jin that touched my main mission. Host, please note that there are two options for completing the main story. One is to subdue the powerhouses in the forbidden area of Dongchu for your own use, and the second is to kill all beings above the gods in the forbidden area of Dongchu, leaving no one behind. The choices are different. The rewards at the end are also different. The system reminded. The choice to conquer and kill. Xuanhuan speculated carefully and said, if the two choices are different, what difference will there be in the rewards? It will be very different. One is the reward for conquest, and the other is the reward for killing. The system prompts, destiny point remains unchanged, the options for subjugation, the host will receive the divine artifact Tiangang Pagoda, the slaughter reward, and the host will receive the divine artifact Destroyer Bell, in addition to some basic changes, the options for subjugation and slaughter. The options will get additional surprises. How to do it depends on the system selection, but note that if the host chooses the subjugation option, the system will give absolute subjugation control. And the released fetish creation fragments will also be different. Extra surprise? Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the system spoiled some rewards, which made him interesting. This extra surprise seems to be more precious than the Imperial artifact. You will get the Tiangang Pagoda if you conquer it. And if you kill you will get the God-destroying bell. This time is interesting, compared to ordinary choices are much more interesting, and the way to complete the main story is different, and the rewards are different. Of course, he also knew. It's too early to talk about destroying the first forbidden area in the east. Mighty! 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 At this time, seeing a 10th level celestial being killed by slaughter, the strong mysterious god fled in embarrassment, falling into the eyes of all the people, and they roared wildly. His Majesty represents the power of a country and guards the existence of the dawn of the common people. The inspections of colleges from all walks of life have been completed. The next period is a period of stable development. Various rules and regulations are gradually being improved. These still need to be controlled by me. The college is the foundation of the dynasty and an important place. The Xuanhuan fleet returned to Dao. The forbidden area in the early east has become an enemy that Dao wants to conquer, and the army still needs to continue to expand and train more. Xuanhuan knew that the power that existed in the forbidden area of Dongchu was far more terrifying than the 8-star dynasty. Congratulations to the return of His Majesty's holy chariot. In the Dao imperial city, many court ministers knelt down to welcome Xuanhuan back. Although Ning Shouchen had become a profound god, he didn't have any intention of daring to go beyond, and he also knelt down with the body of his profound god. Without Dao, there would be no him. Let's be flat. Xuanhuan said indifferently, holding a court meeting, I want to convey to you the future actions of the dynasty. #C450 Legion of Light and Darkness. The power of the country has soared. The existing legion establishment was no longer enough, so Xuanhuan decided to set up another legion. Legion of Light and Darkness. The Army of Light mainly recruits troops from the three realms of Tianhong, Yuanling, and Chenchu. The Dark Legion mainly recruits troops from the sea demons and the demons. It is a standing corps and can be used to recruit troops in large quantities. One Yin and one Yang, one Light and one Dark, the Army of Light and Darkness. The two major legions recruited troops, and the news caused a shock, causing the 5 realms to sign up enthusiastically. Your Majesty, this minister has received an invitation, and Quanjiang City will hold an artifact refining contest in January. There will be many artifact refining masters participating, and there are also many god-level existences. This time, this minister plans to go to Quanjiang City. I also want to go there to see and get to know the world's artifact refiners, and I came here to ask your Majesty for instructions. Ouyang Ming reported to Xuanhuan. Quanjiang City, Weapon Refining Competition. Xuanhuan said, Quanjiang City, I have also heard that the ancestor of Quanjiang is a mysterious god, and the competition will indeed attract many people. Go and participate, and show the refining of the holy land of great weapon refining. Only with the ability and reputation spread, can we attract a large number of excellent craftsmen. This is the same idea as my minister, Ouyang Ming said. However, the journey to Quanjiang City is a long way this time. In addition to equipping you with a starship battleship, I will also let him follow you. The holy puppet appears. He used to guard Muyuan City, but now he no longer needs to guard it. This puppet. Ouyang Ming's eyes lit up, he looked around the sacred puppet, and said, Your Majesty, this seems to be the sacred puppet recorded in the true artifact refining. Yes, the attack power of this sacred puppet is comparable to the 5th layer of the gods, but it can defend against the impact of the power of the mysterious gods. Xuanhuan gave the archery bow to the holy puppet. The attack power of the holy puppet is too weak, but with the archery bow, this shortcoming will also be supplemented accordingly. I will go to Quanjiang City tomorrow. His Majesty has sent a sacred puppet to protect him this time, even if he encounters a mysterious, god-level existence. See Your Majesty. Ouyang Ming withdrew, and Xuanhuan summoned Ning Shouchen to meet him. Ning Shouchen, do you know the monsters in Demon God Abyss? Xuanhuan asked. I know some of those monsters. They have low intelligence and are like wild animals. It is almost impossible to tame them. They are all monsters born from the evil spirit of the devil. Does Your Majesty want to fight this monster? Ning Shouchen guessed some of Xuanhuan's plans. You're right, I do have this plan. Xuanhuan gestured slightly, I went to Moshenyuan not long ago. Next time, those monsters are ferocious and brutal, but their combat power is not bad, and they are not afraid of death. If they are suppressed a little, they can enhance the strength of the dynasty. Your Majesty, it is impossible for monsters to be tamed and obedient. Someone once tried to tame them, but they suffered instead. Ning Shouchen said truthfully. I have a way to seal and use it. Since your strength has reached the profound god, follow me to the Demon God Abyss to capture monsters. In the Demon God Abyss, there are monsters comparable to the profound god. You control them with the power of the profound god. I use the Great Seal technique to seal them, and before the army fights, I release the seal and suddenly throw them into the opponent's camp. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty has a Great Seal technique, so it is possible to control monsters. Ning Shouchen nodded, unconditionally obeying any orders from Xuanhuan. Walk. As soon as he said it, Xuanhuan didn't delay for a while. Soon, the two of them arrived under the demon god abyss. I am a demon cultivator, I can sense the fluctuations of tyrannical monsters, and I will lead the way for His Majesty. Last time, Xuanhuan was just looking for the location of the treasure map without going too deep, but this time, the two of them dived all the way to the very depths, looking for traces of monsters. The bottom of this demon god abyss is extremely wide. The deeper you go, the thicker the demonic energy is like the substance. When you grab it, it's like you're not catching air, but water. It feels like diving into the depths of the sea. Under the demon god abyss, the environment is complicated, it's like a different world, and I dared to go so deep only when I arrived at the profound god. Ning Xiuquan resisted with the power of the mysterious god. And Xuanhuan is more casual, he always opens the devouring domain, and walks in the demon god abyss, casually. Great devouring technique. Ning Xiuquan was very envious. The great devouring technique is not difficult to learn, but it is almost impossible to learn a realm like Xuanhuan. Ordinary people can devour some flesh and blood, and can devour and transform any energy that cannot be achieved. Looking up, the time and space in the demon god abyss is chaotic, and the evil spirit is all over the sky. Take out a god stone at will, and it immediately becomes a magic stone. Boom! Xuanhuan's strength was shaken, the demonic energy was shaken, and he fell a great distance again. When you get here, even the gods can't stay for a long time. After a long time, the evil spirit will enter the body, and it will become a beast, lost in it forever, and become a walking dead. Ning Xiuquan also sensed the aura of the monsters. He ripped apart the magic energy in front of him, and then saw more than a dozen monsters floating around. The cultivation of the false god realm. Xuanhuan used a great seal technique, and the chains fell into the body of the monster, and as soon as it was swept away, it was installed by the national seal. Installed in the national seal, suppressed by the power of the national movement. He saw that in the national seal, these dozen monsters lowered their heads and fell into a deep sleep. The great sealing technique is really easy to use. It seals mana, seals soul, especially monsters with powerful strength and low intelligence, and directly seals their core magic beads. Every magical power that Xuanhuan controls is enviable. Ning Xiuquan thought to himself. Can you feel the aura of more monsters? Xuanhuan asked. No problem. Ning Xiuquan affirmed. The two of them dived while sealing. In just a few days, more than 1,000 monsters were sealed by Xuanhuan. Although I know that there are many terrifying monsters in the demon god abyss, I never thought that there would be so many, it seems to be endless. Although Ning Xiuquan has cultivated to Xianquan, he is still full of deep fear of demon Xuanhuan, so he cautiously said, Your Majesty, we have been diving for a day, but I feel that even the iceberg has not been lifted. It seems that a world that belongs to the devil has been opened up, even if it appears comparable to the gods, I will not be surprised. I went outside the territory once. The eternal world is said to be a world, but its area is comparable to a huge galaxy, which is unimaginable, but what makes me most curious is, what is the source of this demonic energy? Even the ancient 5 emperors. The existence of layers is also unclear. Xuanhuan was also full of curiosity. Demon God Abyss is the biggest secret in the eternal world. No one can tell this. Demon Xuanhuan has always been a forbidden place. When the two hunted for monsters, they kept talking. Ning Xiuquan shook his head, the supreme god can't explain it. What I know is not even the tip of the iceberg. Maybe it's only a god's mansion, strong enough to control a world to know. Sudden. While the two were talking, the demonic energy in front of them was torn apart, and the two saw a dark cave on the mountain wall. #C451 Abyss Cave. At the same time, Yangming left Dao. This was a good opportunity to communicate with many artifact refining holy places and artifact artisans all over the world. He represented Dao to participate and recruited more artifact artisans for Dao. The starship battleship flew up and headed directly to Quanjiang City. Right now, the national strength is improving too fast, and it is changing with each passing day. Just because the number of refiners is too small to meet the needs of the dynasty, especially the lack of excellent and powerful ones, especially the existence of gods. Ouyang Ming sat in the starship battleship and kept thinking. Apart from him, only 2 god-level craftsmen joined the casting division after the last Imperial banquet, otherwise he would not go to Quanjiang City at this time. Boom. But not long after he left the Dao territory, a big Xuanhuan-level hand suddenly fell from the sky and slammed into the starship battleship. Boom. The first time, the star warship inspired the defense settings. Although it shook violently, it did not collapse. This battleship actually blocked a blow from the gods, and Dao took out some strange equipment. This is not the kind of battleship they used to, it is stronger. Xuanhuan appeared, and looked at the starship battleship coldly. Good equipment, even this god is moved. This time even the people inside will be brought back to the forbidden area of Dongchu together to kill their spirits. Emperor Wu, last time you let this god suffer such a big loss, this is not the end. The last time he left Dao, he never returned to the forbidden area in the early east, but hid it. In Dao, he did not dare to do anything. Out of Dao, it is different. Want to take away the starship battleship? Your Majesty will not give up so easily even if you reach the forbidden area in the east, so be prepared. Ouyang Ming didn't panic at all, and made a sound inside the battleship. Stop talking nonsense. You want to protect yourself with this battleship. You look down on yourself too much. Your Great Wu Emperor can't do anything in the Great Wu, but he can still deal with a person. Xuanhuan's hand grabbed it, looked down on the sky, shrouded it, and a huge battleship would be grabbed up. Boom! A burst of divine light suddenly burst out, and the divine puppet appeared, and it blocked the hand of God with its own body. The airwave exploded, and the sacred puppet did not move. Another mysterious powerhouse, this is actually a puppet, which can block the power of the profound God realm. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. The various magical things that the Great Wu dynasty brought out were even the eyes of the profound God who was born in the forbidden area. This puppet god wants it. Xuanhuan's mana was like a violent storm, bombarding the sacred puppet again and again. However, the sacred puppet remained motionless, and let Xuanhuan bombard it. The material for making it was extremely special. There were holes in many places, but they were quickly repaired by themselves. Not moving at all. Xuanhuan was surprised and delighted at the same time. His eyes were full of greed, and he said, the attack power is comparable to the 5 layers of the gods, and the defense is extremely strong. To be able to entangle a mysterious god, this god must get it. He was continuing to shoot and suddenly see something he never wanted to see. Archery bow. The sacred puppet pulled the archery bow, dong dong. The moment the arrow is fired, the world was shaken, and a stream of light exploded directly on Xuanhuan. Ah! It's this thing again, hateful. Xuanhuan would never have thought that a puppet would be equipped with an archery bow. The holy puppet shoots 3 arrows in a row, all of which hit the middle range Xuanhuan. The unique power of the forbidden weapon makes it difficult for him to dodge. Go, don't pay attention to him. Ouyang Ming urged the starship battleship, and then the sacred puppet stood on the battleship, holding the archery bow, staring at him emotionlessly. The continuous depression made Xuanhuan go crazy. He was out of the forbidden area, and he didn't even get any credit. He could only watch the starship battleship shuttle through the void and leave. At the same time, under the abyss of the devil, Xuanhuan saw a dark cave. The Buddha's divine fire swept through the cave, bringing a light into the dim abyss. It could be vaguely seen that in the devil's cave, there were a pair of dark red eyes, making a hissing sound, which seemed to be a precursor to the impending outbreak of murderous intent. There are a lot of monsters hidden in the devil's cave. Ningxochen said, "Be careful, Your Majesty, I even felt a few extremely ferocious powers, which may reach the level of a mysterious god." "Let's go in." Xuanhuan concentrated for a moment and stepped into the devil's cave. From the outside, this magic cave is just a huge hole, but after entering, there is really another cave, and the inside is very huge, and a huge space has been opened up. The turbid and foul breath came from the devil's cave, and the sound of the monster's roar came, which made people tremble. As soon as he entered the devil's cave, Xuanhuan saw that many skeletons were dragged in. Their bodies were like mummified corpses, and the laws of the gods were extracted and eaten by monsters. At the moment he just stepped in, there are thousands of monsters rushing over. The strange and the weakest have reached the false god. If the demon abyss is divided into 18 layers, they are now at least below the 10th layer, and the monsters they encounter will not be weak. Humph! Ningxochen snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the mysterious god-level mana suppressed these monsters so that they could not move, and were then sealed by Xuanhuan with a great sealing technique. Without the great sealing technique, it would be difficult for these monsters to be honest. Ningxochen said. Sudden. At this moment, a sharper voice came from the depths of the demon cave, and in just a moment, tens of thousands of terrifying and ferocious monsters rushed out. Ordinary creatures will avoid the aura of the profound god, but this monster is different. They have no wisdom, and they are not as good as the beasts. Even if the cultivation base reaches the profound god, the wisdom of the supreme god will not be higher than that of the beasts. When encountering the breath of life, they will rush up. Among the monsters that rushed up, there were already several gods. Okay, so many monsters have been sealed, which is a great improvement for the dynasty's combat power. Ningxochen made his move recklessly. This magic cave has 9 bends and 18 bends, twisting and twisting, as if hollowing out the mountain wall, opening up small devil caves inside. There are a large number of monsters in each small magic cave, gathered in groups. Unfortunately, the value of monsters is too low, it is troublesome to deal with, and it is difficult to use it well. Even if you have the strength of the gods, you will not have the laws of the gods and the essence of the gods if you kill them. Few people are willing to deal with them. Ningxochen said. Although these monsters are said to be comparable to the strength of the gods, they are actually much weaker than the real gods. They do not have the power of laws or the mysteries of supernatural powers, and they will only rely on their brute force to fight recklessly. Gap is like a fully armed, fully equipped and a barehanded person. However, there are many monsters in Demon God Abyss, and the number can sometimes overwhelm everything. This way, Xuanhuan has captured at least a dozen gods and monsters. Boom! 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 The sound of the heart beating came out. In the deepest part of the magic cave, there was a strange red light, and I saw a huge monster swallowing its saliva, and when it saw its most exciting prey, it rushed out. #C452 Monster Army. A dark, tall monster emerged from the depths of the devil's cave with a hissing sound from its mouth. This monster looks very strange. It has only one eye. It grows in the middle of its head and crosses over. There is a surge of magic inside, which is brewing an extremely terrifying magical power. Cyclops? Xuanhuan immediately came up with these 4 words. One-eyed monster. Ningxochen said solemnly, I didn't expect that there would be a one-eyed monster here. Your Majesty is careful with its eyes. This is the Eye of Disaster. The power of disaster can be shot from the eyeball, which is a powerful magical power. This one-eyed monster appeared and slapped it with a palm. Its palms are rather peculiar, with fleshy webs, like the palms of a frog. There are sharp hooks at the ends of the knuckles. I'll clean it up. Although the one-eyed monster was stronger than the ordinary mysterious monster, Ning Xiuquan was still full of confidence and tyrannical power, which shocked the scene. He and the one-eyed monster were fighting together in an instant. In terms of their own brute force, the monster was stronger than Ning Xiuquan, but Ning Xiuquan was so powerful that he had supernatural powers. Soul-devouring domain, the power of the profound god. Ning Xiuquan opened the soul-devouring domain. The one-eyed monster didn't care, and rushed over directly. Every time it took a step, the demonic energy in its body rolled out. Xianshan felt very uncomfortable when he smelled it. Trouble. Ning Xiuquan's soul-devouring domain can devour the souls of chaotic others. However, this one-eyed monster has a special existence. Its core is a magic bead. It has no soul and is extremely chaotic. Naturally, it is not afraid of Ning Xiuquan's soul-devouring domain. Humph. Even if you don't eat the soul, I can still suppress you with my tyrannical mana. Ning Xiuquan became a mysterious god, and it can be said that he was in high spirits. How could he be willing to be left helpless by a monster? Boom. A huge mana vortex appeared on top of his head, and when it worked, it had a strong gravitational force, trapping the one-eyed monster in it. But the eye of the one-eyed monster catastrophe suddenly gleamed. The beam of disaster shot out, and it broke the vortex in an instant, and then shot all the way, turning into the world of disaster everywhere, and shot at Xuanhuan unexpectedly. Your Majesty, be careful. Ning Xiuquan shouted. Xuanhuan didn't move, and in his hand there was a light of light, and then the entire demon cave was dazzling, and the sky was struck by lightning, and the light of disaster was immediately broken. The power of divine thunder, restrain the monsters. Ning Xiuquan said. But his eyes suddenly froze. In the depths of the devil's cave, two small figures appeared, hunched over, with extremely long arms, hanging down to the ground, with extremely sharp teeth in their mouths. Another two mysterious monsters. There are actually 3 of them in a devil's cave, that's a hornet's nest. 3 profound god monsters. Ning Xiuquan took a few steps back, although the profound god monsters are much weaker than the real profound god, but if the 3 join forces, even if I have to avoid the edge for a while, but your Majesty doesn't say retreat, I can't withdraw either. He was thinking for a moment. Xuanhuan took the first step. Boom. In this field, there is a gate of thunder. Xuanhuan used the power of thunder and lightning in his hand, and the light beam of thunder and lightning directly smashed the monster. The gate of thunder itself has no magical powers. It is like a transit station, which can communicate with the power of thunder and lightning in the long river of thunder and lightning, and this fierce thunder element is the nemesis of monsters. The 3 monsters let out a roar, like a monster. Okay. Your Majesty can use the power of lightning, but it's not impossible to deal with it. Ning Xiuquan's expression was greatly lifted. Suppressing the prison and sealing the god monument. 6 ancient stone tablets fell from the sky, pulling the entire demon cave into the realm of suppressing hell. Xuanhuan is in the middle of the field. At this moment, he is magnificent, controlling the gate of heavenly thunder, and suppressing the devil's cave. The sound of these 3 mysterious gods and monsters chirping seems to be afraid of this power. Ning Xiuquan, I suppressed the 3 mysterious monsters with the power of suppressing the prison. You made them unable to resist. This time I will conquer them in one fell swoop. Xuanhuan looked at the 3 mysterious monsters, and his eyes were red. If these monsters were put on the battlefield to fight, it would definitely be enough to confuse the opponent's army. I see. Ning Xiuquan's mana is reckless. Monsters are monsters, they don't have any wisdom, they only know how to rush to kill. Supreme Demon Suppression. As Xuanhuan watched the battlefield, he shrouded his palm and pulled out a splendid sky. He turned the power of the long river of humanity into a more powerful force to suppress the prison. Among them, a prison-suppressing hand appeared and suddenly grabbed a mysterious god. Monster. Ning Xiuchen's eyes flashed slightly, and he took action to block the other two monsters. Although this monster has power comparable to the profound god, its use of power is too rough. If there is no special environment such as Demon Xuanhuan, it is stronger than the 10th heavenly god, and it is directly suppressed on the ground. Xuanhuan grabbed it with a big hand, the monster disappeared and was taken into the national seal. Following the same method, another monster was collected, and only the one-eyed monster remained. Certainly. The one-eyed monster still wanted to cast the Eye of Disaster, but was designated by Ning Xiuchen, and then the steel of suppressing the prison conferred god quickly rotated and disappeared into the Devil's Cave. At this moment, there are a large number of monsters in Xuanhuan's national seal, and the power of that country's fortune has turned into a sky, suppressing the monsters. The 6 monuments of suppressing prison and conferring gods rotate, and the power of Xuanqi spreads out, forming nebula-like ripples. I didn't think that the suppressing prison and conferred god steel would have such a wonderful effect before. Before Xuanhuan, he seldom used the steel for suppressing prisons and conferring gods. It was also for the purpose of suppressing prison troops, but what surprised him was that it had such a wonderful effect on suppressing monsters. The monument to suppress the prison and seal the gods suppresses the hell, seals the gods, and sweeps out a strong suppressive force. Especially after being promoted to the Empress, the power is close to that of the Emperor's artifact, and it can already suppress the monsters of the mysterious god level. With the suppressing prison sealing monument, it may not be impossible to forcibly control these monsters and form a monster army. These monsters are inexhaustible in the demon god abyss. I don't know how much, don't worry about consumption. Xuanhuan thought to himself. Great devouring technique. The power of devouring radiates out, and in this demon cave, rolling power gathers towards Xuanhuan, causing the power to swallow everything. Within a few breaths, the demonic energy in this demon cave disappeared, and the world became much brighter. In front of Xuanhuan, there were tens of thousands of black balls. This is it? Ning Xiuchen said in shock, condensing the magic energy into beads. There is a lot of magic power inside. Yes, monsters can only exert their maximum combat power in a magical environment. I use the Great Devouring technique to devour the concentrated magical energy, and then seal it with the Great Sealing technique, turning it into a small devil during the battle. Xuanhuan left the devil's den, condensing while devouring. Take advantage of this relatively peaceful day, capture more monsters and use them to form a monster army. #C4530God/. This time, Xuanhuan stayed in Moshenyuan for a long time. The mysterious god-level monsters have sealed 5, and together, the combat power is also very powerful, enough to fight against the strong like Meng Tian. The great credit for the smoothness of the seal is still due to the suppressing prison and sealing god steel, an artifact with special abilities. Otherwise, an imperial artifact such as the Dongchu Divine Sword can only kill monsters, and it is impossible to seal it. Like others, there are countless monsters above the gods. Monster Legion is a trump card that makes opponents tremble with fear. Xuanhuan returned to the Imperial city. He has already received a lot of memorials. The peaceful days are short and have been broken. A large number of soldiers and horses have appeared near the territory of Dao, and they are constantly gathering. Judging from the news, it is the Dongchu Forbidden Area that has sent a strong man. They suffered losses from Xuanhuan several times in a row. If the plan of forcibly entering the Dao territory to kill the leader failed, they could only resort to ordinary offensive warfare to capture the Dao territory. Your Majesty, I went to Quanjiang City this time and brought back 2 colleagues who are all willing to be loyal to Dao. Inside the Shenwu Hall, Yangming stepped forward, followed by a middle-aged man and an old man behind him. The cultivation base of the 2nd level of gods and the 3rd level of gods. I, Li Yu, and Sun Quan pay tribute to His Majesty. The two gods saluted respectfully. The two of you are flat, since you are in the foundry department, you are the people of our great martial arts. Yangming must have already told you some things. I won't say more about this. You two go to the foundry department and follow his arrangements. Xuanhuan said. This time, Yangming shined brightly in the holy place of refining. The unique craftsmanship skill overwhelms the crowd, convinces many craftsmen, and makes them curious about the great martial arts. Li Yu and Sun Quan were extremely decisive and joined Dao directly. However, there are still many people who are cautious and do not dare to rashly pledge their allegiance. Instead, they choose to come to Dao first, and enter the holy land of item refining as a guest, and see the future development of Dao before deciding not to enter Dao. Xuanhuan is also aware of these cautions. He doesn't force it either. Right now, the most important thing for the Holy Land of Artifact Refining is to spread its reputation and create a siphon effect, which is like a magnet that constantly attracts artifact refining masters from all over the world. Of course, this also requires strong national strength as a guarantee. Your Majesty, just 10 days ago, the profound God War broke out between the Holy Heaven Empire and the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. The two sides dispatched a total of more than a dozen profound gods to fight, and there were not a few fallen gods. The battle was extremely fierce, and the fight is still ongoing. Lu Qianfu is in charge of the mobilization of the military and horses, and is extremely sensitive to the war. The two empires were fighting, and Xuanhuan nodded slightly, which was not bad news for Dao. After all, after the Aoki Longevity Empire retreated into the forbidden area of longevity, at least half of their territory was inherited by the later Holy Heaven Empire. The Holy Empire is also very uncomfortable now, so it will attract all the forces that can be attracted. Xuanhuan knew that when the Great Emperor left, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire did not go through war, and it disintegrated on its own initiative, and its strength did not suffer too much loss. In doing so, he vaguely guessed everything. If the empire does not retreat from the forbidden area, there will be no strong suppression like Emperor Aoki Chongqing, and it will inevitably suffer countless disasters. It is better to save the power and wait for the return of the emperor. Tianhongshan Shindao, I also received news that outside the Yuanling realm, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire has recruited strong people, and they are also constantly gathering troops to come. It seems that there is a situation of encircling the forbidden area in the east, and Xianshan has also dispatched several people. Dongchu Forbidden Land has shot many times, and they have a certain understanding of the strength of my great martial arts. If they make a shot, they will definitely use absolute power. As for the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, most of their power is contained by the Holy Heaven Empire. According to my estimation, it's more like cooperating with the forbidden ground of Dongchu. Ning Shouchen is a mature and sophisticated person, and carefully analyzes it. The wall is pushed down by everyone, Your Majesty. This time when they send troops, in my opinion, there will be many forces that will be attracted by the buzzing like a fly, and all of them want to tear off a piece of meat on Dao's body. Ning Shouchen had lived for so long, and he could not have imagined anything. The resources that Dao took out were too terrifying, so terrifying that the profound god was also greedy, and a few people didn't want to get them. Even he is often shocked by the background of Dao. This battle is unavoidable. In my opinion, instead of watching them keep mobilizing the army and encircling them, it's better to take action first and disrupt the rhythm of their attack. With each passing day, Dao's strength will increase by 1 point. Xuanhuan said. I would like to fight. Fang Lei walked out. He has become a god. My minister is also willing to fight. The leader of the Shadow Killing Corps, Qin Jian, invited him to fight, and he also arrived at the gods. During this period of time, Dao has cultivated several strong gods. Mainly because he beheaded Yuan Lingzong, there were many gods in the Moyuan dynasty, and there were 10-level powerhouses of the gods. In addition, Dao has a Tiao pill furnace to continuously refine the Imperial pills. Even the original Rainbow sect, several true gods who were very close to the gods, suddenly got a lot of laws, and they broke through. His approach is extremely extravagant. If you slowly let more people refine and lay a solid foundation, more gods will be cultivated in thousands of years. But Xuanhuan couldn't wait so long. When the law of the gods is used up, then kill the enemy gods and continue to draw. The emperor's domineering can be seen like this. War is a must. Now it is in the early stage of the war. Both sides are mobilizing troops and horses. The forbidden area in the east is far away from Dao. It will take time for the troops and horses to be mobilized. Xuanhuan said. In terms of a 7-star, they could just send a mysterious god at will, but this time they suffered such a big loss, it is impossible for Dongchu to send troops at will. The army of the King of Loyalty and Brave is mobilized, and the standing army moves with the army. Ning Shouchen, you go to the battlefield in the forbidden area of Dongchu, and watch it. Before the war starts, there will be many small-scale battles. Xuanhuan continued, the Demon God Army, the God Martial Army, the Divine Scourge Army, and the Feng Army are always ready to attack one after another. Ning Shouchen, you are ready to provide support at any time. Yes. Ning Shouchen also nodded. It is useless to have the monster army in His Majesty's hand, and releasing it will definitely turn the world upside down. The battleship corps is mainly based on starship battleships. To check the news, the shadow-killing army moves with each army, and is ready to kill at all times. Regarding the various transfers between troops and horses, you must do a good job in commanding the overall situation and establish an early advantage. Xuanhuan ordered to control the overall situation. These ministers are already preparing, and on the side of the Aoki Longevity Empire, what is your Majesty going to do? Lu Qianfu is more worried about the other side. After all, the pressure brought by a forbidden area in the east is very great. I will deal with it from the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, and King Zhongyong need not worry. Xuanhuan said, I will give them a big gift this time. Ning Shouchen smiled, he already knew what this gift was. When this gift is given out, it will make the Aoki Chongqing Empire drink a pot. Thinking about this picture, it is very exciting, and he can't help but look forward to it. Ding! The current branch line has been released, 100 gods / kill 100 gods, the current progress, 0 out of 100. Remarks, the beheading of the gods by Dao people will be recorded in the task progress. #C454 do everything. 100 gods / kill hundreds of gods. Everyone, prepare, this battle will not end soon, it will last a long time. Xuanhuan watched the task, and the meeting dispersed, leaving the ministers to prepare. War is the eternal theme. The major dynasties and sects slaughter and conquer, the strong are king, the loser is the bandit, the winner gains everything, and the loser loses everything. This is especially true in the eternal world, and the killing has never stopped. The war is about to start. Even when facing the forbidden area in the east, the soldiers are still very excited. This is a good opportunity to make contributions. The 5 Elements Corps, the 7 standing armies of light and darkness, headed to the frontier first. Instead of launching an attack immediately, they hoarded soldiers here and built a defensive city. They were still shrouded in the protection of the national fortunes and did not attack at will. Although Dongchu Forbidden Land is powerful and has forbidden land heritage, it does not dare to attack at will. Dao has a mysterious god, and in the Dao realm, Emperor Wu can mobilize a huge amount of air transport to suppress them. They have to attack step by step, invade the territory, and let the Dao kingdom disintegrate step by step. Don't attack at will, especially at the moment, you can't easily enter Dao's country. Have you seen their national fortune? It's like a thick sky covered, if the gods enter, they will be suppressed immediately. In the forbidden area of the east, the place of Qinbing, there are strong people staring at the territory of the Dao dynasty. The fortune of the country is strong, and the rays of light are hot, sweeping like a torrent. The background of the forbidden land is not endless, countless years. I do not know how many forbidden places have been removed. They also want to swallow the background of the great martial arts and strengthen themselves. Emperor Dao can kill the gods at the 10th level, with only the national fortune. It is very difficult for Xianchen to take advantage of Dao. If he is in a hurry, he can even bring a few Xianchen to bury. We can't afford this price, so this battle is over. Play steadily. In the beginning of the East, the strong people in the Forbidden Land discussed. I heard that the Aoki Longevity Empire is also going to send 2 mysterious gods. A large number of strong men attacked Dao, but we also have to beware of this empire. They have no good intentions, and they all want to compete with the snipe and mussels for the fisherman's profit. Someone sneered, but they can use their momentum to contain some of the power of Dao. Boom. At this moment, a place where troops were stationed in the forbidden area of Dongchu was suddenly occupied by endless continuous energy beams, and a shocking explosion sounded. I saw a few dark silver ferocious battleships appear in the sky, with their fangs open, and all kinds of artillery fire covered them. Starship battleships are slow to build. During this time, Xuanhuan has only built 3 more ships. 5 ships have to find resources outside the territory. There are only 8 ships that can be used in China. Damn it. This is Dao's battleship, and they dare to take the initiative to attack. Blow down their warships. Let them not be arrogant. Don't destroy it, take these warships back, and strengthen the heritage of the Forbidden Land. The strong man in the forbidden area in the early East had a cold face and glared at the starship battleship. Suddenly, there is a 10th level god guarding the city, and the big palm print of the god directly bombards the battleship, trying to capture it. But what made them dumbfounded was that the battleship was only shaking, and the power of the gods could not be captured, which was beyond their cognition. How can that be? The power of a battleship can resist the power of the gods. How many strange things are there in this dog country? The forbidden area in the east is also unbelievable. There will not be a single battleship of this kind that hollows out their forbidden area. Both sides have their own advantages. There are more powerhouses in the forbidden area in the early east. The Great Wu dynasty has a lot of equipment. Especially the starship battleship, even the profound god can't be blasted at once, it is most suitable for bombarding everywhere, and the quick flash and harassment is the most suitable. The star warship bombed for a while, causing a lot of casualties to ordinary soldiers, and then walked away. The powerhouses in the forbidden area in the east were very angry, and Dao was like a man who showed off his might on their territory, and had no choice but to watch him leave. However, it was still to come that the powerhouses in the eastern forbidden area were angry and aggrieved. Starship battleships often appear without warning, and leave after a moment of harassment. Although it is difficult to kill their strong men, the damage to low-level soldiers is huge. Sometimes, there are also elite corps of Dao fighting each other. War can be used to any extremes, and any means must be used. Your Majesty, outside the Imperial city, there are envoys of the gods from the Qihai dynasty asking to see you. Duke Wei reported to Xuanhuan. Qihai dynasty? Xuanhuan said, let him wait a few days, I don't have the time to see him now. This wait, it was 3 days later, when Xuanhuan held a court meeting, he received him. Emperor Dao, I am the envoy of the Qihai dynasty. I came here to discuss a major event that would be of great benefit to Dao, but I didn't expect that His Majesty had delayed for 3 days, which made this envoy a little disappointed. This messenger of the Qihai dynasty has reached the 5th level of the gods, and there is some anger on his face. The Qihai dynasty doesn't seem to have any connection with my Dao. Tianhong Tianshan stood on the court and looked at the messenger of the Qihai dynasty coldly. It's a blessing to see your majesty, and you still don't kneel when you see your majesty? I? The messenger suddenly looked at Xuanhuan on the throne, majestic as the sky. When a pair of eyes looked at him, although he did not show strength, he felt that his heart was going to sink in. His knees softened for some reason, knelt down, gritted his teeth, and said, "It's my rudeness, please forgive me. Tell me, what's the matter with the Qihai dynasty sending you here?" Xuanhuan said. "Your Majesty knows that Dao is at war with the forbidden area of Dongchu. The people in the forbidden area are disturbing the world because of their deep background. The emperor is also very dissatisfied, so he is willing to send a large army to help Dao fight against the forbidden area of Dongchu and combat the domineering of the people in the forbidden area." Facing Xuanhuan, the messenger was under great pressure. "Then, do you want to ask for favors from your majesty?" a courtier said. "When we send troops, we have to pay casualties. It's normal to ask for some benefits, but the emperor doesn't get much. The pill supply for the army will be supplemented by Dao, and then I, Qihai dynasty, hope to be equipped with a few warships of that kind, as well as the refining of some equipment." "Method of making," the messenger said. The lion opened his mouth, "How can you get the equipment of my Dao casually?" The courtier scolded. "We can send troops to relieve some of the pressure on Dao. The gods will send 10 statues. If His Majesty Dao is generous, we will send more strong people to continue to support. After all, not only the Dongchuban area has to deal with Dao, but the Qingmu Chongqing Empire is also eyeing tigers. Your Majesty can think about it, don't add any more enemies at this time," the messenger said. Xuanhuan listened. This scene seemed familiar, and someone had threatened him like this before. "If you don't give benefits, you will send troops, and even if you give benefits, you will continue to ask for them." When the wind and rain came, all kinds of monsters appeared. I really thought that his great martial arts was a piece of paper, and anyone could take advantage. Disperse. Xuanhuan was too lazy to pay attention to this messenger of the Qihai dynasty. With a sound of dispersal, he got up directly from the throne and returned to the inner palace. "Your Majesty Dao, don't you think about it, I, the Qihai dynasty, came this time with great goodwill." The messenger was still a little unwilling, but he didn't expect Xuanhuan to ignore him at all. "If you dare to make a fuss in the court hall, kill it directly." Some courtiers scolded him. #C455 gift. Regarding the Qihai dynasty, Xuanhuan has also sent someone to find out, the 7-star dynasty. It belongs to the strong 7 stars, and is guarded by 10 gods. But the strong 7-star is not enough. With this strength alone, they can't participate in the battle between Dao and Dongchu Forbidden Area. They have the background of the 8-star power behind them. Xuanhuan is no stranger to this 8-star power, it is Yan Mo Dong Tian. The power of Yan Mo Dong Tian belongs to the class of sex. But they will also support the forces. Under the command of Yan Ma Dong Tian, they have controlled several dynasties, providing them with geniuses, collecting resources for them to cultivate, just like a servant country. It is up to Yan Ma Dong Tian to decide who will be the emperor of the Qihai dynasty. This kind of 7-star dynasty looks very strong, but it's good to see, their royal family is a puppet, and they don't have much autonomy. Yan Mo Dong Tian didn't want to get in touch with Dao himself, so he deliberately sent someone here. They didn't really want to help Dao, but to ask for resources. I am afraid that even if the army came, they would not help, but would be like a knife, and they would stab Dao first. After he rejected the Qihai dynasty. Sure enough, a few days later, there were traces of the Qihai dynasty soldiers and horses on the border, deliberately exerting pressure on Xuanhuan. Don't worry about the Qihai dynasty, Yan Ma Dong Tian doesn't want to intervene in the war between Dao and Dongchu Forbidden Area too early. Their idea is nothing more than wanting the fishermen to benefit, letting them hang around, and freeing up their hands will clean them up. Xuanhuan ordered. You have to keep an eye on the Qihai dynasty, but you can't waste your power on them too much. Dao is preparing for war all over the country, and all kinds of powerhouses continue to enter the front line. This is destined to be a war that will not end soon, and will continue to see and see. Although the two sides continued to send strong men to the front line, the real battlefield never broke out, but small-scale battles were already breaking out. The Aoki Longevity Empire also recruited strong people. Meng Tian, in addition to the garrison army, all the troops in Dao have been transferred to the front line of the forbidden area of Dongchu. We have not sent any forces here. Are you looking down on us? Do you think that our empire has no strength to deal with him? A man in Xingyi looked just a young man, but the vicissitudes of his eyes revealed his age. Li Ju, isn't this better? Dongchu Forbidden Land is eager to annex Dao and plunder its heritage, and our Imperial dynasty, although they don't need their resources very much, but need to destroy Dao and let others know that the empire is back, and no one is there. If you can stop it, not everyone can provoke it. Meng Tian said coldly. The way Dao uses the national fortunes, even I felt shocked and terrified. The Eastern Forbidden Land once sent the Shanshan to carry out a beheading plan, but it still failed. I don't need his Dao resources, but I need his method of condensing the national fortunes. Li Ju said, this time, all the resources can be given to the forbidden area of Dongchu, but some special backgrounds must be firmly controlled in their own hands. It makes sense. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. We don't need to rush to do it, just wait. When Dao fights the national troops and the forbidden area in the east, we will do it. Even if there is a national fortune, it will be blocked. Don't let us go. Meng Tian looked at Dawu. That holy empire is the most damnable, so we can't send more power. They are trying to win over all the power that can be attracted. Li Ju said, and it's almost here, the Eastern Forbidden Land should be about to break out with Dao. Wait quietly. Who are you? Suddenly, Li Ju and Meng Tian suddenly saw a divine presence in their eyes. Bomb him. This divine being is strange. Li Ju immediately grabbed it with a palm, and the vast magical power of the mysterious god slammed on it, and it only shook a few times. What a powerful defense. Li Ju said, it's not a real person, but some kind of special puppet. The special puppet is also a great martial artist. Only this great martial artist can often come up with unexpected things. I thought he would not send anyone here. Just after he finished speaking, he sent a puppet here. Who are you looking down on? The two mysterious thoughts spread wildly around. There is no one left, there is only this puppet, what is he going to do? The two were also a little strange. Send a puppet, is this to give away the head? Don't worry about it so much, let's talk about it after capturing it. I want to see what tricks that Emperor Dao is playing. This is a poor man, so he can only send a puppet. When Li Ju was about to start, he suddenly retreated towards the meeting. With a wave of the palm of the sacred puppet, boom. 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 Tens of millions of black balls were thrown out. This is. Li Ju and Meng Tian's faces changed dramatically. Tens of millions of black balls were suddenly released, like tens of millions of rounds of dark sun across the sky. The rolling demonic energy was released, and directly transformed into a demonic realm. Then all the vitality began to decay and perish, resulting in decay. This is a gift from Xuanhuan to them. What? 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 Miserable. There is an unknown amount of rotten demonic energy in the demon god abyss that is sealed inside, and it is powerful enough to resist, but the army they are stationed here has already begun to rot and turned into pitch-black bones. This breath is extremely poisonous, and it was Xuanhuan's collection of deep demonic seals. This is the abyss demonic energy in the demon god abyss, the aura of infinite decay. Li Ju saw the large number of deaths in the army, his face was twisted with anger, and roared, "Damn it, how could Dao have the ability to seal such terrifying energy? How did he do it?" I'm still surprised that he didn't respond, so it was already prepared. He charged with the magic power of Xianshan, trying to contain this demonic energy. The sacred puppet brought the divine weapon on Xuanhuan's body, and first saw the ghost lamp appear, and used its divine weapon skills, the ghostly hell. In the nether hell, there are dark green flames everywhere, like the color of hell. At the same time, in the seal of the Great Wu Kingdom, the suppressing prison and conferred god monument appeared in the nether hell, with a large number of monsters. The seal was released, the monsters woke up, their mouths roared, their scarlet eyes opened, and the murderous aura rushed out, which was enough to make people feel scared. Once the monster wakes up, it will kill indiscriminately, no matter who you are, as long as the creature you see in front of you will kill it. Monster. That Dao actually sealed so many monsters. This is a great sealing technique. That artifact can suppress monsters and use it for himself. Seeing a large number of monsters rushing towards them, Li Ju and Meng Tian widened their eyes, and their scalps were numb. The Emperor Dao had a good plan to use monsters to fight against his Aoki Longevity Empire, but he didn't need to use soldiers to go out on an expedition. There is also a mysterious god. Ordinary monsters can be ignored, but Li Ju Meng Tian saw 5 mysterious monsters, and there are no words to describe the feeling in his heart. This is to prepare a great gift for them. The monster army was fighting, unable to command, and rushed directly into the army camp to kill indiscriminately. #C456 Plans can't keep up with changes. The sacred puppet has no emotions, its mechanized eyes watched the monster army massacre, and at the same time, light and shadow flowed, passing the image back. This monster army slaughtered, and there was no distinction between enemy and me, but this time only one of its puppets came, and of course it was not afraid of backlash. The monster army is naturally much weaker than the same realm in terms of combat power, but they are all brutal, and I don't know how to write the word death. Stopping them, hateful and hateful. To actually drive the monster army against us, how did Emperor Dao do it? Condense the abyss magic into magic beads, and evolve the scene within the abyss. Li Ju and Meng Tian were shocked and angry. The two of them first killed Xianshan monster. The battle was extremely fierce, the number of monster legions was large, and the ones captured from the deep demonic abyss were powerful, and each of them was brutal to the extreme. Quantity makes up for quality, especially now that a swarm of bees rushes out, it's even more so. Extremely tragic, extremely cruel, extremely bloody. There were sounds of fighting everywhere. If someone else came here, they would definitely feel frightened. This place has turned into a bloody azure field. 3 of the 5 Xuanhuan-level monsters were killed by Li Ju and Meng Tian, but they also suffered some scars on their bodies, especially Meng Tian was shot by the one-eyed monster's disaster eye, and his body was filled with the rotten aura of disaster. 80% of the monster army released this time was beheaded, but it also severely damaged the combat power of the army of the Aoki Longevity Empire, forcing them to retreat. Ding. Current mission progress, 5 out of 100. Xuanhuan also received a reminder of the progress of the task. Come back. The sacred puppet took back the remaining monsters with the steel. This time, the loss of monsters was huge, and Xuanhuan didn't care about it. After using it, he went to the demon god abyss to continue sealing it. I don't know how many there are, it depends on whether you have the strength to obtain it. The monsters conquered this time are consumed too fast, and the frontline battle does not need me to preside over the overall situation. It is the Imperial way for me to go to the demon god abyss, to continue to seal the monsters. Xuanhuan went to Mo Shenyuan again. Only he can do the sealed thing, and neither can Ning Shouchen. The army of the Aoki Longevity Empire was suddenly hit hard by the monster army. As soon as the news spread, the offensive of the Forbidden Land in the east was suddenly slowed down. They would never have imagined that Dawu would actually use this trick of the monster army. The original plan was quickly stopped, and a new plan was drawn up. I have long known that Dawu is not so easy to deal with. It seems that my previous caution was right. Who would have expected that Dawu has the ability to seal the demon god abyss? Monster? The Qingmu Chongqing Empire lost 5 gods under the attack of the monsters this time. The damage under the gods is unknown, and the 2 mysterious gods also retreated. The Big Wuming transferred the army to deal with us on the surface, but secretly started to attack the Qingmu Chongqing Empire first. Inside the barracks in the eastern forbidden area, Chen Yefei and Dongchen Xianshen looked solemn. What they planned was that the army in the forbidden area in the east would suppress the realm, contain the forces of the great martial arts, and then deliberately let the army of the Aoki Chongqing Empire directly enter the great martial arts to consume the great martial arts. Didn't expect this change. People are not as good as heaven, and plans can never keep up with changes. Dongchen Xianshen, what should I do next? Chen Yefei asked. It's not our strong who lost this time, and seeing another trump card of Dao, we can deal with it. Moreover, the damage to the Qingmu Chongqing Empire is so great, will they not take revenge? Dongchen Xianshen said coldly, of course, we also have to be fully prepared, so that another strong person will be dispatched in the forbidden area. It's still difficult for you and I to keep the overall situation down. There is also the Flame Devil Cave. Chen Yefei added, the Flame Devil Cave Lord is not honest, and the power of the dynasty that he has controlled is putting pressure on Dao. The battle that was going to break out within this month originally gave Chuyuan time, because the impact of the monster was delayed this time. Skylight. The rays of light are bright, and the thick emperor is erupting into the atmosphere. In this big city, countless soldiers and horses have been hoarded, and there are hundreds of gods and gods. This is the frontier city of the Holy Heaven Empire. On the opposite side of them is the city of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, where the 2 empires are attacking. King Tianguang, I didn't expect that this great martial arts brought us such a big surprise, sealing the monster army for his own use, which even this king could not do. No one can guess what trump cards they can break out. Henry Zhang was here, looking at an old man in white in front of him and smiled. This old man is the King of Heaven, the strongest in the empire. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire thinks that it will be restored, and the forces in the world should not obey them. They also want to restore the glory of the ancient times, but the times have changed, they do not belong to them, and it is a huge loss to deal with a dynasty. This is a slap in the face. Their faces. King Tianguang's gloomy look for many days finally showed a smile. This king has long said that Dao is not easy to deal with, and there are even mysterious and terrifying forces behind them. The more they are persecuted, the more difficult it is to imagine what they will come up with. Henry Zhang said, several mysterious gods can't destroy Dao, and the empire now needs to draw all the forces that can be drawn. That's right. King Tianguang said solemnly, although my Holy Heaven Empire is an imperial dynasty, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire has had a heaven-defying existence like the 5 ancient emperors, and the Chongqing Emperor is the most terrifying, and no one knows what he is now. What realm is reached, where Dao is, he can contain a part of their power. The enemy is eliminated and I am up. Henry Zhang said, we also have to provide some information to Dawu. I can see that Emperor Wu is a very ambitious person with strange and mysterious strength, and I expect them to come up with more strange things. Heritage. I'm afraid that this eternal world will be in chaos. Don't forget that there were 5 emperors in ancient times, and the great emperor Qingmu Chongqing will return, so what about the other 4 emperors? King Tianguang said with emotion, in ancient times, these 5 imperial dynasties were the strongest. I didn't expect this. The 5 emperors are likely to return at the same time, and their empires will also be restored at the same time. This instant is a month later. Xuanhuan went to Xuanhuan to capture a large number of monsters, and once again replenished the number of monsters. It's a pity that he can't go too deep in some places. It's not that he is afraid of demonic energy, but the deeper he goes, the higher the level of demons that appear, and some of them are not something he can seal now. Your Majesty, the King of Loyalty and Courage, the frontier land, the Eastern Forbidden Land will add another army, the mysterious gods will increase to 3, and some strange forces will continue to gather, and the battle with the Eastern Forbidden Land will start within this month. Open. After Xuanhuan returned from Demon God Abyss, he personally sat at the military plane and issued orders. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire continues to recruit the strong, and wants to repay the hatred of the day. Prepare the whole army, move the border people, and don't let the war burn to them. There is a suppression within the dynasty, so don't worry about that. Xuanhuan is giving orders. But boom! The world was suddenly turbulent, and he immediately went out to look at the sky. Xuanhuan's expression was also shocked. There was no sign in this world, and there was an incomparably big change. #C457 Kamiyama World. Boom. 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 The entire Imperial city was shaking. It was not that they were attacked by the outside world, but that the drastic changes in the whole world brought about drastic changes in the entire Imperial city. The heaven and the earth are shaking, the earth is shaking, the mountains are shaking, there are earthquakes everywhere, and countless strong men fly out to protect the people with their own magic. With such a big earthquake, the ordinary city will be split into abyss-like cracks. If there is no protection from the strong, I don't know how many people will die, but now, under the mobilization of the dynasty, the strong are sheltering their people. That. What is that? Everyone looked up at the sky and immediately saw an incredible scene. Above the sky, there is a shadow shrouded in it, as if the world of another time and space overlaps with the eternal great world, breaking the barriers of time and space, and vaguely seeing the infinite bright scene. After this change lasted for a few days, hundreds of millions of vitality shocks seemed to be creating the world. In the sky, the infinite brilliant divine light spread, and another world appeared. This world is in the sky above the sky of the eternal great world, covered by a strong dimensional power, forming a unique world. Mountains are mountains. The endless mountain ranges meander, and each mountain is shrouded in a strong vitality. There are virgin forests, rivers, and even oceans. Is this a secret realm? But the secret realm is too huge, more like the overlap of two worlds. Xuanhuan felt that these sacred mountains were like the scorching sun that was everywhere in the sky. No matter where you were in the eternal world, you could see them, which were unimaginably large. The current situation is like another world has appeared in the heavens and the sky of the eternal world, and it has turned into a ubiquitous sun. It's just that this is not a big sun, but a world composed of countless sacred mountains. At the same time. In Skylight City. What, the world of the sacred mountain appeared at this time? The last time it appeared was in the ancient times. It was after the appearance of the world of the sacred mountain that the 5 ancient emperors left the eternal world and ended an era. King Tianguang and Henry Zhang were all shocked. There is no sign of the appearance of the world of the mountain. Henry Zhang was shocked. I seem to understand the reason why the Qingmu Chongqing Empire will choose to restore it this time. Could it be that Emperor Qingmu Chongqing expected that the world of Xuanhuan would appear, so he chose it this time? His strength is already strong enough. Is that the realm? Holy decree. King Tianguang suddenly received the imperial decree, and said with a solemn expression, Henry Zhang, the sage sent a decree, all the troops returned to the imperial capital. The world of the sacred mountain came too suddenly, and the empire was caught off guard. Yes, the war with the Qingmu Chongqing Empire should also change the battlefield. The world of Xuanhuan is the place to fight. The entire eternal world, countless forces, and many fights will gather in the world of Xuanhuan. Henry Zhang said, there will also be a cruel sure field. Soon, the soldiers and horses fighting with the Aoki Chongqing Empire all retreated. Eastern Forbidden Camp. The three profound gods were in formation, and the war was originally launched this month, but the appearance of the sacred mountain ruins stopped these wars. Sacred Mountain World. The mountain world that appeared in ancient times. Dongchen Xian Shen Dao, everyone, it seems that we can't fight with Dao now. The most important thing is the appearance of the Xuanhuan world. There are countless relics, the emperor's gods, and even the holy gods. There are countless precious magical medicines waiting for us to explore. Haha, it's not that you can't fight with Dao. This mysterious god who just arrived was called Zhong Ling, and laughed loudly. We just need to make a plan and keep an eye on them. The location of Dao, the routes that can be entered are only a few places. We will block them and force them to join us. War. Sacred Mountain is rare in the world. If you can't go in, you can't get the unique resources in Sacred Mountain. The loss is huge and immeasurable. Chengfe Road. What I am most afraid of is the national fortune of Dao, and Xianshan will also be constrained. Dongchen Xianshan smiled and said, if we go to the mountain, the national fortune cannot be passed, and the initiative is under our control, so we can send a letter of war to Dao. There has been news from the forbidden area. Let us enter the world of the sacred mountain first, stand firm, and at the same time force the Dao dynasty. The forbidden area has gradually awakened a sleeping ancestor, and the sacred mountain is also an opportunity. Dongchu Forbidden Land War Book was sent. The meaning is very simple. Invite Dao to fight in the forbidden area of the sacred mountain, and ask if you dare to fight. Inside the Temple of God. The powerhouses who were originally on the expedition have been recalled, and an emergency meeting has been held. Reporting to Your Majesty, the army of the Eastern Forbidden Land has gradually entered the sacred mountain, occupying a position with sinister intentions, and is facing my Dao entering the sacred mountain route. Lu Qianfu said. Sacred Mountain World, I have heard but never seen it. It only appeared a few times in the Eternal Great World. The last time was in ancient times, but the resources are extremely rich. The Emperor's divine veins are everywhere, and the Emperor's divine veins also exist, and many more. Ancient ruins, but no one knows which time and space the sacred mountain came from. Ning Shouchen was also very tempted by the world of Xuanhuan. If you go to the sacred mountain, Dao's greatest advantage will be lost. There is no repression of the national movement. If you lose the border war, you can retreat. In the sacred mountain, you can't retreat. Tianhong Tianshan is also talking. But if you are afraid because of this, you won't be able to go to the sacred mountain. There are too many resources there. For Dao, this is a chance. We lack everything, lack of magic stones, lack of minerals, lack of magic medicine, and it is always resources that restrict development. Zhu Fengfeng said, I would like to lead the Feng army to Xuanhuan and be the pioneer. You Feng army are not afraid of fighting? Feng Lei sneered, I would also like to lead the Scourge army first. The Foundry division is also ready to enter the sacred mountain and refine resources anywhere. Ouyang Ming said. There was a fierce debate in the court, and all the generals were willing to lead the vanguard. Option 1, send troops to the world of Xuanhuan, get 2,000 fate points, and create blueprints with random soldiers and puppets. Option 2, do not send troops to the Xuanhuan world, get 2,000 fate points, and designate soldiers and puppets to create blueprints. Random and designated soldier puppets? Chu Yuan first ignored the arguments of the ministers, but looked at the light curtain that no one else could see. Random is similar to a random lottery. The host can draw extremely poor or excellent puppets, and the designated war army puppets can select the designated puppets from the blueprints that appear. The quality is balanced, and there are no surprises or surprises. System explanation. Alright. Xuanhuan said, the world of Xuanhuan contains infinite treasures, which only appear once in countless thousands of years. How can I give up this opportunity because of a forbidden area in the east? Since they chose to fight in Xuanhuan, we can't back down. The second is a great opportunity for the dynasty to obtain more resources. For the dynasty to develop, resources are indispensable. Your Majesty, what are you going to do? Lu Qianfu asked. Sacred Mountain is so big. If you want to stand firm in a world, you need to have a stronghold. The 5 elements and 5 legions, the light and dark legions, first enter the sacred mountain. Jin Qiang leads people to study the terrain, plan maps, and build city strongholds. Xuanhuan said, when entering the sacred mountain, don't be in a hurry to fight against the forbidden area of Dongchu first, hold your troops and don't move, and wait for the next order to let you move before you can move. Follow your Majesty's order. Dao was in a state of war, and it was easy to mobilize. He immediately sent a large army from Dao to enter the ruins of Xuanhuan. Ding. The host makes a choice, obtains 2,000 fate points, and random soldier puppets create blueprints X1. As soon as the army entered the world of Xuanhuan, the system immediately sent a reward. Ding. The host opens a random soldier puppet to create a blueprint. #C458 Vientiane soldiers. Xuanhuan is also looking forward to what random soldier puppets will be brought to him this time. Ding. The host has obtained the blueprint for the creation of the Vientiane soldier puppet. Vientiane soldiers. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly focused on the introduction. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. After carefully studying this Vientiane soldier, he found that there was nothing particularly outstanding. The defense was balanced, the speed was balanced, and the attack was balanced. In short, there are no outstanding advantages, but there are also obvious shortcomings, and the various attributes are very average. And this Vientiane soldier has the highest strength and can reach the Xiantian realm. A puppet that can bring strength to the profound god realm. Xuanhuan immediately ordered the casting department to send the materials he needed. My system space has almost become a huge factory. All kinds of soldiers, all kinds of warships, all kinds of cannons, all kinds of equipment, and countless medicine pills are made in it. Xuanhuan's system space is almost infinite, and he still doesn't know where the boundaries are. And in the world of Xuanhuan, the first city has been built. The resources obtained in the mountain will be transported to the mountain first, and the people of the foundry department will be responsible for refining on the spot, saving time on the way. In fact, although the Xuanhuan world made the Dao battle lose the protection of the national fortune, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. In this short period of time, the Dao army has attacked again and again, and has obtained many rare gods in the eternal world, and made them into treasures. Dao 40 years in mid-October. It has been a while since the appearance of the world of the mountain. The Great Wu dynasty has also achieved a lot of benefits in the sacred mountain. The first profound god puppet has finally been created. In front of Xuanhuan, there was a puppet with a perfect posture. Taking the resources of the great martial arts in the country, Xuanhuan's resources are now only enough to create a mysterious god Vientiane puppet, and they are all consumed. The defense of this Vientiane puppet is far inferior to that of the sacred puppet, and its attack power barely reaches the level of the profound god, which is not comparable to the real profound god. The King Zhongyong is ordered to move the army forward, and start the first full-scale confrontation with the forbidden area of Dongchu on the front line of Jinheshan in the world of Xuanhuan. Jinheshan is the name of Dao. The reason is that the sacred mountains there are filled with a thick golden light, and the rivers are also the color of golden light. The holy drive moves forward, Wuchu City. Wuchu City, the stronghold city built by Dao in the world of Xuanhuan. This is inside the mountain. Xuanhuan came to Xuanhuan, where the light was extremely bright, and there were traces of the sun and the moon in the sky. He took a deep breath. It was a strong spiritual energy. If you were in a super large mineral vein, even if you didn't deliberately cultivate, you could breathe this aura all day long. And he gave the order, and the army moved. The world of Xuanhuan is extremely huge, with complex terrain and criss-crossing mountains and rivers. The big army moved, and the forbidden area in the east was also shaken. If Dao didn't move, they would take the initiative to attack, and immediately let the army move forward to the Jinhe mountain area for a head-to-head confrontation. Your Majesty, the army is quickly heading to Jinhe mountain. Not only are we moving, but the Qihai dynasty has also dispatched a large army to gather nearby. In Wuchu City, Xuanhuan sits here. Although he will not go to Jinheshan to fight, but at this critical stage, all kinds of overall situations need to be controlled by him. In addition to the Qihai dynasty, what other forces want to join in the fun? Xuanhuan said. 4 or 5 dynasties have also gone. The most powerful of them is a dynasty called Tianlin. The emperor is a mysterious god-level existence, is staring over there. Minister report. These are all things I want to pick up cheap, but it's not okay to leave them alone. Xuanhuan waved his hand, pass my will. Ning Shouchen and King Zhongyong continue to lead the army to the front line of Jinhe Mountain, the Qihai dynasty, the Tianlin dynasty. It is a bit interesting. The war god army will go with the Shenwu army to destroy the Qihai dynasty army, the demon god army. Follow the prison army to destroy the Tianlin dynasty. If he wants to benefit from watching the play, Xuanhuan will not agree, he will kill it first. Your Majesty, what are our god army going to do? Tianhong Tianshan asked. Shenjun also has its own tasks. You are the most elite, and there is danger in the mountain. You are responsible for driving the starship battleship, surveying the terrain in the world of the mountain, drawing maps, and exploring the resource hall. I have great use. Xuanhuan said, go. A mountain of gods. There is a river of spiritual energy flowing here, and countless treasured magical medicines are everywhere. Oh my God, there are so many magical medicines here. This is a place for gathering spirits, the terrain is concave, and the spiritual energy is poured down. Hurry up and pick, the magic medicine here has a 10,000 years, and even 1,000,000 years of peerless medicine. Only this kind of untouched environment can breed so many magical medicines. A large army appeared here, with strong leaders leading the team. From the clothes on their bodies, it can be seen that it came from Lingguangdongshan. As soon as the mountain comes out, the eternal world, including the Imperial dynasty-level forces, will send people. Unless they have extremely tyrannical strength, fighting alone is courting death. The breath was suddenly suppressed, and then burst out. They suddenly saw that a large army came directly to this place where the spiritual energy gathered. The demonic energy was fierce, and the autumn wind swept the leaves, directly, collecting all the magical medicines they saw along the way. If it weren't for the lack of time, even those minerals containing spiritual energy would be dug up. How dare you? This place was discovered by my Lingguangdong Tian, and you dare to take it directly. Lingguangdong Tian is also a big sect, and there is a mysterious god. When they see this army directly taking medicine, they are all angry. Death to the blocker. This army simply ignored Lingguangdongshan. You are courting death. Just when the leader of Lingguang Cave Tianshan was angry, someone suddenly shouted, "Don't shoot, let them pass quickly." Why? Someone asked in confusion. The magic medicine here is counted in millions. This is the Great Valkyrie Martial Legion. You didn't feel that this legion was aggressive and seemed to be carrying out some mission. There is a divine way. Some people still know the difference between some legions of Dao. The Great Martial God Martial Legion. The angry god shuddered, but these magical medicines can't be taken away by them. Forget it, it's not just some magical medicine, life is the most important thing, Dao is fighting against Dongchu Forbidden Land, and his murderous aura is strong. Whoever dares to stop them in front of them will encounter their ruthless killing. Who died here? Who can you know? Who can avenge us? The momentum of the Dao Legion was too fierce, especially when so many people passed through, which made them feel terrified. They're gone. The Demon God Legion came and went quickly, and the repressed breath finally dissipated, making the people in Lingguangdongshan also relieved. Looking at their direction, isn't it going to the Jinhe mountain area? Someone in Lingguangdongshan wondered. This is going to the station of the Tianlin dynasty, and the army of the Tianlin dynasty is stationed there. The group of people suddenly said in shock, the Tianlin dynasty also wants to benefit from the fishermen. Could it be that this great martial artist is going to directly destroy the Tianlin army? #C459 Kill without amnesty, and leave no one. The army of the Qihai dynasty was in the south of Dao, and it belonged to the same area as the mountain that Dao entered. In the world of Shinshan, whoever is not moved, who does not want to get great treasures from it. This is the best time to accumulate a country's heritage. The place where the Qihai army is stationed. The various armies of Dao have quickly moved to the Jinheshan area, and all the mobilization of the army will be completed within the next few days. A god of the Qihai dynasty is in the tent, looking at everyone coldly, pointing to a map, and drawing the positions of all the forces. Haha, once Dawei and Dongchu Forbidden Land start a war, the situation will be extremely chaotic. Dong Tian has ordered the dynasty to only gather troops, not to participate. Look at the situation and take advantage of us. If there is no advantage, just watch the show, and fish in troubled waters. These gods were in a very relaxed mood. Anyway, they never thought of fighting Dao head-on, and they would take a few bites if they were cheap. However, it's a little strange that all the legions of Dao have appeared on Jinhe Mountain, but the two elites of Shenwu and Demon God have disappeared. It seems that they are performing some tasks. The movement of the army was so big that it was difficult to hide it, and they were also paying attention to Dao's every move. The two elites are not going to deal with other forces, right? Yu Tianchen said suddenly. How is it possible that you must do your best to face the forbidden area in the east? How can you have the strength to divide your troops to deal with others? Some gods do not believe. But suddenly, a tyrannical aura swept over, answering the words of the god. Outside their camp, they were hit by a tyrannical cannon and completely submerged. Great martial artillery. Damn, they really have to divide their troops to deal with others, and they have chosen us as the target. What are they going to do? The Qihai strong man was terrified. Of course, they knew that Dao was very powerful, and even a force like Dongchu Forbidden Land had to be prepared, and they dared not go to war lightly. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Dao dares to come, then we must be fully prepared, we are not their opponents. Don't fight with them, withdraw as the best plan. No, they've already killed them. The Qihai camp was in chaos. The Dao Legion is fierce and powerful, the Qihai dynasty is only a 7-star dynasty, and the flame demon cave behind it is far less than the eastern Forbidden Land. How dare they fight against the Dao elite legion? Your Majesty has a purpose, the Qihai dynasty's intentions are not cunning, kill all of them here, don't let one go, touch the great Wu Tianwei, kill them all without mercy. The Shenwu legion was murderous, and they all shot out. The big formation was formed, and under the command of the commander, it was divided into outflanking, and various tactics surrounded the Qihai legion. The ancient battlefield altar, they have all trained in it, all kinds of maps, all kinds of opponents. Watching this group of panicked Red Navy regiments really didn't pay attention. At this moment, the Shenwu legion directly rushed into the Qihai army, and the butcher knife strangled, and I don't know how many people were beheaded. Dao dynasty, we are just stationing troops here, and have no intention of fighting you. Are you trying to kill them all? The strong man in Qihai saw that the army was being harvested like wheat, and his heart was full of grief and indignation. No one would be a fool. With so many troops here, who would believe it if they were just watching a play? The strong men of the Xuanhuan Legion ignored their begging and roaring. His Majesty's order was to kill without mercy, then kill the army in front of him. The god of war army was also killed. The highest realm of the gods and powerhouses stationed here in the Qihai dynasty is only the 5th level of gods. Where will be the opponent? The entire army was slaughtered, and the Xuanhuan Legion slaughtered recklessly, and my heart was very comfortable. These people were much weaker than the opponents simulated in the ancient battlefield altar, and there was no difficulty in challenging them at all. At the same time, the residents of the Tianlin dynasty. The army also sent over, just staring at the Dao Jinhashan area. How are Dao and Dongchu Forbidden Land preparing? This time, the leader of the Tianlin dynasty, Tianshan Yazhong, brought a lot of strong people, and there were more than 10 people in the heavens. It's all in the final preparation stage, and the outbreak only happened in the past few days. There are 3 mysterious gods in the forbidden area of Dongchu, and there are even more gods. There is only one mysterious god that Dao can confirm, but they have the means to seal monsters, coupled with the endless trump cards. It can be seen that this is a tug of war that will not end soon. Humane. As soon as they came out, there were 3 people. I heard that there will be a steady stream of mysterious gods gathering in the follow-up. I, Tianlin, can't come up with such a big deal. It can be said that Dongchu Forbidden Land has a solid background, but they have existed for too long, and many of their backgrounds are dying. Know if you go out of the ban and devour other forces to supplement your own, it will also disappear. The general said, I now hope that the more tragic the battle between Dao and Dongchu Forbidden Land, the better, and it is best for both sides to lose more mysterious god-level power. Okay, get ready and stare at me. Crashed. Suddenly, at this moment, several dark silver warships appeared in the sky, and the energy beams poured down. Dao battleship. The army of the Tianlin dynasty was in chaos. The general shouted fiercely, no, Dao actually split his troops into 2 groups and sent troops and horses to deal with us. This is killing chickens and warning monkeys, retreat quickly, and act according to the plan. Their strongest combat power is in Jinhashan, and I will resist them. This general relied on his tyrannical strength to lead some strong people to flash to stop. The Tianlin dynasty will also be destroyed. The demon god legion came out. Just because you also want to destroy my Tianlin army, your tone is not small, and you are restrained by the forbidden land of Dongchu. How much strength can you show? The general snorted coldly. I'm going to die. Where does all this nonsense come from? The elite of the demon god legion looked at the Qihai dynasty like a dead man, and said coldly, please send out the soldiers of Yantian. A puppet with balanced strength appeared, and its palms slammed, and it blasted out with a combat power comparable to the mysterious god level. After all, the Tianlin dynasty is an 8-star dynasty, and there are more powerful people than the Qihai dynasty. Xuanhuan also mobilized the Vientiane soldiers here to try its combat power. Quick fight, don't entangle with them, we have to go to Jinhe Mountain. The demon god army has no intention of delaying time with the Qihai dynasty. The demon god legion slaughtered out, and immediately saw the bloody knife set off a bloody storm. The commander of the prison suppression army came out, and its strength is also in the 8th layer of the gods. Mysterious god-level puppet. The general was still very stubborn before, but when he suddenly saw the Vientiane soldiers, his face was contorted with fright. Profound god-strength puppet. Dawu can actually come up with such a terrifying background. The Vientiane puppet was slaughtered with the army. Its strength was very inconspicuous among the profound gods, but it was enough to deal with the 8-fold heavenly god. The commander of the prison suppression army and the Vientiane soldiers killed General Tianlin at the same time. What? The general let out a shrill scream, and the whole person was completely bombarded by the 2 soldiers. The killing doesn't stop. The demon god legion rushed into the enemy's line, beheading them wantonly. The battle didn't last long, and everyone in the Tianlin army was beheaded, and none of them were let go. The army leaves, go to Jinhe Mountain, and reunite with the various legions. The demon god legion sped away. True God Ninth Layer. Absorbing the power of the gods, Xuanhuan broke through the first-level small realm. #C460 Jinhe Mountain War. Jinhe Mountain. Mountains stand tall and rivers crisscross. The reason why the world of Xuanhuan is called Xuanhuan is precisely because there are many mountains here. At present, most of the major forces are still in the peripheral area of Xuanhuan, and they are gradually advancing towards the core area. A turbulent river, the sun shining like gold, was separating the two sides of the army. But during this period of time, Xiaozhan did not stop. What made Dongqiu Forbidden Area extremely annoyed was that Dao often sent warships to bombard them, and the defense of the warships was so strong that the gods could not attack them, and the mysterious gods could not lock the void. What? Dao actually dispatched Shenwu, and the two elite legions of the demon gods suddenly attacked Qihai, and the two major legions of Tianlin wiped out each other. The speed was so fast that people couldn't react. Xuanhuan just received the news, and his face changed. The battle strength of the great martial army is far beyond our imagination. What about the powerhouses of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire? They have suffered such a big loss and will not come back with revenge? Zhongling Xian Shendao. They entered the world of Xuanhuan in another place, and last time they suffered from the loss of the monster army, and they were entangled by the Holy Heaven Empire. This time it will not come so soon. Don't be careless and don't give them the chance to continue raiding. Dongchen Xuanchen's face was solemn. We know this, and now we are 3-1, guarding here, they can't launch a raid. Defense on the other side. King Loyal and Brave, the Shenwu army and the Demon God army have reconciled, will they launch an attack? Many generals gathered in the barracks. Ning Lao. Lu Qianfu looked at Ning Xiuchen, who was sitting on the side with his eyes closed and resting, and suddenly listened to the other party. You don't need to look at me, how to fight is something you discussed. If the other party's mysterious god makes a move, I will also do it. Okay, since that's the case, this king will announce the battle plan. Lu Qianfu said, this time, His Majesty has transferred us 8-star warships. A large number of sky battleships. The Imperial artifact Inlay Sword Array is also under the control of Ning Lao, used to compete with the Eastern Divine Sword, and the king of the Xianxin level is also very careful to use it when he sees the other side, so the larger scale of this battle is a conquest between legions. The Shenwu army attacked from the left flank with the light army, and the demon army followed the dark army to the right. The front with the strongest defense was attacked by the 5th Army, the Phoenix Army, and the 2 elite corps of Heaven's Scourge, mainly attacking the front. Lu Qianfu said. No problem. The generals nodded. The frontal attack, the Scourge Army is not afraid. Fang Lei's voice rolled. Old Ning is in charge of the town, and the Vientiane soldiers will not move for the time being, in order to shock. Zhu Fengfeng also said, as for the sacred puppet holding the archery bow, it is responsible for killing the gods on the opposite side. After all, the top powerhouses have always been scarce for us. All kinds of equipment leveled. And the monster army is sealed. A general said. Yes, there is no need for the monster army, the opponent does not erupt, the monster army can also contain some of the opponent's power, and dare not make the rear empty too much. Lu Qianfu smiled, in all, we still have a lot of means, let the soldiers prepare 1 hour's attack in an hour. The purpose of this battle is to defeat the Forbidden Area in the early East, so that they cannot form a blockade situation, and the dynasty can search for resources in the sacred mountain ruins. An hour later. Coming. With this kind of army mobilization, it is impossible to play a raid. The three profound gods of the Forbidden Land in the early East looked at the gathering of the Great Wu army. Prepare, according to my experience with Dao, when Dao fights a legion battle, he will continue to attack and blockade with artillery fire. Be especially careful with the few dark silver warships, to prevent them from attacking across the river. Dongchen Xianchen ordered. Boom. 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 The ground shook, and the energy beam roared out from Dao and landed in the forbidden area of Dongchu. They are also prepared, and various defensive masks are supported. This cannon fire poured out more ferocious than any battle before De Wu, drowning everything, turning it into a sea of energy, and the energy of various cannons roaring almost endlessly. A large number of ironclad flying boats mixed with sky battleships, under the cover of huge artillery, flew to the opposite position. What's the use of a warship of this level? Dongchu Bandi was only afraid of Dao's star warship. Soon, they knew that the ironclad flying boat and the sky battleship were on the opposite side, not to pour out the artillery fire at all, but suddenly fell within the army, and a mushroom cloud of mixed firelight exploded. No, I just want to try to attack us with such a low-end warship. Dongchen Xianchen shouted fiercely. Both sides have advantages. There are enough powerhouses in the forbidden area of Dongchu, and all kinds of equipment in Dao are emerging one after another. Boom boom boom. Compared with the star warship, the ironclad flying boat is too easy to build, and it has become a consumption tool. The forbidden area in the east cannot be ignored. Some forces quickly bombard the ironclad flying boat that is constantly flying, and cannot contain too many cannons. Starship battleship strikes. The star warship is equipped with a star cannon. Especially the largest starry sky gun barrel on the ship is enough to kill the true god and threaten the gods. Let you continue to bombard, that's great. Dongchen Xianchen shouted. At the beginning of the east, the divine sword flew out from the sky, pulling the mountain with force, and the air was overwhelming in the world. I also want to cut down the starship battleship with an Imperial artifact. Ning Shouchen was not a vegetarian either. The Yinlei sword array intertwined the vast storm, blocking the Dongchu divine sword. Sure enough, he asked you to bring the Emperor-grade sword formation. Dongchen Xianchen seemed to have expected it for a long time. Now, he and Ning Shouchen are holding the divine artifact, and they are both behind the army. It seems that they have no opponents, but in fact they are deadlocked together and there is no way to make a move. Chengfei Xianchen can't take action either. He knows that the other party has a puppet of Shenwu, and he can also contain a Xianchen. And Xianchen Zhongling brought some of the gods and did not dare to do anything at will. He knew that Dao could seal monsters and turn them into legions. He had to beware of this part of the power. What bothered him the most was that he didn't know the exact number of the monster army at all. Uncomfortable. Now I would rather the other party let the monster army out to fight, than now I don't even know the number. Let me throw a rat's weapon and stay behind a part of the force in vain, but I can't go to the front to fight. Xianchen Zhongling felt very uncomfortable. He was afraid that after he was killed, the other party would burst out something that could compete with Xuanhuan's trump card, and suddenly put the monster army behind the army. Dao also obviously knows that fighting head-on, the monster army is not divided between enemy and me. It is easy to cause confusion, throwing it in the rear, and there is a mysterious god on the opposite side. At this moment, both sides have their own scheming. The Legion of Light is dispatched. The Dark Legion is dispatched. The Light and Dark Legions have begun to attack from both sides, and the 5 elements of the Legion have also begun to press the front, and countless god-destroying arrows are also overwhelming, and each wave is an arrow of billions. Dongchu army, come on! At the beginning of the forbidden area in the east, the army also pressed up. #C461 for the time being. War is imminent. There was no nonsense on both sides, and they went directly to the most brutal legion fight, which was extremely ferocious. The two rolling torrents collided and merged together, and immediately it was the sound of countless roars and explosions. In this instant collision, I don't know how many people died, and the blood flowed down, making this golden river a blood-gold color. The light and dark legion of Dao. Dongchen Xuanhuan's expression was cold and stern. Looking at the cooperation of the various armies of the great martial arts, the combat power broke out. All of them were fierce, and their equipment was crushed, which made the soldiers in the forbidden area a little bit unable to resist, and there were huge casualties. Dao's combat power is so terrifying. Xuanhuan and Zhonglingxian also looked very ugly. Dao's legion did not know how to train. Although they also suffered a lot of casualties, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they exploded their combat power more and more fiercely. On the other hand, the soldiers in the forbidden area have been in the forbidden area for a long time. They are trained in captivity, and they are a little helpless in the face of the death of their companions. The ancient battlefield altar has already eliminated some powerful, but weak minds for Dao. Record the map of Jinhishan Mountain, input it into the ancient battlefield altar, and collect the information of the army in the forbidden area of the early East for battlefield simulation training. Lu Qianfu is the commander-in-chief of the army and will not fight to the front. He is holding a special object in his hand, which is on the altar of the ancient battlefield. He can scan and enter the map of the sacred mountain, record the picture of the battle, and simulate it. Starship battleship bombarded across the sky. The number of gods is not as good as that of the Forbidden Land in the early East. Lu Qianfu let the starship battleship act as the god of war and rampage in the battlefield. The Dongchu divine sword has been vibrating in the void, but no matter where it is pointed, the Yinlei sword formation will lock onto it. With this set of swords in place, the Dongchu divine sword cannot be used. Dongchen Xianchen shook his head. At this time on the battlefield, the fighting was extremely fierce. If the Forbidden Land in the early East is not the number of gods than Dao, they can still hold the scene, their army will collapse, and they are not the opponents of the Dao Legion at all. Staying in the forbidden area for too long, our army has lost its ferocity. Xuanhuan saw the drawbacks. In terms of realm, the realm of the people in the forbidden area is very high, not weak, but in terms of the courage to fight to the death on the battlefield, Xuanhuan admits that it is not as good as Dao, who does not have the spirit of the opponent who is not afraid of life and death. They have been at ease in the forbidden area for too long. Zhonglingxian said coldly, this is the case in many forbidden areas. If you ban yourself for a long time, the foundation will be exhausted, and then they will perish. The Lord of the East also saw this. Disadvantages, only to come out of the mountain to train soldiers in forbidden areas to supplement the background. This battle will be a stalemate. When the three profound gods were discussing, their pupils suddenly contracted violently. Whoosh! An arrow came out of the sky, and a strong man of the first level of the gods was fighting with the great martial god. His head was suddenly passed by the arrow, and the whole head exploded. Another arrow, the sacred puppet shot the arrow again, and another god of the sky was severely hit by the arrow, severely injured and repelled. The two gods fell, and they fell too fast. It's that arrow again. Xuanhuan hated the god-destroying arrow the most, and said angrily, if we let him continue to shoot, no matter how many gods we have, it will not be enough to consume, and we cannot let him shoot again, otherwise he will be a great threat if he does not move. Let our heavenly god exert the strongest combat power. It must be resolved. Zhonglingxian said. You have to beware of the opponent's monster army. I can only take action. Have you seen that god? That is the commander of Dao's army. He is in command of all the mobilization and coordination of troops and horses. Xuanhuan looked at Lu Qianfu coldly. In an instant, he disappeared and appeared in front of Lu Qianfu in the blink of an eye. He opened his 5 fingers, and the power of the profound god blasted away angrily. The sacred puppet was right next to Lu Qianfu, protecting him at close range, and immediately attacked with his own body, blocking Xuanhuan. I knew for a long time that you would make a move, but did you think it was just like that? Xuanhuan suddenly sneered. A deadly murderous intent swept over, and an old man appeared in the void. He suddenly stepped into the air, and he was also a powerful mysterious god. Looking at Lu Qianfu, he came with a hurricane to kill. He is also a powerful mysterious god. His breath is ancient and very old, his hair is gray, and there is a thick twilight shroud in it, as if he came out of a tomb. The profound god exists, a profound god with not much longevity. Ning Xiuchen's eyes froze. This is the background of the Forbidden Land, awakening from the grave. Xianchen has a long lifespan, but it is not the same lifespan of heaven and earth. In order to allow themselves to survive for a longer period of time, some aging mysterious gods took the initiative to seal themselves, walked into the grave, fell into the state of the living dead, and delayed the time, as the basis for repression. The reason why the Forbidden Land is called Forbidden Land is because they have sealed many ancient powerhouses. However, His Majesty had long expected that someone would be beheaded. Those 3 mysterious gods were just on the bright side to confuse them, and they must have hidden their ultimate move. Ning Xiuchen didn't move. You must die. This old mysterious god made a move, was awakened from the tomb, the sealing secret method was broken, and he could no longer seal himself, so the Forbidden Land has always been very cautious about using this kind of background. Wake up 1 and 1 less. He's dead. This old mysterious god is the predecessor of their predecessors, and it is almost an old antique that existed before the Forbidden Land in the early East. Vientian combat power. Suddenly, a figure standing behind Qianfu Lu stepped out, and he resisted the old mysterious god with the balanced mana of all phenomena. The power of Lao Xianchen slammed on the Vientian soldiers, and he suddenly felt that there was a balanced power from this thing. It was obviously not strong, but it seemed to change in all directions, and his power was resolved. The old profound god failed to be beheaded and retreated to the void. He said coldly, "It's not the real profound god, but a puppet with the power of the profound god." It's the profound god puppet again. Dongchen Xianchen and others were also shocked. The defense is not as good as that puppet, but its strength is more average, and its attack and defense speed have reached the level of the mysterious god. It is indeed an old antique that has lived for a long time. With one move, he analyzed some of the situation of the Vientian puppet. Can it be destroyed? Dongchen Xianchen asked. Yes. The old Xianchen affirmed, but it will take some time, and on the battlefield, the other party will not give me this time, and I can't predict what they will come up with. It can't be destroyed quickly, and I'm not sure whether the Dao will have the power that could not be detected before. If it continues to stalemate, I'm afraid it's not good. Dongchen Xianchen thought for a moment. They had planned to behead the opponent's commander with more profound god combat power, but now the plan failed. He saw that the battle of the army had always fallen below, and they could not counter the great martial army, and the losses became more and more heavy. If the battle goes on, it will not be training troops, but blood will flow into the river, and the combat power will be lost. Retract the troops for now. At this time, Dongchen Xianchen could only issue an order to temporarily withdraw his troops, so that the army would return to the barracks and regroup to fight again. #C462 Kamiyama Hunt. On the front line of Jinhashan, the war does not stop. 10 major battles broke out in a month, with an average of 1 battle in 3 days. Compared with the first battle, the subsequent battles will be played more cautiously. Although Dao also suffered a lot of damage, and several gods fell, it is clear that the casualties in the forbidden area in the east were much more serious, and more than 10 gods were killed in battle. Most of these gods who died in battle were killed by sacred puppets with archery bows. A seven-star dynasty in the Moyuan dynasty only had dozens of gods, which was equivalent to the number of a powerful seven-star falling. Even if the Dongchu Forbidden Land has a profound background, it cannot afford such a loss in a short period of time. Dongchen Xianshen, Chengfe Xianshen, Zhongling Xianshen, and an old Xianshen sat here, but without more than twice as many Xuanshens, it would be difficult to use forceful means to defeat the deployment of Dao Jinheshen. And when the monster army did not appear, the more inability to guess the number in the forbidden area of Dongchu, and the less he dared to act rashly. So after a month, the army in the forbidden area in the early east retreated, but not to give up fighting Dao, but to retreat strategically. Your Majesty, the whole line of the forbidden area in the early east retreated, and the troops were stationed in another part of the sacred mountain. Although they retreated, they did not reduce the number of troops. Instead, there was a steady stream of strong men coming together. In Wuchu City, Chu Yuan listened to the reports of the ministers. Your Majesty, retreating from the forbidden area at the beginning of the east is definitely not giving up, on the contrary, it is more and more coveted for my great martial arts. After all, although the strength of my great martial arts makes them dare not fight again, it is more of a means of suppressing the background of the puppet. They have to supplement the background. Swallowing Dao is indeed a very good choice. The two sides of the profound god's combat power are intimidating each other, and under the profound god, the Dongchu forbidden area can't take advantage of it, but the loss is huge, and now they are retreating. They want to accumulate more power, such as clenching their fists, and destroying them when they strike again. More power. There are a lot of people who want to do something to us. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire and Yanma Dongtian are not honest. The Dongchu Forbidden Land doesn't want to fight with Dao to lose both, and they take advantage of it in vain. Everyone was discussing and analyzing the situation at hand. The purpose of the Forbidden Area in the early East is clear. But there are not too many ways to counter it now. Although I can resist their attack now, like them, I can't completely defeat them. The army continues to contain Dao, which is a good strategy. Hearing the analysis of the courtiers, Chu Yuan nodded. The holy car moved forward and ordered the construction department to build a big city on Jinhe Mountain. I will personally sit in Jinhe City. Your Majesty wants to sit in Jinhe City? The ministers asked. The foundry department in Jinhe City will send people to smelt the materials on the spot, so let's prepare. The order was issued, and after half an hour, Chu Yuan's holy car moved forward to Jinhe City. In the divine light, Chu Yuan rode the ancient emperor's chariot, and the Kongmi Daokuan, who had reached adulthood, flashed the color of the void, and the divine army came along with the emperor. Join your Majesty. All the troops in Jinhe City descended and knelt down one after another, looking at the majestic existence, with awe. B flat. Chu Yuan's ancient emperor's chariot landed in Jinhe City, and went directly to the newly built palace, and sat here. I will sit here to avoid wasting time for all kinds of information transmission. Please also ask your Majesty to instruct. The general said. I'm here, some combat power can be released, and there is no need to guard against the forbidden area in the east. The purpose of Chu Yuan's coming here is to release most of his combat power, instead of wasting it on staring at the forbidden area of confrontation with Dongchu, saying, King Zhongyong will continue to lead the great military troops and horses. Listen to his dispatch, the 5 elements and 5 legions, the light staying with the dark legion, the 2 armies of Shenwu and demons spread out with Jinheshen to collect resources, but they cannot be too far away from Jinheshen. Although the 2 armies of the gods, martial arts, and gods are not weak, it is still very troublesome to encounter the extremely strong. Lu Qianfu nodded. If you encounter a strong person on the front line of Jinheshen, you can quickly support. Ning Xiuqin. Chu Yuan looked at Ning Xiuqin. Yes, your Majesty. You are the profound god, and the Yinlei sword formation will be handed over to you, and I will hand over the war god army, the prison suppression army, and the God army to you, and you will lead it to find resources for the empire in the mountain of God, and hunt down the gods of the gods. Xuanhuan said. With him in Jinha city, there is no need for Ningxochen to guard him. I know. Ningxochen said, Xuanhuan is very chaotic. What is the death of gods? Even if a mysterious god falls, it is normal. In ancient times, when the mountain appeared, even the fall of the supreme god was not something that did not happen. Kongmi Dao Kuan, you also move with the divine army and are responsible for investigating intelligence. Xuanhuan said. After all arrangements were made, Ningxochen headed to the depths of the mountain. All kinds of resources and minerals were continuously sent to Jinha city, and Xuanhuan refined them on the spot, and directly built them into various treasures to transport the army. On the east side of the forbidden area, they knew that Emperor Dao was sitting in Jinha city, and they did not dare to act rashly. They all knew that the reason for the strength of Dao was brought by this emperor. Xuanhuan assigned the 2 starship battleships to Ningxochen. At this moment, above the extremely high sky, the starship battleship hides its traces. Kongmi Dao Kuan, use your spatial talent to quickly find those gods for this seat. This time, this seat is going to hunt the gods for His Majesty. Ningxochen said. Heavenly gods are extremely important strategic reserve resources. Killing them can not only get a lot of divine essence liquid, but also can extract heavenly gods' law to cultivate more powerful people. Kongmi Dao Kuan made a buzzing sound, wagged his tail, and disappeared into the void at once. What a Kongmi Dao Kuan, the void overlord, with the help of his own strange void talent. Even if I do it now, it is difficult to capture it, and it will be great to let it continue to evolve to the profound god. At this moment, Kongmi Dao Kuan made Ningxochen not feel it. He stayed where he was, quietly waiting for the news. When the mountain was opened, the powers of the entire eternal world came in from everywhere, not to mention the powerhouses of the gods, even the mysterious gods who came. Have you found the trace of the gods? He didn't make Ningxochen wait too long, and in just a few days, Kongmi Dao Kuan appeared in front of him and delivered the news. You are waiting here. Your Majesty ordered that hunting the gods is the most important thing. Ningxochen and Kongmi Dao Kuan disappeared together. In the ruins of the sacred mountain, the gods of which force are unknown, are moving cautiously here. In the ruins that can be seen by the mysterious gods, even if they cultivate to the gods, they will often face the danger of hunting. Suddenly the sky cracked open, and a terrifying profound god grabbed it out. Profound God powerhouse, it's not good to escape. When these gods saw the big hand of the profound god, their faces were twisted and terrifying, and they frantically fled towards the surroundings. But the mysterious gods hunted down the ordinary gods, and the bodies of these gods exploded, turning into a rolling torrent, and then they were transported by Ningxochen into the oven of heaven and earth. The power of these gods was also controlled by Xuanhuan for the first time, and was transported back to Dao. Kongmi Dao Kuan, continue to search. In the sacred mountain, we must hunt and kill more gods. Ningxochen turned into a hunter, hunting down the strong in the mountain. #C463 Divine Vessel. The world of Xuanhuan is extremely chaotic. There is hunting everywhere, and it has become a hunting world. The gods hunted the true gods, the gods hunted the gods, and even the gods hunted the gods. It is too difficult to survive here without a strong force to rely on. In normal times, the fall of a god is a top priority, but now it is commonplace, and the death of a mysterious god will only sigh, and only the fall of the supreme god can cause all the forces to be alarmed. 10 levels of true gods. Seeing that the completion progress of 100 gods kept beating, Xuanhuan broke through to the 10th level of true god after devouring a lot of the laws of the gods. It's not worth my hard work to collect resources to improve materials for you. Xuanhuan has reached the 10th level of the true god, and no matter how many gods he swallows, it is impossible for him to break through the realm, so all the remaining hunters are thrown into the heaven and earth oven, and turned into a rolling liquid of gods and sent to the whole country. With his current strength, the enhancement of the human emperor sword, and the enhancement of various magical powers, a mysterious god like Qingfe would not be his opponent. The next step is to break through to the realm of the gods. Your Majesty, this is what the dynasty recently got in the mountain. The officials of the Ministry of Household sorted out the recent resource income, and excitedly reported to Xuanhuan, in this month, we have occupied 15 royal mine veins, more than 150 various resource mines, and as many as 10,000 years of magic medicine. 100 million plants, 10 million plants of the 100,000-year-old magic medicine, 100,000 plants of the 100,000-year-old magic medicine, and countless other sources of income. Besides, the concubine Ling is leading the staff and is sorting them into categories, collecting the seeds of the magic medicine, and transporting them back to Dao continuously. The resources in the mountain are really rich. Now Xuanhuan just searched outwards, with Jinhishan as the center, and got so many resources. No wonder Xuanhuan is so dangerous, and there are countless forces coming. If you don't get resources, the background will be inferior to the other party. In front of him, Dao is only at the edge of the mountain, rumored to be in the center of the location. There are also holy ore veins, and even peerless magic medicine, the magic medicine that the emperor will be excited about. The stronger, the weaker, and it is vividly displayed in the sacred mountain. What restricts us now is not resources, but the inability to excavate those mineral veins in a short period of time. The minister of the Ministry of Household said. There is not enough manpower. The whole country recruits people as craftsmen, and it is also credited as contribution. The contribution can be used to exchange for various divine pills, even divine essence liquid, and the laws of the gods. Tell the casting department and the various ministries. Xuanhuan said. Holy order issued. Dao national mobilization. Countless people signed up enthusiastically. You discovered the divine veins of Emperor Pin. At the same time, Ning Shouchen's face changed suddenly when he got the information of Komi Daokuan. Divine veins of Emperor grade can produce divine stones of Emperor grade, which is more suitable for the refining of mysterious gods. Although Dao has many divine veins of Emperor grade, there is none of divine vein of Emperor grade. Right. This is great work. Ning Shouchen was no longer the loner he used to be, and now he was full of great achievements. Follow this seat to snatch the divine veins of Emperor grade. It is impossible not to take the divine vein of the Emperor, and immediately the starship battleships shuttled and jumped in the void. The waterfall is flying, and there are mountain peaks standing in front of it, the divine light is radiating, the mist is in full bloom, and a chaotic mist is blooming. Divine veins of Emperor grade, the energy is so rich that it is unimaginable. There is a piece of divine land. Within this land of gods, many powerful armies are rolling in, among which several mysterious gods are already fighting. The divine veins of Emperor Pin belong to me Lingguang Dong Tian. There are also mysterious gods in Lingguang Cave. In fact, although the sacred mountain is large, as long as it does not cross a large area, most of the mysterious gods encountered are forces from all walks of life in the past. Divine veins are not something you can swallow. Another powerful dynasty, called the Daong dynasty, also had several mysterious gods. The Great Yong dynasty. Lingguangdong Tianxian God's spiritual power is intertwined, and his face is solemn. I can't eat Lingguangdongshan, can it be that your Daong dynasty can eat it? This emperor's divine vein is not large, and can only be eaten by a mysterious god force. Down. Although several mysterious gods were present, only the Daong dynasty could compete with him. Don't fight, the divine veins of Emperor grade can only belong to my great Wu dynasty. Boom. In the sky, 2 warships crossed the sky, fired a few beams, and landed in the realm of the gods. Immediately, Ning Shouchen led the army with murderous aura and came. The Great Wu dynasty. Seeing Ning Shouchen's arrival, the profound gods of these various forces couldn't help but tremble. Dao is definitely the focus of attention during this time, especially the dozen or so battles in the Jinhashan front line in a month. It's you again. Lingguangdong Tianxianshan coldly took a step. Everything has to be said first, then come first. You threatened to belong to you as soon as you came to the martial arts. Is it too domineering, not to put our forces in the eyes? Although you are a mysterious god, you are only one person, and we have several people here, and you can't eat it alone. A mysterious god immediately looked at Ning Shouchen. A lot of people? Ning Shouchen sneered. Is it useful to have a large number of people? With a wave of his hand, the sound of thunder was boundless, and 10,000 sound thunder swords moved around him. Under the urging of his mana, the intertwined and diffused thunder net had turned into a destructive color. Dao's Imperial Artifact. Seeing this sword formation, the power of the Imperial Artifact made their scalps numb. Among them, the one with the highest realm is only the second level of the Profound God. A Profound God who manipulates an Imperial Artifact can completely kill a Profound God with a higher realm. The forbidden area of Dongchu was restricted by the divine sword of Dongchu, which made the Yinlei sword formation seem to be of little use. Even if there is an Imperial Artifact, I have to see your strength. The Profound God of the Daong dynasty stepped out, and his eyes were intertwined with a strong fighting intent. With a big wave of his hand, a war sword suddenly appeared, and the light that swept the world slashed fiercely. It's ridiculous to want to shake the prestige of the emperor with an Imperial Artifact. Ning Shouchen was disdainful and didn't care that the Profound God of the Great Yong dynasty slashed at him. That sound of thunder swords and 10,000 swords merged into one, and the sword shook the Profound God back and forth again and again, and was cut by the sword energy even above his chest. Then, a hideous scar appeared. A sword slashed the mysterious god of the same realm. This is the power of an Imperial Artifact, and dealing with a mysterious god of the same realm is as easy as digging into a bag and fetching things. Seeing that the Profound God of the Daong dynasty was injured, the other Profound gods who were forced to come up also took a few steps back. Damn, you can't hurt me without this sword. The Profound God of the Daong dynasty roared wildly. I will bully you that you don't have an Imperial Artifact, and even your Daong dynasty doesn't have an Imperial Artifact. Hee, the emperor of your Daong dynasty is here. If you don't have an emperor's artifact, I am not afraid of him. The head of the lord will be chopped off. Ning Shouchen acted recklessly and only obeyed Chu Yuan. You wanna die? Hearing this sentence completely ignited the anger of the Xianshan of the Daong dynasty. There is another power coming. Just when they were about to attack, a strong man suddenly looked into the distance and said in shock, "It's from the Holy Empire." #C464 Natural Barrier. Holy Empire, the army is coming. Their army is imposing and mighty, and it directly overwhelms the strong ones. There is also an imperial vein here. Two mysterious gods in golden armor walked at the forefront, coming across the void, their eyes swept across the crowd. Yuan Zhan, Yuan Han. Those people recognized the two powerful mysterious gods, and said, "It is the strong of the Yuan family of Xingtian." It is rumored that the Yuan family has an ancestor of the supreme god, and it is actually their two brothers who have arrived. The very fierce Daong dynasty Xianshan who had been clamoring before saw these two mysterious gods, and he also shrank his head back, not to mention that he is a Daong dynasty, even in the forbidden land of Dongchu, and dare not offend an empire like Xingtian Empire too much. Power. It's still lively here. The mysterious god, whose aura was as fierce as the scorching sun, was Yuan Zhan. He smiled and said, "It is rare to find an emperor-grade divine vein in this area. Mysterious god of the empire, this imperial vein has been occupied by the great Wu dynasty. If you want to get it, you have to ask questions or not." The profound god of the Daong dynasty suddenly said. He sneered, this was deliberately causing misfortune and letting the profound god of the Holy Heaven Empire deal with Dao. The Great Wu Dynasty. Xuanhuan looked solemn, looked at Ning Shouchen, and suddenly smiled. It turned out to be a friend of the Great Wu Dynasty. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence today to meet you here. It's a coincidence indeed. Ning Shouchen was also brewing mana. This is not good news for the people of the Holy Empire to come. This Emperor-grade mineral vein belongs to Dao, and our Holy Heaven Dynasty will not interfere. Xuanhuan, who was relatively thin and indifferent, said, an Emperor-grade or vein can't destroy the friendship between Xingtian Empire and Dao. Our Xingtian Empire will not snatch this vein and let Dao mine it. Don't mine veins. When Xianchen present heard this sentence, he suspected that his ears had heard it wrong. There is no competition for an emperor-grade or vein. When the Holy Empire was so polite, it is simply unbelievable. Ning Shouchen was also a little stunned, and he smiled when he thought of something. We don't want the Holy Empire anymore, do you still want to fight? Xuanhuan sneered. Swish. The weapons of the Holy Heaven Empire showed up, aggressive. Let's go. The profound god of the Daon dynasty felt aggrieved in his heart, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only glance at him hatefully and leave with his troops and horses. Other forces also left. Haha, since there is nothing else, let's say goodbye first. Xuanhuan led people away. General, this is an emperor-grade or vein, and it is of great value to the empire. Why it was given to Dao like this, my subordinates can't figure it out. There was a god who couldn't help but asked. You have only seen the value of the emperor-grade or veins, but you haven't seen the essence of the matter. The emperor-grade or veins are precious, but you don't have to get them. Does the empire lack the emperor-grade or veins? No shortage. Makes sense. Xuanhuan glanced at Xuanhuan, and naturally knew the reason why this brother just gave up. King Pingding has already said that for Dao's strategy of winning over an emperor-grade or vein is not worth us to start a mysterious war with Dao. The emperor is too mysterious, and it is impossible for people to understand his details. Xuanhuan said, also, didn't you see this person manipulating the divine artifact? If you force the action, Xuanhuan and I will not be able to take advantage of it. Jinheshen, there are two puppets in Dao that can resist the profound god. Their battleship, profound god, can't be bombarded with a single blow, and they can seal the monster army. They also have sword formations, comparable to Imperial artifacts. This is the foundation of Qixing. I don't believe that Dao must have hidden even stronger strength. The taciturn Xuanhuan said, the pressure of the empire is very high, and if Dao can contain a part of the pressure of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire and let them continue to be eye-catching in this area, this will be more valuable to us than the emperor's divine veins. This is indeed the truth. The imperial strategy is to win over all the forces that can be drawn, and Dao can become our ally. Xuanhuan Dao. Obviously, the background of Dao's successive eruptions made the two brothers, and even the entire Holy Heaven Empire, not believe that Dao is as simple as it seems. Sometimes some interests that are less important to the empire can be ceded to them. Xuanhuan said, our purpose here is to cooperate with Dao and disrupt the actions of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire in this area. In the emperor's or vein. Only the great army remains. The people of this holy empire are so polite obviously because of your majesty. After all, they can't see through your majesty, and of course I can't see enough. Ning Shouchen said, Kongmi Dao Kuan, quickly send the news back to Jinhe Mountain, the army is stationed, build a defense line, and immediately mine the emperor's or veins. The news was quickly returned, and after Chu Yuan received it, Ning Shouchen actually discovered the emperor-grade mineral vein. It is true that Dao needs the emperor-grade god stone, and each emperor-grade mineral vein has many cherished accompanying minerals. Dynasty's strategic defense line has gradually shifted to the emperors or veins. Xuanhuan immediately ordered. The imperial veins are too precious, even more precious than 100 imperial veins. Immediately, Dao's army began to gradually shift to the emperors or vein. The large army is stationed here, and the speed of the transfer is not slow. Although the Dongchu Forbidden Area saw the transfer of the Great Wu army, it can only watch, there is no way. Here is. Ning Shouchen sits in the emperor's or vein, and he also participates in the excavation. In the central area of the emperor's or vein, he discovered a strange sight. Mountains rise one after another, and many peaks stand up, forming a valley. And in the valley is a huge plain. The color of these peaks is also very unusual, not divine light, but the color of Tiangang, with a dark blue color. Entering this valley, Ning Shouchen's body suddenly swayed. He felt the change in the void. The rolling storm was like a tsunami, pouring down from the sky above the valley, hitting his body with a bang. This valley is like a huge bowl on which someone pours water. But it was not water, it was an endless storm. The endless wind howls, and there are countless sharp wind knives within the wind, forming a natural barrier. It happened to be in the central area of the divine meridian, which was obscured by the divine light. Looking up, it was a bright divine light. But in the valley, it is a dimly lit environment. There is such a terrifying wind here because of the natural protective environment brought about by the change of the emperor's or vein, and these mountain peaks and rocks, eroded by the aura of the emperor's vein, are extremely strong, even harder than the stars. Whoa! Ning Shouchen stood in the center of the storm. But although the terrain is weird, it's also a good place. Ning Shouchen's eyes flickered. Quickly report this news to your majesty, and wait for your majesty. He spread the news and waited patiently for Xuanhuan's arrival. Your majesty is down. Without letting him wait too long, a figure in the sky tore through the void and came here. Ning Shouchen, this is the strange place you discovered. After Xuanhuan arrived, he observed this canyon, surrounded by the Gang wind. It is full of aura, and it is a natural barrier and a place for cultivation. #C465 take you first. Seeing the scene here, Xuanhuan's expression also changed. This is a natural stronghold, with a solid perimeter, with emperor grade or veins supplying energy, and surrounded by astral winds. It is really easy to defend and difficult to attack. Your Majesty, I think this place is an excellent place to build a city. Ning Shouchen said, establish a strong city here, and the army will hoard here. If you enter, you can mine mines, and when you retreat, you can stick to this city. With this natural environment, ordinary strong people will be blown around by the strong wind. If it's even more frightening when there are some forbidden defenses in place. I also have this idea. With the emperor's or vein as the center, if it spreads out, there will be more resources. If you want to gain a firm foothold in the mountain, you must have a stronghold. Xuanhuan said, Jin Qiang, come quickly. Soon, Jin Qiang arrived. With so many laws of the gods and imperial medicine pills in Dao, regardless of the cost, it is difficult for his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and he has already reached the gods. The advantage of the new forces is that they have more resources and less powerhouses, and they will do whatever it takes to cultivate them. The resources of cultivating a god can be cultivated in other places, and several strong ones can be cultivated in the shortest time possible. But danger means instability. Jin Qiang, I need you to build a fortified city here as a military fortress, and the army will soon be hoarding here. Xuanhuan said. The military city pursues a strong defense, and the required materials should be mainly strong, the more precious the better. The minister has seen it, and the rock of the emperors or vein can be mined on the spot, but it must be built in a very short time. The manpower is not enough, it is better to set up a formation to stimulate the spirit of the emperor, and this needs the help of the Holy Land of item refining. Jin Qiang took a look. He deserves to have unlocked the attributes of a great architect, and with just one glance, he drew a blueprint and gave it to Xuanhuan. You need to mobilize how many people you need, and you can replenish them in the army. You can choose the holy place for refining, so go ahead and do it. Xuanhuan is not a professional. This kind of professional thing is handed over to Jin Qiang. Drawing drawings. The fortified city was built immediately, and Jin Qiang directed the strong men to start mining. A group of false gods began to mine, and a large number of strong people began to build cities in the canyon. With the help of so many strong men, the city was built very quickly. In the past few days, Xuanhuan saw a huge city appear in the valley, and there were also some auxiliary cities around, which were used for various facilities. Military fortress. As soon as Xuanhuan saw it, there were these 4 words in his mind. This city does not need to consider people's livelihood issues, and is completely built according to the highest scale of the important fortress. Your Majesty, please give a name for this. Jin Qiang said. Gangfeng circling down from the sky, the storm surges, this city is called Luofeng City. Xuanhuan said. City of Fallen Wind? Jin Qiang nodded. I have come to introduce this City of Fallen Wind to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please see, there is one main city and 10 surrounding sub-cities, which can be used to temporarily store supplies and garrison the army, and the rock in this sacred mountain is strong, and it can resist extremely strong power itself, and the minister also asks people to describe the formation. Jin Qiang introduced, especially in the main city, the minister depicted the spirit gathering formation. On weekdays, you can use the spirit gathering array to practice, but if you encounter a war, your spirit will gather, and you can immediately transform into a killing array, mobilizing this emperor's divine vein, and the gods will never want to destroy Luofeng City. Well done. Won my heart. Xuanhuan was very satisfied when he saw Luofeng City at first sight. This is just the beginning, the formations are constantly depicted, the longer the time, the more formations, and the stronger the city. I even thought that if I couldn't hold on to it, I would detonate this Imperial vein, which could also cause huge casualties. Jin Qiang added. Continue to reinforce the city. Xuanhuan saw that people from the Foundry Division had entered the Vice City and began to purify the ore. Those mined divine stones were taken into the system space by Xuanhuan. The system space is large enough, and the entire sacred mountain cannot be filled, saving the transportation time. But such defenses alone are not enough. The Gate of Thunder suddenly floated into the void. Then the ocean of thunder and lightning spread over the canyon, mixed with the gangrenous wind, and turned into a world of thunder and lightning. The combination of wind and thunder, the power is even greater. Ning Shouchen said with a start, if there is another power of heaven and fire, the 3 forces of wind, thunder, and fire will be even more perfect. Heavenly fire, I also have it here. The divine fire of the Buddha jumped violently and merged into the wind and thunder. The endless glazed flames spread out. The power of the 3 violent attributes was mixed, and the mixed colors appeared, almost turning into a land of disaster. Wind, thunder, fire. Ning Shouchen said savagely, whoever breaks in here is enough for them to drink a pot. The time to accumulate resources has come, and there should be no delay. Xuanhuan said. Occupying the emperor's ore vein, Dao is busy mining all the resources. In a blink of an eye, it has been a month since Dao occupied the emperor's ore vein. The entire Xuanhuan world was in countless chaotic battles, and news was even received from other areas that some powerhouses at the profound god level had already fallen. There are ancient forces, even awakening a sleeping supreme god. The second profound god Vientiane puppet has been created. There are too many treasured resources in the emperor's ore vein, and Xuanhuan created the second mysterious god puppet. It has to be said that the Xianchen puppet needs too many resources. It has been a few months since Dao came to the Xuanhuan ruins, and the resources collected are barely able to build another one. However, with the delay of time, the exploitation of various resources is on the right track, and the speed will be faster and faster. 100 God/Mission. Xuanhuan watched the progress of the task. Your Majesty, after knowing that my Dao left Jinhe Mountain, the army was also moving forward to Luofeng City, and they have no intention of attacking, but I have inquired about the news, and many forces have gathered, including the Tianlin dynasty, the Daong dynasty, the Yanma Dong Tian and other forces. Tianhong Tianshan reported. They are waiting for the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. Xuanhuan said. It should be like this. These forces are constantly gathering troops and horses, more and more, not attacking, but building momentum. If this continues, more people will be attracted, and some mysterious gods who have nothing to do with my great martial arts have come. Power. Tianhongshan Shindao. Xuanhuan knew that occupying the emperor-grade mineral vein, this good place, could easily become a thorn in the eyes of others. Who dances the most? Xuanhuan asked. Except for the forbidden area of Dongchu, which is already an enemy, it belongs to the Tianlin dynasty, which has gathered a lot of troops. They were once wiped out by the demon god army. A mysterious god guards him. Tianhong Tianshan reported. The Lin dynasty is very jumpy these days. I want to take advantage of the chaos. It seems that the lesson from the last time is not enough. Looking at the progress of the task, Xuanhuan said indifferently, let's take you first. Order Qi Shinjun, and follow me to meet the Tianlin dynasty. #C466 Treat others as fools? The Tianlin dynasty is powerful, and there are several experts in the profound god realm, which are not bad at all, compared to Yanma Dong Tian. In a place in Shinshan, not very far from Luofeng City, the army of the Tianlin dynasty is gathering here. Are you ready? An old man wearing a brocade robe appeared in the tent, looked coldly at the 20 or so gods in front of him, and said, This king has received news from the forbidden area of Dongchu, and they have sent more mysterious gods from the forbidden area, and together with Daong, Yanma Dong Tian, and several other mysterious god forces, they will soon launch a general attack on Dao Luofeng City, killing the most elite army in Dao in one fell swoop, and breaking through the city. This old man, Xianshani Zhang, is an old antique of the Tianlin dynasty, a member of the royal family, and the uncle of Lin Xingshang today is called Lin Yan. Not long ago, Dao sent out the demon god army to destroy one of their soldiers, which also made the Tianlin dynasty angry and sent Xianshan here. Report to your lord. Hearing a god wearing a golden armor, he said, My lord, it's clear, Dongchu Forbidden Land is to use the forces of other dynasties as cannon fodder, to test the power of Dao, and benefit from his own back. Dongchu Forbidden Land is very powerful, yes the ancient forbidden forces, even if the Dao Imperial City is finally conquered, we will not get the best treasure. The king you mentioned has already thought about it. Dongchu Forbidden Land promised to give us the divine veins, to divide it up, and who is not taking advantage of whom? Lin Yan sneered and said, Take us as cannon fodder, no one is a fool, this king and the Daong dynasty, the mysterious gods of Yanma Dongshan will meet, unite, and use the power of the Eastern Forbidden Land in turn. You don't want to waste your heritage. We will not act as a shield for you and seek greater interests together. Moreover, I also received news that the Qingmu Chongqing Empire has also sent a strong person. Lin Yan said, The Holy Heaven Empire is terrifying. It seems that the emperors or veins were released that day, but in fact, it was secretly fraught, which means to tell the Qingmu Chongqing Empire that Dao belongs to their side, and those on the same front will let this an empire is even more hostile to Dao. Everything is at the command of the Lord. Now that the uncle Lin Yan has a countermeasure, they will obey the order honestly. Stay still, wait for the king's order, and don't serve as cannon fodder for the forbidden area of Dongchu. Our purpose is to build momentum, wave the flag and shout for the Lord. Woohoo! Sudden. The gloomy wind whistled, and the thick black rose from the ground, as if the gate of hell had opened. Millions of black magic beads erupted together like the magic sun, and the radiated magic shrouded the entire Tianlin dynasty camp, and it was the abyss magic that erupted. Abyss magic. Seeing this demonic energy, Lin Yan's face showed a deep fear, and he shouted, "It's the great martial demon army, damn they are here." The vortexes of demonic energy under their feet devoured them one by one, and they opened up everywhere in the camp. Countless people were terrified to find that the ferocious monsters seemed to be coming out of the ground, and stretched out their hands to violently pull on their ankles. What? Countless people made painful noises. At this moment, I don't know how many people were torn apart by monsters. Retreat. Lin Yan did not expect that the monster army, which had not been used in the tug-of-war with Dongchu Forbidden Land for several months, would actually be used on them. You must know that even the Qingmu Chongqing Empire suffered a big loss that day. How could the Tianlin dynasty he brought to compare with the powerhouses of the empire? A terrifying scene also appeared immediately, and many monsters who looked very hideous immediately began to fight in the camp. Where has the Tianlin dynasty ever seen such a terrifying scene? The demon soldiers in hell are killing each other, and they are so frightened that their calves are trembling. Although they are afraid, the monsters will not let them go. Damn! Lin Yan shouted fiercely, "Which strong man in Dao led the monster army here, dare to show up to meet this king?" "It's me." There was a vortex in the sky at the same time. There was an existence looking down at the heaven and the earth. The jet-black imperial robe on his body seemed to be mixed with demonic energy. He ruled the world and looked at Lin Yan. "Great Emperor Wu." The dreaded voice came, and Lin Yan suddenly raised his head. This was the first time he had seen Chu Yuan, but the strong aura from this person made him tremble. "Emperor Wu, is there any misunderstanding between us?" Seeing the slaughter of the monster army, Lin Yan's scalp was numb, and he quickly said, "If there is a misunderstanding, I will solve it. My Tianlin dynasty has no intention of becoming an enemy of Dao, and I also ask Emperor Wu to raise your hand. Don't kill the wrong person, so as not to become an enemy with Tianlin. The troops are here, do I need to say more?" Chu Yuan said indifferently. "Misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding." Lin Yan said, the Tianlin dynasty, knew that the alliance of the forces in the eastern Forbidden Land would be detrimental to His Majesty, so I came to help Dao. Taking others as fools? More and more monsters appear from the ghostly hell transformed by the ghost lamp. For the sake of the world of Shinshan, Chu Yuan spent a period of time in the demon god abyss day and night until there were no more monsters swept away in several areas. Do you really have to be reluctant? If you have to do it, let me see how strong you are. Lin Yan's eyes were fierce, and violent killing intent swept out. This was not in his great Wu dynasty, where there was a national movement to suppress. In an instant, Lin Yan grabbed it with a palm, the divine light was hot, Shanshan slammed out with a palm, slapped Chu Yuan fiercely, and many monsters were directly killed by this wave of fluctuations. Act recklessly. Chu Yuan flicked his fingers, and several magic beads exploded under Lin Yan's feet, and several mysterious gods and demons stomped out, killing Lin Yan in unison. Mysterious god monster. Lin Yan was so frightened that he immediately retreated. Although his strength was able to compete with several mysterious monsters, he did not dare to fight to the death at such a time. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole person was about to jump away, not even the soldiers of the dynasty who were entangled by the monster army. "Don't abandon us. Save us." "What?" The royal soldiers roared hysterically, seeing that Lin Yan was about to run, and with their strength, they were no match for the monster army at all. Whether you are dead or not has nothing to do with this god. It is the most important thing for this king to live. The strength of Emperor Wu is unfathomable. I will fight with him if I am stupid. My life is more precious than all of you. Lin Yan was cold-hearted and ruthless. He didn't care how many soldiers and horses were lost, and he cared more about his own life. If he wanted to run away, this Emperor Wu would never even think about beheading him. Where can you run? Lin Yan just fled into the void. Suddenly, two perfect figures appeared, one on the left and one on the right, like a yin-yang taiji map at the same time, and two forces blasted him out of the void. Boom! Lin Yan retreated fiercely, stared wide-eyed, looked at the two figures standing in front of him, and shouted, "Xianchen puppet, too." He then looked at Xuanhuan with disbelief. This Emperor Wu had prepared everything to kill him. #C467 My God, you can't go back. What treasure does he have yet to take out? Lin Yan screamed frantically in his heart. Watching the two Vientiane soldiers surrounded him, his face became extremely nervous, and the one he couldn't guess was Xuanhuan the most. I won't die. I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. I have never seen any ups and downs. It is easy to defeat a mysterious god, but it is impossible for you to kill a mysterious god. Suddenly, the panicked Lin Yan calmed down and concentrated on it. With his palms, he launched hundreds of millions of fire shocks, and he slapped a Vientiane puppet directly this time. However, the evolution of Vientiane soldiers is extremely balanced, like one yin and one yang. No matter which direction Lin Yan attacks from, he will be trapped in a small area. The mysterious gods and monsters that were released smelled the thick flesh and blood aura on Lin Yan's body. Each of them savagely rushed over. Their voices were like howling, shrill, and the sound waves that roared out could scare life to death. Puff! The monster grabbed Lin Yan's body fiercely, and the sharp claws tore off a large piece of flesh and blood, causing him to scream in pain. With his hands on his back, Xuanhuan stood in the sky. His face was indifferent, while watching the numbers of the 100 gods slash, while watching the myriad warriors and the mysterious monsters fighting against Lin Yan. He didn't do it himself at the moment. Demon, you are the biggest demon. The soldiers and horses of the Tianlin dynasty were slaughtered by the monster army. Seeing the existence of the emperor in the void, they let out a heart-piercing scream. I must never die here. Terrible. Lin Yan faced several times his strength, and the flesh and blood from his whole body was torn off in many pieces, and his bones could be seen in some places. The mysterious god monster smelled blood and became more and more ferocious, and his eyes were glowing red. I want to escape. Lin Yan tried his best, and he made a frantic shot, ignoring the damage caused by the mysterious gods and monsters to him, and jumped out directly, condensing a shattering power of the mysterious gods. His attack was infused with the essence of strength, and he had to knock back Xuanhuan first to seize a chance of life. Myth-busting. However, Xuanhuan's palm was like a shooting star, dazzling and distant, ending the ancient myth in exchange for a blow in an instant. The void vibrated. This palm was extremely broad, and it shattered Lin Yan's blow directly. But immediately, a flame burned on Xuanhuan's arm and turned into a deadly fire poison. Haha, this is a kind of fire poison power, collected by this king. After contamination, even the magic power of the mysterious gods will be rapidly consumed. This time I want to see what you use to kill me. Lin Yan saw the fire poison invading Xuanhuan, and felt that the opportunity had come. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. A glaze flashed on Xuanhuan's imperial robe, swallowing the fire poison, and then Xuanhuan's figure disappeared in front of him. The next moment, he almost didn't even come over, and the void suddenly cracked a black mark, which cut heavily on his body. Lin Yan retreated violently, and his body was cut with a deep bloodstain. Great battle! He slapped with a palm, and it brought a huge force like the wild, causing Lin Yan to vomit blood again and again. His eyes were extremely frightened, and he was blasted into the middle of the mysterious monster. The profound god's demons were extremely cruel when they attacked him. Even if they were biting flesh and blood on his body, the mysterious god couldn't resist it. The Great Seal of the country. The Great Wu State Seal was heavily suppressed and merged with the Yuan Magnetic Peak, a semi-emperor-grade artifact. The weight of this seal was unimaginable. Do not. Seeing that Dao's national seal suppressed him, Lin Yan roared in despair. His mana hit the national seal, and it had no effect, and could not be pushed away at all. Skyfire Domain, True Flame Avenue. Even in such a desperate situation, Lin Yan didn't give up his struggle. The skyfire slammed into layers, the fierce mysterious monsters were shrouded in the flames, the demonic energy on his body was also burning violently, and smoke was coming from his body. Eye of Fire. He is doing his best to fight back. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked, and the fire light dispelled the demonic energy, as if two scorching suns rose up. This is the power of the mysterious god, which is extremely mysterious. Is that useful? Chu Yuan broke all laws, with one force, the divine light was like a waterfall, and the emperor came to the world. On this day, he himself was the incarnation of the Supreme Being, and the fists and palms bombarded, forming an irresistible general trend of heaven and earth, all of which were suppressed. He used the grip of the god of war as a medium to shoot a big battle technique, and slapped it on Lin Yan, almost like a meat pie, and he couldn't see what he really looked like. This group of meat patties kept wriggling and suffered heavy losses again and again. Great destruction power. The extremely strong destructive force continuously bombarded Lin Yan. A force locked and pinned Lin Yan in the air, and then a palm that shattered the vacuum smashed the ice cubes, making him look like he was about to shatter. The sky and the earth were vast, and in the void, Chu Yuan appeared again. Among the glory of the gods, Chu Yuan bombarded with infinite momentum. Horrible. Lin Yan, a powerhouse in the profound god realm, faced with the overwhelming power of Chu Yuan, the only thing he could do was to bear it passively. I'm going to die if I don't fight. Millions of years of ascetic cultivation, how could I die here? I'm going to act against the sky. As expected of a profound god powerhouse, he was beaten like this, yet he still had the strength to resist. His whole body turned into a ball of fire, like a meteor piercing the sky and coming brightly. My god, you can't go back. Chu Yuan has taken control of the overall situation. The meteors and fire kept hitting him, but the yin and yang field spread around Chu Yuan, and the lightning strike made Lin Yan bounce. The heaven and earth oven appeared, and all of a sudden, the mass of flesh and blood was sealed into it. Bang bang bang. Lin Yan kept hitting, making a hysterical and tragic roar, but he couldn't hit the oven, and he was trapped inside. The human Dao River was also burning with a dazzling fire at this moment, and finally all sound was completely lost. The profound god powerhouse is dead. Ah. Even the profound god powerhouse is dead. What big waves can we make out? No, we don't want to die here. Please, spare us, don't kill us. Let's not die here. The sound of panic, the sound of despair, the sound of cursing. Many and many voices are intertwined together, with the scene like the azure field, making this place like hell. Chu Yuan was extremely indifferent, ignoring the voices, begging for mercy. War was inherently cruel, and if he dared to participate in the war between him and the forbidden area in Dongchu, he had to prepare to be slaughtered. The monster army even ignored the screams of these people. On the contrary, the louder the screams, the more excited they were to kill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest 100 gods / slaying hundreds of gods, and obtaining 50,000 fate points, advanced Imperial artifact card, supernatural power fruit x8, Tianqian Dan x2, the primary version of the 3 swords of slaughtering gods, and the creation of Xianqian puppets. The progress is 10%, and the current progress is 40%. On the same day, after all the celestial masters of the Lin dynasty had been slaughtered, they had collected enough for the final shortfall of the 100 gods / and Chu Yuan had completed the 100 gods slashing mission. #C468 Slaughter God 3 Knives. The 100 gods slash mission was completed, but unfortunately, the Vulcan Cave treasure map did not continue to be released. But what about this primary version of the 3 swords of the god slaughtering? The primary version of the 3 swords of slaughtering gods contains powerful power, slaying immortals and slaughtering gods, and slaying mysterious gods. What appeared in his hand was a pocket knife, a transparent color, but an extremely terrifying power was sealed inside. Chu Yuan estimated that the power contained in the 3 swords of the slaughtering god, the ordinary profound gods will surely die after the 3 swords, only that kind of powerful profound gods can barely resist and survive, but they will also be seriously injured. Ding! The current side quest has been released, Qianshan / Kill 1,000 Gods. Remarks: the people killed by people of great martial arts are included in the progress of the task. 1,000 Gods / Chu Yuan's eyes flickered. He used 8 supernatural powers to raise the great cutting technique to the 5th level. 3 swords of slaughter god. Chu Yuan played with the pocket knife and said coldly, "There is still one mysterious energy to break through the gods, so I can only use you to make a knife." Roar! 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 The monster army grinned at him and let out a roaring roar. These monsters tasted the taste of blood. Although a group of them died, the rest were just like raising goo, and they became more and more fierce. Looking at Chu Yuan at this moment, he was very uneasy, and he was unwilling to be sealed by the great sealing technique. Dare to devour the Lord? With Chu Yuan's big hand, the billowing demonic energy condensed into demonic beads again. There was no demonic energy covering the sky and the sun, and the light came, and the monsters roared. Eternal seal. Chu Yuan manipulated the suppressing prison and sealing the god steel to seal these monsters again and return to Luofeng City. The whole army attacked the place where the troops were stationed in the forbidden area of the east. The first order of his return. It is to attack the forbidden area at the beginning of the east. Dao's entire army was in a state of combat readiness, ready to attack at any time, and the battleship vacated immediately, and the army rushed towards the camp in the eastern forbidden area at lightning speed. Boom! More than a dozen dark silver warships suddenly emerged from the void, and the naval guns directly bombarded them in a turbulent manner, blooming everywhere in the forbidden area of East Chu. Why did Dao suddenly attack? Dongchen Xianshan and other powerhouses immediately saw Dao's legion spread all over the mountains and plains, gathering in batches following the battleships, launching siege battles. Is Dao crazy? Zhongling Xianshan shouted fiercely, "Although they are strong and make us helpless, it is meaningless to launch such a war." I don't think that Emperor Dao is crazy, but has a purpose. Dongchen Xianshan said, "Obviously, Emperor Wu already knew that we were gathering the powerhouses with absolute superiority to attack Luofeng City. He didn't want to wait to be beaten, but took the initiative to attack and wanted to break the game. Dongchen is right, the fish is dead, the net is broken, and the game is broken, but how can this game be so easy to break? If you don't occupy the divine vessel, it will be fine. If you occupy this divine vein, it will be eye-catching." Xuanhuan said, "Didn't we expect this situation a long time ago?" He doesn't know it yet. I have quietly sent a few mysterious gods to guard in Dongchaban, so let's welcome his last madness. There is no need to fight with them, stick to the city, and watch the struggle of the trapped beasts. Outside the city, the warships bombarded, and the Dao army did not charge for the first time. They also know that the forcible siege of the city will cost too much. This is the first wave of temptation. Zhongling Xianshan Dao. He is not worried, there are several mysterious gods hidden in the city. Boom! Suddenly, the demonic energy from the sky swept in and turned into a demonic prison. Countless monsters appeared directly under the city wall and climbed up towards the city head. The great martial monster army is dispatched. Xuanhuan was shocked. This trump card has never been used in the previous battle, but it is used directly in front of me. It seems that when Dawuzan is exhausted, there is no way to break the current situation. We have already tested their bottom line. I'm not afraid to use it at such a time. Xuanhuan smiled confidently. All swords are united. A beam of sword light slashed through the void, hitting the city directly across the sky. It doesn't matter, the mysterious god who holds the emperor-grade artifact is handed over to me to deal with. Xuanhuan didn't care, and directly used Dongchu Divine Sword to counteract the Yinlei sword formation. Xianqing Fa, these monsters will be blocked by you leading the strong. Zhongling Xianqin Dao. Emergency situations. At this moment, another Xianqin with a very solemn face suddenly appeared. I just received the news that the Tianlin dynasty's troops and horses have suffered a devastating blow, and the entire army has been wiped out. How can Dao start so quickly? Just after destroying the Tianlin dynasty, he brought his army here. Hearing this news, Dongchu Xuanqin's expression was also solemn at the same time. Where is Xianqin? This god remembers that he was here too. Lin Yan Xianqin is nowhere to be seen, but I went to see it myself, and the traces left there, he should be dead. This mysterious god died. Hearing this sentence, Dongchen Xianqin and others changed their faces greatly. They could accept that the entire Tianlin dynasty was wiped out, but they could not accept that Lin Yan Xianqin died. This is a mysterious god-level existence, how can it fall so easily? If Dao had the ability to slay the profound god of true flame, they would also be in great danger. Combined with the sudden attack of Dao today, they all had a bad premonition in their hearts. First level combat readiness. Dongchen Xianqin shouted loudly. At this moment, the monster army has already climbed to the top of the city, especially the few mysterious monsters, which are extremely fierce. Brute! Qingfei Xianqin shouted angrily and slashed the mysterious monster. The sacred puppet stepped out, and the sacred light swept the spot. He held the god-extinguishing bow, locked onto Xuanhuan, and shot him with an arrow. I'll stop him. A mysterious god stepped out of the air, staring closely at the sacred puppet. Keep an eye on the opponent's combat power. Since the mysterious monsters are released, I don't think there are many such monsters even in the great martial arts. If they are endless, then it is not necessary to sweep the whole world, trap them and destroy them in the city, and kill their combat power. Dongchen Xianqin ordered. And at the moment when he gave the order, two mysterious gods and omniscient puppets appeared, one on the left and one on the right. There are two more puppets, comparable to the mysterious gods. The eyelids of the powerhouse in the forbidden ground at the beginning of the east twitched. They handed it over to me. The old mysterious god appeared. The army strikes. A regiment of troops attacked from the front of the city, but they were not walking fast, but were pressing towards the city at a slow speed. Seeing the big martial corps pressing forward step by step, the masters of Dongchu Forbidden Land were also very nervous, especially when they learned that the Xianqin was very likely to die in the hands of the great martial arts. Those mysterious gods did not have a careless face, but a strong expression. Cautious. This god is sitting in the city, and no matter how many legions he has, he can't break through. Zhongling Xianqin shouted loudly. The powerhouses in the forbidden area in the early east did not dare to attack at will. 3 swords of slaughter god. Swish. Dark clouds covered the sky, a thick murderous intent swept in, a pocket-sized transparent knife suddenly flashed out, and then skyrocketed to a big knife that slaughtered immortals and destroyed gods, and slashed against the trend. This knife was like a broken bamboo, smashing the sky, and it came at Zhongling Xianqin, locking him firmly. #C469 Momentary Brilliance. Slaughter god with 3 knives in total. This is the first knife, which directly locks Xianchen Zhongling. This power. Zhongling Xuanhuan's face changed drastically, he flew out, and the powerful mana in his hand was combined with the knife, and at the same time he shouted, "Attention! The Dao has begun to fight for the background, beware of their surprise attack." When his voice came out, Dongchen Xianchen and others nodded. On the face of De Wuming, there are not many strong people, but the endless strange methods make them extremely fearful. But at this moment, the knife slashed, but there was no earth-shattering sound. It was because of the powerful force that the sound was covered up. "It's just a blade of power, and you want to threaten me?" Although Xianchen Zhongling was cautious, he was not afraid of the power of this sword. But in the next scene, blood splattered. Boom! This knife slashed directly on Xianchen Zhongling, shattering his Xianchen mana, slashing his whole body, and leaving a deep bloodstain on his chest. Is that so? Seeing the light of the sword dissipating, Xianchen Zhongling looked down at his chest with a grim expression on his face. "I'm fine, I've consumed another kind of great martial art. The second knife of the slaughter god. This is just the beginning." Countless sword lights swept across, smashing mountains and rivers. The sun and the moon were dark, and the infinite power gathered on the second sword, as if the end was coming. The power of this sword was 10 times stronger than before. The first knife can slash Xianchen Zhongling, and the strength after tenfold is almost unimaginable. Go back, go back. The profound god of Dong Chujin was terrified and screamed. It was too late, but in an instant, the knife, with 10 times the power, slashed heavily on Xianchen Zhongling. This time, instead of flying him out, he went straight through his body, and then saw that the body of the profound god was actually chopped into 2 halves. What? Zhongling Xianchen let out a heart-piercing scream. Not good, save Zhongling Xianchen. The Xianchen in the city responded immediately and rescued the 2 half-bodies of Xianchen Zhongling. But it was only 1/10,000th of an instant, and the 3 swords of Tushan came with the last slash. Slaying immortals and slaughtering gods. In the void, this voice resounded, like a life-threatening note, and the god of death came with a long sword. The snow-white light of the sword appeared, gathering a strong murderous intent, turning it into an instant strike and beheading it with the most ferocity. No, no. Zhongling Xianchen said in despair. Although the Xianchen in the city could come to him in an instant, the speed of the knife falling was faster than that in an instant, and his thinking was too late to move, and the power of the last knife bombarded the body of Xianchen Zhongling. Everything is going to disappear. When Xianchen in the city came to Zhongling Xianchen, he found that Zhongling Xianchen had disappeared. Died. Zhongling was beheaded. He was beheaded in front of us. We don't even have a chance to save him. The hand of Dongchen Xianchen, holding the Dongchu divine sword, was trembling. He had never seen such a terrifying scene before. Dao only broke out his background and slashed a Xianchen in front of everyone in the city. Calm down. The old mysterious god suddenly looked forward. Dawu has retreated. After the 3 god-slaughtering swords broke out and beheaded Zhongling Xianchen, the Dao army immediately retreated without any delay. Is Dao's purpose in launching this battle just to kill one of our mysterious gods? They knew that when the power erupted, only Dongchen Xianchen, who controlled the Dongchu divine sword, could contend, and everyone else would die. They are showing prestige, telling us with the blood of Xianchen Zhongling that Dao is completely capable of killing Xianchen, and it is easy to do so. Warning, this is a warning. Xuanhuan was going crazy and roared. Be still. The old profound god lived for a long time, and scolded, Zhongling is dead, we will avenge him, that Dao must be broken, don't forget, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire is also dealing with him, learn to use the power of others, this time it is us careless. Inside the fallen city. The army returned. The energy of the 2 mysterious gods is stored in the heaven and earth oven. Li Wei is just one purpose of Chu Yuan. His real purpose was to kill the profound god and help him break through the realm. If the three swords of slaughtering the gods broke out directly, those mysterious gods would gather together, and there would be no chance at all, and using the battle to divide the battlefield, a sudden blow would allow Xuanhuan's goal to succeed, beheading a mysterious god. The realm of the gods. The two mysterious gods were swallowed by Xuanhuan and poured into his body. The realm of the gods, the mansion of the gods of the sky. Under the gods are mortals, and gods are gods, and the level of life is different. God is God. Not surprisingly, the great devouring technique swallows infinite power and can devour all power and transform it into his own realm. After Xuanhuan devoured the energy of two mysterious gods, his realm naturally broke through to the gods. With his hands and feet, he dominates the world, and the four seas and territories seem to be under his control. He looks at the world, he is the sky of this world. Ding. The host completed the side quest to break through the gods, obtained 60,000 fate points, the advanced card of the Imperial artifact, the supernatural power fruit X16, the blueprint for the shield of light, the blueprint for the gun of destruction, the brilliance of the supreme supernatural power, the Vulcan cave. Treasure map 2, random lottery chance X1, profound god puppet creation progress is 10%, and the current progress is 50%. The current fatality point surplus is 135050. Ding. The current branch line has been released, breaking through the mysterious god realm. Rich rewards were distributed to the system space, and new side quests were received. Every realm of the gods needs 60,000 fate points. The system reminded. Okay, exchange 120,000 fate points for 2 realms. Xuanhuan's realm instantly hit the 3rd level of the gods. The 3rd level of the gods, with the enhancement of the human sovereign sword, is comparable to the powerhouses of the 3rd level of the mysterious gods, plus various means to increase. The mysterious gods who are several levels higher than him are not his opponents. The 16 supernatural power fruits were upgraded to the 6th level by Xuanhuan, and the supernatural powers were increased in all aspects, with a more powerful swallowing ability. Holy Light Shield Blueprint. You can create standard equipment Holy Light Shield to stimulate the protection of Holy Shield. Looking at this construction drawing, Xuanhuan's system space projected a shield like a holy light with a virtual real image. It was extremely thick and was a complete defensive equipment. Gun of Destruction Blueprint can create standard equipment of the Gun of Destruction, with extreme destructive power. If the Holy Light Shield is a complete defensive equipment, then the Spear of Destruction is a complete attack equipment. It can be seen from the introduction that the Spear of Destruction has no special magical power, but only the attributes of killing. The required materials have been hoarded in the treasury recently. Xuanhuan said, the Light Shield can be equipped with the Light Legion so that they can be guarded in front, and the Spear of Destruction must be equipped within the Dark Legion to launch a destructive massacre with the power of darkness. Xuanhuan never had too many things like equipment blueprints. The more equipment blueprints he has, the more he can divide the Legion according to the characteristics of these equipments. His eyes finally turned to the brilliance of the supreme supernatural power. #C470 Combine the vertical and horizontal, balance the pressure. The brilliance of the moment, the supreme ancient supernatural power, the brilliance of the moment, the explosion of the moment, the brilliance of the moment, the brilliance of the moment. A power from moment poured into Xuanhuan. This is the power of an instant. Xuanhuan saw an invincible prosperous world showing an instant splendor, extremely dazzling, as bright as a short-lived flower, and finally turned into a momentary blow to change the world and change an epic era. This is the power of an instant. Xuanhuan felt something. This is a very explosive move, such as a meteor streaking through the atmosphere, bursting out the most dazzling brilliance, condensing the strength of the whole body to the strongest. Vulcan Cave Treasure Map 2. Use this treasure map to find the treasure location, and collect 7 to open the Vulcan Cave. finally posted another one. Xuanhuan looked over and found that the treasure was hidden in the Yanma cave. Flame Demon Cave Heaven. Xuanhuan smiled. 2 Imperial Artifact Advanced cards. Xuanhuan immediately upgraded the Sun and Moon double wheels to an Imperial artifact. As soon as the Sun and the Moon arrive at the Imperial product, it is really like the Sun and the Moon. Go. The Sun and Moon double wheel was placed above the canyon by Xuanhuan. Like the real Sun and Moon, the Sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The Sun rises every 6 hours and sets slowly, and then the Moon appears, forming a cycle of the Sun and the Moon. Time passed, and after the Great Shield of Light and the Spear of Destruction were built, they began to be equipped to the Legion of Light and Darkness. Xuanhuan inspected the army. Mighty! 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 The army is majestic and majestic. The Great Shield of Holy Light emits a strong holy light. It is thick and wide, taller than a person, and the width can cover several people, and it is a shield wall in the hand. The pattern of the holy light is beating, and after stimulating the protection of the holy light, it can resist the impact of the power of the gods. The Dark Legion holds a spear of destruction, with a strong breath and dark light, like the Legion of Destruction. Very good. It seems that there are only 2 construction drawings, but the improvement of the strength of the Dao Legion is obvious. In particular, the Great Shield of Light and the Spear of Destruction can be used for powerful abilities by inlaying god stones. Your Majesty, there is an envoy from the Holy Empire to meet you. When Xuanhuan inspected the army, someone reported to him. Holy Empire. Xuanhuan nodded, meet them. Now he and the Holy Empire have an extremely delicate alliance relationship. When they have a common enemy, they naturally have to keep friendly. Xuanhuan, this is Fallen Wind City. I didn't expect this Emperor Great or Vain to be hidden in such a good place. Xuanhuan arrived. As soon as they entered the canyon, they were immediately surprised by the scene in front of them. The Sun and the Moon are spinning and blooming brightly. Those are 2 extremely powerful Imperial artifacts. Xuanhuan saw at a glance that the Sun and Moon circulating in the sky were Imperial artifacts, but the quality of these 2 Imperial artifacts was extremely high, and only Imperial artifacts could overwhelm them. Wind, Fire, Thunder. Xuanhuan, who rarely spoke, was also surprised. Infinite thunder and lightning poured out from an ancient portal and mixed with the astral flame. The 2 of them saw an extremely dreamy scene again. In the turbulent wind and thunder and lightning, there were also battleships flying and hovering, especially the star battleships, which were like science fiction, with a unique hull, and a completely different construction method from the eternal world. These are all Dao ships, treasures that the Empire cannot create. Xuanhuan was shocked. Tianlin Linyan doesn't know what method Dao used to behead, but Zhongling Xianshan has been seen by many people, and suddenly the power of 3 swords exploded, and 3 swords slashed 1 Xianshan. Looked to be beheaded. Xuanhuan said with palpitations. Those 3 knives are terrifying. Xuanhuan said. I know why, as the king of Pingding, he is so polite to Dawudu. They have the power to kill the profound god, which is indeed terrifying. Xuanhuan said. The messenger of the Holy Heaven Empire, I have prepared tea. Xuanhuan's voice came loudly. But from this voice, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan felt an irresistible force. The 2 descended into Luofeng City in shock. This is the army of Dao. That momentum, that mighty force made the expressions of these 2 Xuanshans who were fighting on the battlefield suddenly change. The steel-like giant shield of holy light and the destructive spear, even they had to admit, I am afraid that the army of the Imperial dynasty and the army of great martial arts will not take any advantage. This is showing the strength of the great martial army. I have seen your majesty. The 2 saw Xuanhuan. They looked at Chu Yuan, and an abyss-like, indescribable, unpredictable power came from his body, and both of them felt a sense of depression with their strength. The two were a little strange. King Pingding didn't say that day, Chu Yuan's breath could make Xianxian feel depressed. This place is shabby. Chu Yuan smiled and asked someone to bring tea. Luofeng City is a military location, not a place for pleasure. It is also my brother's luck to be able to meet His Majesty today. Yuan Zhondao, Chu Yuan's every move has the temperament of king over the world. The two of you are obviously here today for something important. Chu Yuan said. There is indeed something. Although the world of Xuanhuan is large, it is actually divided into several large areas. There are many small and medium areas in the large area. My brothers are responsible for the battle in this small and medium area. Yuan Zhan said politely, I learned that the Qingmu Chongqing Empire sent several mysterious gods carrying imperial artifacts to unite multiple forces and prepare to attack Luofeng City. I also know about this. Chu Yuan said. Pingding Wangda asked my two brothers to bring the divine artifact, the Holy Guming Lantern, to Luofeng City to help Dao defend against the powerful mysterious gods of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. There was a bright oil lamp in Yuan Zhan's hand, emitting holy light, fierce and hot, and its quality was higher than that of the Dongchu divine sword. Of course they didn't really want to help Dawu. But Dao has attracted a large part of the firepower here, so that the Qingmu Chongqing Empire has to send strong people here to solve Dao's affairs. Otherwise, when Dao swept the forces in this area one by one, and his strength became stronger and stronger, he would definitely unite with the Holy Heaven Empire to develop a more powerful force to fight against the Aoki Longevity Empire. At that time, the Aoki Longevity Empire will have to send more power to consume. King Pingding is kind, I accept it. Chu Yuan naturally knew the deep meaning behind it. He could see that the Holy Heaven Empire was at a disadvantage in the battle with the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, and urgently needed some powerful dynasties to unite with them to jointly fight against the oppression brought by their opponents. The weaker party needs to be united vertically and horizontally to balance the pressure in a joint manner. And King Pingding also said that some resource locations can be shared, and maybe some are not important to our empire, but what about the scarcity of great martial arts? Yuan Zhan's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, after all, there are more areas explored by the empire than His Majesty's. We know that some places have good resources. Thank you King Pingding for me. Chu Yuan said so, but he didn't know in his heart that those so-called resource locations might have the power of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. The two sides have their own scheming, but because they have a common enemy, they have to temporarily unite. #C471 Let someone else die for the empire. Only profit is eternal in this world. Having interests is the key to unity. Chu Yuan and Xingtian Empire have a common goal, otherwise the two sides will not have cooperation at all. His Holy Heaven Empire brought the divine artifact to help Chu Yuan fight against the divine artifact of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, and Chu Yuan would not refuse and let them stay. Not long after, the powerhouses of the Aoki Eternal Life Empire also came to this area and issued a summons order to recruit the powerhouses from various countries, headed by the empire, obeying the orders of the empire, and attacking Luofeng City. Elder, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire is recruiting various forces. I know that many people have already come. Do we want to join in the fun? A strong man in Lingguang Cave asked. Humph, the advantage is great. I promise the right to mine the divine veins of the emperor, and all kinds of treasures of the great martial art, but you didn't see it, this is actually another battle between the two great empires. Ling Guangdong Tiangshuanshan said coldly, don't forget, there is also a forbidden place in the east, and it's not easy to deal with. There are so many mysterious gods who are open, for a small profit, take huge risks, and don't go. Lingguang Dongtian chose not to go, but some forces chose to go. Aoki Longevity Empire also held a party. Many powerful people gathered here, headed by the Eastern Forbidden Land, and they also came. The Daong dynasty, the Tianlin dynasty, the Yanma Dong Tian, and several Xianqin forces that Xuanhuan had never known had also sent representatives of the strong. Okay, since everyone is here, this god will announce the plan to attack Luofeng City this time. The big man of the Aoki Longevity Empire opened his mouth. This big man was an old man with gray hair, but his body was strong and powerful. There were two mysterious gods beside him, namely Meng Tian and Li Ju. This is the mysterious god Hongxi of my empire, Li Ju said respectfully from the side. Although they only came to three mysterious gods, this mysterious god Hongxi had extremely profound mana and had a 6th level cultivation of the mysterious gods. He sat upright on the seat, holding a pitch-black ruler in his hand. Hingtian ruler, an imperial artifact, is rumored to be made by a great man called Hingtian Jishin. In ancient times, the brave generals around Emperor Aoki Chongqing, the master of Dongchu Forbidden Land, saw the pitch-black ruler and recognized the calendar. Although they brought the Dongchu divine sword, the quality is obviously not as good as the horizontal ruler, and it is a bit inferior. It is also a forbidden area, and the forbidden area of Dongchu cannot be compared with the forbidden area of immortality. And it's not like they're fading away. I will also cooperate with the actions of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, Dongchen Xianqin said. We don't need Dao resources. This time, this god got the news that the Holy Heaven Empire and the Holy Ancient Beacon have already gone to Luofeng City. Their power will be countered by our empire. If the Emperor Wu personally takes action, this god will do it himself. Hong Xuanhuan's voice is strong and convincing. With Hongxi Xianqin to deal with Emperor Wu, we can naturally rest assured, Dongchen Xianqin suddenly said. So, next we need you to unite, kill the powerful warriors, and break through Luofeng City. Hong Xuanhuan said that Emperor Wu is too arrogant, he dares to kill the strong in the empire, and he doesn't take the empire in his eyes, thinking that if the Holy Empire is restraining our power, we can be unscrupulous, but in fact, even the Holy Empire is only an after-autumn grasshopper. It won't take long to jump around, the return of the great emperor will be the day the empire will perish. What level is the strength of Emperor Aoki Chongqing? Yu Xianqin couldn't help asking. Unfathomable, indescribable. Hongxi Xianqin was very satisfied with the shock of Xianqin present. The emperor is about to return, his strength is even more terrifying than in ancient times, he has broken through to a supreme realm, assisting the operation of the empire. After the return of the emperor, you will all benefit. The empire is the enemy, and it will be a dead end. My Tianlin dynasty fully cooperates with the empire. The Tianlin dynasty was beheaded by a mysterious god, and he hated Dao. When he learned that the Qingmu Chongqing Empire was in the early stage, he immediately recruited a large number of powerful emperors. Okay, with the strongest force, a blow to the top, even a little big martial artist dared to jump in front of the empire and press him to death. Hong Xuanhuan said, the attack time is set in 5 days. Dongchen Xianqin, are they true? After leaving the party, Xuanhuan couldn't help asking. Hong Xuanhuan's tone was too loud. It is said that the Holy Heaven Empire is all grasshoppers after the autumn, and everything will be cleared up on the day the emperor returns. I can't believe it all, but I can't believe it. Emperor Aoki Chongqing is indeed terrible. Even the other 4 emperors will return, but that is the future. The most important thing to pay attention to is now. Dongchen Xianqin said, what we need to do is to seize greater interests for the Forbidden Land in this battle. Hong Xuanhuan, do you really want to share the benefits with them? Meng Tiangshuanshan frowned when he saw everyone leaving. This god only said that it is the interests of Dao. My purpose is to kill the Xian god of the Holy Heaven Empire and seize the Holy Ancient Light. There are only 2 treasures of the Dao Empire. One is the way they use the national fortune, and the second is their battleship. Hong Xuanhuan said, "These people are our servants, and it is not distressing to use them." That's right, but that Dongchu forbidden land is also unruly. They want to use the power of the empire. After all, they exist in a forbidden land. They are not Yanma Cave. The Daong dynasty only has the strength of a few mysterious gods. Meng Tiandao. With those forces who want to grab the benefits and no one helps, naturally they won't be able to grab the forbidden land in Dongchu, but this god can support the forces of the mysterious gods, and the benefits belong to them, so as to suppress the forbidden land in Dongchu. Hong Xuanhuan, like an old fox, said, "Now, it is necessary to use the power of Dao in the forbidden area of Dongchu. It is even more beautiful to let others die. Although there are many powerful people in the empire, they don't need to consume it here." He also knew that Dongchu Forbidden Land was a Forbidden Land level force, and it was impossible to obey them obediently, so he needed to support others. Haha, let others die for us, we will take advantage of it, and of course we will give them some sweetness. Inside the fallen city, Yuan Zhan and Yuan Han stayed here for a few days. "Your Majesty, the Aoki Longevity Empire came from the profound god Hongxi, the existence of the sixth level of the profound god, holding a horizontal ruler, even if the realm is higher than him, if there is no emperor-grade artifact, it is difficult to be his opponent." Yuan Zhan's face was solemn. If the fallen wind city is destroyed, the deployment of the Holy Empire in this small and medium-sized area will also end in failure. "Hong Xuanhuan God, let me deal with it." Chu Yuan also received the information that the Qingmu Chongqing Empire was recruiting the powerhouses of various forces. "Can your Majesty deal with Hongxi Shanshan?" When Yuan Zhan heard this sentence, the strong self-confidence in his body made him unable to question, and he quickly said, "If Emperor Wu takes action, I will be foolproof. As soon as the war starts, I will also lead the Imperial troops and horses, and fully cooperate with Dao. Combat operations. This time, the fallen wind city will be filled with corpses." Chu Yuan's calm voice contained a strong murderous aura. Boom. It didn't take long for a violent force to bombard the fallen wind city. A pitch-black ruler evoked boundless power, breaking the barrier of the void, causing the time and space to explode continuously and directly into the fallen wind city. Outside the horizontal ruler, countless troops appeared. #C472 Aegis Crash. With a single blow from the horizontal ruler, the vastness rolled, breaking the mountains and rivers, and slammed from one end of the world to this end. The power of the Imperial artifact is extremely terrifying. If a mysterious god does not have the defense of the Imperial artifact, I am afraid that it will explode under this blow. There is also a sacred artifact on the Imperial artifact, and that kind of power is even more unimaginable. Saint Guming Lantern. The holy ancient lantern was lit, and the bright flame swept through, forming the field of lanterns, forming a vision of a giant god, opened his palm and immediately competed with the horizontal ruler. Holy Empire, Holy Ancient Soul Lamp. Hong Xuanhuan was in charge of the horizontal ruler and looked into the valley indifferently. "The Holy Heavenly Empire's Shanshan and divine artifacts, my Aoki Eternal Life Empire will resist. You all go in and break through Luofeng City, except for the Holy Heavenly Empire who will lend a hand, already no one can help him. Yuan Zhan, Yuan Han, leave it to us to block." Meng Tian, Li Ju shouted, and led the army of the empire to appear. "Dao is not as easy to deal with as you think." Yuan Zhan and Yuan Han also appeared, resisting the oppression of Heng Tianqi with the holy lantern, and then stared at Meng Tian and Li Ju. Although there are many strong people here, there is a calm confidence on their faces. Forbidden Land. At the beginning of the East, the army went to battle to avenge Zhongling Shanshan. At the beginning of the forbidden area in the east, the battle formation was activated, and the army attacked and poured into the valley, led by several mysterious gods, and gradually approached Luofeng City with the army. Kill, kill, kill. There are several profound god forces coming together this time, and their people immediately entered the valley. The gate of heavenly thunder, the boundless wind. Hoo-hoo. Gangfeng surging, as if forming a giant beast of wind and thunder, rebounding out, killing those who entered the canyon. Suddenly the sound of bang bang resounded, countless people were bombarded by the wind and were about to fall. Hey, the terrain here is easy to defend and difficult to attack, how could there be no preparation? The army of the Forbidden Land in the early East was filled with runes, one after another. Forming a rune mask, those hurricanes hit them, causing no damage. The Gate of Thunder. Buzzing. Countless thunder powers were sprayed out from a portal that appeared in the astral wind, and the rolling thunder light that roared out immediately turned into a vast ocean, forming an extremely violent thunder-killing power. Lightning and thunder, and the wind is violent. The Gate of Heavenly Thunder is a special divine artifact. The stronger Xuanhuan's power is, the more power of heavenly thunder he can summon from the source of thunder and lightning. No, this power is so strong that no ordinary person can compete. Several mysterious gods in the forbidden area of Dongchu immediately guarded each other closely, their mana formed a mask, and at the same time stared at the ancient portal. Dongchu's divine sword killed it with one blow, and slashed it fiercely. Boom! Lightning burst. Hit! Dongchen Xianchen drank, but then his pupils widened and he couldn't believe it. Impossible, what is that? This is definitely not a divine weapon. Is it extremely rare? Within the heaven and earth, the origin is transformed into an extremely rare god that was born. Thing. The fetish is the origin of the heaven and the earth, the fetish born naturally, there are strong and weak. Break. Xuanhuan used his current strength to urge the Gate of Heavenly Thunder. The thunder rolled down, and the thunder was like a waterfall. The rune shield that guarded the army in the forbidden area in the early East collapsed in an instant, and the thunder water poured in. At this moment, I don't know how many people were slashed and shot up. Ashes. There are many experts in the Forbidden Land in the early East, and the situation is not bad. But Yan Madongshan, Daong Dynasty, Tianlin Dynasty, and other forces were guarded by a few mysterious gods. They were bombarded by the Gate of Thunder, and the loss was unimaginable. Ha ha! Yuan Zhan was also stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Okay, I didn't expect it. We still have this kind of means. If we want to conquer Luofeng City, your plan is probably going to fail again." It's not enough. In fact, he was also taken aback. If he were to fight alone and Emperor Wu manipulated this portal, he felt that he would also be directly killed and killed. Unfathomable, this great martial arts is unfathomable, you never know what trump cards they can break out. Battleship Legion strikes. In the turbulent wind, the battleship flew up, and the Starry Sky battleship turned on its defense to the maximum, beams of beams, and used the huge and hard hull to rampage, hitting the opponent's legion repeatedly, causing damage. Very uncomfortable. The mysterious gods of the enemy forces would vomit blood uncomfortably. This starship battleship is too big and its defense is very strong, and the profound god can't blow it down all at once. That's not enough, Hingtian Legion, attack. Hong Zixuanshan frowned. He never underestimated the power of Dao, but the situation in front of him exceeded his expectations. It could be seen that if the army of the empire did not interfere, these servants would collapse first. This great martial artist is standing here, uniting with the Holy Heaven Empire, which is too eye-catching. The Hengtian army is the elite army of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, and its formidable combat power is definitely not comparable to these servants. The breath is vast and endless. Hengtian Zhen's eyes are stern, appearing from the void, and directly into the valley, then Li Ju and Meng Tian also kill with Hengtian Zhen. Once they entered the valley, the situation was immediately stabilized. Use the power of Dao to balance the power of the Aoki Chongqing Empire in this area, and contain more of their mysterious gods. Yuan Zhan and Yuan Han didn't come here to watch the fun. The Hengtian army was killed, and they also killed the troops and horses of the empire. You two are going to die here today. The Holy Heaven Empire dares to hinder the empire, and it will be turned into the dust of history. Li Ju is ruthless and deadly. Although it is also an empire-level force, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire is far more ancient and stronger than the Holy Heaven Empire. It is the supreme imperial dynasty that has suppressed the ancient times. If you want to fight, fight, what nonsense. The legions between the two empires first fought over the fallen Wind City. Chu Yuan watched the fight in Luofeng City, and the countless troops who were oppressed and surrounded Luofeng City, waved his hand gently, and gave the order to fight. The 5 elements and 5 legions, the Demon God Legion and the Shenwu Legion, at this time on both sides of the fallen Wind City, it was not them, but the Holy Light Legion. The Legion of Light. The great Wu Guangming Legion held a giant shield of holy light and formed a holy light wall in the void, like a torrent of steel. Although the speed of advancement was slow, the huge shield seemed to be indestructible, giving people an extremely strong heart shock. This is an equipment that Dao has never seen before. It seems that this is a shield, used for protection. Don't be afraid, bombard them with mana, and break their defenses. The mysterious gods of these forces saw the giant shield of holy light, and none of them dared to underestimate it. Holy Shield Crash. For the first time, the Light Legion launched the Holy Shield impact with the Holy Light giant shield, and the Holy Light slammed into the opponent's army bravely. #C473 Example. Boom. Boom. The Light Legion attacked. Their giant shield of light was not only used for defense, but also for impact. Suddenly, the rolling holy light roared, smashing the camp of the army in front, and smashing the countless people who were blocking it into meat sauce. Kill! 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 The Legion of Light roared. They wore heavy armor and sacrificed flexibility in exchange for the most powerful defense and impact. Each of the soldiers of the Light Legion slammed over, just like a mountain slammed over, and people of the same realm would vomit blood when they were hit. Block their Light Legion. The enemy forces, the mysterious gods, shouted, and suddenly a god of gods walked out. They gathered great magic, great mana, and bombarded with one after another divine power. Guardian of the Holy Light. The protection of a holy light is not terrible, but this is the use of holy light by countless armies. Immediately, I saw that the guardian of the holy light was inspired by the divine stone of the emperor. The light on the shield was bright, and the walls of holy light overlapped, and the guardian of the holy light was blocked. The gun of destruction. It was pitch black, the spear of the main killing suddenly stabbed out, and the cold light was exposed. It was killed after the protection of the holy light, and there was a storm of blood and rain. In an instant, I don't know how many strong men were killed by the spear of destruction and became the souls of the dead. The Light Legion guards, the Dark Legion strikes. The great Wuxiong's advance and retreat were moderate, and the Light Legion firmly guarded the army behind with their shields, forming a line of defense that could be entrusted, while the Dark Legion seized the opportunity to frantically kill. Very scary. The scalps of the enemy powerhouses are numb. When this kind of terrifying army is killed, even if the gods fall into it, they will be killed and killed. This is the terror of the army. Together, it is enough to kill the advanced powerhouse. God strikes. Suddenly, the Scourge army rushed out from the rear at a lightning-fast speed, armed with thunder knives. In the falling wind valley, the water of thunder tribulation is everywhere, and the Scourge army is trained in the water of thunder. It is even more powerful in this environment. The thunder knife came out vertically and horizontally, rolling up the water of thunder tribulation, with the power of slaughtering gods, and rushing into the enemy's line was a massacre. Immediately afterwards, the other legions of Dao also rushed out, and the army cooperated together. It's so powerful and unstoppable, and the great military equipment is frightening. Xuanhuan said. The Imperial Legion he brought will be defeated even if it fights against the Light and Dark Legions. This is an army that a dynasty can train. It is said that it is an army of the Imperial dynasty. I also believe it. It is too strong and unstoppable. Xuanzhan was also frightened. He saw that the Great Martial Legion cooperated well, and in a seemingly chaotic battlefield they fought extremely rhythmically. Knowing that there were not many strong opponents, they took advantage of their equipment, especially with star warships, and collided again and again. Who can bear this? Hong Xuanhuan has also been in a dignified state. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, he did not expect those servants to be so useless and defeated by the great martial arts. This is completely different from the overwhelming force he imagined. Li Ju and Xuanzhan fought fiercely and retreated to Hong Xuanhuan's side, and said coldly, "Those servants fought too cautiously. There are so many powerful Xuanzhans, but only a few are fighting on the battlefield. The rest are watching the show. If they are pressed together, the 10 fallen wind cities will also be destroyed." On the battlefield at the moment, most of them are fighting under the mysterious gods. Few of the mysterious gods are doing it. I can't blame us, that Dao is too terrifying. Dongchen Xianchen clenched the Dongchu divine sword tightly, and said through sound transmission. God knows. Hong Xuanhuan knew the reason. Dao once killed a mysterious god with 3 swords. These mysterious gods were afraid that after they entered the battlefield, Dao would break out again. No one could guess whether Dao still had these terrifying 3 swords. No one dares to test and be the soul of this sword. Emperor Dao, handed over to this god to deal with, you are bold, and the empire brings treasures this time, which can compete with the power of the 3 swords. If Hong Xuanhuan didn't set an example, no one would dare to let go and fight Dao. Earth-shattering. Hong Xuanhuan's palm will turn the world upside down. Can't you help yourself? Seeing this palm, Chu Yuan knew that it was for him. Boom. A force also burst out from his body, condensing a palm to counterattack. Immediately, a terrifying explosion swept through. The entire fallen wind valley was in turmoil, and a distorted black hole appeared in the world. In the airwaves, a stalwart existence appeared. He was silent in the heaven and earth, his imperial robe moved with the wind, his eyes contained the sun and the moon, and he ruled the world. He beckoned to Hong Xuanhuan God, as if asking him to come over. Kill. Hong Xuanhuan stepped out from the sky, and his power was suppressed towards Chu Yuan. Although he was old, his fighting power was infinite. With a blow from the sky, the ruler of the sky appeared in his hand, smashing the mountains and rivers, breaking the law, and facing Chu Yuan away. Your Majesty Dao, I can lend you the holy lantern. Xuanzhan shouted anxiously. Dongchu divine sword. Dongchen Xianchen saw this opportunity, and Dongchu's divine sword slashed away. It's okay. Chu Yuan made a move, and the gate of heavenly thunder broke out. He held it in his hand, and the thunder light set off him. The power that erupted directly countered the blow of Hingtian ruler. Kept moving backwards. His strength. Xuanhuan was terrified. When he attacked in Dao that day, Emperor Wu was not so strong, and the power that erupted was enough to kill him. The strength of the empire is unimaginable, and everything will be destroyed in front of the empire's conquest. Hong Xianchen shouted loudly, 3 strikes across the sky, and the rivers and mountains are staggered. This horizontal ruler is growing fast at the moment, while measuring the rivers and mountains, black shadows shrouded. This violent 3 strikes had the same effect as the 3 swords of the slaughtering god, tearing everything apart, and the violence swept across Chu Yuan. Crackling. Like the sound of firecrackers, the thunder was violent. Chu Yuan's face was calm, and the gate of heavenly thunder was running in his hand, defusing the attack of Hong Xuanchen. Although this horizontal ruler was strong, it could not break the gate of heavenly thunder. This special divine artifact was exploded by Xuanhuan with an infinitely powerful force. Strength. The power of the horizontal ruler broke open. Xuanhuan teleported like a phantom, appeared in front of Xuanhuan, punched away, with the power of myth. The punch of this myth with infinite phantoms directly hit Xuanhuan's chest. He put the horizontal ruler across his chest, and received Xuanhuan's blow from the front. Boom! Shake the earth! Although Xuanhuan was blocked, he was also knocked into the air, with a shocked expression on his face, and said in shock, "What kind of power are you? You can actually knock me back." If he hadn't had a horizontal ruler, he would have vomited blood when he took the punch. The strength of the Great Wu Emperor is too unimaginable. When others saw this scene, they also made horrified voices, and they were all terrified in their bones. Everyone knows that Emperor Dao is the most unfathomable one. Only by seeing his power can he appreciate this terror. I still have a lot of methods that you haven't seen before. Xuanhuan's majestic eyes locked for a moment, there was a brilliant light on him, and the whole person stretched like a phantom. Instant brilliance. #C4741 The power of oneself, trembling and chilling. He disappeared. Hongshi's heart jumped, the crisis shrouded, and Xuanhuan disappeared in front of his eyes in an instant. In the void, a meteor light jumped, and then burst out with incomparably splendid power, as if a star had reached the end of its life, bursting out the last heat, erupting in the most ferocious way. This power. Xuanhuan was shocked, his thoughts were floating, and he said anxiously, "No, his target is you." "I?" "That's right," Xuanhuan exploded with a moment of brilliance, and his target was an old man. His second-level cultivation of the mysterious god was an old antique of the Daong dynasty. His mind still hasn't reacted. Fast, it's too fast, it's beyond human reaction. He saw that brilliant power came to him. That violent murderous intent came at the same time as the existence of a ruler over the world. Xuanhuan's brilliant power bombarded the body of this old antique, and he saw his body flatten, and the whole person slammed and exploded on the spot. What? The body exploded, and the mind reacted. Old Antique let out a heart-wrenching roar. Xuanhuan grabbed it with a big hand, and all the flesh and blood, all the laws, were loaded into the heaven and earth oven. The laws of the profound God are extremely mysterious, exuding an air of confusion and confusion. Mighty! 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 The army roared in the loudest voice, and when they saw Xuanhuan beheading a mysterious powerhouse in an instant, they were extremely excited and roared wildly. With the overwhelming sound, Guangguang was able to overwhelm the opponent's army. Dead, a mysterious god is dead. Realizing that Old Antique was beheaded by Xuanhuan in one move, his opponent's expression became frightened. The profound god powerhouses who were about to attack all retreated in fear. They thought that it would be easy to block Emperor Dao with the help of Xianchen and Hongxi, but they could gather their superior forces and kill them. But who would have thought, what kind of move the Emperor Wu just broke out? Brilliant and bright, the ultimate explosion in a moment. This power is too terrifying, and the profound god present, I am afraid that only the profound god Hongxi can resist with his tyrannical cultivation. People in the Eastern Forbidden Land are more afraid. There is no fear of killing the profound god with the explosive background, because the background is not endless, and there are many backgrounds in the forbidden area, which can also kill the profound god. But with one's own strength, beheading the profound god is the most terrifying, and it is also a move that instantly kills him. Blacksmith need its own hardware. Your own power is always the most terrifying. Emperor Wu. Even the calm Xuanhuan couldn't suppress his anger, roaring and roaring. He felt that his face was hot and he was slapped in the face. He had sworn and promised before that, if the Imperial dynasty came out, the fallen Wind City would be destroyed. They only needed to follow the Imperial dynasty and dispatch the servant army to share the fruits of victory. But who could have guessed that things would turn out like this? This not only hit him in the face, but also hit the emperor's face. Horrible. Xuanhuan felt chilly, and at the same time laughed loudly. Today, what are you going to use to break down the windy city? Arrogant. Xuanhuan was furious and ordered everyone, don't be afraid of this martial emperor. Although that move is powerful, it will never break out again and again. This god will consume the heritage of the empire and stop him for you. You only need to do it. No one dared to answer his words. No, he's going to use that trick again. Some people saw that the brilliant light spread from Xuanhuan's body again, which scared them back again. However, then, that brilliant light dissipated. Don't be afraid, that's to scare you. Xuanhuan roared. Retreat. But no one listened to Xuanhuan's words anymore. They were already scared to death, who would risk their own lives to bet on whether Xuanhuan could perform a second time. At the moment, as soon as people's hearts are scattered, countless armies are like headless flies, madly trying to escape from Luofeng Valley. How arrogant they were when they came, and how embarrassed they were when they left. Hateful, if the mysterious god of my Imperial dynasty came, it would definitely not be like this. Xuanhuan also knew that the situation was over. Even if he broke out, what could he do? He could only call Jin to withdraw his troops and ordered the army to withdraw. Withdraw. This is the real power, to repel countless powerhouses, by himself. Xuanhuan admires this kind of powerhouse the most. It's not finished yet. Xuanhuan looked at the fleeing army with an indifferent expression. One is not enough, leave another one, before leaving. He took a step and disappeared in an instant. A large cutting technique cut and killed it, pierced through the void, and immediately landed on a mysterious god. What? The blood mist exploded, and a figure fell from the void. It was Xuanhuan, who was in great pain. Fa. Dong Chijingdi Shanshan was furious. Run away, we're here to save you. It can't be saved. Xuanhuan waved his hand and attacked again. Among the glory of the gods, he came in an instant as a god-emperor, and there was an endless reversal of the origin and breath, bringing the light of myth shattering. Boom! The light of myth turned into a spear of myth, piercing the ancient times, and directly piercing the head of Xuanhuan. At the same time, Xuanhuan saw a big hand fall from the sky and grabbed him. No one could save him. His cultivation was only at the first level of Xianshan, which was weaker than that old antique, and he had no imperial artifact to protect him. Xuanhuan grabbed him and threw him directly into the oven. Save me, save me! The heart-piercing screams are horrifying to those who hear it. This is directly throwing people into the furnace to produce a refining device. At this time, some people began to be glad that the old antique was killed with one blow, and the pain was not as much as that of Xianshan Fa. Seeing that Xuanhuan was about to take another step, how dare the powerhouses in the forbidden area in the early East dare to turn around, running faster than anyone else, leaving behind a mysterious god and leaving Luofeng Valley. The fire of humanity. Xuanhuan carries the power of refining. The rolling national fortune was refined on the body of Xuanhuan. If anyone could see through the oven of heaven and earth, Xianshan Fa was struggling in pain, and a drop of divine essence liquid was rolled out from his body. This is the divine essence liquid of the profound God, and its value is 10 times stronger than that of the heavenly God. This mysterious God's divine essence liquid, combined with the mysterious God's law, can quickly make the powerhouse of the heavenly God realm reach the 10th level of the heavenly God, consolidating an extremely stable foundation. If one can kill a supreme God powerhouse, it would be even more incredible. With the help of the supreme God law, many profound gods could be cultivated. The ancient empires launched wars not only for the resources of the enemy country, but also for the beheading of the opponent's strong, as a reserve of strategic resources. There were ancient records that there were ancient worlds that launched wars and invaded other worlds. Those wars were more terrifying than wars between imperial dynasties. Countless strong people would be killed and refined into rolling resources. Now, Xuanhuan holds two profound gods, refining the laws of the profound gods, and can start to improve the domestic masters. #C475 Do you have an opinion? 4 mysterious gods died in this area, all by the same person. Yuan Zhan felt joy in his heart. Dao was already in a dominant position in this area of Luofeng City. No matter how many ordinary profound gods were sent over, he would be sent to his death. At the same time, he could also contain the strength of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire for the Holy Heaven Empire. Leave it alone? Then the two forces will unite, and they will oppress you piece by piece. Tube? Then, more mysterious gods like Hongxi, Xianchen must be dispatched to fall into the quagmire. And to send more powerful masters, there will also be old antiques in the Holy Heaven Empire, and you will not be allowed to intervene. The armies are ready to spread out around the fallen Wind City, disperse the powerhouses of various forces, and gradually control all resources in the hands of the dynasty. The War God Army and the Prison Suppression Army will cooperate accordingly. Xuanhuan ordered. The resources in the sacred mountain are too rich, and Dao has to gather the most people to excavate it and store it in the treasury. It's another two mysterious gods. Yuan Han gave Yuan Zhan a wink and listened to Yuan Zhan. Your Majesty Emperor Wu, although the coalition forces of various forces have been defeated, it does not mean that they will give up. I would like to lead the troops of the Empire to help Dao clean up the surrounding forces. Then trouble the two of you. Since someone is willing to do coolie for him, he will not refuse. After several days of preparation, the army, led by the mysterious god, began to sweep towards the surrounding mines. When all the forces saw the arrival of Dao's legion, no one was afraid. Although they were angry at Dao's domineering, they had nothing to do. Knowing that the Holy Heaven Empire was united with them, and that they had tyrannical strength, they could only retreat. The front line of the Forbidden Area in the early East has retreated again and again, and they will not start until the Forbidden Area has sent a strong man who can quell Dao. Resource mining, a steady stream of delivery. For the first time, Xuanhuan felt that there was not enough manpower. The resources cannot be mined. After all, some special resources require tyrannical strength to be mined. Seeing the mountains of resources piled up in the system space, Xuanhuan also had a feeling of satisfaction in his heart. A lot of resources make people feel comfortable. At the same time, the divine essence liquid and laws transformed by the two profound gods were also refined into medicinal pills by several medicinal formulas found in the Taidan furnace of Xuanhuan. The gods got these pills, and their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and they were breaking through the realm one by one. Everything is going in the right direction. The current situation in Dao is that there are too many resources to be used up. However, Xuanhuan knew that this was not enough. The dynasty would continue to expand. When resources were never enough, they had to reserve more. Dao's national fortune has grown steadily, and it is not comparable to those so-called 7-star dynasties. An 8-star power is immortal. This system will not judge me as an 8-star dynasty. Xuanhuan shook his head. He looked into the fallen Wind City. Very sci-fi warships are vertical and horizontal, the sun and the moon are flying, and there are lightning arcs in the Gang Wind, which is very dreamy. Fallen Wind City is not a few cities in the past. It is just a huge tall building. After stabilization, it has developed a larger scale. These were specially created by Xuanhuan and Jin Qiang. There was a fantasy of the future world in the previous world, and it was realized here. In the sky, there are huge light curtains, projecting the situation of various mining sites. Good. Jin Qiang is deeply in my heart. Xuanhuan only gave a blueprint. He really had to build what he thought in just a few days, which made him very satisfied. In the dynasty, it can also be greatly transformed. Indeed, a large amount of resources have also begun to be transported back to Dao, and the sacred stone in the sacred mountain has been used for drastic transformation. Dao, some places cannot be the same as other dynasties, and must have their own characteristics. A giant tower is built in this place, which is the Tower of Divine Light, which is specially used to gather divine power and launch divine strikes. It can be seen that Jin Qiyang is busy commanding a tower, which is the tallest building in Luofeng City, and can radiate infinite divine light. During this period of time, there were many unfamiliar powerhouses in Luofeng City. Great Wu Wei's fame spread far and wide. Among them, there are many small forces who have come over, including many masters of the gods. These small forces themselves do not have much strength to explore. Instead of being frightened, it is better to lean on the big tree, to enjoy the shade and find a powerful force to join in. Dao's welfare is good, and he is famous for having all kinds of resources that they don't have. Their addition also greatly eased the embarrassment of Dao's lack of masters. This is the influence brought about by strong strength. If the prestige continues to spread, the profound god will also come to seek refuge. The interior of Luofeng City is stable, and the various legions are urgently mining resources. I can't sit in the city, and I have to go out to see it. It's just that I explore the situation outside Luofeng City and know more about the mountain. Chu Yuan stood on Komi Daoquan's back and left Luofeng City. The world of Xuanhuan is very large, and the place where Dao is located is like an island in the sea, insignificant. The terrain outside the Fallen Wind City was unfamiliar to Dawu. On this trip, he wanted to make a map. This sacred mountain is indeed vast and boundless, with mountains and rivers crisscrossing, and there are many emperor-grade gods, as well as more cherished holy-grade mineral veins. It is rumored that there are also world-grade gods that are comparable to the origin of a realm, which can be mined. Chu Yuan looked at this huge sacred mountain, and infinite reverie rose in his heart. He reigns and wants to take everything into his own hands. At this moment, in a place in Xuanhuan, not very far from Luofeng City, there are many masters fighting, and there are hundreds of gods, even the mysterious gods are frantically catching and fighting. And the purpose of their fight is because there is an emperor-grade mineral vein here. This emperor-grade mineral vein belongs to my purple god sect. If you want to capture it, you have to ask the knife in my hand if it will answer. A mysterious powerhouse looked at the surrounding masters, coldly and sternly. Haha, in front of the emperor-grade or vein, what is your purple god sect? Hehe, if you want to swallow it all, you don't have the strength yet. Another two powerful mysterious gods attacked and killed them. A force like Xian Empire may not care about a few emperor-grade or veins, but this is a huge temptation for other forces. The cultivation speed of the emperor-grade divine stone is 10 times that of the emperor-grade divine stone. Then let's fight. All of them fought together. There are dozens of forces here, and as the momentum grows, more powerhouses gather. In a short period of time, there are 2 mysterious gods. 10 people. Emperor's divine veins, my demon spirit sect also wants it. In the distance, a group of people were full of demonic energy and were extremely arrogant. This demon sect is a large sect, and it is also very powerful among the 8 star forces. Don't talk about demon sect, no one can come today. After many battles, the arrival of the demon sect only intensified the great melee in this area. Imperial divine vein, my luck is quite good. A voice spoke softly, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. A figure appeared, looking at this, understatement, just said lightly, divine vein, I want it, do you have any opinions? #C476 I don't have eyes, I don't need eyes. It's the emperor of the great Wu dynasty. This imposing manner, this majesty, and extremely grandiose, as soon as he appeared here, the horrified masters in the room retreated, and they all looked at Xuanhuan with fearful eyes. The name of Emperor Wu is like thunder, who didn't know about it during this time? That was to kill the ruthless people of the four mysterious gods with one's own power. I have seen His Majesty Emperor Wu. The fighting here stopped instantly, and one by one became extremely well behaved, and stood to the side honestly. There is no way, the Emperor Dao is too strong, although there are many of them, but they really have no confidence to fight, and they will even be beheaded. Your Majesty is here, what are your orders? This group of people said honestly, how could they still look arrogant before? You can go, this imperial vein belongs to me. Xuanhuan said indifferently, as if his words were heavenly, irresistible, and they were his. You have to monopolize the divine veins of emperor grade. The complexion of Xuanhuan present was very unsightly, and his eyes were fixed on Xuanhuan. Your Majesty Emperor Wu, this emperor's divine vein is not easy to occupy. You didn't hear what I said? Xuanhuan said. Emperor Wu, your tone is really too loud. A mysterious god from the demon sect walked out and sneered again and again. I admit that your strength is very strong, but it is far from being strong enough to turn the world upside down. Believe it or not, if we unite, even if you are strong, you have to flee. Ruined your reputation. Hearing his words, those mysterious gods flickered, but no one dared to move first. You want to start? Xuanhuan didn't move, he just looked at the demonic sect Xuanhuan with a pair of eyes. As if a mortal divinity swept in and condensed into the land of thunder, the profound god of demon sect suddenly screamed, his eyes slammed open, leaving only 2 blood holes. It was in the sight of Xuanhuan just now that he was blasted by the power of thunder. Don't have eyes. Eyes can be avoided, life can be rejected, and life can also be rejected. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Yes, it's because we didn't have long eyes and offended His Majesty Emperor Wu. Let's go, let's go. The demonic sect Xuanhuan didn't even dare to be angry, he was so frightened that he hurriedly fled with the people. Your Majesty Emperor Wu, I have also bid farewell. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely visit your Majesty. Not only the demon spirit sect, but all the mysterious gods present did not dare to have the slightest idea of resistance. Immediately, the place where the emperor's divine veins had erupted, where the war broke out, was empty, and only Xuanhuan was left. His reputation was enough to frighten the Xuanhuan, not daring to resist. The emperor's divine veins in Luofeng Valley are not in a hurry to excavate. They sent people here to dig up the divine stones here, open up the route to this place, and connect them with Luofeng City, and gather them into one area. Xuanhuan sent a signal. Go, absorb the divinity in the god stone and make yourself stronger. Xuanhuan shook his arms, and Xiaojin and Xiaoyin flew out. The 2 special creatures suddenly stretched, as if a large net was firmly attached to the divine vessel. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the divinity in the divine stone was rapidly passing, and absorbed into the body of Xiaojin and Xiaoyin. Little gold and little silver are special creatures. In fact, they have no realm to say, the strength of the strength depends on the amount of divine things that are absorbed. Xuanhuan could feel that in this short period of time, Xiaojin and Xiaoyin's strength increased rapidly. The 2 of you will stay in the divine veins of Emperor grade, and let you learn and improve your strength. Xuanhuan left Xiaojin and Xiaoyin in the vein for them to devour. He stepped into the core of this vein, and a large field of medicine appeared in front of him, with countless magical medicines for thousands of years. An emperor-grade divine vein represents infinite resources, or magical medicine, etc. Xuanhuan hoarded resources. With resources in hand, the country is also extremely lavish in development, and the powerhouse above the true god can use the extremely pure emperor stone to practice. It's not that he is reluctant to practice under the true god, but their realm can't bear this power. Consolidate and digest the existing resources. The army is trained and stationed, and there is no order to attack at will. Xuanhuan ordered to go out. It is useless to occupy the mines alone. Only when they are dug out and placed in the treasury are they considered their own. When the Great Martial Army Corps took over this Emperor-grade mine, Xuanhuan stepped into the air again and traveled to the world of the Sacred Mountain. After half a month, Xuanhuan returned to Luofeng City. The Tower of Holy Light Energy under the command of Jin Qiyang has been completed. It absorbs the energy of the emperors or veins and radiates divine light toward the entire valley. The rays of light like the ocean are surging, integrating defense, offense, and cultivation. The cultivation environment here is 10 times that of the outside world. After Xuanhuan came back, he was very satisfied with what he saw, and his resounding voice resounded, "Supervisor Jin Qiyang has made great achievements in building the city. There are 10 laws of the God of Appreciation, hundreds of Imperial pills. The construction department and the foundry department are all involved in the construction of the city. Credit. 10 dazzling laws of the mysterious gods fell in front of Jin Qiyang. Thank you, Your Majesty." Jin Qiyang was excited. "Your Majesty's reward is very generous. In the first place, it is the 10 laws of the mysterious gods, and 100 Imperial pills. I've heard it for a long time. The benefits of Dao are unmatched by ordinary dynasties. When I saw it today, it really is. Dao has established a contribution system, which can be used in various ways to obtain credit and exchange for treasures in the treasury. During this period of time, there were many masters who had just joined Dao. They saw that Xuanhuan's reward was so generous, and they all wanted to make a contribution. Inside the palace, Xuanhuan called the ministers to hold a meeting. I have traversed many sites in the world of Xuanhuan for half a month. Combined with the news recently discovered by spies, as well as some information sent by the Holy Heaven Empire, the people in the Ministry of Industry have drawn up a map. You can take a look. Make plans for the next step. Xuanhuan asked people to pass the map down. The world of Xuanhuan is too big. The place we occupy is only such a small place. Yeah, just this place gave me Dao so many resources. It's hard to imagine how rich the entire sacred mountain is. Southeast, northwest, middle, 5 regions. Although the mountain is large, it has been divided into 5 areas. Southeast, northwest, middle. The middle is the core and most mysterious area of the entire Xuanhuan mountain. It is shrouded by a strange force, and there is no force to enter for the time being. The place where Dao is located is in the east region. In the eastern region, the forces are intricate and complex, dividing this region into pieces, like a jigsaw puzzle pieced together. The most powerful are the Holy Heaven Empire and the Aoki Longevity Empire, which are also the 2 empires that have transferred the battlefield from the Eternal World to the Divine Mountain World. On the left side of my Luofeng city, there is a force from the Qingmu Chongqing Empire occupying a small area, and the Holy Heaven Empire is closely connected, bordering each other, but the Holy Heaven Empire is still our ally at the moment, and it has a common enemy. In that case, don't worry about them. Lu Qianfu looked at the map and made a sound. Indeed, these 3 areas are closely linked. If the Aoki Eternal Life Empire was defeated in the first battle of Luofeng City, then the area on their side would be closely linked, and they would nibble into the area of the Xingtian map, which would enlarge the area piece by piece. Now, Dao and the Holy Heaven Empire are linked together, and they can oppress the Qingmu Chongqing Empire in this area. #C477 The Imperial Decree can't come, I personally come to invite. This is also a good thing, we stand firm. Xingtian and Qingmu Chongqing Empire are restraining each other and killing each other in a block of areas, which is good for us. Look, Your Majesty, after the defeat of the Eastern Forbidden Land, I retreated. Occupying an area in front of the right, and expanding there is a melee between different forces. Lu Qianfu analyzed the current situation. 2 mysterious gods died in the forbidden land of Dongchu, and I dare not do anything at will, and other forces, big or small, have no ability to threaten us. Tianhongshan Shindao. Now that we have entered a period of relative calm, all the generals have to do is to continue to consolidate Luofeng City and bring resources into the treasury. Zhu Yuan nodded, now that he is stable, and said, "How is the gathering of domestic powerhouses?" "Report to your majesty." This is the official of the Ministry of Household, who is in charge of the household registration in the world, and said, according to His Majesty's instructions, the court issued a summons order, whether it is those strong family members or those who are hidden from the world, as long as they are in the territory of Dao, we will call them all. Come here, since we are in Dao and enjoy the protection of Dao's national fortune, we must make contributions when the dynasty needs them. Some strong people like to establish sect dynasty. And some strong people like to retreat in seclusion, or build a paradise. There are many such people. Zhu Yuan ordered that as long as they are in the territory of Dao, one counts as one, and all of them are called. It seems that they did not directly receive the resources of Dao, but in the territory of Dao, they actually enjoyed the protection brought by Dao's national fortune. They were part of the dynasty, but the part that was less obedient. Now, Zhu Yuan wants to make them obedient. My minister recently received news that there are 3 strong men at sea who are holding a 3-mountain competition for the 3 elders of Haishan, and are recruiting geniuses to become their disciples and grandchildren. The Minister of Household said. With the strength of the national fortune, I also know that these 3 elders exist. Zhu Yuan said. The 3 elders are called Elder Haishan, Elder Haya, and Elder Hailan. The cultivation base is in the Xianshan realm. Among them, Elder Haishan is the strongest. The court summoning order was sent, but there was still no response. The Minister of Household was very dissatisfied with the 3 overseas elders. Their edicts were repeatedly unanswered. The 3 overseas elders are in the sea area of the primordial spirit realm. Tianhongshan said. Dynasty summoned all the powerhouses to enter the sacred mountain. The 3 elders of Haishan are in the territory of the dynasty and do not obey the edicts. I don't care how they were free and easy before, calling them kings and ancestors. As long as they are in my territory, they must obey my orders, otherwise there is no place for them. Within the country, all must be under the jurisdiction of Dao. No matter what the 3 elders of the mountain, since he is here, he must obey Zhu Yuan's orders. Shenjun, follow me to meet these 3 old men. Zhu Yuan took the ancient emperor's chariot and left the world of Shanshan immediately. In the sea area of Yuanlingji. Looking up, the mountain still exists. In this sea area, there are 3 huge islands, which are in the shape of a character, and there is a strong aura erupting. It is the paradise created by the 3 elders of Haishan. In fact, Yuan Lingzong also knows the 3 elders of Haishan, but these 3 elders are all in the Xianshan realm. The 3 elders were called kings and ancestors at sea, and they recruited disciples and grandchildren to serve them. At this time it was the day of the 3 mountains big competition. The so-called 3 mountains big competition is the day when the disciples and grandchildren of the 3 elders of Haishan compete with each other, and many people will go to sea to pick out their own geniuses, hoping to enter the 3 elders to practice. These 3 elders can be considered a pass at sea. This time, the 3 mountains competition was held on Haishan Island. Haishan Island, the blessed land of the cave, has a strong aura swept in as soon as you enter, and countless exotic flowers and plants are planted. Haha, friends from Hailan Island are here, please come in, the ancestors asked us to prepare tea and welcome you. A middle-aged man, whose cultivation base has reached the 10th level of the gods, is the eldest disciple of Haishan Lao, watching the arrival of a group of men and women from Hailan Island, and is welcoming him. Brother Yu, your cultivation level is getting stronger and stronger, and you are not far from the profound God Avenue. Maybe it is the fourth profound god in our three mountains. The leader of Hailan Island was a woman, looking at the middle-aged man and smiling. Profound God Avenue is too difficult. Although the middle-aged man said this, he also had strong confidence in his eyes and looked into the distance. The friends from Haya Island are here too. In the past years, the Three Mountains competition was full of people. I don't know how many people wanted to ask Xian to ask. This year, apart from my people from the Three Islands, it was so rare that almost no one came. The three ancestors would be very unhappy when they saw it. The Sea Cliff Island powerhouse frowned. Hey, today is different from the past, and this year's situation is very different. The middle-aged man sighed. We all know. The strong man of Hailan Island said, the Dao dynasty is like the sun, and it is getting stronger and stronger. The light is as dazzling as the scorching sun, and it overwhelms the Three Mountains. Originally, the Three Mountains are a legendary place, and countless people yearn for them, but now, those geniuses are recruited by the Dao Academy. Going in, the major families do not send geniuses to us, even outside the Yuanling realm. They respect the great martial arts, and they all want to enter the Great Martial Arts Academy. Humph. Dao. The strong man on Haya Island said dissatisfiedly, if it weren't for this great martial artist, I don't know how many geniuses would have sent it. I heard that a summoning order was sent from the Great Martial Arts dynasty, and it seemed that they really regarded our Three Mountains as theirs. I'm a servant, I can send it at will. It's arrogant. The three ancestors are going to personally lead people to Dao Imperial City, to challenge their geniuses, and see if Sanshan is better, or their academy is better. The ancestors will handle these things, by themselves. What we have to do is to hold this three-mountain competition well. A hidden secret place. 3 ancient beings appeared here, 2 men and 1 woman, all of them mysterious gods. Among them, the old Haitian cultivation level actually reached the 4th level of the mysterious god, and the old Hailan and the old Haya were also the existence of the 3rd level of the mysterious god. They both frowned and had good expressions on their faces. You have all received Dao's summoning order. Haitian said. I received it. Haya said with a sneer, what does Dawu think of himself, and this tone is ordering us? Our 3 elders have built islands at sea for millions of years, how have they ever heard of others? Hailan said, calm down, I just received news that Dao has acquired a piece of land in the Mountain of God, and has a firm foothold. It is rumored that 4 mysterious gods have been beheaded by them. How is this possible, that Dao can't kill the profound god? Old Haya shook his head violently. I can't believe it. The rise of Dao is too mysterious. Our 3 elders are used to it. It's good to be an ancestor. After entering Dao, how can we have such freedom in the future? Haitian Laodao, but this year, the geniuses who came to the 3 islands are not even 1% of the previous ones. That's the Great Martial Arts Academy? Haya said disdainfully, that kind of academy system, mass education, all kinds of qualifications are accepted, even if it is a place where some waste wood goes in. The geniuses we have cultivated can be powerful, and we will not fight head-on with Dao, and use genius to defeat genius. Yes, I plan to change the 3-mountain competition, to challenge the Dao Academy. Haitian said. I agree with eldest brother. Hailan said. Hailan, Haya, the 3 of you, and I support each other. After so many years of cultivation, how can we be checked and balanced by his great martial arts? Haitian rode. The 3 elders have a very good relationship, and they have been cultivating together since they were young. What big brother is going to do, Sister Hailan, and I will follow. Sea Cliff Road. The 3 elders of Haitian, the imperial decree can't come, I personally come to invite. #C478 I can handle it. The sound entered the secret territory of the 3 old men. Haya Laodun was shocked. Could it be that Emperor Dao already knows where the secret realm is? Impossible. Old Hai Lan shook his head violently. My brother and sister spent countless years building this secret realm, and it was deeply hidden in the origin of the void. How could Emperor Wu discover it? But they saw through the secret realm that Emperor Wu's real body had not yet arrived, and a big mana hand slapped one against the void. The void vibrated, and the secret realm shook violently. The three elders of Haishan knew that they could not hide themselves. They emerged from the secret realm and looked at a divine light radiating from the distance. Your Majesty Dao, I came from a long way. I am deeply honored, Haishan, and I came here to welcome you. Old Haishan was the calmest, looking ahead. The divine army came first, aggressive and murderous. The great martial god army. The pupils of the three elders of Haishan shrank sharply. They have also heard of the name of the god army. All of them are strong in the same realm, and the weakest mana is the false god. Calculated in 10,000, it is very terrifying. Presumptuous, your majesty is here, you are in the territory of Dao, you don't have to kneel down to greet his majesty. Tianhong Tianshan shouted fiercely. You. A little god, even if I kill me, I dare to be presumptuous in front of me. The old sea cliff was furious. At what point can a god of heaven be presumptuous in front of a mysterious god? San Lao, Hai Shan Lao is the calmest, Hai Ya Lao is the most violent, and Hai Lan Lao is the wisest. Old Hai Lan said immediately, since it is His Majesty's arrival, we have to greet him with courtesy, but if we are not ministers of great martial arts, we cannot perform the etiquette of ministers. You three elders, please don't move. The ancient emperor's chariot came across the sky, and the heavenly emperor's vision appeared. On it sits a powerful being who reigns in the world, shocks the world, and is looking at the three old men with indifferent eyes. Your Majesty Dao. The three old minds were stunned when they saw Emperor Wu. This is rumored to be able to kill the ruthless people of the Xianxin. But is this rumor true or false? To be honest, they were unbelievable. This is the sage of Dao. The people on Haishan Island, seeing the existence of this stalwart, were also suppressed by a momentum and could not breathe. Your Majesty is here today, what advice do you have? When Haishan saw the existence on the chariot, he did not dare to be careless. Have you received my holy order? Chu Yuan suddenly asked. Haishan was stunned for a moment, and immediately replied, I received it. Since you have received it, why don't you report to the Imperial city? Listen to the mobilization of the Imperial court. Is it because the Imperial edict cannot mobilize you, or do I need to come and invite you in person? Chu Yuan's voice was light, but he had an unquestionable dominance. When Haya wanted to speak, Haishan immediately stopped him and said calmly, Your Majesty, my three Haishan elders have been in the sea for millions of years, and I am not a minister of great martial arts. Naturally, I don't need to obey the transfer. As a guest, we can consider it. He meant it very simply. It is impossible to obey orders, and it depends on their mood to become a guest. Emperor Wu, you are a little too presumptuous. Haya said coldly, you can't cover the sky with one hand. Today I cover it for you. In the glory of the gods, the three elders of Haishan were alarmed and looked up, and the visions of countless gods appeared. The original heaven had disappeared, and instead it was the supreme heaven belonging to Dao, a humanistic belief. The place where our army reaches is the imperial land of Dao, and where your cave is also belongs to me. If you three elders start a sect on my territory, you will be ruled by the imperial dynasty. The voice is very domineering, and no doubts are allowed, causing the blue veins to jump on the forehead of the third old man. Emperor Wu, don't be too domineering. Haishan's old face was also very ugly. This Emperor Wu is too domineering and unreasonable. Yuan Lingzong can't control you, I can. Chu Yuan was strong, grabbed it with one palm, and the brilliant mana directly bombarded the strongest among the three, Haishan Lao. It is useless to talk big, the most important thing is strength. Emperor Wu, today I will experience your strength. Rumors boasted how powerful Emperor Wu was, but he still didn't believe it. Seeing this palm grabbed at him, Haishan always shot, and the sea was boundless with one palm, and the boundless sea water was swept up and suddenly pressed over. Divine light rolls. For a moment, Haishan felt that Xuanhuan's power was as strong as the sky and the ground, unstoppable. His one move slammed into it, but he himself fell into a torrent, hitting him from all directions, and was about to be blasted out. Big cut. Xuanhuan made a big cutting technique, and the black light shuttled vertically and horizontally, slashing on Haishan Lao's body. The fourth-level mana of the old mysterious god of Haishan could not be resisted either. Big brother. Old Haya, boss Hailan, was shocked. I'm fine. Old Haishan looked at the bloodstains on his chest with lingering fears. He naturally saw that the move just now was a big cutting technique to cut the void. Big brother, the three of us shot together. I don't believe that this Emperor Wu is really strong enough for us to compete. Old Haya let out a long roar, and he attacked violently, smashing out a big palm print. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, as if the Tianzhu was broken with one palm, and the entire infinite sky was pulled down directly. Old Hailan's eyes flickered, and a deadwood crutch appeared in his hand. Bright light. A black light shot out. This withered light can weaken the opponent's power, as if the grass and trees withered in winter. However, when Xuanhuan saw the three of them united, his face remained unchanged. Driving the ancient emperor's chariot, he used a big thunderbolt technique with his left palm and a big battle technique with his right hand, shattering the power of old Haya and old Hailan. His aura exploded to its peak. This Emperor Wu is powerful, don't be careless. Haishan reminded him that the strongest one attacked and left. The infinite vision of his palm appeared, and there were many overlapping shadows of mountains, heavy atmosphere, and rumblingly oppressed Xuanhuan. Big brother's strength is already close to breaking the 5th level of the profound god. Old Hailan secretly said. Her withered stick suddenly changed color. It was a vibrant green color, and countless orchids appeared, forming the realm of the mysterious god. Old Haya is also taking action. When these three joined hands, their mana was vast and infinite, and they were far able to form a power stronger than their own realm. Emperor Wu, retreat, you can't break our strength. Haishan boss shouted. The glory of the gods. Instant brilliance. In the glory of the gods, Xuanhuan turned into a brilliant light, like the blow of a meteor in an instant. The glory and brilliance were reflected together, and the most dazzling power directly bombarded the three old men. Puff. Although the three old men joined forces, this power was instantly broken. At the same time, seeing the three old men being backlashed by the force, they were shocked and retreated, spitting out tragic blood from their mouths. It is difficult for the three old unions to be opponents. Old Haya and old Hailan suddenly saw in horror that a ray of light hit them, and they said in shock, Big brother, be careful. Boom. At the moment when his mind moved, this brilliant power had already hit Haishan Lao's body. #C479, declaring the decree of Yen Demon Cave Heaven. The momentary brilliant blow slammed the sea mountain into the air and rolled in the air, and the whole person would be torn apart. However, he was also extremely hard-hearted. He just endured the pain without uttering a scream. When the light dissipated, Haishan Lao fell from the air. He was extremely miserable, and his body was covered with shocking tear marks. If it weren't for his strong mana, Hailan Lao and Haya Lao would have been beheaded on the spot. Failed. Old Hailan said in horror. The move just now almost killed Mr. Haishan. Emperor Wu, my three elders admit defeat. Haishan's face paled and said weakly, let's leave the Yuanling world and find a place where your great martial arts does not exist. If you want to leave, it's impossible. Xuanhuan said domineeringly, I'll give you two paths right now, either die or surrender. Let us surrender, it is impossible. The old man Haishan looked hideous. If you want to die, I can do it. With this wave of Chu Yuan's hand, countless monsters seemed to have crawled out of hell, making shrill and wailing sounds, and crawling towards Haishan City in the most terrifying way. If the three elders of the sea mountain can't be subdued, he doesn't care, the big deal will be cut directly, and their laws of the mysterious gods will be extracted. No, no, our ancestors save us. Countless people screamed. Why do you have to fight so hard? There was also a pleading in old Haishan's tone. Then fall. Chu Yuan's brilliant reappearance this time locked the old Hai Lan, and wanted to kill her with one blow. Old Hai Lan smelled the breath of death, and looked at old Hai Shan with a cry for help. Submit. Surrender. All struggles seem insignificant in the face of the general situation. Haishan always knew that if he continued to resist, the end would be death, and this emperor would not be merciful. The emperor in front of you. There is no mercy for those who can be emperors, and mercy is also not good for emperors. If the entire Haishan city is killed, he will not frown. Haishan knelt down to see his majesty. In front of everyone, Haishan Lao knelt down, Xianshan knelt down on his knees, and chose the path of surrender. Big brother. Old Hai's eyes widened angrily, but he heard the boss of Haishan shout, Haiya, Hailan, the times are like this, you haven't kneeled down to see your majesty. I have seen your majesty. Even Mr. Haishan conceded defeat and knelt down, and Mr. Haiya and Mr. Hailan also knelt down. I have seen my emperor. Everyone in Haishan City also knelt down one after another, knowing that the three Haishan elders are a thing of the past, and now is the era of Emperor Wu, and they are their new masters. At the last moment, you all wisely chose to surrender and truly became a person of great martial arts. I can ignore the previous things and enter the great martial arts to exchange resources for contributions. I have obtained countless resources in Shinshan, waiting for you to come and exchange them. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty, are the things in the mountain true? Old Haishan couldn't help but asked. It's true. Chu Yuan said lightly, now I give you a chance to dedicate to the dynasty. What chance? Get ready, you and Mr. Haiya will go to Yanmadongshan and pass on my will. Chu Yuan took out an imperial decree. The meaning of his imperial decree is also very simple. Within 10 days of Yanmadong Tian receiving the imperial decree, the lord of the cave will go to Dao Imperial City to surrender, otherwise the army will go to Yanmadong Tian and kill all the mysterious gods. With the current national strength of Dao, it has already met the needs of the 8-star dynasty. But Chu Yuan knew that if he did not conquer an 8-star power, he would not be recognized systematically. Taking a knife from Yanmadongshan, you can not only advance to the dynasty, but also search for the treasure map in Yanmadongshan, which can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, Mr. Haiya and I will go to Yanmadongshan immediately. Old Haishan looked bitter. After he took over the imperial decree, he immediately went to Yanmadongshan with old Haiya. Far away from the territory of Dao, the old man Haishan sighed, Your Majesty is testing us. If we run away, the little sister will be beheaded by him. Right now, we can only complete His Majesty's task and go to Yanma Cave. This imperial edict, shouldn't it be a gauntlet against Yan and Modong Tian? Haiya said. No need to guess, the Book of War or War has nothing to do with us, we just need to deliver the imperial edict. Flame Demon Cave Heaven, 8-star power. At this moment, in a place where the earth cracked, the volcano erupted, and the magma turned into a river, there were many palaces and castles. Here is where the Flame Demon Cave Heaven is. The powerhouses in this cave practice the law of the Flame Demon and control the supernatural powers of flames. The Lord of the Flame Demon. After Mr. Haishan arrived, he looked at the deepest part of Yanma cave and shouted loudly. 3 elders, Haishan, Elder Haishan, and Elder Hailan. There was also a voice in the depths of the cave, followed by a burly and mighty middle-aged man with a flame mark in the center of his forehead. You two are rare guests. Come to my flame demon cave today. What's the matter? Please come in and sit down. The 3 elders of Haishan and his flame demon cave heaven are in a relationship that even 8 poles can't fight together, and the flame demon cave master also finds it a bit strange. You don't need to sit down, I'm here today to read an Imperial edict. Haishan said. Holy decree? Yan Mo Dong Tian frowned slightly, then said in shock, could it be the will of Emperor Wu? You guessed right, it was His Majesty's will. Haishan opened the Imperial edict. Immediately, the divine light radiated, and the Imperial decree flew into the air, and brilliant big characters appeared one by one, reflecting in the sky. Although it was just a decree, it contained Xuanhuan's spirit and energy, and a very oppressive force erupted. Under this divine light, the face of the flame demon cave master suddenly changed. Emperor Dao wants the owner of this cave to bring the entire flame demon cave heaven to submit to Dao, otherwise the army will arrive in the evening, and it will pacify the flame demon cave sky. The Lord of Yanma Cave immediately looked at Lao Haishan, Elder Haishan, you brought the Imperial edict. Could it be that you have already surrendered to Emperor Wu? Indeed, the 3 elders of Haishan have all surrendered to Dao and become ministers of Dao. Emperor Wu's strength is terrifying. Our 3 elders have resisted, but we can't resist. If you don't know your interests, you will die. There is only one way to go. Haishan's old face was bitter. He knew that Xuanhuan had asked him to come. He wanted to use his living example to tell the flame demon cave master that he could subdue a master like Haishan Lao, and he could also subdue the flame demon cave heaven. At this time a master also appeared from the cave, looked at the imperial decree in the sky, and said, the cave master. If I don't seek refuge, will Emperor Wu calm down the flame demon cave? Flame demon cave Lord Road. Yes, your majesty does what he says. You know better than me that anyone in the world can be kind, but the emperor cannot be kind. You know, if you don't surrender, Yan Mo Dong Tian is strong, but it will also suffer disaster. Haishan Lao Dao, I'm just a Masager, what you do is up to you. If you come next time, it will be a battle to destroy the sect. I see. The burly body of the flame demon cave lord seemed very weak, his eyes thought a lot for a moment, and finally said, tomorrow, I will follow you to Dao Imperial City and hand over the imprint of the cave. #C488 Star Dynasty. Dao Imperial City. Lao and a group of powerhouses from Yanma Dong Tian arrived. The fire demon cave lord looked at the tall and majestic imperial city radiating holy light, and his mood was extremely complicated. Between rejection and surrender, he chose to surrender to this imagination. First of all, in the Battle of Luofeng City, the strength of Dao had already scared Yan Mo Dong Tian. Emperor Wu is powerful, although he has several mysterious gods in Yanma Cave, but what is it? Second, the 3 elders of Haishan were all surrendered. He remembered that at the time of the imperial banquet, De Wu didn't seem to be so strong yet, but in the blink of an eye, he had become so strong, which was simply incredible, and he couldn't think of any resistance in his heart. He didn't dare to gamble with Yan Madongshan, and he didn't dare to gamble with his own life. Your Majesty has a decree, Xian Haishan Lao, Haiya Lao, Yan Mo Cave Master and others will enter the hall to meet. Duke Wei proclaimed the decree. Going to the palace. The flame demon cave lord was shocked, and walked into the Xuanhuan temple. Every step he took was very cautious, and he did not dare to overstep. He suddenly saw the existence on the throne. Kill your majesty. The flame demon cave master did not dare to overstep, he knelt down and held a token of flame in his hand, which was the sect master token of the Flame Demon Cave Heaven, and immediately said, I, the Flame Demon Cave Heaven, are willing to join the great martial arts, and I hope your majesty the heaven. Well, I can forgive what Dong Tian has offended Dao before. Wise. Chu Yuan nodded. Yan Emo Dong Tian is very sensible and did not choose to resist, saving him from wasting time by recruiting an army from the world of Shinshan. After surrendering, I will be my minister. The forces controlled by Yan Modong Tian will be listed. The list of the strong will be sorted out and reported to the Ministry of Housing. I will send the Minister of the Ministry of Household to check. I will inform you step by step. Chu Yuan said, the Flame Demon has changed the Flame Demon realm. You are still the realm master and maintain the order of this realm. Everything obeys His Majesty's orders. Seeing the existence on the throne very satisfied, the Flame Demon Cave Lord also nodded. Indeed, Chu Yuan was very satisfied. They took the initiative to surrender, and he didn't need to go on conquests and start wars. Moreover, the Flame Demon Cave is complete, so he can mobilize this part of the power as quickly as possible and replenish it in the world of Shinshan. Ding. It has been detected that the prestige of the host's national power is sufficient to promote the 8-star dynasty. Do you choose to be promoted to the 8-star dynasty? Option 1. Promote the 8-star dynasty and get 2,000 fate points. Option 2. Don't be promoted to the 8-star dynasty for the time being and get 2,000 fate points. The choice is finally here. Promoted to the 8-star dynasty. Ding. The host makes a choice and gets 2,000 fate points. The national strength has been promoted to 8 stars, obtained 80,000 fate points, supernatural power fruit X16, Imperial artifact advanced card X1, Xuanhuan X2, random lottery chance X1, intermediate version of the 3 swords of slaughtering gods, soul whip, Shanshan puppet. The build progress is 10%, and the Vulcan cave treasure map 3x1. Chu Yuan looked at the dazzling array of rewards and waved his hand. Let's go. I will summon you if something happens. Yes. The crowd dispersed. After leaving the Xuanwu temple, the Flame Demon Cave Master breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, I am in a good mood today. He is relieved now. Listening to His Majesty's tone, after Yan Emo Dong Tian takes refuge, it will be reused by His Majesty, and he is also the cave owner of Yan Demon Cave, and will not directly deprive him of his rights. This made him return to his previous anxiety. Yeah, now we have no other choice. The only way out is to be loyal to Dao and to His Majesty. Haishan Road. It seems that His Majesty will soon put us in the ruins of the sacred mountain. Flame Demon Cave Lord Road. At this moment, only Chu Yuan was left in the Xuanwu Hall. Another Vulcan cave treasure map was released. Chu Yuan took out this treasure map and immediately projected the location of the treasure. This treasure location is in an endless, deep blue sea. Sacred Mountain, Deep Blue Sea. Seeing the subtitles, Chu Yuan's face moved slightly. It's actually in the ruins of Shinshan, but where is this deep sea? I haven't seen it before. This time let people investigate. Where is the ocean in Shinshan? Dark blue seawater, with obvious features, should be easy to find. The intermediate version of the 3 swords of slaughtering gods contains powerful power, slaying immortals and slaughtering gods, and can cut to gods. 3 swords again. Chu Yuan looked shocked. This time it is an upgraded version of the god-slaughtering 3 swords, which can slash to the powerhouse of the god realm. This is a powerful trump card that no one could have expected for the current Dao, and he doesn't have to worry about the threat of the supreme god. If this burst out suddenly, there is no defense, and if the supreme god comes, if you underestimate the strength of Dao, you are very likely to be killed. After collecting it, Chu Yuan will use it at the most appropriate time to obtain the maximum benefit. Soul Whip. Beating the soul, it brings incomparably intense pain, but it cannot really cause harm to the soul. It can only bring about the reincarnation of hell, the most painful pain in the world. This is a soul whip. Xuanhuan looked at a dark, thorny soul whip, and felt that it was a bit tasteless. Although it could bring severe pain to the soul, who would stand stupidly and let you fight? The point is, it cannot cause harm, it can only be used to torture the soul. Maybe I'll be able to use it sometime. Xuanhuan put away his soul whip. Upgrade the first realm with 60,000 fate points. After deducting 60,000 fate points, Xuanhuan broke through to the 4th level of the gods. Raise the Great Sealing Technique to level 6 with 16 divine ability fruits. Xuanhuan chose to improve the Great Sealing Technique this time, mainly to continue to seal the monsters in Demon God Abyss. There are 3 more random draws. Use them this time and see what you can draw. Xuanhuan waited until the national strength was raised to 8 stars, and then a random lottery was drawn. Ding! The host started a random lottery and obtained the drawing of the Spear of Judgment. Judgment Spear Forge Blueprint. Create the Judgment Spear and judge all beings with the power of judgment. The Spear of Judgment. Xuanhuan saw through the blueprint projection that it was a spear, and the holy light was rolling, very long, even longer than the Spear of Destruction. Spears and spears look similar at first glance, but in fact, there is a big difference. Spears are more suitable for throwing. The Spear of Judgment, the Great Shield of Light, the Legion of Light is wearing heavy armor, just like the Templars. This is equipment suitable for the Legion of Light. Xuanhuan was very satisfied with the first lottery draw. Ding! The host started a random lottery and got 100 enhanced version of the God-destroying arrows. Xuanhuan immediately looked at the enhanced version of the God-destroying arrow. This enhanced version of the God-destroying arrow looks similar to the previous arrows, but the God-destroying power on it is more intense, engraved with slaughter patterns, at least 10 times stronger than the previous power, and can threaten the existence of high-level mysterious gods. It just so happened that the 100 Xiantian arrows were almost consumed, and now they are replenished. One last chance to draw. The first 2 lottery draws gave Xuanhuan a good reward. These things have greatly enhanced the background of Dao at least several times, and have the means to threaten the higher profound gods and supreme gods. Ding! The host will start a random lottery and get the experience card of the power of the gods. #C481 God Strength Experience Card. Supreme God Strength Experience Card. After using the Supreme God Strength Experience Card, the host can have the first realm of Supreme God for half an hour. During this period, various supernatural powers and various powers will be increased to the Supreme God Strength. Remarks: after the time has passed, the power will disappear after the experience card, the host will not have any side effects, and it will not be superimposed with the human Emperor sword. I actually got the Divine Strength Experience card. At this moment, there was a golden card in front of Xuanhuan with a word written on it, the Supreme Word. The power of the gods for half an hour. Xuanhuan knew deeply that this experience card was very scary. The god slaughtering 3 swords can only explode once. But the experience card can give him the power of the gods for half an hour, enough to penetrate into various dangerous places, and even reverse the overall situation. Just right. Xuanhuan lacked the most power right now, and was able to contend with god-level power. King Zhongyong, O Yangming, come back quickly. Xuanhuan summoned Lu Qianfu and O Yangming back to the Imperial city. The 2 Xiantian pills belonged to him long ago. Lu Qianfu presided over the mobilization of troops and horses, which required the suppression of Xiantian-level strength, and O Yangming, who was in charge of the huge casting division, also needed the power of Xiantian to suppress the field. Now, Guiyun has reached the 8 stars. If Xuanhuan used it to allow others to see the real picture, then everyone would be able to look up and see that Dao's sky was crystal clear, covered by a huge river of heaven, like a crystal layer. This is the power of national fortune. 8-star national fortune can shock the mysterious god to death. When it comes to the application of the human rights and national destiny, no one can compare to Xuanhuan, who cultivates the human emperor sutra and controls the human emperor sword. At this moment, with the increase of national fortune, the horror of the human emperor sutra began to appear. In the Great Wu Kingdom, if Xuanhuan is lucky enough to be in the state, he will kill him directly in the profound god realm. I have seen your majesty. After Lu Qianfu and King Zhongyong returned. Meet Xuanhuan immediately. These two are mysterious god pills. Taking the 10th level of the heavenly god will immediately break through the mysterious god. The two of you have retreated to the 10th level in the Imperial city during this period of time. I will use the mysterious god law to help you two accumulate enough energy to quickly break through. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, in the oven of heaven and earth, all the laws and divine essence liquid transformed by Xuanhuan were supplied to the two of them. This is too extravagant. A mysterious god, even if it is only one person, can dissolve 5 or 6 gods from the 1st level to the 10th level, but it will take 100 years. Only 2 people are available now. Xuanhuan didn't care. The two retreated, and with his help, Dao's resources were accumulated, and they could cultivate to the Xiantian realm within a few months. Immediately send the order, the great weapon refining Holy Land will recruit the world's master craftsmen, and the benefits will be calculated based on their respective merits, and the Great Wu will also recruit powerful masters. If you are willing to enter the great weapon, you can enter the Imperial city and face the Holy Spirit in person. Xuanhuan ordered to go out. Now, at the time when the Xinshan ruins are open, the news is easy to spread, and Dao has been promoted to 8 stars, and his status is different. De Wu actually subdued the Flame Demon Cave, and the Flame Demon Cave Lord personally went to the Imperial city to lead the crowd to surrender. This is too terrifying, too shocking. An ancient 8-star force just surrendered like this? I heard that in the battle to conquer Yanma Dong Tian, there was never a battle. After Emperor Wu sent Haishan Lao to read the imperial decree, the Yanma Cave Lord took refuge. Obviously, he felt that the strength of Dao was unstoppable, and the only way to go is to surrender. You can go. Old Haishan? 3 elders of Haishan? Even these 3 free and easy existences were subdued by Dao? But I remember that Dao just held the royal banquet of the 7-star dynasty not long ago, so it was so terrible so soon? Yan Madong returned to the sky, and the 3 elders of Haishan took refuge. The news spread like a hurricane, causing the world to shake. You must know that these are the masters of the mysterious gods, and they are enough to have status in the Imperial dynasty, so they joined the Dao dynasty. How terrifying is Dao's strength? Especially that Emperor Wu, how powerful is his strength now? As for De Wu's announcement that he became the 8-star dynasty, although they were surprised, they felt that it was all reasonable. Maybe others had this kind of strength long ago, but they were only showing it a little bit. De Wu was shocked too much. Now the powerhouses of the eternal great world feel that even Dao suddenly one day announces that he is the 9-star dynasty and has the power to fight against the supreme god. Old Haishan and Old Haya entered Luofeng city to assist the army to guard. Old Hailan stayed in the sea area of Haishan to form the Haishan army and was responsible for deploying seamount masters. The source of troops was centered on Haishan, radiating out and recruiting from each island. Xuanhuan continued to give orders. Haishan Lao and Haya Lao immediately led a large number of 3 mountain powerhouses into the ruins of Xinshan. Flame Demon Cave, the 3 dynasties under the original command disintegrated and merged into the Flame Demon realm. The army was changed to the Red Navy, the Qishan Army, the Qi Yan Army, and the Yan Demon Cave Heaven was the Flame Demon Army, and 3 mysterious gods were dispatched to Luofeng city. Xuanhuan kept mobilizing his troops and horses. There are 5 mysterious gods in Yanma Dong Tian, and their strength is not weak. 3 of them fought, Yuan guarded the flame demon realm, and with the help of Dao national movement, the strength was enough. As for the flame demon cave lord, enter the divine army and obey Chu Yuan's direct deployment. Only Chu Yuan can suppress such a master. Inside the fallen city, Haishan Lao, Haiya Lao, came with Haishan army. The three mysterious gods of the flame demon realm arrived with the flame demon army, the Qi Haijun, the Qi Shan army, and the Qi Yan army. 5 mysterious gods, a large number of soldiers and horses. The defenses of Luofeng City were open to welcome the arrival of the 5 mysterious gods. Really? Ning Shouchen is almost numb. In the past few years with Chu Yuan, he has seen too many incredible things, and secretly said, "Your Majesty will go back to the dynasty this time, and conquer the 3 elders of Haishan and the flame demon cave heaven in one fell swoop." This foundation is getting deeper and deeper. Now, with so many profound gods suppressing them, who would dare to do it so easily? With the improvement of his national fortune, he has also benefited from it, and has broken through to the 2nd level of the profound god. Carrying the divine artifact Yinlei sword array, even a master like Yen Demon Cave Master, could not help him. As for the commanders of the various armies in Luofeng City, their faces were also a little inconceivable. Seeing that the enemy who used to be the opponent suddenly became his own, he had to be shocked in his heart. His Majesty's strength was unfathomable. "My colleagues are here, the journey is hard, let's rest in the city." Ning Shouchen was in control of the overall situation, and when he saw the arrival of the 5 mysterious gods, he made a sound. "We are all under His Majesty's order to come to defend the fallen Wind City area, and bring a large number of people to defend various resources and dig various mines. From today onwards, we are all colleagues, all directly follow His Majesty's instructions." Haishan Lao came to Luofeng Valley, and was also shocked by the surprise here. The wind, thunder and fire mixed together, and the starship battleship flew. In the valley, there are countless cities, high-rise buildings, and a tower of divine light. This kind of eternal world style mixed with an alternative mechanical technology style is amazing. The Great Wu dynasty actually subdued the 3 elders of Haishan and Yan Emodong Tian. Yuan Zhan and Yuan Han, who assisted in the defense of this area, knew that there was a deep disbelief on his face. #C482 Get through the enclave. Dao Imperial City, this is my 2nd visit in a short period of time. Henry Zhang came here again. For the first time it was De Wu who aroused his curiosity and came to attend an imperial banquet to meet the legendary Emperor Wu. The 2nd time, his mentality changed, and this great Wu burst into a powerful strength in a short period of time, and was promoted to 8 stars. Looking up at the sky, the oppression brought by the national fortune is dozens or hundreds of times more than before. Even if he is a mysterious god, if he dares to provoke the national fortune, he will be suppressed by life. A murderous intent swept silently. He shuddered. This Qi machine carries the power of slaying immortals and slaughtering gods. It seems that the supreme god is here and cannot be resisted, and will face a life and death crisis. Da really has the means to threaten God. Henry Zhang was stunned. He madly made up his mind, this Da must be some kind of terrifying force, and there is an extremely powerful background behind it, otherwise how could it become so powerful in a short period of time? This is Chu Yuan, deliberately exuding the power of the 3 swords of slaughtering the gods. The Holy Empire now needs cooperation. But there is not enough power, what to talk about cooperation? He made Henry Zhang feel that Dao is a threat to the gods, and then he can use the power of this empire even more. King Pingding is here, please come in. Chu Yuan's voice came. He did know some of the background of King Pingding from Yuan Zhan's mouth. Henry Zhang is not only a mysterious god, but also a direct descendant in the direct line of the imperial family. Now the emperor of Xingtian Empire is his grandfather and grandfather. Henry Zhang has been admired by the emperor many times and is his favorite junior. I have seen the great martial saint. After Henry Zhang saw Xuanhuan, the existence sitting on the throne was completely different from the last time he saw it, more domineering, more majestic, and more unfathomable. Don't be too polite. I have prepared tea and snacks. Xuanhuan laughed. Today, this king is here to congratulate Dao's 8-star national strength and send a gift. Henry Zhang put down the congratulations and said, I wonder what your majesty's plan is next. Sacred Mountain is vast, even I have only explored a small part of the area. Next, I will focus more on the Sacred Mountain. Xuanhuan knew what he wanted to ask. There are too many good places in the Divine Mountain, and I can't even explore the Holy Heaven Empire. This king can share information with Dao. Outside the Fallen Wind City area, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire occupies a lot of good places. Is it that Emperor Wu is not interested? Henry Zhang meant something. The Xunshan Mountain area was divided into small areas. The two empires, Xingtian and Chongqing, were fragmented and occupied many small areas. They were fighting each other and madly eroding each other's territory. Henry Zhang hopes that Xuanhuan will burst out with more power. I am naturally interested in what King Pingding said, but dispatching troops requires planning and preparation in the military aircraft department. What I want to deal with most now is the forbidden area in the east. Xuanhuan is very clear. It seems that the Holy Heaven Empire is friendly to him. That's because they don't know how many means Xuanhuan has in their hands and want to drag him into the water. What he wants to accomplish most now is to level the forbidden area in the early east and complete the main mission. Really? The lord of a country is really not that easy to fool. The martial emperor in front of him had fought several battles with the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, but he also knew that the enemy of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire was still the Holy Heaven Empire, and dealing with Dao was just incidental. Regarding the forbidden area in the early east, I do know some information about them, which can be sorted out for your majesty. Henry Zhang said. I thank King Pingding here. Xuanhuan is also using the Holy Heaven Empire. After sending Henry Zhang away, Xuanhuan was also thinking about planning the next move. There are many mysterious gods guarding the ruins of the Sacred Mountain. They are digging out the resources in the area under their control, and there will be no major wars in a short time. Flame Demon. Xuanhuan summoned the Flame Demon, also known as the Flame Demon Cave Lord. You will lead the God Army, the War God Army, the Prison Suppression Army, and the Dao Domestic Army all the way to the Flame Demon Realm, and remove all the forces blocking this route, so that the territory is connected into one. There is a long distance between the Flame Demon Realm and Dao. In the middle, there are many large and small forces, including the 7-star dynasty, and some hermitage masters like the 3 elders of Haishan. It's like, on a map, the middle is blocked, which is very difficult for the transmission of the national fortune. If the middle is interrupted, it is difficult for the domestic power to pass through, and the national fortune of the Flame Demon Realm is also difficult to pass. It's another 4-layered existence of 2 mysterious gods. Seeing the commander of the God of War Army and the commander of the Prison Suppression Army, the Flame Demon trembled in his heart. These 2 special legions are system rewards. The strength limit of the Imperial artifact is increased at the 10th level of the mysterious god. After breaking through to the Imperial artifact, you can have the strength of the mysterious god. Yes. This subordinate takes orders. The Flame Demon knew that the enclave of the Flame Demon Realm was to be connected with the Dao native land. Luo Fei. Xuanhuan came to Luo Yueying's palace. My concubine has seen your majesty. As the 8-star dynasty, the woman of Emperor Wu, Luo Yueying is dazzling. During this period of time, Yao Linger served Xuanhuan in the ruins of Xunshan, while collecting the seeds of the magical medicine and bringing it back to cultivate her own. She stayed in the Imperial city and had her own tasks. How is it? How is the Sun Moon Legion being monitored during this time? Xuanhuan laughed. Luo Yueying is also a very strong woman and has a lot of skill. After all, she is the head of a sect, so Xuanhuan will not let her only stay in the Deep Palace, but also find something to do for herself. Luo Yueying nodded. The Sun and Moon Corps has recruited and trained recently. The national strength of the dynasty has greatly increased. We have more troops. After the training of the ancient battlefield altar, we can fight for the empire at any time. In the past, Luo Yueying trained the moon-covering army based on the covering moon sect. But now the national strength is not what it used to be. Dao has such a large territory, and the moon-covering army has to be upgraded. He stayed in Luo Yueying's palace that night. The army is ready to go out, and the news is passed out first, and the forces between the Flame Demon Realm and the Dao dynasty are not afraid of the wind. The Dao dynasty was an extremely powerful 8-star force, and without any effort, Yan Mo Dong Tian was so frightened that he took the initiative to surrender. Now, when the great military forces go out to conquer, who is not afraid, those 7-star dynasty are even more unlikely to be opponents. Sure enough, as soon as the news came out, the army had not yet set off for the expedition. Some people hurriedly sent them over to surrender, expressing their willingness to surrender to Dao. Even in some of the heavenly blessed lands, the ancestors of the profound gods retreated and practiced hardships, and they were so frightened that they left the heavenly heavens blessed land directly. However, there are still some forces too late to escape. Wuling Island, Wuling Sect, Sect Master Wuling Ancestor, Xianshan Second Layer, is also very famous. The Balrog looked at an island in front of him, which was covered in mist, a vast expanse of white, and extremely closed. #C483 Legion Division. On the vast sea. Figures appeared, and the Sun and Moon Army appeared. There are two kinds of their flags, one with the scorching sun as the totem, and the other with the full moon as the totem, but there is a word Wu on the back of the flag. Sect Master, what should I do? The great martial army has come over. Our Wuling sect is far from Dao's opponent. Their soldiers and horses are killed, and we will all die. In the Fog Spirit sect, there is chaos. Because the Fog Spirit sect was too closed, it was not timely to receive information from the outside world. By the time they reacted, the great martial army had already killed them and surrounded them on the island. Don't panic, it's not the time to be desperate. In a fog, an old man with immortal style appeared. He was the ancestor of Wuling. His face looked calm, but his heart was also panic. Looking at the flame demon, he hurriedly said, Master of the Flame Demon Cave, you and I didn't commit the water from the well before, so don't force each other hard, and leave us a way to survive. The way to survive, your majesty has left, and the way of death, your majesty will also give it to you. This is your only chance to survive. The flame demon led the army and looked at him coldly and disdainfully. Even he surrendered. The Wuling sect master actually dared to have other ideas. If you have to spare people and spare people, stay aligned as a person, I am willing to leave with Wuling Zong, and I will never block between Yan Mazong and Dao, what do you think? Sect Master Wuling was covered in sweat. Kill the past. The Balrog sneered. It seems that he will not die until he is in a desperate state, and he is not too lazy to talk nonsense with the Wuling sect master. 2 4-level mysterious gods. The Wuling sect master was so frightened that he lost his mind. He was about to fight back. The commander of the god of war and the commander of the prison town slapped a palm at the same time, beating him until he vomited blood, and the whole person spun. No. Don't do it. Sect Master Wuling shouted. He could see that if he did not surrender, he would be dead. He hated the closed formation of Wuling Island at this moment. If it weren't for this formation, he would have received the news early and escaped here long ago, and he would have been trapped by the army. Wu Lingzong's powers above the gods will follow the army all the way to the Flame Demon realm, waiting for His Majesty's holy ride, and the rest will stay on Wuling Island. The Flame Demon did not give this group of people a chance to resist, and directly ordered to follow the army and go to the Flame Demon realm. The army pushed all the way, no one dared to stop it, and expanded to the Flame Demon realm. Luck is connected. Although Qu Yuan was in the palace, he was most aware of the changes in the country's fortunes. The Flame Demon realm, which originally belonged to the Enclave, has been leveled all the way, linking the luck together, and the national luck of Dao's native land has also covered the past. The map is connected and the Enclave is opened. Now is the time to enter the Flame Demon realm and open the treasure map. Qu Yuan smiled. Luo Fei, I'm bored in the Imperial city. This time I will go to the Flame Demon realm with me to see the territory of the dynasty. The ancient emperor's chariot rose into the air. Qu Yuan was in the middle, Luo Yueying sat on his right hand, and quickly moved towards the Flame Demon realm. This is the territory of my great martial arts. Luo Yueying knew Qu Yuan when De Wu first came to Dongxian territory, and watched De Wu expand from a small site to such a huge place, and the man beside her became her man, Her Majesty. All these incredible things are brought by His Majesty. The ancient emperor's chariot swept across the sky like a frightening giant, and the majesty of the emperor attracted the attention of countless people, knowing that His Majesty was going to inspect the Flame Demon realm, the territory that Dao had just conquered. The existence on the chariot caused countless people to scream. Countless women looked at the chariot. It was the god of Dao. If he could become his woman, it would be such a glorious and happy thing. There are several people who do not want to enter the harem of Dao and become His Majesty's concubine. But they all know that vulgar fans cannot enter His Majesty's eyes, and only the delicate daughters of heaven are qualified to enter His Majesty's harem. On the chariot, Luo Yueying heard the strong heartbeat of the man beside him, and felt particularly secure. With him there, the sky is not afraid of collapse. The Flame Demon realm is coming. After a while, Qu Yuan's voice rang softly in Luo Yueying's ear. Looking down, the breath in the air is extremely hot, and the ravines on the ground are occupied by the magma river, showing a fiery red color. In the Flame Demon realm, a realm main city has long been built, which is the color of molten flames. See Your Majesty, Saint Anne. The Flame Demon led the army to wait here for Qu Yuan. I'm safe, calm down. Qu Yuan's ancient emperor chariot landed and nodded. Wu Ling has seen His Majesty. Sect Master Wu Ling was also a little trembling, looking at this His Majesty, feeling uneasy. I know you. Qu Yuan said, it is very good that the Wuling sect can surrender to the whole sect. With the Wuling sect as the origin, another realm is established between the Flame Demon realm and the Dao native land, which is the Wuling realm. Boundary Master, in the past, the territories of those dynasties were divided into Wuling realm for management, and the Imperial court would send people to assist in the management. The Flame Demon world is too big, it is impossible to devour it, it can only draw a boundary. Now, Dao rules many small units, with the largest unit in the world. Am I the realm master? Wu Ling was stunned for a moment. He thought that Qu Yuan would deal with him, but he didn't expect him to be the world master. This is the treatment of obediently surrendering. Wu Ling, I heard that you are a special divine body, a mist spirit divine body, which can evolve into a vast fog, isolate spiritual sense exploration, and you can also turn into a cloud of mist. Qu Yuan said, show me. Yes. The white fog instantly shrouded it, and the eyes could not see the inside of the cloud and fog, and the spiritual sense probed into a labyrinth, which was greatly restricted. The fog spirit turned into a cloud of mist, and it was difficult to find his existence. He could make a strange shot and appeared on the other side of Qu Yuan. Yes, the clouds and mists here can cover the battlefield, making it difficult for opponents to tell their way. Xuanhuan praised and said with satisfaction, "You have entered our divine army." In addition to the garrison corps, the Wuling realm will form the Wuling army. This is how Dao Corps is now created. The divine army was Xuanhuan's own army, and he had no commander and was mobilized by him. In addition to the divine army, there are also elite corps. The current elite corps consisted of only the Shenwu army, the demon god army, the divine scourge army, and the phoenix army. Under the elite corps is the standing expedition regiment. In fact, with the development of Dao, the standing expedition corps is divided into two types. One is the 5 elements and 5 legions, the light and dark legion, and the sun-moon legion. This kind of standing legion can recruit troops and talents in the entire territory of Dao, and there are more sources of powerhouses. One has evolved into the Haitian army, the Flame Demon army, and the Wuling army that has not yet been formed. It belongs to the army of one world, and it is based on the land of one world to recruit strong people. This kind of corps does not recruit troops across the country, but only within the boundaries of its own jurisdiction. Divine Army is the most special. The strongest is the elite corps. Standing Legion, the Legion of Light and Darkness, is second class in strength, but the number is huge. Then, it was this kind of corps that was recruited in the name of a world. The rest, and the garrison corps, will not go out on weekdays, but only stick to the homeland. Huishan Dongshan Treasure Map 2, the location of the treasure is here. After Xuanhuan ordered some things, he traveled through the void in one step, using the treasure map to open a spacetime. #C484, the idea of Lock Magic Tower. The hidden treasure realm was opened, and Xuanhuan walked in. Inside are still empty, only in front of Xuanhuan there is a group of extremely fiery red flames. This group of flames is extremely thick, liquid-like, and the color of magma molten flames, as if a volcano is there, and a slight movement will cause a devastating eruption. Rock spirit fire, a kind of divine fire condensed by the eruption of magma, moving like a volcanic eruption, extremely violent. This is the divine fire transformed by the power of magma. As soon as Xuanhuan's hand touched the rock spirit fire, a thick fiery red light beam erupted, breaking the secret realm, standing in a very far place. The power of that eruption, no volcano in the flame demon realm can match. The whole sky became red with the eruption of the Yanling divine fire, and it was about to fall into a rain of magma. Volcano eruption. The flame demon stared, and said in surprise, "This is the power of a divine fire. My God, I have been here for so many years, and I don't even know that there is divine fire in my territory. Your Majesty has come to the world?" He was shocked on the spot. He has heard a legend that when the ancient and holy emperor comes into the world, countless visions in the world will appear, following in the footsteps of the emperor. This kind of person has great luck and great terror. If you walk on the road, you can find the cave of the strong. Spiritual treasures will also appear automatically. Could it be that His Majesty is such a terrifying big man? Soon, the beam dissipated. The divine fire of the Buddha devoured the divine fire of the rock spirit, and it still looked like the color of colored glass, but magma fires could erupt from time to time. Its unique characteristics made it possible to integrate the characteristics of various flames into one. The Buddha's divine fire devoured the rock spirit divine fire, and by itself, it is enough to burn the masters of the profound God to death. Xuanhuan was very satisfied. The next one is in a deep blue sea in the sacred mountain. He returned to the flame demon city, fell in front of everyone, and said indifferently, "I heard that there is also a demon god abyss in the flame demon realm." There is indeed a demon god abyss. Demon god abyss is extremely long, spanning an infinite distance. The flame demon hurriedly said, "Your Majesty is going, and your subordinates can take His Majesty there immediately." "No need, I can go alone." Yanma, Wuin, cooperate with the people of the court to carry out Dao's measures, and wait for the rest to come back. Xuanhuan disappeared in an instant. Your Majesty, when you go to the demon god abyss, you have to replenish the monster army. The Balrog knew that Dao had a monster army, which was terrifying. This demon god abyss in the flame demon realm is not much different from that in the demon abyss realm. However, the demon abyss realm has almost been swept up and captured by him. If you go deeper, you are likely to encounter monsters with the power of the supreme god, and he has not been to the flame demon realm yet, which is a good opportunity for him to replenish the monster army again. Ding! The current branch has been released, and 50 mysterious monsters have been sealed. The current progress, 0/50. Any side quest? It's good. It seems that this time we will be sweeping the demon abyss for a while longer. Deep and dark, the breath is rotten, and the thick magical energy is condensed together like black magma. A figure suddenly came in with the vortex of devouring. The thick blood emanated, and at this moment, Xuanhuan was like an extremely bright beacon in the darkness. The blood spread to distant places, deliberately attracting monsters to gather towards him. Really? His blood was radiating, and after those monsters smelled it, they were flies that saw blood buzzing together. Great Sealing Technique. Xuanhuan used the Great Sealing Technique to seal the monsters again and again. Swish! His shot was an earth-shattering supernatural power, and the monster was swept away by a big hand. Mysterious God Monster. After reaching a certain depth, Xuanhuan saw the first mysterious monster. The body of this mysterious demon was burning with black demonic fire. It was a powerful fire demon. It opened its hand and its extremely sharp claws grabbed towards Xuanhuan, carrying a powerful fire poison on it. If this fire poison contaminates the epidermis, the skin of ordinary Xianshan will also fester. Eternal Seal. But as soon as this monster arrived in front of Xuanhuan, the sealed chain was entangled, and it was sealed by him in an instant. It's still sealed. Xuanhuan knew too much about the benefits of the mysterious gods and monsters. With his current strength, it is easy to seal some monsters. He cuts the void with the big cutting technique, and is not restricted by the terrifying demonic energy in the demon god abyss, and the speed is extremely fast. In just a few days, the number of mysterious gods and monsters sealed by Xuanhuan exceeded 5. It's not a problem to just suppress the mysterious gods and monsters in the national seal. Even if there is a monument to suppress the prison and seal the gods, it will be troublesome. If there is a magic locking tower containing space, and the monsters are sealed in the magic locking tower. Much more convenient. At the same time, Xuanhuan couldn't stop thinking. But ordinary treasures can't seal monsters, and they must be made of precious materials. There should be an introduction to such treasures in the true artifact refining solution. Xuanhuan came up with the idea of the Tower of Locking Demons. However, there are many preparations to be made in order to build the Tower of Locked Devils. Huh? A piece of land suspended in the demon abyss. Continuing to go deeper, Xuanhuan suddenly saw that there was a piece of land the size of thousands of miles ahead. The terrifying magical energy, there are monsters gathering on this fragment. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered, and he stepped onto the land in an instant. Just after he came, Rumeng's murderous intent on his back swept over, and suddenly he heard the roar of the monsters, and in the blink of an eye, a dozen strangely shaped monsters surrounded him. These more than a dozen monsters have the power of mysterious gods. It was a little different from before. More than a dozen monsters advanced and retreated in a moderate manner. At the same time, they started to surround Xuanhuan firmly and did not give him a chance to escape. Interesting. Xuanhuan smiled. Around him, the realm of yin and yang appeared, and the extremely balanced power neutralized the threats from the mysterious gods and monsters one by one. The mysterious god and monster continued to attack. Moreover, These mysterious gods and monsters have different special abilities, and there is a powerful force that integrates these special abilities and brings them into play, as if they have undergone a series of precise calculations, such as the display of a magic array. These monsters are controlled by someone. It's a bit of a doorway. Controlling monsters is interesting. Xuanhuan sealed monsters against others, and he was also treated with monsters by others today. In an instant, the divine light in his eyes pierced out, and he saw the sky when he opened the clouds and mist, and suddenly saw a figure in a dark robe in the center of this fragmented continent, constantly manipulating various magic tricks. "Have you found me?" the gray-robed figure muttered to himself. Just as he was about to get up, an incomparably huge palm print of divine light hit him directly. "Humph. I also want to deal with this seat. I have sealed so many monsters, and I am not a vegetarian. I will catch you today and torture you with the most tragic means. The more resentment the better, the stronger the person, the more I hate this seat, the more I like it." The gray-robed figure was not afraid when he saw the palm print of Xuanhuan calling him. Boom! The palm print falls. In an instant, this fragmented continent turned into dust. #C485 Wraith Demon Venerable. Boom! The land is fried to powder, disappears and does not exist. The gray-robed man flashed over, he slammed his palm, and the dark torrent hit. The energy inside was actually an endless roar, as if there were countless faces that were extremely ferocious, screaming at people, telling the pain they suffered. This is a magician. Huh? The power of soul resentment. Xuanhuan's face was as usual. When the power of resentment hit him, the gray-robed man's expression suddenly changed. He was surprised to find that his power actually disappeared, and a huge black hole appeared behind this person, swallowing everything, and no force could approach him, it would be swallowed and transformed by him. "Who are you?" He retreated. Although Xuanhuan's reputation is very big, it is also a matter of the past few years. The gray-robed man has stayed in the demon god abyss for thousands of years, and it is normal to not know him. "You are not the strong Yan Madongshan above the demon god abyss." The gray-robed man stared at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan didn't answer him, but raised his hand, the thunder light like a waterfall, the thunder slashed, twisted vertically and horizontally, and there were countless thunder beads like thunder, which flew to the gray-robed man and exploded again and again. He could sense that the mana of the gray-robed man was around the 5th level of the profound god. Snort. The gray-robed man snorted coldly, wanting to use the power of thunder to break his magic power. This man's idea was too simple. With a wave of his sleeves, more than a dozen mysterious gods and monsters rushed up at the same time, and killed Xuanhuan, while he was condensing more strange magic power, looking for opportunities, like a poisonous snake, always ready to lethal one. Hit. Eternal Seal. Watching the mysterious monster kill, the seal of Xuanhuan Yongshi immediately sealed away against a monster. Countless thick rune chains appeared on this monster, then submerged in the body, and then moved and stood still. My mysterious monster. The gray-robed man was shocked. He tried desperately to move, but the mysterious god and monster moved, isolating his control power. Xuanhuan could naturally see that the reason why the gray-robed man was able to control the mysterious gods and monsters was to forcibly suppress them with tyrannical mana and some strange magic powers, so that they could barely control and obey his manipulation. This method is too rough, and it is not comparable to the mysterious Great Sealing technique. Seal forever. Xuanhuan has been sealed for eternity again and again. The gray-robed man saw it. A chain of rune chains crisscrossed between the dozen or so mysterious monsters, tying them together firmly. This is the Great Sealing technique. Your Great Sealing technique is so powerful. The gray-robed man recognized the power of the Great Sealing technique and said in horror, "No, it cannot be sealed by the Great Sealing technique, otherwise these monsters will not obey my control. It took many years to finally control so many monsters. He hurriedly used his strength to let the mysterious gods and monsters leave. But the sealing chain turned into a net of heaven and earth, sealing the mysterious gods and monsters in an instant. One by one suddenly lowered their heads and fell into a deep sleep. All sealed. Fear and anger appeared on the face of the gray-robed man. The ghost lamp appears, transforming into a ghost hell. The monument to suppress the prison and seal the gods also appeared to suppress the monsters. You are so well prepared, so it turns out that you also came to seal the monsters in the demon god abyss. When the man in gray robe saw these two artifacts, he knew how well prepared he was. A tooth for a tooth. Xuanhuan said indifferently. As soon as he manipulated it, more than a dozen mysterious monsters opened their eyes at the same time, and wanted to show their teeth and claws at him, but he snorted coldly, and all the mysterious monsters rushed towards the gray-robed man under his control. Hateful, this man is already very powerful. If I fall into the siege of many monsters again, I will most likely be trapped here. My hard work for so many years is in vain. The gray-robed man gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to leave. But Xuanhuan's big palm print was photographed, and at the moment when the gray-robed man flew up, he was photographed back. The mysterious god monster bit, and a monster with sharp claws tore off a piece of flesh and blood from the gray-robed man's body. What? The gray-robed man shouted. The hate in his eyes. The monster that originally belonged to him has now become a tool to bite him, thanks to this person. And this person is still carrying his hands on his back, watching the play lightly. The mysterious gods and monsters are under his control. As long as they attack and kill him, there will be a way to disintegrate the crisis. If you want to trap me, there is no door. The gray-robed man burst out with extremely terrifying resentment. As soon as he made his move, he was resentful and resented the gods. He was the source of resentment. Boom. Xuanhuan's body has an invincible national fortune protection body. This is the national destiny of the dynasty, which is more terrifying than the 8-star dynasty I have seen. The young man in front of him is actually the head of a country, but he doesn't know which country exists. At the same time, the power of the Supreme also oscillated, and as Xuanhuan slammed into the body of the gray-robed man, he hit him flying, and the resentment all over his body was blown away. Humanity is supreme. Xuanhuan shot, the power of humanity disintegrated the power of his resentment, and a divine light appeared. He saw that, with the impact of the light, the faces of countless tortured sinisters, with peaceful colors appearing on their faces, were relieved. You are actually purifying the power of my resentful spirit. The gray-robed man was terrified. This method is too terrifying. Instant brilliance. In an instant, Xuanhuan turned into a splendid ray of light, shuttled out, and hit a cloud of blood. The power of an instant. The gray-robed man said in fear, You. What kind of existence are you? Tell me your history. Xuanhuan interrogated. Want to know my name? Well, I'll tell you, I'm resentful. As the gray-robed man spoke, his whole body suddenly burned with mana, and he turned into a meteor, suddenly shuttled out at an incredible speed, pierced the demon god abyss, and disappeared here in the blink of an eye. But a long river turned into a big handprint and patted his whole person. The gray-robed man was photographed dizzy, and was directly detained in front of Xuanhuan. What do you have to do to let me go? The gray-robed man couldn't calm down. I'm asking you something. Xuanhuan said. I am the Wraith Demon Venerable, Your Majesty the Emperor, let me go. The Wraith Demon Venerable was afraid. There's more. Xuanhuan said. Wu Zhe, the man in gray robe, was terrified at the moment and didn't dare not answer. I give you two paths, surrender to me or die. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty, do you want me to be your slave? It's impossible. My Wraith Demon Venerable will never surrender to others. Even if you kill me, I will not surrender to you. The Wraith Demon Venerable suddenly heard that Xuanhuan was going to surrender to him, and burst out with a certain meaning, and he would not accept it even if he died, but he was still very tough. Wanna die? Xuanhuan wanted to kill Wu Zhe, but he suddenly thought of the Soul Whip, just to use this Wu Zhe to test the power of the Soul Whip. #C486, the Soul Whip is powerful. Want to beat me with a whip? Make me submit, I haven't seen any battles before, you're just wishful thinking, how could I take you, come and fight. If my resentful demon venerable calls out, the name will be written upside down. Seeing the jet black whip of thorns in Xuanhuan's hand, Wu Zhe's mouth was as hard as a dead duck. What he feared the most was torture. You must know that his magic power is even more cruel and terrifying than Ning Shouchen. Ning Shouchen just beheaded enemies and devoured their souls. He didn't like torturing others too much, and he often gave it a good time. This is nothing, Xuanhuan swallows all energy with the great devouring technique. But this Wraith Demon Venerable is different. He is a truly cruel demon cultivator, men and women, young and old, whether ordinary people or strong people, as long as they are caught by him, they will use magic power to torture your soul. When the torture is the strongest and most painful, they will directly kill you. And then turned into its own power. Bring it on. The Wraith Demon Venerable stiffened his neck. I will fulfill you. Snapped. Xuanhuan hit the Soul Whip, and with a snap, the whip hit the Wraith Demon Venerable directly. The Wraith Demon Venerable had an indifferent attitude before, but at this moment, his face was twisted together due to the severe pain. Pain. It hurts so much. It is pain from the bone marrow. Only with this whip did he know what torture was. It was as if he had been thrown into the 18 layers of hell. The whole person seemed to be torn into pieces, fried in a frying pan, and then tied to a soldering iron, and continued to cook. It seems that all the tortures in this world come at once, and the pain is magnified 10-fold and 100-fold. Your mouth is indeed hard enough. Xuanhuan said lightly. Where did the Wraith Demon Venerable not call? It was so painful that he couldn't even scream. Seeing that Xuanhuan's soul whip was still being drawn, the Wraith Demon Venerable saw the great terror and roared, "Don't fight again." Compared with the soul whip, his previous torturing methods were simply the methods of children playing, and they were extremely weak. Xuanhuan ignored him. He whipped the soul whip and whipped it down, causing the Wraith Demon Venerable to keep rolling, and his whole heart was about to collapse. How could he have expected that Xuanhuan's whip could bring such a heart-wrenching effect? The pain of a split lung. Don't fight, Your Majesty, I take back what I said before, I obey, you let me go, be a slave or a servant, be a cow or a horse, or even kill me, please don't do it again. Beat me with this whip. The Wraith Demon Venerable was completely crushed by the soul whip. As long as he was not beaten, death would be the happiest thing. Smack him. Xuanhuan handed the soul whip to a monster and continued to beat the Wraith Demon Venerable. The profound god demon is not tired, so he gave him the whip, and the speed of the whip was extremely fast. With every whip, the Wraith Demon Venerable was in the lower 18 layers of hell, and it was the same as the reincarnation of the world. Let me go, let me be the dog under your feet, I'm willing. The Wraith Demon Venerable begged. At this moment, he realized how cruel the pain of those tortured by him was. No, he was 1,000 times more painful than those people. Each of these whips can make him experience countless tortures, like one whip, and he will be tortured to death. One whip every whip, in fact, he seemed to be tortured to death, but he didn't die, he couldn't wait for his soul to completely collapse at this time. Beat. Chu Yuan knew that these few whips were not enough to make this wraith demon venerable a dog. This whip can't kill the wraith demon venerable, but it can only bring severe pain. It's useful. Originally, I thought it was a bit tasteless, but seeing the miserable appearance of the wraith demon venerable, Chu Yuan felt that it was an unexpected joy. In the future, no matter how hard the mouth is, people who are beaten by the soul whip will not be able to bear it, and they will cry bitterly. Tears begging for mercy. He watched the mysterious monster whipping and counted silently. Okay. 10,000 whips. It seems that after 10,000 times of torture to death, Chu Yuan stopped the mysterious gods and monsters. I'm not dead. After the whipping was over, the wraith demon venerable curled up like a dog, timid, and there was no place for the high-spirited spirit of a mysterious god. Seeing the mysterious god and monster handing over the whip to Chu Yuan, it raised his head gently, causing him to scream in agony. This is the shadow of being beaten in his heart. As long as he sees the soul whip, or even any whip, he will have a demon in his heart. Is it enough? Chu Yuan said. Enough is enough. Don't smoke any more, Your Majesty. I am willing to do anything, even if it is to die immediately. The wraith demon venerable said quickly. If it's enough, then don't fight, and listen to what I have to say in the future. Chu Yuan said. My wraith demon venerable is a dog under His Majesty's feet, the most loyal dog. He was completely frightened and asked cautiously, which country is His Majesty the majesty of? He felt a little sad. The Great Wu Dynasty. Chu Yuan said lightly, even a dog wanted to let him know where his family was. De Wu? The wraith demon venerable didn't seem to have heard of it, but that didn't prevent him from being Chu Yuan's dog. This His Majesty's strength is so terrifying, and he can come up with such terrifying things, he must be very powerful. Tell me about the situation here. Chu Yuan said. Master, the slave came to the demon god abyss more than 3,000 years ago, and spent untold hardships to capture more than a dozen mysterious monsters. I can't control any more, I can control it. It's my magic power forcibly suppressed, but far inferior to Your Majesty. You will be subdued by His Majesty at once. The wraith demon venerable pleases the road. Being able to forcefully control monsters with your own strength, your power of resentment is a bit strange. Chu Yuan said. There are many mysterious monsters sealed, and it is impossible for Chu Yuan to release the mysterious monsters by himself in every war, and let the sacred puppet do it. However, this wraith demon venerable. Give him the sealed profound god monster to release. What is the power of my resentful spirit compared to His Majesty's supernatural powers? The wraith demon venerable bowed his head. Wuza, you have stayed in this demon god abyss for more than 3,000 years. You should know where those mysterious gods and monsters are. Lead the way. The more monsters I seal, the more credit you will receive, and the less torture you will suffer. Chu Yuan said indifferently. Relying on him to find the mysterious gods and monsters is too slow, but with the resentful spirits as guides, it will save a long time. The minions do know where there are mysterious gods and monsters. Before, I was not strong enough and couldn't control too much. Now the minions are leading the way. Resentful spirit demon venerable, this is an opportunity to make meritorious deeds. The wraith demon venerable led the way, and the mysterious monsters were pulled out from their nests by Chu Yuan and sealed. The wraith demon venerable was stunned. This is the real seal. Once the great sealing technique came out, the mysterious monster couldn't move and fell into a deep sleep. There was no special way to imagine it, and even if it was turned into powder, it would not wake up. Why is His Majesty's great sealing technique so powerful? It's not that he hasn't seen the great sealing technique, but he has never seen the great sealing technique of Chu Yuan, which seems to be able to seal everything for eternity. #C487 King of Monsters. Current mission progress, 3650. There are still 14 mysterious monsters. Xuanhuan was still very satisfied with this speed. However, the mysterious gods and monsters in this area have almost been swept away. My lord, the servants also know where there are mysterious gods and monsters, but the place is very dangerous. I just glanced at it from a distance, and I had a feeling of palpitations. I left quickly and didn't want to stay for a long time. Wraith Demon Venerable Road. Extremely dangerous. Xuanhuan frowned. Go, take me to see. Yes. In the abyss, two figures quickly shuttled. Xuanhuan opened the swallowing domain, and the billowing demonic energy was swallowed by him. The Wraith Demon Venerable had to be surprised. Even if he was a demon cultivator, he would not dare to absorb it as recklessly as Xuanhuan. The Great Devouring Technique, the nemesis of all energies. Swish. It didn't take long for Xuanhuan to see that in the dark abyss, a red, blood-red and coquettish light suddenly appeared, which was extremely strange. Is this the dangerous place you speak of? Xuanhuan looked forward. There was actually a large blood-red cocoon, and countless flesh-like arms were attached to the surrounding mountain walls. The big cocoon seems to be made of flesh and blood, and there is life, making a sound like a beating heart. It's like a heart, but there's something incredible in it. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced, and there was a vaguely prototype of a monster in the big cocoon, with a very terrifying aura, more terrifying than what he had seen before. There is a powerful monster inside. The big cocoon that Xuanhuan was looking at suddenly stretched out his hand, and a ray of light from the void cut out. Roar. Sudden. More than a dozen mysterious monsters appeared from all directions, looked at Xuanhuan fiercely, guarded here, and made a roaring sound, as if they had violated their king. Could it be that this flesh and blood cocoon breeds a king of monsters? The Wraith Demon Venerable was shocked and said, the strength of each monster king is very terrifying, like the natural pride of the human race, the existence of an emperor. Your Majesty, be careful, this monster king is not easy to deal with. However, at the moment when his voice just fell, the Xuanhuan Great Sealing Technique sealed the past. How could these ordinary monsters endure the Great Sealing Technique? The chains were interspersed in the air, and the sealed chains did not penetrate into their bodies, casting a confinement spell, as if they had cast an immobilization technique. One by one, the mysterious gods and monsters were sealed, and the progress of Xuanhuan's quest jumped rapidly. Current mission progress, 49/50. There is only one mysterious monster left to complete the branch line. Xuanhuan looked at the flesh and blood cocoon indifferently, and slammed it away with a palm. Immediately, I saw countless pieces of flesh and blood the size of a basin splashed out towards the surroundings. It's amazing. It can be slapped by me, and it's only turned into pieces of meat, but it's not completely destroyed. Xuanhuan felt a little strange. He pointed away. Click. A bloodline appeared, and the entire flesh and blood cocoon was divided into two halves. The King of Monsters. A stench of blood came out. The Demon King was blood-red, tall, and looked like an ordinary person, but he looked extremely ferocious, as if he was fished out of a sea of blood. The King of Monsters made a roaring and angry sound, as if he was angry that Xuanhuan let it out ahead of time, and immediately his arms slammed to both sides, and the flesh and blood cocoons that were cut in half completely turned into pieces of flesh and splashed out. The flesh and blood arrived in front of Xuanhuan, and a Buddha fire burned. Not good. The Wraith Demon Venerable shouted. He just opened the mana block, but the flesh and blood immediately absorbed his mana, and densely fell on the body of the Wraith Demon Venerable. The Wraith Demon Venerable screamed. The more he used mana to attack, the faster the flesh and blood absorbed his mana, and his whole body also turned blood red, as if a mouth was firmly attached to him, absorbing his flesh and blood energy. The ability of this King of Monsters is to suck the power of flesh and blood. Xuanhuan had already seen that after swallowing the Wraith Demon Venerable, the flesh and blood would return to the king of monsters. His ability is to devour. Humph. As soon as Xuanhuan pointed it, a powerful force shook back. He used the great devouring technique to forcibly deprive the flesh of the flesh and blood, and devoured the flesh and blood, covering the wraith demon Venerable into a stream of vitality, which was injected into his body. This time, the wraith demon Venerable not only did not lose his blood, but instead got replenished. Roar. Seeing this, the king of monsters growled even more violently. The king of monsters, this is even rarer than god-level monsters. Xuanhuan was very interested. Boom. Among the glory of the gods, the divine light shrouded, and the light was bright, and the phantoms of the gods surrounded the king of monsters. The king of monsters was struck by the blood-red light, but in the glory of the gods, it was trapped in a mysterious realm and could not escape. Xuanhuan slammed away with a palm, and the big hand of mana like the sky fell. The king of monsters attacked with both arms, and as soon as it hit Xuanhuan's palm, a force that devoured flesh and blood suddenly emerged, which could continuously devour the power of the opponent's flesh and blood during the battle, thereby strengthening himself. At this point, it can support the title of the king of monsters. Pity. It encountered Xuanhuan. Within the swallowing domain, it cannot swallow Xuanhuan's power. Great sealing technique. If Xuanhuan didn't want to suppress it, the king of monsters would have been swallowed into a blood-red vitality. He suppressed it with incomparable and majestic force, and the vast power like heaven and earth completely suppressed the king of monsters, and suddenly saw the king of monsters entangled with rune chains. The king of monsters struggled and made a sound of anger. But the more it struggles with this chain, the deeper it penetrates into its flesh and blood. As expected of the king of monsters, ordinary monsters can be sealed by flipping my hand, but this king of monsters can still struggle, which means that its value is extremely high, higher than the value of dozens of mysterious monsters, and the more flesh and blood the king of monsters eats, the stronger his strength will be. Xuanhuan was not in a hurry, he was trapped by his eternal seal, and it was only a matter of time before the king of monsters was completely sealed. The power of the eternal seal increased again, and the body of the mysterious god monster suddenly became extremely blood-red at this moment, like a boiled prawn. The skin was about to burst, and the balloon was inflated, and it was about to burst completely. Of course, it could see that the blood of the king of monsters was terrifying poisonous blood, and if the mysterious gods were contaminated, the skin would also rot, and the soul would rot. Does the mysterious monster want to explode itself? No, it doesn't have such a high level of intelligence. This should be its supernatural power. Like the one-eyed monster, I think it is going to erupt the poisonous blood in the body, causing chaos. Xuanhuan saw the genius of the king of monsters, and his face was full of smiles. This gave him another big surprise. Eternal Seal. In the Eternal Seal, the magical power of the king of monsters was stopped. Its swollen flesh returned to normal, the blood-red color in its eyes dimmed, and it lowered its head, already sealed by Xuanhuan. #C488 My own woman, I don't hurt who hurts. Your Majesty's peerless magical powers. The wraith demon Venerable trembled. The king of monsters is not afraid of a simple power struggle. But the king of monsters possesses several bizarre magical powers, devouring flesh and blood and sputtering poisonous blood. A real fight. Your Majesty is invincible. The wraith demon Venerable knelt down. Ding. The host completed the side quest, sealed 50 mysterious monsters, obtained 60,000 fate points, Xian Shindan X2, Supernatural Power Fruit X16, Imperial Artifact Advanced Card, Random Lottery Chance X1, Xianshan Puppet Creation Progress 10%, the current progress is 60%. Xuanhuan didn't have time to pay attention to Wraith Demon Venerable's flattery, but looked at the prompt that the side quest was completed. Follow me back. Chu Yuan knew that there were not many mysterious gods and monsters in this area, unless they continued to go deeper. But if you go deeper, it is very likely that you will encounter the highest level of gods and waste his trump cards. Now, staying here is just a waste of time. Inside the Fire Demon City, Flame Demon and others are still waiting here. Your Majesty has been gone for several days, and I don't know when I will be back. Flame Demon Road. Your Majesty's mind is like a sea. It can't be guessed. It has great supernatural powers and can seal the mysterious monsters and form a monster army. We will just wait here. When Wu Ling spoke, he suddenly looked into the distance. Your Majesty is back. Come on, go and meet your Majesty. As soon as the Flame Demon was about to move forward, he saw another demonic presence closely following him, and shouted, "No, the terrifying aura of the mysterious god. Could it be that your Majesty is fighting with a mysterious god and demon cultivator? Help your Majesty to suppress that demon cultivator." Wu Ling shouted loudly. It's him. Resentful Demon Venerable. When the Flame Demon saw the appearance of the Wraith Demon Venerable, his face changed. He also knows this Demon Venerable. The method is extremely cruel, and he takes pleasure in torturing people. His own strength is also very strong. He once started a killing in the Flame Demon realm, and even the Lord of the Cave Heaven can do nothing about him. Don't do it, I'm coming back with the Lord this time, the servant of the Lord. The Wraith Demon Venerable shouted. Master? Slaves? Flame Demon, Wu Ling's mouth opened wide, feeling incredible. Don't be nervous, Wu Zhe has surrendered to me. Chu Yuan said. I really have to submit to your Majesty. What did he say? He is His Majesty's servant. That resentful spirit demon venerable is the existence of the fifth level of the profound god, and he has become a servant. Respect is willing to be a slave. Yan Mo has surrendered to Chu Yuan, but he is a minister, a monarch minister. And this Wraith Demon Venerable is a slave, and their status is incomparable. It seems that the Wraith Demon Venerable offended His Majesty in the Demon God Abyss. At the same time, Yan Mo and Wu Ling are also deeply fortunate. Fortunately, they know their own interests, otherwise they will be the slaves. Even the Flame Demon Cave Heaven has been surrendered. The Wraith Demon Venerable also fought. After the two worlds of Yanma and Wuling are established, they will send their tutors to declare the Imperial Edict in the two worlds. All the people of the right age can enter the Junior Academy to practice, and the folks can enter the People's Academy. Regarding the source of students, if they are geniuses other than Dao, through the assessment of the college, you can also enter the college for admission, while domestic students do not have this restriction. Vigorously cultivate his own people and absorb talents from the outside world. Chu Yuan will build the Great Martial Arts Academy into a magnet, siphoning fiercely. In addition to the academy, holy orders can also be issued, great martial arts talents, and strong people from all walks of life can join. Chu Yuan also wants to absorb the powerhouses from other realms and become his great warrior. Yes, Your Majesty. After giving the order, Chu Yuan took the ancient emperor's chariot and brought Luo Yueying back to Dao. 2 Xianchen pills, Yao Lingner and Luo Yueying one each, can be used to directly use the Xianchen pill to reach the 10th heavenly god layer with a large amount of resources. His own woman, who doesn't he hurts? Exchange for the first realm. After deducting 60,000 fate points, Chu Yuan's realm broke through to the 5th level of the gods. With 2 Imperial grade advanced cards, he raised the Wings of Profound Spirit and the Battle Army chessboard to the Imperial grade. As the rewarded magical fruit, Chu Yuan first raised the Lightning Technique to level 5. Counting the 1 left before and the remaining 8 this time, he still has 9 to use. Looking at the attribute panel, Chu Yuan used 7 magical powers to raise the 5-element technique from the 1st level to the 3rd level. There are still 2 left, and I will gradually increase it later. Now that he has reached the heavenly god realm, he can create a secret realm with his own strength and use the Great Five Elements technique as an aid. Start random lottery. Xuanhuan started the lottery. Ding. The host started a random lottery to get the modification blueprint of the Star Warship Defense Edition. Star Warship Defense Edition modification drawing. Sacrifice speed in exchange for stronger defense. You can equip the Star Warship with stronger armor, but at the same time, the speed will be greatly slowed down, but the defense will be greatly increased. Drawing projection. The defensive version was transformed, and the Starship battleship was covered with a layer of extremely thick armor, and the hull was much larger than the ordinary one, more like a mountain. Defense Edition. Xuanhuan looked at the panel data. The speed of the defensive version is only half that of the normal version, but the defensibility is also strengthened too much. The gods can sway on it without shaking, the power of the mysterious god can also compete, and the Imperial artifact cannot cause damage at once. Although the defensive version sacrifices speed, the powerful defense can compete with stronger opponents on the battlefield. The more precious the armor is made of materials, the stronger the defense will be. Both types of warships need to be built. Xuanhuan said in his heart. The current countermeasure for star warships is that the speed of purifying the required materials cannot keep up with the progress. There is no way to do this. Starship battleships need a lot of materials, and they cherish them very much. Although the foundry department has expanded many times, Tiao has too many things to build, and he is too busy. But soon, to his delight, the casting division got a big boost because of Yan Mo Dong Tian. There are magma-covered terrain everywhere in the Flame Demon realm. Most of the warriors here practice fire-type exercises. As long as they enter the casting department for training for a period of time, they can extract the resources needed by the dynasty from the ore. This unexpected joy greatly eased the pressure on the foundry division. At present, Xuanhuan is not in a hurry to return to the world of Xuanhuan. The country has just subdued so many forces, and he needs to be in charge. Conscript people from all over the country and go to the world of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan decreed to continue to recruit the strong. With the addition of so many powerhouses, the rate of hoarding resources around Luofeng City has been greatly accelerated. The dynasty has even planned ahead, and is already investigating detailed information and expanding its power to other areas. Time is fast, and in October of the 41st year of Tiao, the army was stationed in October last year, and it also has a year. Xuanhuan is in the palace. Your Majesty, someone outside the Imperial city asked to see His Majesty. It is a mysterious god. The old slave has already asked his name. It is Su Dao. He is coming to seek refuge with His Majesty. Duke Wei reported. Profound God powerhouse, Su Dao. Xuanhuan nodded. Let him come to see me. Soon, the master named Su Dao came to Xuanhuan. You are Su Dao. Xuanhuan looked at this Su Dao. This person's cultivation base is not weak. The profound god is 4th level, wearing gray linen. He looks like a very ordinary middle-aged man. There is a lot of stubble on his chin, and he looks very vicissitudes. To Xuanhuan's feeling, this Su Dao is more like a swordsman who has traveled all over the world, with a tough mind and a sword intent on his body. #C489 Absorb Talents. Su Dao has seen His Majesty. Su Dao salutes. You are a swordsman, and a master of the 4th level of the profound god came to my great martial arts to join me. Xuanhuan looked at Su Dao with majesty. Su Dao is a rare swordsman. In the eternal world, there are many strong swordsmen, but there are very few people who can really be called swordsmen. This kind of person loves knives like his life, only repairs knives. Knives are everything to him, and he is crazy about knives. As a swordsman, you have to play against countless powerful masters to make yourself stronger. There are many strong enemies in Tiao. When I come to Dao, I can have more opponents to fight with me. There are few other places. This opportunity. Su Dao was in front of Xuanhuan, and he was horrified to discover that he, a fearless swordsman, did not even have the courage to draw a sword, and was shocked by the emperor's breath. He continued, and there are many opportunities for great martial arts. Is it just as simple as the 8-star dynasty? Indeed, Dao has many opponents, and you have a chance to fight the sword. Xuanhuan appreciated Su Dao's answer. He doesn't have any requirements, it's very simple, he just wants more opponents to fight against him, even if he dies, it doesn't matter, he doesn't care. Tell him that death is not terrible, and dying in the battle with others is also his destination. This kind of person can also be said to be insane. I'll give you a chance against the knife. Xuanhuan said, you don't join other legions, you only join my god army. If you follow me, you will meet more terrifying masters. This madman-like swordsman belongs to the Lone Ranger. If you let him go to the army, he will not be able to command him. Only by following him can he play a greater role. Follow His Majesty's orders. Su Dao doesn't care. Swordsman, the ultimate destination is to die in battle, he doesn't care about the powerful enemy Dao faces. His Majesty. The flame demon hurried into the hall. Seeing Su Dao suddenly, he was surprised. Su Dao, a swordsman, repairing the sword of loneliness, you actually came to Dao. Although Su Dao is the 4th level of the profound god, and the flame demon is 1 level higher than him, he cannot guarantee that he will be Su Dao's opponent. This person's sword is too terrifying, and the killing power is too heavy. Such masters have taken the initiative to rely on His Majesty. Su Dao, you retire, I will arrange a place for you in the Imperial city, and the world of Xuanhuan will be your battlefield. Xuanhuan waved Su Dao back, you say. In the Flame Demon realm, the recruitment of soldiers is going on steadily, and the Dao Academy, the Flame Demon realm has also begun to recruit the first batch of academies. In addition to the students from this realm, there are many outsiders who have come to Dao, and we have also selected the best ones. There are few geniuses who meet the requirements, and many people even take the initiative to request to join Dao and become Dao citizens. The Flame Demon reports. Very good, the dynasty's concept of governing the world is different from that of the sect. In addition to the need for top talents, I also need a lot of talents to manage such a huge territory. These teenagers are the best warriors when they grow up, and they can be used in the civilian or military. Huge effect. Xuanhuan nodded and said, Flame Demon, declare this imperial decree to the instructors of the various colleges. From now on, the tutors of the junior colleges from all walks of life can lead students to go to the Sacred Mountain for training. Students who go to the Sacred Mountain for training will double their monthly basic resources. The list will be entered into the college headquarters first. After approval, they will enter the Sacred Mountain and act with the army. Cultivating in the academy every day is like the flowers in the greenhouse, which don't grow much. He intends to select some qualified students to go to the Sacred Mountain to experience bloodshed. For example, in those sects, geniuses will also be sent out to experience. Dao has established a firm foothold in the world of Xuanhuan. With the help of the army, it is still safe for students to go to practice. This is indeed an opportunity. The Flame Demon immediately sent an edict. And during the period when Xuanhuan suppressed the Imperial city, the total number of star warships has exceeded 30, and there are also 5 defensive warships, all of which have been sent into the mountain. The total number of profound God Vientian puppets reached 6. The Spear of Judgment also equips the Legion of Light on a large scale. At the same time, in a city called Beishao City in the Eternal Great World, in this city, there are several families with gods fighting with each other, and their power is not small. Mysterious Spirit is here. Outside Beishao City, a mysterious god shrouded in divine light led a large number of masters to Beishao City. Today, I will open a mountain gate for Xuanlingzong and recruit disciples. Are you ready for each family? The mysterious envoy looked at Bei Xiaoqing, frowning. The recruitment of disciples this time is completely different from before. After his arrival, it was actually empty. There were not many people, which was in stark contrast to the previous pictures of countless young people who were eager to join the Xianling sect. What about people? The mysterious envoy said, displeased. Mysterious spirit envoy, the situation has changed. The other masters of the Xianling sect looked into it, and said with an ugly expression, it's not far to gather the great martial flame demon realm in Beishao City. This time the Great Martial Arts Academy is open. Many teenagers have already gone to the Great Martial Arts Academy to study, and they have entered the Great Martial Arts, at least one after another. 90% of the geniuses are no longer in Beishao City. Go to Dao. The mysterious envoy's face also became ugly. I heard that Dao annexed Yanma Dong Tian, built Dao Academy, and recruited students through the academy. Unexpectedly, they even absorbed the genius of Beishao City. The Xianling sect is a strong sect. The sect master is the 10th profound god, and there is a supreme elder who is in the supreme god realm. Every time I opened a mountain gate and recruited disciples, I didn't know how many people begged to send people to the door, but this time, it was almost the same. Although Xuanlingzong is good, it only recruits a few people in Beishao City at a time, which is too illusory. But Dao is different. Dao is an academy system. Like a school, although there are tests for outsiders, it is much easier to enter. In addition, there are mentors in Dao Academy. In order to earn contribution points, all kinds of strong people will teach students with heart, and Dao is too friendly to ordinary people, which attracts many people from the outside world. Unlike the Xianling sect, even if you enter the sect, but you are not valued, you will be mediocre, and you will not get any resources. Come on, let's go to other cities to see. When the sect recruits disciples, in addition to selecting from the territory under their control, they will also look for geniuses in other cities. But this time, Xianlingzong went to several big cities, and found that more than 90% of the people went to Dao. Return to the sect, quickly report this news to the sect master. The Xianling sect was the closest god-level sect to the Flame Demon Cave. High mountains stand, emitting divine light, and there are countless hanging halls. Today is the time for the opening of the mountain gate to select disciples. Although there are countless geniuses on the mountain road who want to enter the sect, they are much less than before. Xuanlingzong is difficult to enter. Moreover, Emperor Wu seems to be a recent legend. He has successively annexed major forces and occupied a large area in the world of Xuanhuan. I heard that they have no shortage of medicinal pills and good benefits, which many people are envious of. Moreover, Emperor Wu is young. This legend is like a scorching sun, attracting countless people to chase. Sect Master, those countless people have been absorbed by Dao. If things go on like this, my Xuanlingzong will have to recruit fewer talents, which is very detrimental to the development of my Xuanlingzong. The mysterious spirit messenger reported the news to a middle-aged man. He is the suzerain of Xianling sect. The Great Wu Dynasty. Sect Master Xuanling's face was calm, and he couldn't see his anger. This dynasty is very mysterious. Although it is now known as the 8 Star, no one dares to underestimate it. When he was talking, he suddenly looked outside the mountain gate. Since the envoy of the Empire is here, please come in and see you. #C490 Friendly Exchange. People of the Empire. The envoy of the mysterious spirit was shocked. Which country would this be coming from? In the blue light, a figure shrouded in blue lightning appeared. He came to Xianling sect, saw Sect Master Xianling, and said with a light smile. Before this envoy stepped into Xianling sect, Sect Master Xianling felt the existence of this envoy, and your mana is really behind you, and you are very close to the Supreme God. In time, your Xianling sect will probably give birth to the second supreme god. Unbreakable to God. Sect Master Xuanling's eyes converged. The messenger from the Qingmu Chongqing Empire has nothing to do without going to the Three Treasures Hall. I must have something to do with my Xianling sect today. There is indeed something. The Imperial messenger said. The Emperor's envoy, this sect welcomes. The Xianling sect master smiled and said, but my Xianling sect lives in a corner. I open a mountain gate on weekdays, recruit some disciples, and want me to participate in the battle between the two empires. That is impossible. My Xianling, although Zong has a supreme god, he will not interfere in the affairs of the empire. His meaning is very clear, and he will not be pulled into the camp of the Aoki Longevity Empire. I didn't come here to let you join the empire. The Imperial messenger said, do you know Dao? Big Wu. Sect Master Xianling pondered for a moment and said, this sect knows about Dao, that Emperor Wu is mysterious and powerful, and there is a heroic master. Although Dao is an 8-star force, there are too many strange and mysterious backgrounds. Let's just say that the battleship, it is not something that ordinary forces can create. Could it be that you want my Xuanlingzong to fight against Dao? He shook his head, knowing that the Qingmu Chongqing Empire wanted to pull him into the water, and refused. Xuanlingzong will not fight against Dao, your war has nothing to do with us. Although Dawu has only just been promoted to 8 stars, but with such a rapid growth rate of strength, although Xianlingzong has a supreme god, he has no heart at all. Dao has shown its edge, so you are not afraid of threatening Xuanlingzong in the future? The Imperial messenger said, I heard that Dao has absorbed a lot of geniuses this time, and your Xuanlingzong has absorbed a lot of disciples. The absorption place is not the place controlled by the sect, it is optional. Xianling sect master thought, if there are no other things. See a visitor out. Think about it. The Imperial emissary saw that sect master Xianling issued an order to evict guests, and he stayed soon. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire is a misfortune. It wants to pull us into the water and get involved in the quagmire of the war between the two great empires. Xianling sect master said. Yes, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire is not a good thing. Most of their strong people are restrained by the Holy Heaven Empire. Dao is too powerful. With Dao's current strength, they have to deal with it, and they have to pay some price. The mysterious envoy said, therefore, the Xianling sect must not interfere in it. I'm not afraid of Dao's power on the bright side, but I'm afraid of Dao's secret background, the endless strange things. Sect Master Xianling said coldly, even if the eternal great world is turned upside down, the big deal is to activate the mysterious realm of Xianling, leave this realm, and seek refuge outside the realm. We are not those imperial dynasties, and we need boundless territory to preserve our strength. To avoid the world, why be their cannon fodder, a victim? There is no way to do that. The mysterious envoy nodded. But I'm still curious about Dao. Sect Master Xianling said, Feng Jun, although I don't participate in the war, I can communicate with geniuses. This time you lead the team and select outstanding talents in the sect, and you can go to Dao to challenge geniuses. Genius challenge? Feng Jun's eyes lit up and said, yes, genius competition is a friendly way of communication, I know, it just happens to be able to explore the details of Dao. Exactly this purpose. Sect Master Xianling nodded, remember, you are going to Dao this time just for communication. Treat Dao with the most cautious attitude. Don't conflict with Dao. I can't see through this dynasty. I'm going to get ready. Great Wu Dynasty. The feeling of being watched by prying eyes seems to be everywhere, staring at me. If I have any changes, I will be suppressed in an instant. Feng Jun led some geniuses to Dao's territory, and after a chill behind him, he exclaimed in shock, this is the power of Dao's national fortune. Although the dynasty could not be at ease with the sect, and would escape from the world in case of danger, the power of national fortune was the most powerful. It is enviable that with the fortune of the country, you can kill the peerless powerhouse. This is Emperor Dao's warning to me, he has discovered me. Feng Jun didn't dare to be careless, and when he arrived at Dao Imperial City, he didn't dare to make a little nuisance to the people. He has been to the supreme god-level dynasty, but he has never encountered such a power of national destiny. Dao Imperial City. Feng Jun looked at the Dao Imperial City, and his expression changed. The Dao Imperial City is huge, with tall buildings, busy traffic, and divine light radiating. Several divine light towers have also been built here. The power of the national fortune has turned into dazzling ripples, and battleships circled and flew around the Imperial City. The area of Dao is too large, and warships are used to transport the people. This feeling is so dreamy. See Your Majesty Dao, I am Feng Jun, the messenger of Xuanlingzong, and I have come to see Your Majesty on behalf of Xuanlingzong. Feng Jun did not dare to trespass the Imperial City. He clearly knew that even though he was a profound god, Guiyun could kill him without the need for His Majesty to do anything. Xuanlingzong Feng Jun, Your Majesty already knows that you are here, let's go, and follow me to meet His Majesty. A figure appeared in front of Feng Jun, and there was a very gloomy aura, which made Feng Jun shiver. Who are you? Feng Jun looked at this person and said in shock, Remorseful Spirit Demon Venerable, why are you in Dao? The Wraith Demon Venerable is notorious for his cruel magic skills. Where am I not in Dao? The Wraith Demon Venerable said coldly, Stop talking nonsense, you still haven't seen the Lord. See. Feng Jun followed behind the Wraith Demon Venerable and kept guessing. Looking at the appearance of this Wraith Demon Venerable, it's not as simple as taking refuge. It gives me the feeling that he is more of a servant beside the Emperor Wu, not a monarch, but a servant. Feng Jun was shocked. It's terrifying that Emperor Wu could actually subdue the Wraith Demon Venerable as a slave and make him obedient. I can understand why the sect master told me not to break out with Emperor Wu in Dao. Entering the palace, Feng Jun met Xuanhuan. Feng Jun has met His Majesty. The majesty of the emperor is vast, and Feng Jun also respectfully saluted. There is no intersection between me and Xuanlingzong. When the messenger arrives, what is there to see me? Xuanhuan said slowly. I heard that Dao Academy is recruiting. There are many geniuses in Dao, and young people from all over the world gather. My Xuanlingzong also wants to know the strength of Dao geniuses, so the sect master sent me to Dao to have a friendly exchange with Dao geniuses. The breadth is too vast, and Feng Jun is extremely depressed at this moment. A friendly exchange between geniuses. Xuanhuan thought for a while, but did not refuse. Okay, I can agree to this exchange test. #C491 One sword one person. The Xianling sect sent messengers to come here, nothing more than to test the details of Dao, and did not want to become enemies with Dao in the way of confrontation with the strong. Instead, use genius for friendly exchanges. In this way, he will not tear his face with Dao, and at the same time allow the genius to perceive some of Dao's details. If he wins, it will let outsiders know that Dao cultivates geniuses. For their thoughts. Of course Xuanhuan knew. However, they came just right, and he fulfilled the other party's wish, defeating Xuanlingzong in front of everyone, attracting geniuses and powerhouses other than Dao. Tournament Arena. Dao held a talent competition a few years ago, and the facility construction department here has been strengthening and expanding. The genius sent by the Xianling sect is going to challenge me as a great martial genius. I heard that Your Majesty has agreed to this battle and come to the arena in person. What, there is such a thing? It is said that the Xianling sect has a supreme god ancestor, and the genius he has cultivated is incredible, very powerful. When did my great martial genius ever fear others? Defeat them fiercely and kill their spirit. The Imperial city is boiling. When the news came out, countless people gathered in the arena to take a good place in advance. Even if it is impossible to get in, Tiao will use the photo formation method to broadcast synchronously in various places to ensure that everyone can see it. A photo formation? Feng Jun saw the light curtain and said with a smile, "This is the way, so that everyone can see the power of our genius. The genius of Xuanlingzong is here." In the Imperial city, in addition to the people of their own country, there are many geniuses who have come to Tiao for thousands of miles and want to learn. At this moment, they are also paying attention to the battle on the light curtain. See if your choice to come to Tiao is right. You are the guests, I am the master, how do you want to compare? The group battle is still a single fight. Xuanhuan said. It's just a friendly exchange between geniuses. It's simpler. The geniuses under the age of 100 fight alone. What do you think of your majesty? Feng Jundao. The simplest rules can sometimes show strength. Can. Since it is my Xuanlingzong challenge, we will be the first to fight in this first battle. Feng Jun looked at a young man behind him and said, "Chen Hong, you shoot in the first battle. Remember, this is a friendly exchange battle, and you must not hurt your life until you hit it." It is actually a true god who is less than 100 years old. The 10 people Feng Jun brought this time are all true gods, and they are not even 100 years old. They are all the best in the sect. True gods who are less than 100 years old are rare, and everyone has the possibility of becoming a god in the future. In other words, Xuanlingzong's generation has 10 geniuses who are gifted by gods, and this is the best in the 100 years old, and there are more geniuses in the sect. To god-level strength, the background is really strong. Please advise. This Chen Hong was born in the Shenzongmen, and his expression was rebellious. In his eyes, although Tiao developed rapidly, the quality of geniuses must not be as good as theirs, but they were just a group of upstarts. Guardian. Xuanhuan looked at his divine army, "Go, and teach him. I'm coming for the first battle." A young man, who had scars on his face that had not been erased, walked out, his eyes burning with war, and said, "Your Majesty has a purpose, let me fight you." You. Chen Hong looked at Wei Jian, his face was extremely unhappy. Is Tiao going to show such a genius quality to compare with me? False gods are 10 level? To fight true gods, do you look down on my strength, or is there no more powerful ones? Are you a genius? It's enough to deal with you. Wei Jian's sword intent is fierce. He is the Tongtian sword body that fought on behalf of Tiao a few years ago. He has been trained in the divine army in the past few years, and has experienced countless life and death battles. Watch out for him. Feng Jun saw some clues. Humph, is it just him? Chen Hong looked down on Wei Jian, and said disdainfully, "To deal with you, one move is enough, I can let you shoot first." It is good. Wei Jian didn't talk to him too much. The sound of the sword sound resounded, and a sword intent shot up to the sky. The sword was not seen in Wei Jian's hand, but he was the strongest sword, the sword that penetrated the sky. It's not good, the sword body can reach the sky, cut the sky with one sword, and kill fiercely. This person has experienced blood on the battlefield, and his temperament is sharply polished. Chen Hong, don't be careless. Feng Jun's expression also changed. The Tongtian sword body is an extremely rare type of sword cultivator. He once saw a heavenly sword body with a 10th level heavenly god, and mobilized his own strength to the strongest, and it was terrifying to kill a mysterious god with the 1st level weight. The Tongtian sword body does not cultivate defense, but only cultivates the strongest killing. Xianling Gong. The sword light shrouded, and Chen Hong also felt the great threat from Wei Jian at this moment. My body is my sword, and I can cut through the sky with one sword. Swish. Wei Jian turned into a beam of sword light, directly covering Chen Hong, breaking his Shanling Gong with the sharpest attack, and the sword chi directly smashed him out. A bone-deep scar appeared on his chest. I lost. Chen Hong's eyes were horrified and unbelievable. Thank you Emperor Wu, for your mercy. Feng Jun could of course see that if this sword had been chopped off against Chen Hong's head, he would have died long ago, and now he is showing mercy. Chen Hong was not wronged. The Tong Tian sword body was originally an extremely rare kendo physique, even fewer than the powerhouses of the profound god, and could fight across the ranks. At the same time, he was also terrified. A heaven-penetrating sword body, he just put it in his own army to experience, and he is not afraid of falling. If you lose with one move. I can see that Wei Jian has stopped, otherwise he would have killed that arrogant genius long ago. If you don't have the strength to dare to challenge the genius of Dao, you are simply looking for abuse. Countless people watched the first battle live or through the live broadcast, and their faces showed strong excitement. This is the strength of the genius of Dao, and the genius of the supreme sect can be defeated by the most severe means. Wei Jian comes from His Majesty's divine army. Shenjun, that is the most elite army of the dynasty. As soon as you enter the army of God, you will be glorious. Countless people discussed. At this moment, those geniuses who came from other realms and wanted to learn, also very much want to join His Majesty's divine army. But they all know that the divine army is the most elite army in Dao. His Majesty's own army is not subject to anyone's mobilization. Today's number does not exceed 100,000 people, and the weakest among them are false gods. Ling Fei, you are in this battle. Feng Jun pointed out another genius. The strength of this Ling Fei is stronger than the previous Chen Hong, the true god is double, and he has the Lingyun battle body, which is extremely powerful. Wei Jian, it's up to you to come to this battle. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty, although the Tong Tian sword is powerful, it is difficult to find an opponent in the same realm, but after all, my disciple is the second-level true god. If I want to win in the same way, I am afraid that it is not enough. Your Majesty might as well change someone. Feng Jundao. He is enough, and the true god's second guard sword has also been cut. Chu Yuan's face remained unchanged. Please enlighten me. Ling Fei did not have the arrogance of Chen Hong, he was very cautious. But caution is not enough. Dao's heaven-penetrating sword body is different. The power of the humane Long River complements his sword body power, and the power is stimulated to 10%. Heavenly sword slash. One sword, another sword. Wei Jian directly slashed Ling Fei out. #C492 shocked again. With the 10th level of false god cultivation, Wei Jian used two swords to defeat the true god of the other side. The geniuses of Xuanlingzong looked extremely gloomy. It was not that their genius was too weak, but that the other party was too strong. Next you go. Feng Jun's face was ugly and assigned a genius to play. If they don't win a game, they will lose their face. Your Majesty Dao, do you want to change people? Wei Jian has made two swords, and he can retire to rest. Chu Yuan said, under the age of 100, who of you want to fight? Your Majesty, please fight. At this time, one of the divine army walked out. He was extremely tall, like a giant spirit god, as if supporting the sky. This is also an extremely rare combat body, a giant spirit body, with infinite power. Giant divine body. Feng Jun was shocked. This giant spirit body is also very rare. He has long heard that Dao has a divine army, all of them have special physiques, or extremely special magical powers. Your Majesty, it's too slow to fight one by one like this. Our army of gods still needs to be trained. If the subordinates ask if they can join them together, the subordinates will single out all of them. The member of the divine army of this giant spirit body is called Chao Zhan, and his eyes are full of fighting intent, and the color of blood is flashing. Damn, even if you are a giant spirit fighting body, it is impossible for one person to challenge us all. Yes, you are too arrogant and arrogant. Do you really think you are invincible? Defeat him and defend the glory of my Xianling sect. Hearing Qiao Zhan's words, the geniuses of Xuanlingzong were all angry. I just ask you, do you dare to fight? Qiao Zhan's voice is very loud, and this roar is provocative. Zhan, what's not to dare to fight? Since he wants to fight together. Just like his wish, beat him fiercely, make him vomit blood, and roll off the stage. Xianlingzong still had 8 geniuses who didn't play, and they couldn't bear it any longer. All of them rushed forward angrily and launched a siege on Qiao Zhan. The mana roared, but Qiao Zhan's body emerged with an ancient atmosphere, such as the existence of the guardian deity world. His stature is extremely burly, and he is not afraid of the mana played by those people. Without dodging, he directly bears it all. Bang bang bang. The mana slammed on him, just like banging on a rock, not moving at all. The giant spirit body is not only powerful, but also extremely defensive. This person's body refining has reached an extremely high level, at least in the same realm. Feng Jun immediately made an analysis. Cultivating the physique is extremely resource-intensive. Even if the Xianling sect had supreme gods, it would be impossible for them to eat the Imperial elixir every day like Xuanhuan did. Weak, too weak, I can't compare to the opponents I faced in the mountain. Qiao Zhan slammed his palm away, his big hand was like a palm fan, hitting a genius. He immediately heard the sound of bones breaking, and the genius's shoulder sank. He slapped his palm again and slapped it on the man's chest, planting all the ribs and inserting them into the chest cavity. Surround him, don't give him a chance. If the 8 people can't defeat Qiao Zhan, Xianlingzong's face will be completely lost under the live broadcast, and they will not be able to raise their heads in the future. Do you still want to attack? Qiao Zhan was not afraid of siege. When the divine army fought in the Xunshan mountain, which one was not a siege melee? If you didn't watch the 6 directions and listen to the 8 directions, you would have already died. He maximized his advantages, relying on the strength of his physical body. The giant spirit body rushed in front of one person and slapped his head. The man was beaten into a spin and rolled off the stage. Giant spirit pillar. At this moment, Qiao Zhan was holding a huge divine pillar, and he was rampaging with infinite strength. He swept frantically with the divine pillar. Those who dared to approach him would be knocked out. Those people were dumbfounded. Qiao Zhan was too strong. This kind of person is the best warrior on the battlefield. The divine pillar collided. Although the geniuses of the Xianling sect were not weak, and all of them had cultivated at a very high level, but where had they seen such a fierce style of play? It was all right for them to fight each other, and they had to forcefully cooperate, but they couldn't play their own roles. Advantage. One genius after another was knocked out, not Qiao Zhan's opponent. Do you want me to knock you down, or go down obediently? Qiao Zhan looked at the last person left on the battlefield and said disdainfully. War. This man gritted his teeth, and even if he lost, he still had the aura of Xuanlingzong and rushed towards Qiao Zhan frantically. His courage was commendable, but he was still swept out by Qiao Zhan. De Wu's genius is really amazing. They were defeated in 10 battles, and the opponent only had 2 people, and they were swept away. The genius of Dao made Feng Jun also shocked, and the loser had no temper. No wonder the sect master only sent geniuses here. I welcome all kinds of friendly exchanges. Xuanhuan smiled. This time, Shenjun has a big face, and he did not waste his resources. Feng Jun, I would like to challenge you with my knife. It was Su Dao who made the sound. As soon as he saw a powerful opponent, he wanted to use the opponent to test the sword. At the same time, he looked at Xuanhuan and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I want to fight him. Whether we fight or not, it depends on whether the envoy of Xuanlingzong agrees. Xuanhuan did not refuse. Su Dao is a pure-minded sword maniac. If he wants to try the knife, let him try it. In Dao, nothing can go wrong. The swordsman Su Dao. Feng Jun looked surprised when he saw Su Dao. I didn't expect you to be attracted to Dao. He has heard of Su Dao. Since he started to practice, he has been constantly looking for people to fight the sword. Countless people died under his sword. He cultivated all the way to Shanshan, and he is also a legend. But at this time, if he refused Su Dao, wouldn't he tell Dao's people that he was afraid of Su Dao, and spread it out to make people think? I have heard the name of the swordsman Su Dao for a long time, and I love swords like my life, but your majesty Dao, Xuanhuan's hands are too quiet and their destructive power is infinite. Grass and trees. Profound gods fight, and the terrifying fluctuations can explode a star. I will open up a battlefield for you. Xuanhuan waved his hand. The condensed belief of the infinite national destiny seems to have opened up a secret realm, which is a huge battlefield, shrouded by the power of the national destiny. Great Wu Guiyun. Feng Jun stepped into the battlefield, tested his strength, and found that he remained motionless. The strength of this battlefield can compete with the power of the profound god. For this alone, he has to be in awe of the great Wu Emperor in front of him again. Haha, since that's the case, Su Dao, I will answer your invitation to fight. I have heard of your sword for a long time. Come on, let me see if you have the strength to defeat me. Feng Jun's mysterious aura erupted, and it condensed firmly in Su Dao's hand. In the face of a swordsman, he did not dare to be careless. There are many people who play with swords, and there are not many who can be called swordsmen, and there are not many people in the entire eternal world. The sun set over the long river. Su Dao spoke very little and did not talk much to Feng Jun. The moment he entered the battlefield, the snow-white long knife slashed away, and suddenly he seemed to see a lonely swordsman in a desert. The afterglow was shining, and he slashed a long river of knife light under the setting sun. #C493 42 years of Dao. Mysterious gods fought each other, much attention was paid to them. Countless people are watching. Break your sword light. Feng Jun was extremely dignified, and he slammed his palm out, intertwined with the light of hundreds of millions of mysterious spirits. He knew very well that Su Dao, such a swordsman, had all the skills in his sword. This kind of swordsman uses his own knives, instills countless hard work, and even sacrifices the knives with his own blood to integrate with the soul of the knives. Even if he was given an Imperial long sword, he would not change it. The knife is his life, everything he has, instills his own soul of the knife. Su Dao was calm, smashed with one sword, and the light of the sword was intertwined in the sky, deducing a world of swords, a lonely swordsman who was not afraid of life and death in order to practice the sword. The mysteries of that sword technique were all revealed at this moment. Rage is burning. A little flame swept out like anger, and Feng Jun had deep mana. His whole person seemed to be ignited by anger, and his power condensed into a frenzy in an instant, and a palm of sky fire eroded around Su Dao. In Su Dao's eyes, only Feng Jun existed, and he slashed out with one knife. All kinds of phantoms, shape-shifting. Around Su Dao, 10,000 Feng Jun appeared, each of them exuding the same spirit and attacking him at the same time. But Su Dao knew that only one was the real Feng Jun. His eyes were condensed, and he suddenly slashed forward with a knife, slammed into a real object, and blood splashed out, beheading Feng Jun. It's terrifying. Feng Jun had a lingering fear in his heart. As expected of a swordsman, he shattered all my illusions with one sword, but it's not enough to beat me like this. Infinite mana shock. Feng Jun's blow really showed his full strength. With one move, the world turned upside down. It seemed that thousands of stars fell from the void, destroying everything. But the battlefield that the national movement turned into has endured all his strength. Knife, there is no retreat. In the face of Feng Jun's outbreak, Su Dao was fearless and did not panic. Even if he died in the next moment, he would not frown, and he continued to move forward, showing the domineering power of the sword. The swordsman is unrestrained, like a sword fairy in the world. The swordsman is domineering, smashing everything with one knife, and dying in battle is an honor. Boom! The domineering knife light turned into a bright white brilliance and washed down. Su Dao smashed Feng Jun's power with the most domineering force, and slashed at him with a knife, and the terrifying force made him spit blood. I lost. Feng Jun clutched his chest, knowing that he had lost. Even if I fight to the death, I am not your opponent, I will be cut by you. It is indeed an extremely rare swordsman. Your sword is very powerful. He also calmly admitted his failure. Looking down at this battlefield, there is no trace of destruction, and Su Dao's domineering sword light has not penetrated. Xuanhuan waved his hand and dispersed the battlefield. Your Majesty Dao, not long ago, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire sent messengers to my Xuanlingzong, but my Xuanlingzong did not want to participate in the fight. They are planning to deal with you. Feng Jun left this sentence, with a dejected genius on his face, said, farewell. Although it was shameful, but he was able to cultivate to the profound God, and a few cared about his face, and he wanted to report today's affairs to the sect master. In Dao, the repression of the national movement loomed over him, and he was very depressed and did not want to stay for long. 1. The people of Dao burst into cheers when they saw Su Dao defeating the Xianxin of Xuanlingzong. Profound God is the real high-level combat power. A dynasty with extremely powerful mysterious gods can guard its territory. Su Dao was expressionless, and he was reminiscing about the insights brought by this battle. Su Dao, come to a place with me. Xuanhuan took Su Dao to the ancient battlefield altar. Here is? Su Dao looked at the surrounding prehistoric environment, and said in surprise, I entered a fantasy-like world with my mind. This should simulate the prehistoric world, but it's so real, it's similar to reality. This is the altar of the ancient battlefield, where Dao trains the army. Here, you can set up opponents of various strengths and attributes. Xuanhuan said, in front of you is a swordsman who simulates your own strength, go and defeat him. Let Xianxin train, the consumption of god stones is huge, but Xuanhuan doesn't care. Su Dao fought against the simulated swordsman. The swordsman was entered by Xuanhuan with the data recorded in the battle between him and Feng Jun, making it difficult for Su Dao to fight. How do you feel? Xuanhuan asked. Very powerful, this opponent knows the knife move I use, as if it is fighting against another self. A rare excitement appeared in Su Dao's eyes. The more complete the evolution of your moves, the more you can record your data. The simulated opponent is similar to the real you, and you can play against yourself and see where your weaknesses are. In addition, you can choose a variety of different opponent. Xuanhuan said. It's so amazing. Although there is no excitement between life and death, I can train myself with many opponents that I haven't met before. Su Dao felt that he was right. In other places, how can there be such a real fantasy for him to train? Train well here. Xuanhuan left him here. In the early 42 years of Dao. Over the past year, countless resources have been obtained. Especially after the dynasty was promoted to 8 stars, the supplement of a large number of powerhouses made the exploration of the dynasty's resources develop rapidly. The Eastern Forbidden Area was originally stationed in a place not very far from Luofeng City, but Dao has recently sent Xianxin in succession in order to avoid conflicts with Dao. Even if it is the Forbidden Area in the east, it is not allowed to retreat strategically and not get too close to Dao. As soon as they left, Dawu immediately dispatched troops to occupy more areas. At this time, it is a relatively quiet period for the major forces to collect resources. The number of star warships is still growing too slowly. There is a lack of profound god-level refiners, and the purification of materials is slow. Xuanhuan shook his head. Most of the star warships he built during this period were defensive versions. In the Sacred Mountain, after all, it is not outside the territory, and it does not need such a fast maneuvering speed. The most important thing is to let the warships cooperate with the army. The number of Divine Army has also recruited 100,000. Xuanhuan has annexed so many territories, and with the continuous flow of experts from the outside world, the number of the Divine Army has broken through to 100,000. 100,000 is a small number for a large army. But these 100,000 people are the elites of the dynasty, and all of them are strong in the same realm. There are swordsmen like Su Dao, the 5-layer mysterious god like Yanma, and Wuling, a special talent who can use the mist to lose the city. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan's strict control, the number of Divine Army would have been even greater. For the Divine Army, Xuanhuan did not blindly expand the number of people, but only selected the most elite masters to maintain a high level of combat power. 2 pieces of news urgently sent by the world of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked at the news presented and opened the first letter with a happy expression on his face, but after the second letter, his face became frosty and instantly became cold. Shenjun, follow me back to the world of Xuanhuan. As soon as he received the news, he immediately returned to the world of Xuanhuan. #C494 Shadow Valley. The Mountain World. The great warrior generals gathered together, their faces extremely gloomy. Xuanhuan received 2 pieces of news. The first one was that they saw a deep blue ocean when they were exploring. The second piece of news cast a gloom on Dawu. Ning Shouchen, how is your injury? After Xuanhuan arrived, he looked at Ning Shouchen, who was pale and injured. Fortunately, my injury is not serious. With His Majesty's divine pill, I can cultivate within a few months, but that Shadow Valley. Ning Shouchen said bitterly. It turned out that when Ning Shouchen was out on a mission this time, he was suddenly besieged by a force called Shadow Valley. If it wasn't for the fact that he was carrying a mysterious god Vientian puppet, he released the puppet for consumption and blocked it for a moment. This time he will be killed by the powerhouses of Shadow Valley, and the Sound Thunder Sword formation will also be deprived. Shadow Valley's attack on Ning Lao is an extremely dangerous signal, indicating that some forces are already secretly dealing with us. After refining the Xianchen pill, Lu Qianfu has returned to the world of Xuanhuan. This is the background of someone coveting my great martial arts. Xuanhuan said coldly, some people deliberately spread the benefits against me. After all, there are too many good things here, and some people can't help but rely on their own strength. Your Majesty, I know something about Shadow Valley. Yan Mo said, the Shadow Valley has existed for a very long time, and it is more terrifying than the Xianling sect. They have several supreme gods, and this valley has existed to this day. Xian is good at sneak attack and assassination, and being targeted by them is far more troublesome than offending other supreme god forces. This kind of power that has the most gods, even the sects do not know, cannot find the most troublesome, the most difficult to deal with. One is bright, one is dark. They can do it with impunity, and you are exposed to them. Shadow Valley sent Xianchen to sneak attack on Ning Lao. It is difficult to guarantee that they will not continue to do it. Our people will be very dangerous if they walk outside. Lu Qianfu said. This force is far more troublesome than dealing with the Forbidden Land in Dongchu. Suddenly, at this moment, the void cracked open, and a dark brilliance passed into Fallen Wind City. Xuanhuan reached out and grabbed it, and found that it was a letter with a mark of the Valley of Mysteries on it, which was the mark of the Valley of Shadows. Letter from Shadow Valley. Everyone's face changed. This letter actively stimulated, and in the black brilliance a masked person condensed, exuding an extremely tyrannical aura. Emperor Dao, this seat is the 9th elder of the Shadow Valley. You don't have to rush to find out where the elder is. you can't find the place where this seed is. The previous shot was a warning to your Dao, let you know the strength of my Shadow Valley. What do they want to do? Keep listening and see what tricks he's going to play. The 9 elders left their will on the letter and continued, you are limited to hand over the Imperial artifact, mysterious god puppet, and battleship to Shadow Valley within 10 days, otherwise you will be assassinated by Shadow Valley endlessly. Shadow Valley's killers are everywhere, like the god of death, invisible and invisible. If your people walk outside, I can't guarantee that one day the head will fall off and become a collection of Shadow Valley. Boom. Letters turned to powder with will. The ministers were extremely angry, and the Shadow Valley was actually threatening Dao, asking Dao to hand over the treasure, otherwise he would send someone to assassinate him. They are not afraid of fighting head-on, but they are afraid of the shameless means of hiding behind sneak attacks like Shadow Valley. When Balrog saw the letter, he felt a little embarrassed. He also sent someone to threaten Dao not long ago, but not long ago, he even took people to the sect, and was packaged directly back to Dao by Emperor Wu. The difference is that Shadow Valley is strong. He is a scum in front of Shadow Valley. Choice 1, agree to the conditions of Shadow Valley, compromise, hand over what they want, get 2000 fate points, supernatural power x16. Option 2, reject the request of Shadow Valley, respond with all your strength, get 2000 fate points, and the progress of the mysterious god puppet creation is 10%. Does it mean that Shadow Valley really thinks that I have been eaten? If my people want to kill them, they will kill them? Xuanhuan said coldly. Come if you want. Xuanhuan's words have already made a choice. Ding. The host made the second choice and obtained 2000 fate points. The progress of the mysterious god puppet creation is 10%, and the current progress is 70%. How could someone like him agree to such an arrogant request? He has the intermediate version of the 3 swords of slaughtering the gods, the Supreme God Strength Experience card, and even if the Shadow Valley is dispatched to the Supreme God, he can be directly beheaded. Ding. The current branch has been released, kill the 9 elders of the Shadow Valley. This branch will only be opened after he refuses. Otherwise, you won't get a spur. Your Majesty, the Shadow Valley is very difficult to deal with. They are different from other forces. They will not occupy the area to mine the mine, but hide the void and directly kill and capture it, which is very troublesome. The Balrog said what he knew. I've also heard of Shadow Valley. The Wraith Demon Venerable said, Shadow Valley never puts all the strongholds in one basket, but spreads them out. I guess, since they have already launched an attack and kill, there will be their stronghold. Their stronghold is hidden in the void, so it's hard to find. Flame Demon Road. The faces of the generals were solemn. Although Dao has a lot of mysterious gods now, but the other party is hiding, and when he walks outside, his head will feel cold. It is very difficult for us to continue to expand to the outside world when they are staring at us, and if we are noticed by Dongchu Jindi, we will definitely strike mercilessly. Everyone's heart was extremely heavy, and the invisible opponent was like a shadow. The stronghold is hidden in the void? The most unscrupulous thing in the Shadow Valley is to take action without any scruples because others can't find them, but I have the Kongmi Dao Kuan, and I use the Kongmi Dao Kuan to search in the void, no matter how deep I hide it. I'm going to pull them out one by one and cut them off. Xuanhuan will not let Shadow Valley threaten his army. Kongmi Dao Kuan, the overlord of the void, the Shadow Valley's stronghold in the mountain is hidden, but after all, it is not as good as their old nest, which has been in operation for countless years, and can be found. Flame Demon Road. It seems that I will be transformed into a hunter this time, hunting the people of Shadow Valley. Xuanhuan ordered, during this special time, you must be cautious when you go out. Use warships to cruise. The defensive version of the star warship encounters the attack of the mysterious gods. If you want to destroy it, it is not so easy. Without orders, you must not act without authorization. Yes. The ministers nodded. God's army followed me to the deep blue sea, and by the way, swept the strongholds hidden in Shadow Valley around Fallen Wind City. Xuanhuan also has a strong murderous intention for Shadow Valley. This method of hiding in the dark to kill is too disgusting. This time he will also go to the deep blue sea. But before that, he will clear the threat around Fallen Wind City. Xuanhuan does not accept any threats, and if he wants to threaten him, he will also receive his crazy revenge. Threat me, the 9 elders of Shadow Valley will die. #C495 Uprooted. Shadow Valley is hidden deep in the invisible, and it is a god-level force itself, which is extremely difficult to deal with. But this is not the most troublesome. The most terrifying part is that you can't find their old lair at all. Even their mysterious gods don't know where their old lair is. They rely on the supreme god of Shadow Valley to guide them. What really made them famous is that their supreme god once attacked and killed an emperor-level supreme god. The emperor-level forces were angry and dispatched their ancestors to take revenge. It is rumored that the Shadow Valley has obtained an origin divine artifact from the origin of the eternal great world, which is closely linked to the eternal void. In the very deep void, the torrent was rolling, and countless dust-like particle torrents impacted, and at this moment among the trillions of particles, there was a light spot smaller than the dust, which was inconspicuous. Within this light spot, there is actually a large space, like a mustard seed. The powerhouses of Shadow Valley, with the help of the original divine artifact, practice the method of void, and all of them are top killers. Great martial arts. Humph. The background is good, but if you are stared at by my Shadow Valley, you will never want to live a peaceful life. If you dare not listen to us, let alone you are a great martial artist, even the Imperial powers will have a headache. Hehe, our means can be used to the extreme. Inside, as in hell, there are many shadows, there is a dark castle, and a mysterious god is sitting on a skeleton throne. To be honest, what Shadow Valley wants most is the Dao battleship. That battleship is so useful that it can resist the bombardment of the Xuanhuan class. Attention, always keep an eye on Dao's movements. The 9th elders gave them 10 days to think about it. During these few days, keep an eye on them. If they are disobedient, teach them a lesson and chop off a few heads. In short, let them treat me. Shadow Valley produces terror. Xuanhuan Dao. My lord, when our people found out about Dao, they didn't seem to have any plans to agree. Instead, they mobilized the entire army, and the warships patrolled day and night with caution, and would not give in so easily. Someone complained. The 9 elders have already arrived at this point. They can't see the coffin and don't cry, but it doesn't matter. Day and night, I have an endless stream of methods to make them surrender. This mysterious god is extremely confident. They know that great martial arts are difficult to deal with, but they don't use normal means, they only play the insidious means of sneak attack from behind. Dare to go out? As soon as you go out, you don't know when, there will be a butcher's knife. But a flame suddenly enveloped the void in front of him, the pure color of the glaze, and the extremely terrifying temperature, brought the slaughter of the Buddha. What happened? The profound god was still closing his eyes and resting, when he suddenly saw the entire space blazing red. Looking up at the sky, there is a terrifying flame covering this place, and it is necessary to refine this small secret world. No, someone is using great magical powers, refining the void, and trying to destroy the world. Who? Who is it? This mysterious god struggled to open his eyes, and saw a stalwart existence. He was expressionless, extremely cold, and waved his hand to incinerate the space with flames. Combined with the terrifying face in his mind, he exclaimed in shock, "Emperor Dao, it's you." The sharp voice passed through the void and reached Xuanhuan's ears. Rage burns. Xuanhuan vented his anger. Shadow Valley void means is a good practice, but this is not in their old lair, there is the suppression of the original fetish. Konmi Daokuan is the overlord of the void, and the use of power in space is as common as eating and drinking. It travels through the void with Xuanhuan and senses unusual fluctuations here. Xuanhuan was also not interested in finding out the light spot by spot, and directly smelted them all to death with the divine fire of the Buddha. Run! Emperor Wu discovered our existence, and this matter must be reported to the 9 elders. This mysterious god saw that the whole world was about to disappear into nothingness, and it was terrifying to the sky. In an instant, he took the people in this stronghold to use space to move and escape. Killed. Aggressive, murderous. The army of gods showed their weapons, and they were ready for a long time, shouting, "Kill, kill, kill." A blade of light came from the sky, and the Xuanhuan's head spun around, and was cut off by Su Dao with one knife, and he couldn't rest his eyes. The army of the gods went on an expedition, but no grass grew, and it was uprooted. Everyone in this stronghold was killed. Their bodies were also refined by the ovens of heaven and earth, turning them into rolling laws and energy. Many resources. Xuanhuan broke through this stronghold, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and he sucked the countless resources piled up into a mountain in front of him. He knew that this was plundered by Shadow Valley, but now it belongs to him. His Majesty. Yen Mo said, "The 3 caves of the cunning rabbit, the people of Shadow Valley are cunning, and there are strongholds all over the place. Those who want to stare at us, there will be more people hiding in the nearest void. Sweep them up, find one and don't keep them, kill them all without mercy." Xuanhuan said. At this time, Konmi Daokuan finally exerted its greatest ability and made great contributions to Dao. With its own talent in the void, it can detect the roughly hidden fluctuations in the void. As long as a rough location is determined, Xuanhuan will use the Buddha's divine fire to refine it all the way, and pull out these bed bugs hidden in the dark. What made Xuanhuan's brows furrowed was that the Shadow Valley had so many strongholds around his great Wu that it was terrifying. The stronghold of the true gods, the stronghold of the gods, and the stronghold of the mysterious gods are densely intertwined, and they are a network that transmits information quickly. Fortunately, Xuanhuan has Konmi Daokuan, otherwise it would be really troublesome to find them out. Such a sweep, 10 days have passed. In the depths of the infinite void, I do not know where to hide. There is also a dust here, the space inside is gloomy, and an ancient castle is built. 9th Elders, something has happened. We have set up strongholds around Fallen Wind City, and we have lost contact one after another. No matter how we send messages, we can't get a response. It seems that we have disappeared forever and have been cleared. The 9th Elder, wearing a shadow robe, is not a supreme god, but his cultivation is also extremely profound and powerful. This area belongs to him. The large-scale stronghold has disappeared. This is someone deliberately attacking us. Is that Emperor Wu? The 9th Elder immediately understood what was going on, and his face was cold. I have long heard that Emperor Wu is domineering and arrogant, and will not give in so much, but now it seems to be the case. He is actually attacking the stronghold, but in a short period of time. How did you do it, sweeping it so fast? Elder, there is a divine beast beside Emperor Wu. After our comparison and investigation, it is called Konmi Daokuan, and it has reached adulthood. Someone was beside him. Damn, Konmi Daokuan in adulthood, no wonder he was able to find our stronghold so quickly. That Konmi Daokuan was originally the overlord of the void, sensing the power of infinite space, and adulthood is even rarer than the supreme god. The face of the 9 elders also changed. We will mobilize all the people back. The situation has changed. We have to replan countermeasures. #C496 Temple of the Mountain. The deep blue sea, right here, finally found. After clearing the Shadow Valley stronghold hidden around Luofeng City, Xuanhuan followed the treasure map and came to the deep blue sea. In front of you is an endless, deep blue ocean. But this is not real water, but a special kind of ocean formed by the liquefaction and mixing of rich spirits. The entire ocean is divine water that can be used to absorb spiritual energy. After the arrival of the God Army powerhouse, he was also surprised. This is an entire ocean. I don't know how many God stones are needed to mix to this level. There are treasures everywhere in the world of Xuanhuan. A member of the divine army plunged into the bottom of the sea. After a while, he held a large dark blue spar in his hand and handed it to Xuanhuan. The spar formed by the rich energy contains the extremely majestic water element, and also has the power of the void, which is extremely suitable for the cultivation of water-type warriors. When Xuanhuan saw the spar, he analyzed the properties. His spiritual sense was impressed. This deep blue sea was huge, probably as large as a dozen demon abyss realms. Come with me. The third fragment of the treasure map of Xuanhuan had already glowed with a very strong light, and there were arrows on the treasure map to guide him, and he immediately moved forward. The army of gods followed closely. The deep blue sea is not completely empty, and there are also small islands scattered with stars. The treasure trove is under the sea. After a few hours, Xuanhuan saw that the arrow was pointing at the bottom of the sea, and he also entered the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea is a deep blue brilliance, and what you are stepping on is not ordinary sea mud, but blue light, mud containing divine power, creating a dreamy world. Concubine Ling once told me that planting magic medicine also depends on the soil. Different energy properties are suitable for different magic drugs. The sea mud in the deep blue sea is obviously water. The deep blue sea is a big treasure, but now it is mainly to find the treasure location. Another half-day passed. Found a place. Xuanhuan's eyes looked to the bottom of the sea. He slammed it away with a palm, and a huge building appeared in the seabed mud, buried by the mud. It's inside this building. Just as Xuanhuan walked towards the building, a sacred light suddenly shot out, rendering the dim seabed the color of sacred golden light. At this moment, Xuanhuan also really saw the appearance of the building. It was a temple made of rock. It looked like a temple. It was so sacred that people couldn't help but worship the temple. The brilliance of this temple is getting stronger and stronger, forming rolling oppression, radiating hundreds of millions of spaces, and spreading toward the entire deep blue sea. Xuanhuan's ears also heard a sacred voice, an ancient language, a language that the eternal world does not have, although he could not understand the meaning. But we can know that it is a sacred text for sacrifice. Sacred Mountain Temple. Flame Demon said in surprise, there is actually a Xuanhuan temple. In addition to the mineral magic medicine, the most exciting thing in His Majesty's Xuanhuan world is the temple. In these temples, there are treasures that are very cherished. Greed for it. I've heard of it too. Su Dao said, in the core of the sacred mountain area, the temple there has treasures that make the existence of the ancient 5 emperors crazy. What on earth is the mountain hiding? Xuanhuan frowned. In the sacred mountain, he has never seen a creature belonging to the eternal world, not even a beast, but there is actually a temple here. Xuanhuan Temple, another one has appeared. The divine light radiated a strange vision in the sky, and the infinite divine light was just interwoven into the appearance of the temple. Those masters came to the Xuanhuan world not only for the ore veins, but to find the temple, knowing that this is the most precious treasure in the Xuanhuan world. It's another temple, here I want it. A large number of strong men descended, and the leader of this divine origin sect was powerful, reaching the 6th level of the profound god. Ha 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 ha, temples, each temple contains unimaginable treasures that can only belong to us. Many more people came. A lot of strong people came from the deep blue sea, all to search for the ruins of the temple. At this moment, the vision was too strong, and everyone who was close came. There seems to be someone under the temple? After the arrival of these forces, they did not go to war immediately, but looked at the bottom of the sea and suddenly saw a large number of figures. Xuanhuan Temple has an owner, leave quickly. A mighty and domineering voice drank from the mouth of the army of gods. What kind of power he is, he dares to speak up. The group scoffed. There are few temples, and every temple is a must, so there is no reason to give it to others. The magic power of Xianshan squeezed the sea water and descended into the seabed. The group of people suddenly looked at this group of people, looked at their clothes, and said with surprise, "Why are these people so like Dao's divine army?" Dao Shenjun, then this person is the Dao Emperor. They all looked at Chuyuan again. Chuyuan just glanced at them calmly, raised his hand to open the door of the temple, entered inside, opened the alien space of the treasure map, and took out the treasure. Although the divine army is strong, after all, the number of people is small, and you dare not take us as one thing. How can this treasure of the temple be so easy to obtain? Although Chuyuan's reputation is great, it is still impossible for this group of people to give up the treasure of the temple. Suddenly, a large number of masters want to use their mana to prevent Chuyuan from entering. Are you going to start? Chuyuan's extremely cold voice came out. Don't be afraid of him. Let's all join forces to expel this Emperor Wu first, and then use our own strength to capture it. Although this group of people roared loudly, they were obviously still apprehensive. The mana attacked one by one more violently, but Chuyuan, who was so calm and didn't even put them in his eyes, hesitated. They didn't want to be the first bird and suffered Chuyuan's blow first. Of course, no one would be a fool and would test Chuyuan's strength for them. Shenjun also sneered, although there are many masters, but few dare to do it, except for this mouth that screams more than one. What should I do? Do I just watch the Emperor Wu take the treasure of the temple? These people look at me one by one, I look at you, they are all tangled and hesitant. They are not afraid of the masters in the army of gods. They are afraid of Chuyuan's unfathomable and infinite means. Boom! At this moment, Chuyuan had come to the front of the temple under the gazes of the crowd, pushed with a palm and opened the temple gate. As soon as the door was opened, the infinite divine light burst out, overwhelming the mountains and seas, surrounded by sacred runes, and ordinary profound gods would be directly injured. The temple is open. They were extremely anxious. Boom! But suddenly, a shadow shrouded the sea and the mountain, a hole opened in the sky, and a huge ruler exploded with infinite killing power, directly beating Chuyuan. It is the horizontal ruler. #C497 shock the crowd. It is a large number of powerful people from the Aoki Longevity Empire coming. The Deep Blue Sea is a place with a lot of hidden treasures in the eastern region, and there are many temple ruins. Therefore, many forces have come here to explore. When this horizontal ruler hit, the power shattered the sky, and it was so strong that it broke mountains and rivers. Ordinary profound gods would be slapped to death in front of the divine artifact. Chuyuan faced the blow from Hengtian ruler, and suddenly his palms shook, and the golden light hit the ruler. Boom! Hengtianchi was hit by this blow, suddenly, swaying and shaking, and was hit and flew out. Your strength. Hong Shixuan also came. He stared at Chuyuan. The collision of this blow made him feel that Chuyuan's strength was much stronger than that of Luofeng City not long ago, and he had the ability to kill him. And beside him, there are also several strange, but powerful mysterious gods. Aoki Longevity Empire is coming, let's wait and see what happens. These people suddenly became less anxious and looked like they were watching a good show. Great Emperor Wu. An imperial mysterious god looked at Chuyuan with extremely cold eyes. Your strength is indeed extraordinary, but if you go against the empire, there is only one way to die, and even the gods can't save you. When you cooperate with the Holy Heaven Empire, there is only one way to die, you. He's a great character, but unfortunately he took the wrong path. I am summoned by the order of the empire. If you can kill the army of gods, you can get the rewards of the empire, the emperor's magic pill, the emperor's artifact, everything. Hong Xuanhuan also wanted to use this group of people. Just by killing the divine army, you can get the divine pill, the divine artifact? It's so generous, there won't be any fakes, right? The empire still attaches great importance to its commitment. The divine army is the most elite legion in Dao. This destruction will greatly damage its vitality. If it is just to deal with the divine army, it can still be done. The unkind eyes of this group of people all looked at the army of gods. Humph! The god army was not afraid, and showed its weapons. The wraith demon Venerable smiled, he held the national seal of Dao in his hand for Xuanhuan, and a vision changed. Countless monster legions were sealed within the national seal, and a picture was deliberately shot out for them to see. That is Dao's monster army, all of which have been sealed. Everyone was shocked and said, "There are so many, a lot of mysterious gods and monsters. How many mysterious gods and monsters there are, I can't see clearly at all, but I only know that there are many." This person is not the wraith demon Venerable, why is he in the great martial arts? Another person recognized the wraith demon Venerable. The wraith demon Venerable has a great reputation. Of course he is famous because he is notorious enough. You can't do anything to Dao at will, just wait and see what happens. Many people who have changed are calm again. The strength of the divine army is not weak, and there are countless monster legions, and they can't bite down this hard bone. Crossing the mountains and rivers. Whoa! When the horizontal ruler was shot down, the entire deep blue sea set off turbulent waves, and it was directly divided into two halves. This terrifying power slammed down on Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were like waterfalls, and he punched out. The supreme power was so terrifying. With a loud bang, the energy on the horizontal ruler disintegrated. Hong Xuanhuan retreated fiercely, shocking him 5 internal turmoil. If there is no horizontal ruler, I will fight with him and I will be killed by him. Hong Xuanhuan was shocked. Xuanhuan's power at this time was much stronger than before. Suppress him. At the moment when Hong Xuanhuan was shocked and retreated, the several Imperial gods showed their strength not weaker than Hong Xuanhuan, and their mana erupted, forming a big hand, and grabbed Xuanhuan fiercely. Instant brilliance. Xuanhuan broke the big hand with a moment of brilliance, and turned around and entered the temple. It is impossible to seize the treasures of the temple. The profound god Hong Shi and the profound gods of the empires jointly stimulated the power of the heavenly ruler, and a beam of light shot up into the sky, shaking the world. Die. Suddenly, a deadly killing intent attacked at this time. This force, very deadly, combined assassination and the way of the void. Shadow Valley. Xuanhuan is proficient in the big cutting technique and is extremely sensitive to the turbulent fluctuations of the void. In his eyes, an old man hidden in the shadows launched a fatal attack on him, and he chose the timing very well. It was when the Imperial gods attacked Xuanhuan. If you don't die, you will be seriously injured. The 9 elders are extremely confident in their own strength. But when his power fell, Xuanhuan suddenly disappeared in a very strange way. He's gone. The power of the 9 elders was empty, and no matter how he searched in the space, he could not find the existence of Xuanhuan. Where did Emperor Wu go? The Emperor Xianchen was shocked, and Xuanhuan could not be found either. Looking into the temple, it was empty and there was nothing. He took everything away. Impossible, how did he escape into the void? The time and space in the temple is weird, it is impossible to escape. Where did he go? Could it be that Emperor Wu has some mysterious background that we can't understand? They couldn't figure out Dao's mysterious methods at all. But after a few breaths, Xuanhuan appeared in front of them again. It turned out that after he entered the temple just now, he didn't take a close look at the treasures left in the temple, and took them all away, opened the alien space in the treasure map at an instant speed, and after taking the flame, it appeared again and in front of everyone. Enough to introduce the void, a secret treasure that people can't deal with. The 9 elders thought that Xuanhuan was in control of some void-related secret treasure. If he missed a hit, he was afraid that if he continued to shoot, he would expose the stronghold of Shadow Valley and disappear. Great battle technique. At this moment, Xuanhuan took away all the treasures, and looked at the other powerhouses coldly. The golden light on his fists was rich, and his punches were extremely violent. Like the god of war, he came directly to the Imperial gods and bombarded them. Just as Han Xuanhuan defended with a horizontal ruler, he was blown away with one punch, and fell into the deep blue sea. His strength is much stronger than when he was in Luofeng City. Han Xuanhuan spit out blood. The glory of the gods, the brilliance of a moment. The power of brilliance and glory emerged from Xuanhuan, and the terrifying murderous intent that erupted made the Imperial gods change their color. No, it's that move again. The power of this move is several times stronger than that of the day. Let's go back. Hong Xianshan will never forget the scene where Xuanhuan beheaded Xianshan with a moment of brilliance. He shouted loudly, and slapped the deep blue sea with a horizontal ruler. After causing the boundless waves, the profound god of the empire disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Even the profound god of the empire has been shaken back. The masters of other powers were also trembling and trembling. When they looked at Xuanhuan, they quickly apologized. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Since the treasure of the temple has been attributed to your majesty, we will not stay here for long. These people were forced to leave by Xuanhuan's strength. Look for a place to build a city and establish a stronghold on the deep blue sea. There are many treasures here, and the dynasty cannot miss it. Moreover, the stronghold of the 9 elders is around the deep blue sea. Find him. Xuanhuan looked at the deep blue sea. #C498 Shangwangxian. Among the sacred mountains, there are countless islands. It is impossible for the 100,000 divine army to wander aimlessly on the sea. The 100,000 divine army found an island and built a city as a temporary shelter. Deep blue fire, a very special flame that can absorb the power of the void. The flame can transform the void ocean and burn into the infinite void. A dark blue flame is extremely special. When the flame touches it, it is the exact opposite of the fire of the rock spirit, and it can burn the void. Xuanhuan let the Buddha divine fire devour the deep blue fire, and the aura of the Buddha divine fire suddenly intensified again. With the attributes of several divine fires being swallowed up in a row, the powerhouses of the 4th and 5th levels of the profound god would be burned alive by it. Vulcan Cave Heaven Treasure Map, 7 treasure maps, 7 divine fire attributes, plus a treasure cave heaven. If all the divine fire of the Buddha was swallowed up, the power would reach an extremely powerful level. Xuanhuan also had some expectations. With the extra power of the Buddha and the space talent of Kongmi Dao Kuan, I wonder if we can find out where the 9 elders are hiding? Xuanhuan's face was cold. He knew that if the 9 elders were not eliminated, it would be more troublesome than the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. He's here, in part, to attract the attention of Shadow Vale. Let's see what we got in the temple, this time. At this time, Xuanhuan only had time to sort out the income of the temple. With a wave of his hand, on a chaotic-like pillar, there is a divine light, like a jewel on a wash basin, extremely bright. Original God Stone. The system made a sound and introduced, this is the source stone condensed from the origin of the world. The power is pure and vast, and I cherish it very much. After testing, this is the source power of the sacred mountain world, and its value is far above the sacred stone. Original God Stone. Xuanhuan's eyes focused on the divine pillar. The divine pillar is an ancient and mysterious color, and there are magical airflows flowing, opening up the world and creating divine objects. After absorbing a ray, his expression was excited. The energy inside this divine pillar was even more violent than when he devoured the profound god. Unfortunately, only one is not enough. Xuanhuan shook his head, and then said, but there is more than one temple. If we can find more temples, maybe I can get more origin god stones. Regarding his realm, Xuanhuan cannot be careless. God Pearl, a special divine object born from the origin of the world, can emit divine light, absorb the brilliance of the divine pearl for a long time, improve physical fitness, and supplement the brilliance of the divine pearl with the source divine stone. It is of great value, comparable to 10 the value of an imperial artifact. The system continues. A divine pearl, comparable to 10 imperial artifacts. Xuanhuan's eyes also lit up. The pearl of the gods can be brought back to Dao, and a tower of pearls is specially built to decorate the imperial city. There are so many good things in the temple, it is no wonder that even the gods will be tempted to come to the world of Xuanhuan to hunt for treasures. These treasures are hard to find in the eternal world. Monitor the movement in the deep blue sea, and immediately report to me if you find the movement of the temple. If there is a large amount of origin divine stone, he can improve the first layer realm by swallowing it. At this time, he also deliberately released the army of God to go out, and he was hidden in the deep void, trying to lead out the people in the Shadow Valley and kill them one by one. I don't know if his movements in the temple deterred the ninth elder, but he didn't send anyone to take a shot. He seemed extremely cautious. Of course, Xuanhuan knew even more that at such a time, he couldn't relax his vigilance. This is the poisonous snake in the dark night, and it is not guaranteed when it will come and bite you. In the blink of an eye, he also had several months in the mountain. The temple appeared 5 times in total, and he captured 2 of them and harvested a lot of origin divine stones. At the same time, in a place in the dark blue place, a battle of pursuit is being staged. Shang Guangxian, hand over the treasure, spare you not to die, or you will be beheaded here. In the deep sea, there are more than a dozen men and women in golden clothes, all of them powerful, madly chasing and killing one person. The person who was being chased was a woman, wearing plain white clothes, floating like a fairy, with a face like a mysterious girl in the sky, a face like a fairy, and now facing the pursuit of a dozen masters behind her, she was extremely calm. Transforming the immortal divine light. The female Xuanhuan cast a secret technique, and the speed increased again. And her strength has also reached the extremely powerful 8th stage of the profound god. Humph. I thought I could run like this? How can it be so easy to grab my family's treasures? My golden winged Dupeng family is unparalleled in speed and unparalleled in attack. With your secret technique, I see how long you can last. The group of masters who chased down Shang Guangxian actually came from the Golden Winged Dupeng clan. Golden Winged Dupeng is also very powerful among the demon clan, and can fight the existence of dragons and phoenixes. She can't run. Although this woman casts the secret technique fast, she can't use it a few times. We are a group talent and consume far less than her. Follow her to see how long she can run? The Golden Winged Dupeng family is not in a hurry. Shang Guangxian's face became more and more solemn. When she used the secret method, she could throw a piece of her opponent, but she couldn't really get rid of it. Sure enough, after she cast the secret technique more than a dozen times in a row, her speed began to slow down. Haha, I knew for a long time that she couldn't hold on for too long. Her breath was weak, her speed slowed down, and she continued to chase. She couldn't hold on for too long, and she would be consumed to death. My family's things are not so easy to grab. The master of Golden Winged Dupeng burst into laughter. However, Shang Guangxian remained calm, with a grim face. On her way to escape, she suddenly saw a city in front of her. That's Dao's stronghold in the deep blue sea. Shang Guangxian suddenly said, it can only be like this. First use the strength of the Emperor Wu to force the Golden Winged Dupeng back, and the disaster will lead to the east. In an instant, she flashed towards Dao's stronghold. Profound God Powerhouse. The moment Shang Wangxian broke in, Chu Yuan noticed it. She broke in. In the past few breaths, the master of the Golden Wing Duping chased after him and looked at the city. This seems to be the territory of Emperor Wu. Damn, that Shang Wangxian actually came here. Emperor Wu was very famous. During this period of time, several temples have been captured, and they also know that this is a difficult person to deal with. Emperor Dao, we are from the Golden Wing Duping clan. We are here today, and we have no intention of fighting with you, but to capture Shang Wangxian. Please give me this face. The strong eyes of the Golden Wing Duping clan flickered, and they did not dare to break into the city casually. Shang Wangxian. At this time, Chu Yuan looked at Shang Wangxian, who suddenly attracted the strong men of the Golden Wing Duping clan. I am under your majesty's order to seize the treasure of the temple. Your majesty is here, do you still want to do it? Shang Wangxian spoke with a clear voice. Chu Yuan also found it interesting. His great martial arts do not have Shang Wangxian, but he also knows that Shang Wangxian was chased and killed because he wanted to use his own power to force back the masters of the Golden Wing Duping clan. You are a person of great martial arts? The Golden Wing Duping master said, Shang Wangxian, don't think that my family doesn't know your origin. You are not a person of great martial arts, you look like a fairy, but in fact you are just a witch, with many tricks. I am a man of great martial arts, do I need to tell you? Shang Wangxian smiled and said, actually, I have long been the emperor's concubine of Dao, the woman beside your majesty. #C499 Concubines Aina, Concubine Immortal. Shang Wangxian exclaimed, actually saying that he was his imperial concubine. Chu Yuan's face also changed slightly, and it became more interesting. He didn't remember that he had such an immortal-looking concubine. You're a real maid of honor. The complexion of the Golden Wing Duping clan changed rapidly. If Shang Wangxian was really the woman of the Emperor Wu, it would be difficult to deal with. Your Majesty, is this not protecting the concubine? Shang Wangxian moved slightly, came to Chu Yuan, and took the initiative to pull his arm, with a pitiful voice, showing the other side of her appearance. Concubine? Chu Yuan glanced at Shang Wangxian coldly, grabbed her hand, and then looked at the strong men of the Golden Wing Duping clan. Are you going to be presumptuous in my place? Don't dare. The Golden Wing Duping people were not reconciled and said solemnly, Shang Wangxian looks like a fairy, but she is actually a witch. We don't believe that she will be His Majesty's woman. Your Majesty, my Golden Wing Duping family also has strong people. I hope Your Majesty can hand over her. Your Majesty, if they dare to be presumptuous, they will be executed. Shang Wangxian Dao. Speak less. Chu Yuan said indifferently, I need to explain to you? Okay, let's leave now. The Golden Wing Duping clan's eyes flickered a few times, but still did not make a move and left the city. Then Shang Wangxian found a good helper. After the Golden Wing Duping strongman left far away, his face was gloomy. That's it? Some strong people were dissatisfied. Of course not. Report this matter to the ancestors, and let the ancestors decide everything. Don't conflict with the Emperor Wu before you have absolute strength. Shang Wangxian. Chu Yuan looked at Shang Wangxian. Holding her, his eyes are sharp, to see through her essence. This Shang Wangxian has a completely different temperament. His concubine had the kind of simple temperament like the girl next door. Luo Fei is the kind of fairy in Luo Shui Tiangong, hazy in the fairy mist. But this Shang Wangxian looks like a 9-day mysterious girl in the sky. With her 8-level strength of the mysterious god, she is really a goddess in the sky, but she has a face like a fairy, but she cultivates a kind of magic art, transforming the fairy light. Is a real witch. The appearance is like a fairy, the heart is a devil, and it is interesting. He also took a fancy to it. I picked up an Imperial concubine for nothing today. Xuanhuan looked at Shang Guangxian with undisguised eyes and glanced at her. Thank you, Your Majesty, for helping me today. Shang Guangxian thanked me. Shang Guangxian was so pitiful before she accepted it, but she regained her stern temperament again, which is amazing. This woman's two temperaments have changed quickly, and she is really good at changing her face. Your Majesty, please let go, and Shang Guangxian will repay Your Majesty in the future. How to repay? Xuanhuan asked with interest. How does Your Majesty want me to repay? Shang Guangxian. Leveraging my power, saying that it is my Imperial concubine who has attracted a strong enemy for me for no reason, so you want to leave? Xuanhuan's palm was tightly gripped. Could it be that Your Majesty really wants me to enter the harem as a concubine? Shang Guangxian's expression also changed. Your Majesty, you are really domineering. For the Emperor, there are a few who are not overbearing. How to control this huge dynasty? Xuanhuan is in the world, and he is extremely domineering. Tell me, what treasure did you grab from the golden winged Dupeng this time, and let them hunt you down? It's just a chaotic bead in a temple. On Shang Guangxian's other hand, an orb the size of a luminous pearl appeared, with a quaint airflow flowing inside, a chaotic atmosphere. Chaos beads, the power of chaos, the mysterious and powerful airflow before the beginning of the world, can open up the world, condense it into artifacts, or absorb it by itself. Its value is comparable to an imperial artifact. The system prompts. A treasure comparable to an imperial artifact, no wonder they want to hunt you down. Xuanhuan said. If Your Majesty wants it, I can also dedicate it to Your Majesty. Shang Guangxian suddenly said. Are you really willing? Xuanhuan said, I won't grab a treasure from you yet. Your Majesty, what's the problem? Shang Guangxian was caught by Xuanhuan. She quietly turned the fairy light, trying to break free. But the immortal transformation divine light, which she could transform into mana, slammed into Xuanhuan's face, but it had no effect, causing her heart to sink. If you say that you are my woman in front of others, the world will also think that you are my woman. Any trouble you cause outside will be counted on my head. Xuanhuan looked at her and knew that she had just cast a mana. Then what is Your Majesty going to do? Shang Guangxian said. My harem is lacking a concubine, let this become a reality. Xuanhuan is very domineering, and the domineering is irresistible, and he also fell in love with this interesting Shang Guangxian. Like a fairy and a devil. Your Majesty is really domineering. Shang Guangxian's face stiffened as he gritted his teeth. He had long known that Emperor Wu was not a person to deal with. He was ruthless and domineering. Today, she saw it. None of these who can be the lord of a country is a simple role. What if I want to leave? Shang Guangxian said. Where can you go? You think they're gone? They're waiting for you to go out, and as soon as you go out, you'll be besieged. Xuanhuan said indifferently, I won't save you a second time. Shang Guangxian lowered his head and suddenly laughed. It is rumored that His Majesty Dao is mysterious and extraordinary, and countless women in the world are attracted to him. It is also an honor to be seen by His Majesty, but it is not so easy for His Majesty to conquer me. Is it difficult to conquer you? Xuanhuan walked in front of Shang Guangxian, and grabbed her arm with an aura like a mountain. Shang Guangxian struggled slightly, but his eyes suddenly met Xuanhuan's. The eyes of this man were like an abyss, boundless, so he simply gave up and broke free. It was obvious that this majesty was too domineering. The golden-winged Dupeng will not let her go. She also wanted to see how mysterious the rumored Emperor Wu was. And she knew even more that she had also fallen into Xuanhuan's palm. Emperor. As expected, his strength was not so easy to borrow, and he lost himself in it. From today onwards, Shang Guangxian will be the imperial concubine, the concubine Xian. Xuanhuan said, proclaiming great martial arts. The lord of his country, the lord of the 8-star dynasty, and Na Fei, that is a very normal thing. The emperor's concubine is also different from other people. He likes it, and if it is pleasing to the eye, he will earn it into his harem and be his own woman. In his harem, now there are only concubine Ling, concubine Luo, and this immortal concubine Gangna. See the immortal concubine. 100,000 divine army, see the immortal concubine. The legion formed by powerhouses with more than 100,000 false gods. It is rumored that all of them have special physiques and special magical powers. Shang Guangxian had also heard about the power of the great martial god army. Although there were only 100,000 people, all of them were strong. He didn't know where he found so many special talents. As soon as she was accepted by Xuanhuan as an immortal concubine, Shang Guangxian suddenly felt an extremely pure national fortune force instilled in her. What a pure national fortune, this national fortune is washing my supernatural powers. Shang Guangxian was surprised. She has a face like a fairy, and if she cultivates immortal arts, she will complement each other, but she prefers magic arts, called immortal transformation divine light, which is an extremely strange and special magic arts. But the moment she was washed by the national fortune, she felt that all her previous hidden dangers had disappeared, and there was a special power that wanted to fully unleash her power. Great Wu national fortune, humanity is a long river, infinite power. With Dao's national fortune, refining the chaotic power in the chaotic beads can lay the foundation for you to the gods. Xuanhuan said, and I manipulate the fortunes of the country and personally instill it for you. #C500 Supreme God. At the same time. Deep blue sea. The faces of those men and women in golden clothes were shocked, and suddenly they saw a person who came out of nowhere, and respectfully said, I have seen the ancestors. This ancestor is also wearing a golden dress. He is an old man with blonde hair, but an unusually tall stature. His bones are no different from others. He is sharp-edged, and his broad palm holds the power to rotate the sun, moon, and stars. He is actually a god-level existence. Supreme God, Supreme. In fact, the true full name of the Supreme God is the Supreme God. This ancestor is the Supreme God of the Golden Winged Dupeng family. Well. The ancestor of Zhishan nodded. Ancestor, that Shang Guangxian actually fled to the Emperor Wu's territory after capturing the treasure of the temple. He is the Emperor's concubine. We were afraid that we would not be able to deal with the Emperor Wu. This group of Golden Winged Dupeng is extremely well behaved in front of the ancestor of the Supreme God. You are doing the right thing. The ancestor of the great Martial Emperor has also heard of it. He is a character. You may really not be able to help him. To the gods and ancestors. Old ancestor, is this the case? The Golden Winged Dupeng was not reconciled. Today, the ancestor will go to meet the Emperor Wu, to test his details, to see whether he is really powerful or just pretending. My Golden Winged Dupeng family is not so easy to deal with, and the human race has spread him so mysterious. If I want to meet him, this is an opportunity. He is a strong monster of the demon race, and he is really not so afraid of the human race. The demon who troubled you is here. Xuanhuan suddenly faced Shang Guangxian. It's the powerhouse of the Golden Winged Dupeng clan again. Is a chaos orb worth their perseverance? Shang Guangxian frowned. Wrong, not only for you, but also for me. When Xuanhuan spoke, suddenly, in the void, a golden figure appeared without warning, and the power of the god level looked down on the world. God exists. Shang Guangxian was shocked, and did not expect that the supreme god of the Golden Winged Dupeng would come in person. My ancestor of the Huyan tribe of the Golden Winged Dupeng clan, Huyan Bo, came here today for only one purpose, to hand over Shang Guangxian, and the past can be forgiven. The calm voice passed from Huyanbo's mouth, which contained a heavenly word that had to be obeyed. This is the supreme god, and he is supreme in the whole world. You are ordering me. Xuanhuan looked at Hianbo, but there was no panic. That confident temperament also made Shang Wangxian curious. Even in the face of the oppression of the gods, His Majesty was as stable as Mount Tai. It's not an order, Emperor Dao. I heard that what you have done during this time has disturbed the Xinshan area, and the ancestor is also very curious about you. It is not easy to make a weak dynasty into an 8-star in a short period of time. How did you do it, Benzu, and share it with me? Hianbo said indifferently, I really appreciate an old saying from your human race. Every man is innocent of his guilt, but he guards treasures that do not belong to him without the corresponding strength. You should understand this truth. He was just borrowing Shang Wangxian's affairs to spy on Dao's secrets. I have another word, too greedy is not a good thing. Xuanhuan said, Hianbo, you also want to know my secret? Well, I can tell you, it depends on whether you have the strength to get it. Haha, he still wants to provoke God? That's right, it's just an 8-star dynasty. If the gods make a move, they can destroy him in an instant. During this time, he was too arrogant and presumptuous. I really thought that no one could deal with him. Old ancestor made a move, isn't he just grabbing it? Playing horizontally in front of the ancestor, his abacus is wrong. The powerhouses of the Golden Wing Dupeng said with disdain. Shang Wangxian was also a little stunned. Unexpectedly, Xuanhuan was still so tough in the face of Hianbo, and he didn't mean to be false or arrogant. This His Majesty is very difficult to guess. It seems that you are not ready to accept the kindness of this ancestor. Hianbo was not angry. Emperor Wu, he had already inquired about him a long time ago. He was a strong hero. If he suddenly played a compromise with him, he would be afraid, fearing that it would be a trap. If you can't get it, you still want to force it? Xuanhuan said, you can do it. After he finished speaking, he was in control of the sea breeze, motionless, and looked at Hianbo so quietly. What kind of trump card does this person have? Can he still deal with the gods? Joke, if he really has that kind of background, it will still be an 8-star dynasty? Hianbo's mind changed in an instant, blazing, yes, this is bluffing, deliberately pretending to be indifferent, trying to scare off this ancestor. He looked at Xuanhuan and suddenly laughed, what a martial emperor, you pretend to be calm, you almost deceived the ancestor, and you were shocked, but unfortunately, your thoughts are nothing in front of the ancestor. If you were so easily frightened, I would not be a god. It turned out to be bluffing and pretending to be calm. How could this little trick scare the ancestors? Yeah, what kind of existence does the ancestor have, squeezing the stars with one hand, the mana is terrifying and unimaginable. Haha, he is guilty. The strong man of the Golden Wing Dupeng family laughed. What is your Majesty going to do? Shang Wangxian said beside Xuanhuan. A supreme god is too powerful. I don't know if he is really bluffing, or if he really has the strength to deal with Hianbo. Silly woman, he thinks too much and is too complicated. I don't need to brag about him. He came here because he thinks he is the supreme god and can do whatever he wants on my territory, but he can do whatever he wants. Xuanhuan grabbed her wrist. You. Being called stupid by Xuanhuan, Shang Wangxian's brows twitched, but the temperature from the wrist made her feel a strange feeling in her heart, as if as long as this man was there, the sky would fall and someone would hold it up. If you have the strength, you can do whatever you want. The strong rule the rules. This ancestor appreciates your words. Huyanbo said with a smile, the monster clan eats the weak and the strong are respected, and the law of the jungle is even more bloody. This ancestor is very curious, why you are still calm. He had lived for so long, and he had never seen such a calm person as Xuanhuan, who was actually a little nervous in the face of the oppression of the supreme god. One of his hands suddenly grabbed out, golden light, infinite mana enveloped the entire city, and the power of the gods was dispatched, which is a kind of earth-shattering far beyond the level of the mysterious gods, and can destroy the truth of laws. Hyambo stood there, the golden light dazzling, the most supreme existence. "Protect your majesty." Although the 100,000 divine army knew that they were not the divine army of the supreme god, they still roared and rushed out to block Xuanhuan's strength. Loyalty is commendable, but it's a pity that it's just the oysters shaking the tree, it's too weak. How strong is the power of the existence of the supreme god? It is not something that the army of gods can resist. I have seen your loyalty, this monster will deal with it. Boom. At the moment when Huyanbo Zhishan's mana was about to fall, suddenly, Xuanhuan stepped into the sky in one step. He was like an inextinguishable rock in the universe. #C501 God's Strength. The infinite space was collapsed, and a rolling torrent came down. When the palm of the supreme god fell, it was difficult for the 10th level of the mysterious god to compete. Xuanhuan stood up in the sky and looked coldly at Hyambo attacking him. He didn't move, and when the power of the gods came in front of him, it turned into a wave of air, pushed away out of thin air, and completely transferred to the deep blue sea. Void shift. Huyanbo said in shock, "Transfer my power through the void and move it to the sea." What's the matter? He couldn't figure it out. Your breath. Hyambo stared at Xuanhuan again, and said in horror, "The supreme god. This is the power of the supreme god. When did you reach the realm of the supreme god?" He had clearly felt that Xuanhuan was not the supreme god, but in a blink of an eye, he had reached the supreme god, which was simply impossible. What? Your majesty has arrived at the supreme god? Shang Guangxian also said in amazement. Hyambo. Xuanhuan looked at Hyambo. You can't be the supreme god. Hyambo reacted after a moment of horror. This must be some kind of special background under your control. You can forcibly elevate your realm to the supreme god, but why is it so strange? Your breath doesn't seem to be forcibly improved at all, but more like this realm. What's going on? As expected of a supreme god powerhouse, in an instant, he thought of the realm that Xuanhuan had raised by some means. However, he could never imagine how Xuanhuan was promoted. The Supreme God Strength Experience card was used by Xuanhuan. This card can truly elevate Xuanhuan's realm to the Supreme God, and during the period, the power of various magical powers will also increase to the power that the Supreme God should have, without any side effects. And the time lasted for half an hour, that is, an hour. Since it was improved by some means, then don't be afraid. You can't stand the aftermath. At this time, Huyanbo's eyes showed a strong greed instead. Because the background that Xuanhuan brought out is too contrary to common sense, combined with his previous inconceivable methods, let him know that if he gets it, he may be promoted to the great emperor-level existence of the ancient 5 emperors in this life. He rushed to kill, his palm bursting with golden light, like the impact of the golden sun, and he shot with no hidden strength. I'm the real god, and you can't break out like I do. Based on this, you're sure to lose. Hyambo self-channel. Is that what you think? He was wrong, and Xuanhuan could also act recklessly. Great battle technique. The god-level battle technique is earth-shattering. At this moment, Xuanhuan is supreme. He feels that his power has risen to the god queen, and even a star can be crushed with one palm. He is the supreme being. Fight 9. These 9 styles blasted out, and the mana exploded again and again, and in an instant, it arrived in front of Hyambo, and bombarded away with the most powerful and powerful means. He could see that Hyambo's realm was the 2nd level of the supreme god. Humph. Hyambo snorted coldly, still somewhat disapproving. But the next moment, his face changed drastically. Boom. The 9 battles were all greeted on his body. At the 9th move, the force violently blasted his body, and the pain immediately spread to the whole body. Hianbo quickly stabilized, flickering like a dapeng, and the golden light was dazzling again, and his 5 fingers were ferociously raised, like claws, slamming against Xuanhuan's head. The battle between the two reached a very high sky in an instant. Xuanhuan clenched his fist tightly, and the infinite thunder was spread on his fist. He banged in the air, and a big hole appeared that day, and it hit him head-on with his claws. Click! Hianbo twisted his wrist, but he couldn't bear the force. No, your strength. Hianbo stepped back, his eyes fixed on Xuanhuan, and the arrogance and contempt he had just now disappeared. He felt that he was not playing against an opponent who was forcibly promoted, but a real supreme god, a supreme god more powerful than him. Do you still want the foundation? Xuanhuan said. Yes, of course. Hianbo will not be reconciled to retreat. Buzzing. Countless golden lights swept in and became a golden lightsaber. Motivated by his own mana, this sword was so powerful that it could split the sea surface of hundreds of millions of miles in half, and cut it down on Xuanhuan in the most ferociously way. The gust of wind shook, and Xuanhuan's feet seemed to be rooting, and he did not move. Around him, there is a field of yin and yang. After this lightsaber falls, if it falls into a swamp, it is difficult to move, and it is destroyed by the great yin and yang technique. Great on Myoji. Hianbo waved his hand again, this time it was not a lightsaber, but hundreds of millions of golden light holes. Xuanhuan looked at Hianbo with both eyes, he lifted one finger, it was a big cutting technique, a black cutting light, smashed all the golden light, and cut it directly on Hianbo in a way that could not be avoided by crossing the void. Body. Boom. Hianbo was chopped off, and a deep bloodstain appeared on his body, and his golden bones could be seen. What a domineering big cutting technique. Hianbo ignored the pain in his body. He would never have imagined that Xuanhuan's strength would become so powerful that he would crush and beat his supreme god-level existence. He could understand why the Holy Heaven Empire would value Dao so much and be so polite to win him over. The means he showed were indeed extraordinary and worthy of an imperial court to win over him. The beginning of heaven and earth, endless origin. Xuanhuan's mouth slowly made a sound, but a vast and rolling force came from a special time and space, and directly pressed against Hianbo. Since Huyanbo had let him consume this Supreme God Strength experience card, the value of this experience card must be used to the maximum today. In the blink of an eye, a force of origin filled the world. As he waved, the void calmed down. But Hianbo's face changed greatly, he felt that his mana shock seemed to be reversed to the most initial energy. This trick? Hianbo was terrified. The power of origin formed a bubble, wrapping Huyanbo in it, and then the bubble burst, Huyanbo was blasted by the power of origin, and countless scars appeared all over his body, and the golden red Dapeng blood turned him into a blood people. Tick-tock. The blood of the Supreme God spilled down and fell into the deep sea, splashing violent fluctuations. This blood is the ancestors. The powerhouses of the Golden Winged Dapeng clan were terrified. What kind of fierce battle had taken place in the sky that day, and the blood of Huyanbo was splattered in the sky. Your Majesty. Your Majesty's strength can actually cut Hianbo. Shang Guangxian could vaguely see that on the sky, a stalwart existence was pressing Hianbo and exerting infinite power. She was also shocked. Emperor Wu, if you want to keep me, it's impossible. Suddenly Hianbo burst into a loud shout, roaring, my golden winged Dapeng is unparalleled in speed, you can't catch up. #C502 whipped hard. At this moment, the battle between Xuanhuan and Hianbo had indeed reached the most critical moment. Hianbo was in a state of embarrassment, with deep bloodstains all over his body, and he was completely at a disadvantage in the fight against Xuanhuan. Can't continue fighting. Hianbo was apprehensive. He didn't know what method Xuanhuan used to improve his strength so much. But he knew that this method could not be improved endlessly. When the utility passed, he would be able to break the Xuanhuan move when he returned. Indeed, the Divine Strength Experience card is only half an hour long. Where do you want to escape? Xuanhuan saw Huyanbo was about to run at a glance, swallowed the mountains and rivers, and shook Huyanbo back with a fist of thunder. Dapeng's real body. His real body appeared. It was a huge golden-winged Dapeng, with golden light all over his body, and every feather was like a golden sword, extremely fierce. I want to go, even if he is a few levels higher than me, he can't catch up. The speed of the Dapeng family is unparalleled in the world. Swish. In an instant, the golden-winged Dapeng disappeared in front of Xuanhuan. Yes? A flash of light, with an unimaginable speed, like a meteor, hit Huyanbo in an instant. This is the brilliance of the moment when the power of God is displayed. How powerful is the power? Not good. Huyanbo immediately felt the coming of a death crisis, and he was horrified. Although he was so fast that he saw a meteor flash pierced through his body, and the entire Dapeng real body fell from the void. Boom. Blood stained the sea red. Huyanbo was pierced through his body by the brilliance of the moment and smashed into the sea. Old Ancestor is defeated. Impossible. How could the Ancestor lose? I don't believe that the Ancestor will lose in the hands of Emperor Tiao. The strong man of the golden-winged Dapeng has lost his soul. How can your moves be faster than mine? No, I don't believe it. Huyanbo suffered a major blow in his heart, and he wanted to rush out of the sea. But then a pair of feet, a popularity swallowed mountains and rivers, boundless domineering stepped on his huge head, boundless repressive force stepped him into the sea again. Unparalleled, peerless, and majestic. Shang Guangxian came up with these two words. My power, you can't compete. Xuanhuan stepped on the head of golden-winged Dapeng. Let go of the ancestors. When the golden-winged Dapeng strong man was angry, he wanted to rescue Huyanbo. Xuanhuan just waved his hand, and these Dapengs were all blasted away. Emperor Wu, I fought with you. Huyanbo roared and wanted to fight with Xuanhuan. Eternal Seal. Xuanhuan cast the Eternal Seal, which turned into a rune chain and sealed Huyanbo's mana. What are you going to do? Huyanbo was shocked and angry. He felt that his mana could no longer be used, even a mysterious god could kill him, and the huge bird body became uneasy. The Wheel of Death. A scene of infinite horror appeared. That huge roulette wheel that dominated the life and death of the gods appeared, and as it turned, the body of Huyanbo's Jinpeng was absorbed onto the roulette wheel, and then the seal chain tied him firmly to it. The soul whip appeared from Xuanhuan's hand. Killing Huyanbo was too cheap for him, and he couldn't resist Xuanhuan's precious experience card. He wanted to subdue Huyanbo and completely become his own slave. By the way, he could also receive the golden-winged Dapeng clan he controlled. Strength. By surrendering Huyanbo, he sent a message to the outside world that he had a real supreme god in command of Tiao. There are also means of surrendering to God. Emperor Wu, do you want to humiliate me? If you want to kill me, Huyanbo, I will never frown. I am planted in your hands today, I admit it, but you want to make me succumb in this way. That is absolutely impossible, and it is impossible for the sky to collapse. Huyanbo knew what Xuanhuan was going to do to him when he saw Soul Whip. Hey, this whip is extremely painful to hit. Even a supreme god will be beaten with a whip. The Wraith Demon Venerable's heart was dark, he laughed, and finally saw a person who shared the same illness. Miserable. Snapped. Xuanhuan didn't talk to him anymore, he beat him first to be afraid. A whip hit him directly, and he was even stimulated by god-level mana, and the pain was even more painful than the Wraith Demon Venerable. When the whip went down, Huyanbo wanted to stubbornly not snort. But he was wrong. The power of this whip is like throwing him into a frying pan and frying him 10,000 times, throwing him into the mountain of knives and rolling 10,000 times, and delaying his body 10,000 times, every punishment in the 18th floor of hell, they have endured 1,000 reincarnations. Beating the soul whip brings only boundless pain. What? Although Hyunbo was tough, he couldn't bear the pain. In the depths of the soul, the pain that came from the bone marrow. The screams were repeated, and the whips were beaten, which was more painful than the cruelest punishment in hell. However, Hyunbo was firmly tied to the wheel of life and death, beaten in front of everyone, and he couldn't roll on the ground to relieve the pain. It was so terrifying that the golden-winged Dupang masters shrank into a ball and shivered, and even their ancestors were drawn like this. At this moment, Hyunbo had no idea how many times he had been whipped by Xuanhuan, how many times his soul had been torn apart, but he couldn't die. If he was given a wish, he would rather die immediately than continue to be whipped immediately. This kind of life that is worse than death is sometimes more painful. Shang Guangxian watched Xuanhuan whip Hyunbo, but a strange look flashed in his eyes. Whether it was 100 whips, 1,000 whips, or 10,000 whips, Hyunbo couldn't remember clearly, and this pain tore his sanity, and screamed, "No, no more beatings, I am willing to surrender to you, I just beg you not to fight." However, Xuanhuan did not stop, and Hyunbo was still fighting. What? 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 Hyunbo screamed again and again. His majesty in front of him was the biggest demon, and the thing he regretted most in his life was to offend Tiao and come to trouble Xuanhuan. If God gave him another chance, he would never come. Xuanhuan's face was indifferent, and he didn't seem to hear his begging for mercy. The whip lasted about 10 minutes before he stopped, looked at Hyunbo indifferently, and said, "Should I surrender or continue to suffer the pain of the whip?" "I serve, don't be whipping." The bird body of the golden-winged Dupang trembled. He would rather die than give in, but Xuanhuan refused to let him die and tortured him in the most painful way. "Just surrender to me." Xuanhuan could see that Hyunbo was really scared, and there would be a shadow in his soul when he showed the soul whip in the future. "Hand over your soul origin," Xuanhuan said. I'll pay everything." Hyunbo handed over a ball of golden soul origin. The ghost lamp was put in, and a ghost rune was engraved in his soul, so that he could completely control it. #C503 saw the master. A supreme god was surrendered. It's not that his will is not firm, but the pain caused by the soul whip is too strong, even the gods can't bear it. He has always believed that death is the most terrible thing. But now he knows that death is sometimes an extravagant hope. After Xuanhuan took control of Hyunbo, he dispersed the death wheel of all life and released Hyunbo. Hyunbo turned into a human form and came to Xuanhuan, timidly said, "Master, master." "Don't be afraid, no, Xuanhuan can kill him even with strength alone. I have seen the master." Even their ancestors were called Master Xuanhuan, and the masters of the Golden-Winged Dupang clan also came to the front in fear and knelt down. "What's your status in the Golden-Winged Dupang clan?" Xuanhuan needed to ask these questions clearly. "Among the demon clan, the battles are cruel. Like the human race, my Golden-Winged Dupang clan has been divided into many branches. I am the patriarch of the Huyan clan, in charge of one clan, and belong to the stronger Golden-Winged Dupang clan, except for my own. The clansmen and their subordinates also control countless large and small demon clan forces." Hyunbo said honestly. "Give me a list of the forces you are in charge of, and transfer them after the court decides on your arrangement." Fortunately, Hyunbo is in charge of a force by himself. In this way, he can better mobilize the power of the Golden-Winged Dupang clan, so that the dynasty has more abundant manpower to participate in the competition for the world of the Sacred Mountain. "What are you thinking?" Xuanhuan looked at Shang Guangxian. "I'm thinking, Your Majesty is so powerful, I'm afraid I will never be able to escape His Majesty's palm in the future." Shangguan Fairy's face is like a fairy, but there is a witch-like heart. The two stark contrasts are more attractive. I let you go now, are you willing to go? Xuanhuan said. I don't want to, maybe coming to Dao is also an opportunity for me. Shang Guangxian saw that Xuanhuan had subdued Hianbo with a powerful attitude. This mighty majesty. Leaving a stalwart shadow in her mind. Your Majesty, what else is there to order? Hianbo was subdued by Xuanhuan, and he knew that he would never be able to get rid of him. If Dewu died, he would also die. Now he can only recognize the situation clearly and put on a good posture. In his heart, the soul whip was his shadow, and Xuanhuan was the nightmare of his life. Shadow Valley once threatened me that my people would never be separated from Luofeng City, and one would assassinate the other. Xuanhuan said lightly. Shadow Valley. Hianbo said in surprise, this force is best at sneak attack and shadow killing. Even if I don't dare to offend them too much, it will be troublesome if they are entangled. The 9 elders are hiding in the void of the deep blue sea. This time I want to find him and kill him. Half an hour has passed, and Xuanhuan still has 20 minutes of divine power left. He stepped into the void one step at a time, and Hianbo quickly followed in with his hands. I also know that the 9 elders, the stronghold is hidden in the void, and it is not easy for the gods to find them. Huyanbo rode. It's okay, I have the means to find them. Xuanhuan's strength at this moment is in the Supreme God, and he uses the big cutting technique to sense the fluctuations in the depths of the void. Boom! Xuanhuan's broad palm pushed it straight out, and a Buddha fire burst out with infinite power, turned into a sea, and burned in the depths of the entire void, pushing it horizontally all the way. The Buddha God fire absorbs the power of the deep blue fire, and can use the void as fuel to ignite the power of the void. After determining an approximate range, he did not search slowly, and directly launched a large-scale coverage method to evaporate any hidden particles in the void, using the simplest method to search overwhelmingly. Seeing this, Hianbo's face moved fiercely. This method of burning the void is too overbearing. This time in the void, with him as the center, the boundless void was burned, and the power of the gods swept everything. For more than 10 minutes, Xuanhuan burned the torrent of void in many places. Found it. In his Buddha's divine fire, a solid object that could not be burned in a short period of time suddenly burned. Looking at it with the divine light, it was also a speck of dust. What? There is a void in the dust, and at this moment it has encountered a doomsday-like destruction, and the entire space is falling into the sky. Someone discovered us and was deliberately refining the world. A powerful breath rushed out of the space, and he looked at it and trembled. It's you, Emperor Wu, how did you find this place? He couldn't believe that Xuanhuan had found his hidden stronghold. Do you still need to find it? Your Majesty's means are endless, and it is not easy to find you. Seeing that it was just a mysterious god, Hianbo disdainfully said. Supreme God Hianbo, why are you by his side? The 9 elders have investigated the powerhouses who came to the deep, blue sea. Hianbo is one of the few supreme gods. His eyes moved, no wonder he was able to find this place. Could it be that Dao has cooperated with you? Haha, Hianbo, you came just right, our plan succeeded, and finally deceived this Emperor Wu into the void. I deliberately asked you to bring him here, just to lure him into a trap. If we don't kill him at this time, when will we wait? The 9 elders were worthy of being extremely cunning, and instantly imagined a countermeasure and began to sow discord. The two must be in a cooperative relationship, and now he shouts out, deliberately provoking the relationship between him and Xuanhuan, and he can find an opportunity to leave. What nonsense are you talking about? Hianbo was even more disdainful when he saw that the 9 elders were playing with such rude methods. Unmoved, do they trust each other so much, there is no gap? Seeing that the split did not work, the 9 elders tried again. Emperor Wu, I take back the previous shadow order, we can cooperate. whoever you want to kill, even the supreme god, as long as you pay enough price, you can kill it for you. It's gone. Boom. As he spoke, the whole person suddenly exploded, and in a mist, he used the means of disappearing in an instant. Die. Xuanhuan controlled the space with power, and a burst of vitality was released. When he grabbed one hand in front of him, one person was caught in a big hand of magic energy. You are the power of the supreme god. The 9 elders were terrified and horrified. Although he was a profound god with profound cultivation, he was still very weak in the face of the supreme god controlling the world. He was caught by Xuanhuan, and he knew that he would die this time. His body was crushed by Xuanhuan's whole body. The vitality was not in a hurry to be refined, and it was first loaded into the heaven and earth oven. Kill them all, and leave no one behind. Xuanhuan ordered. All die. Hianbo attacked that stronghold. The stronghold gathered most of Shadow Valley's masters in the eastern area. At this moment, after Hianbo's beheading, no one survived, and all the vitality was sealed in the heaven and earth oven. Ding. The host completes the side quest, kills the 9 elders, and gets 60,000 fate points. Xian Shindan X2, Imperial Artifact Advanced Card, Magic Fruit X16, Random Lottery Chance X1, Vulcan Cave Treasure Map 4X1, Mysterious, the God Puppet building progress is 10%, and the current progress is 70%. Hashtag C504 Location of Treasure Map 4. Exchange 60,000 fate points for the first realm. After destroying the stronghold, Xuanhuan's Supreme God Strength Experience card effect also ended at the same time, and immediately raised the realm to the 6th level of the gods with 60,000 fate points. Your Majesty's strength. Hianbo clearly felt that Xuanhuan's strength had returned to when he first saw him, but he was much stronger in an instant. He was stunned. What treasure did His Majesty use to enhance the strength? Not only does it have no side effects, but it can improve the realm. He couldn't understand, how could there be such a miraculous thing in the world? Xuanhuan glanced at him and knew that he was starting to make up his mind again, so he didn't care about him. Quietly looking at the treasure map 4 lying in the system space, Xuanhuan looked at it, and suddenly a dark curtain of light appeared, and a shadow-like castle appeared, hidden in an extremely mysterious place. Is this Shadow Valley? Xuanhuan saw the text introduction, Eternal Great World, Shadow Valley. I didn't expect the 4th location of the treasure map to be in the Shadow Valley. Xuanhuan looked strange. The reason why Shadow Valley is difficult to deal with is not that their hiding spots cannot be found. Even if they have the strength of the Great Emperor, it is in vain to find them. But with Treasure Map 4, the location of Shadow Valley will be exposed in front of him. Ding. The current branch has been released, destroying the Shadow Valley. Treasure Map, Side Quest. Xuanhuan looked strange. Hianbo, mobilize your clan's masters into the deep blue sea. Back to the city. Xuanhuan raised the Great Combat Technique to level 6 with 16 Divine Ability Fruits. 2 random draws. Xuanhuan started a random lottery. Ding. The host started a random lottery and obtained the drawing of the Divine Lightsaber. He glanced at the lightsaber to create the blueprint, which is a relatively special lightsaber. The most important part is the position of the hilt. And it has no physical blade, it is a kind of lightsaber driven by divine stone and condensed energy. The higher the god stone level, the more powerful the equipment. There is no shortage of divine stones in Dao now, and there are also 2 emperor grade or veins being mined. You can use the emperor grade divine stones to first equip a batch to the Shenwu army, and then gradually equip the entire army. Xuanhuan saw that, although the divine light sword was good, it was a bit of a waste of divine stone. Ding. The host will start a random lottery and get an attack version of the Starship Battleship Building Blueprint X1. This transformation drawing attracted great attention from Xuanhuan. If the defensive blueprints belong to the kind of extremely cumbersome, then this attack version can be seen as extremely slender, with a sharp bow like a sword, faster speed, and giving up defense in exchange for a more powerful attack. The attack version, the defense version, the balanced version, and the 3 version modification drawings, each of which has different uses. Xuanhuan knew very well how terrifying it would be if the Starry Sky Battleship Corps became a climate, and it would be difficult for Xianxin to hold back on the battlefield. 3 types of warships are being built. He subdued Hianbo, and with the use of this power, Xuanhuan has gradually shifted his focus and came to the deep blue sea. The Fallen Wind City site adopts a strategic defense, and the army sticks to the site that it has already controlled to mine resources. On the side of the deep blue sea, the military aircraft of Dao gradually moved with Xuanhuan. At the master level, Hianbo's power can be mobilized to guard here with a supreme god to counteract the battles of various forces at sea. After Shang Guangxian became Xuanhuan's immortal concubine, she rarely dispatched, and stayed in the palace on the deep blue sea, to practice. Xuanhuan didn't care about her either. His immortal concubine looked like a fairy, but she also had many witch-like calculations in her heart. Time has come to the 42 years of Dao. Boom! An endless beam of light radiates from the deep blue sea. This is the breath of the temple. Countless rays of light interweave and evolve into ancient visions. In the interweaving of runes, a mirage-like scene is created. The temple reappears. It was for these temples that Xuanhuan shifted his focus to the deep blue sea. The deep blue sea is already close to the most central location in the eastern region. There are many temples, and he has obtained several, but this time it is a little different. This temple is bigger and grander than every one he has seen before. It seems to be the king of the temple. After its rays of light appeared, there were also pillars of light rising into the sky, echoing together. This is a bigger temple. Seeing this scene, Hianbo's expression changed. The bigger the temple, the more precious treasures there will be in the temple. The treasures in this great temple cannot be treasured. The radiance of the great temple's brilliance can be sensed in almost the entire deep blue sea, but in an instant, countless masters rushed over to surround this vision. A bigger temple, the treasure inside is unimaginable. In every temple, there is the power of the source, and such a big one is even more terrifying. Come quickly and capture the great temple. A master sent out his thoughts, called friends, and summoned the powerhouses on his own side. Boom! But just when the crowd was about to fight, the ruler across the sky came from the sky and hit the middle of the crowd. In the blast of the explosion, the figure of the Empire's powerhouse appeared. Hong Xuanhuan and the others are here, and this time they have more powerhouses. The temple belongs to the Empire. Hong Xuanhuan looked at this group of people coldly. The powerhouse of the Aoki Longevity Empire. This group of people saw that the powerhouses of the Empire were occupying this temple, and their spiritual senses were also flickering madly. They were naturally unwilling to let them give up. Although the forces behind them were not as strong as the Empire, some of them also came from the power of the Supreme God. Ordinary temples can be given to them, but none of the temple kings are willing. Some strong people saw such a situation and let out a long howl, extremely dissatisfied. Is the Empire so domineering? You eat meat, and you don't even leave the opportunity for others to drink soup. Although you are strong, I am afraid that you will deal with us like this. It will be very difficult for many people. I know you, the mysterious god of Thunder Temple, the Lord of Thunder Temple is your only supreme god, but if you dare to snatch the great temple with the Empire, you also have the courage to Thunder Temple? After all, it is near the core of the eastern region. The Aoki Longevity Empire has sent a lot of powerhouses here, and they look at it with disdain. You. The strong Thunder viewer could not refute. Hongxi, open this great temple and see what's hidden inside. After Xuanhuan heard it, he broke open the gate of the temple 1 foot, and a black cold light swept out from there, with a deep chill. Even the Xuanhuan had a chill that went deep into the bone marrow. A big mountain. When everyone saw it, they all knew that this mountain was a treasure that was even more precious than an Imperial artifact. Take this mountain away. The Imperial powerhouse shouted, and at the same time the mana roared, today I see who dares to come forward and snatch it. I want this mountain. After Xuanhuan saw the mountain, he knew that the material he had been looking for had finally been found, and the army appeared with him. I dare to do it. #C505 Great Temple. Emperor Wu appeared. There is also a menacing army of gods. In the divine army, there are still some unfamiliar masters at this moment. They all hide their auras and remain silent, waiting for the next step. The Emperor Wu is here. The Great Temple appears, and Emperor Wu is also looking for the temple. He will not let it go. This time is interesting. If the Qingmu Chongqing Empire wants to seize the Great Temple, and Emperor Wu wants it, there will be a conflict, and there may be a chance. Yes, let's watch the show and see what the two sides can do. It really doesn't work, and we won't take any action. In short, it's a sentence. If you can take it, you can take it, and if you can't take it, forget it. At the moment, the powerhouses of these forces took the initiative to retreat to the side and give up the battlefield. Emperor Wu, you really showed up. When Hong Zixuanshan saw Xuanhuan, he didn't panic at all, but laughed. I knew for a long time that you would not be absent. With your arrogance, how could such a good treasure not appear? Haha, this god is waiting for you. Swish. Hearing his words, the army of gods unleashed their weapons in unison. Shinjun, this army is extraordinary, all of them have unique skills, and I don't know how you formed them. In your hands, it is really a waste. If you are willing to submit to the Imperial dynasty will give you more generous treatment. Boom. A tyrannical force came. A person appeared here. He was a short-statured old man with jet black hair, but the breath he conveyed was terrifying. The strongest of the gods. When those people saw the old man, their faces showed a look of fear. Supreme God, Supreme God. And this old man's cultivation base has also reached the profound third level of the Supreme God. The Aoki Eternal Life Empire has actually dispatched a strategic level power like the Supreme God here. Everyone was shocked. Fortunately, they didn't do it, otherwise in the face of a Supreme God's blow, they would not be opponents at all. However, a Supreme God was too lazy to deal with them, apparently coming for Emperor Dao. I don't know how Emperor Wu will respond. Everyone guessed. I have seen Xuanfeng Supreme God. The Emperor of the Imperial dynasty respectfully said, today, please come to the gods, and also ask the gods to kill Emperor Dao. This person has repeatedly done the wrong thing with the empire, causing a lot of trouble. The empire can't bear it anymore, and no one is allowed to jump around. He must die here. Xuanfeng Zhishan looked at Xuanhuan and sighed. Unfortunately, there is also a heroic figure, and he has built a huge empire in a short period of time, but he was born at the wrong time. The time has come. As he spoke, a big hand grabbed the sky. This is the power of the Supreme God. Everyone trembled in fear. The power of the Supreme God is supreme, even if he is powerful, it is impossible to deal with the Supreme God. Boom. Within the divine army, a golden light appeared out of thin air and blocked in front of Xuanhuan. He used his own strength to follow Xuanfeng to God. Blocked? Xuanfeng Supreme's eyes suddenly solidified and fell in front of this person. There is also a Supreme God, you are. This is not the Huyan Jishan of the Golden Wing Dapeng clan. Hianbo, how could he mix with Dao? What is going on? Could it be that Dao and the Golden Wing Dapeng clan are still cooperating? Please use a Supreme God to come forward. Everyone was surprised, and some didn't understand. The supreme god of the Golden Wing Dapeng. Xuanhuan knew clearly that the Golden Wing Dapeng clan was an imperial clan among the demon clan, and the combined strength of the clan was not inferior to an imperial dynasty. He looked at Hianbo coldly. Monster Clan Supreme God, this is a matter between the Empire and Dao. I hope you don't get involved, otherwise, even if you are Supreme God and become an enemy of the Empire, you will not. Good luck. Are you scaring me? Hianbo sneered and said, I am the demon of the dynasty, and I serve as the master of your majesty, so how can it be regarded as meddling in the affairs between you? Each is its own master, and I, Hianbo, are also loyal to the dynasty and obey your majesty's orders. When his words came out, everyone outside De Wu suddenly showed an unbelievable look. A supreme god actually worships Dao? What happened to the day, and what happened? De Wu, it's really difficult to deal with. Xuanhuan Supreme has never underestimated Chu Yuan. He guessed that De Wu had the means to fight against the supreme god. But I never thought that De Wu could subdue a supreme god. How arrogant is this supreme god of the Golden Wing Dapeng clan? It is impossible to be recruited by Dao, and can only be surrendered by terrifying means. Being able to subdue Hianbo shows that Dao has more terrifying means than Hianbo. Hianbo, stop him. Chu Yuan said. Yes, your majesty. Hianbo punched him in the past. Although he was one level lower than Xuanhuan Zhishan, the two were still on the same level by virtue of his own talent. Xuanhuan Zhishan's complexion changed slightly, and he also fought against Hianbo. Divine Artifact, Hengtian Ruler. Chu Yuan's killing intent was extremely piercing. Next, it's you, the army of gods killed them. Kill. 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 The divine army looked at the Empire's powerhouse coldly, and when they heard Chu Yuan's order, they were the most elite and immediately killed them without any hesitation. You dare. The Imperial powerhouse is angry. Hong Xuanhuan urged the horizontal ruler to sweep the past. But at this time, the powerhouses of the Golden Wing Dapeng clan also appeared. They were all secretly mobilized by Chu Yuan. When they appeared, they immediately resisted the counterattack of the powerhouses in the Empire. There is a supreme god in Dao, and there is a battle with the Imperial dynasty. This great martial arts is not as simple as we imagined. They also have stronger and more terrifying means. You didn't see it just now, that Hianbo's gaze when looking at Emperor Wu is not as simple as an ordinary courtier, but fear from the depths of his soul. They were trembling with fear, and they could make a supreme god fear like this, and they couldn't guess what happened to Hianbo before he took refuge in Dao. Boom! The sky is falling apart, and the infinite void is exploding. Hateful! Hianbo is Dao's own mysterious god, so it is impossible for him to use threats to force him to leave. With me here, don't even think about interfering in the battle among the profound gods. Your Majesty's strength is not what you can imagine. Hianbo teleported continuously, leaving behind afterimages, and the unparalleled speed entangled Xuanhuan to the gods. Hianbo, what benefit did Dao give you to make you surrender so desperately? Don't you want the dignity of a supreme god? Xuanhuan Zhishan shouted loudly. You wouldn't know. Of course, Hianbo would not mention the fact that he was severely beaten by the soul whip. You are crazy. Seeing such a ferocious and desperate style of play, Xuanhuan Zhishan's face was gloomy. #C506, the divine artifact has. Let's stick together tightly, push the Hengtian ruler together, sweep them away with the Hengtian ruler, and don't give them a chance. Damn, they have a lot of golden-winged Dapeng strong people, and the speed is too fast. These big birds. Find a chance to roast and eat the plucked hair. The Imperial powerhouses were tightly surrounded. At this moment, the golden-winged Dapeng also showed the real body of Dapeng, and the huge Pung shadow shrouded the sky above the Emperor's profound god, bringing the depression of the heart trembling. Monster Legion, let's go. Seeing how they were tightly together, the Wraith Demon Venerable grinned, and the sixth steel of conferring gods and conferring prisoners landed immediately. Boundless black demonic energy appeared, and a large number of demons appeared from all around them to launch an attack. Monster Legion, Profound God Monster. Seeing the hideous appearance of the mysterious monster, these people were also a little terrified. At this time, the Wraith Demon Venerable forcibly manipulated the monster army to fight against the Imperial gods and break their defenses. The brutal war began. The Empire was fully prepared this time, and even Yuan Feng Jishan invited him. But the biggest mistake was that Dao subdued the power of Hianbu, controlled too many unexpected powers, and immediately put them into a dangerous situation. The monster army was the first to collide with the powerhouses of the empire, and the monsters who were not afraid of death instantly tore apart a large number of their masters. The huge golden winged Dapeng also rushed over, tearing apart their defense line with his own body. There were tragic traces everywhere where the divine army rushed. Horizontal ruler. The powerhouses of the empire were furious. They were surrounded and fell into an extremely dangerous situation. If they didn't break through, it was very likely that they would be surrounded and killed together. The ruler of the sky is drawn out, and the ruler breaks the mountains and rivers. The power of the Imperial artifact is extremely powerful. Dapeng Golden Sword. The masters of the Golden Wing Dapeng clan also mobilized a golden sword. They also have the existence of the Supreme God. The Dapeng Golden Sword is the treasure of the town of Huyan. The strong golden light suddenly collided with each other. Hianbo seems to have completely become the strength of Dao. This army of gods, plus the monster army, and the powerhouses of the Golden Wing Dapeng are too strong. Even if the powerhouses of the empire escape this time, they will suffer extremely painful injuries. The other forces were terrified, and if the army of gods charged at them, it would be enough to tear them all apart in a short time. And the powerhouses of the empire also knew that Yuan Feng Jishan was entangled by Hianbo, and it was impossible to help them. Their strength is fierce, and their strength is beyond expectations. You can't fight with them recklessly, look for opportunities, and break out. The collision between the powerhouses of the empire and Dao has cost a lot of people's casualties, and they will not be foolish enough to fight Dao to the death. Do you still want to break through? The monster army and the god army are responsible for the frontal rush. The powerhouses of the Golden Wing Dapeng clan turned into streaks that covered the sky and swept away continuously, blocking their escape route and not giving them a chance. The damned Dapeng clan powerhouse, without them, they can't seal us at all. You must know that the elite force of Hianbo was transferred this time. If it weren't for the strong powers of the empire, they would have been killed long ago. Transforming Fairy Light. When Shang Guangxian appeared, she was also the strength of the 8th layer of the Profound God. When she hit the fairy light, it looked like a splendid beam of light, but it fell on the body of a strong man in the empire, and then a frightening scene appeared. The mana of this irradiated person was melted away, and the flesh and bones of the whole person were melted away in an instant, leaving only a human skin. This immortal concubine's methods are a bit peculiar. When Xu Yuan saw Shang Guangxian, he also had a strong interest in this imperial concubine who suddenly fell down. I can't delay with them any longer. Xu Yuan glanced at it. Hianbo and Yuan Feng were fighting against God. He walked over in one step, facing the front, directly bombarded with a palm, covering them all. The huge handprints brought unparalleled oppression, and the inch by inch of the void squeezed exploded. Some imperial powerhouses were bombarded by this force, and the whole person exploded. The strength of Emperor Wu. The overwhelming pressure made them tremble. Crossing the mountains and rivers. God Hong Shixuan gritted his teeth, jumped up across the sky, and slapped Xu Yuan fiercely. The glory of the gods. Instant brilliance. The glorious and glorious power suddenly converged into a mighty and tyrannical existence, like the ruler of the gods. The brilliant light in his hands was the most splendid moment of the civilization of God. In one blow, the horizontal ruler was shaken and flew into the air. Xuanhuan was also blasted away, and some powerful emperors of the Imperial dynasty, including several Xuanhuans, were swept away by the brilliant rays of light, and they disappeared in an instant. Eternal Life Seal. He folded his hands to seal the light of the seal, and he was about to seal the horizontal ruler. No, his real purpose is to cross the sky. Xuanhuan was shocked, and quickly manipulated the power Hengtian ruler, and at the same time shouted anxiously, "Come back, Hengtian ruler." However, it was sealed by the seal of eternal life. If the supreme god could forcibly break through this power, how could the god Xuanhuan make Hengtianchi come back? In an instant, Hengtianchi was sealed by Qu Yuan, and the spirit inside was imprisoned. Divine Artifact. Qu Yuan held this horizontal ruler in his hand, and when he tapped it lightly in front of him, there was a rumbling sound. "A good ruler, it's a pity," Qu Yuan said. "The ruler of the empire." Xuanhuan vomited blood. At this time, Hengtianchi was forcibly taken away by Qu Yuan, and he lost the treasure of fighting against the Dapeng golden sword. The terrifying golden light descended. I don't know how many strong men of the empire were killed, and they were strangled bloody. "Emperor Wu, you dare to kill them." Yuan Fengzhishan also roared when he saw the scene below. "Die." Qu Yuan was holding a ruler across the sky, and he came to Xuanhuan in one step, and pulled it straight down. His head suddenly burst, and his whole body cracked like ceramic. A sixth-level mysterious god was killed by Qu Yuan with 1 foot. Xuanhuan never thought that he would die at the hands of Hengtian ruler under his control. Horrible. Run, don't get involved in the battle here. If we don't leave, then Dao will most likely kill us all. Now, before you offend Dao, the farther you run, the better. At the moment, the powerhouses of other forces were trembling with fear and fled quickly, leaving the powerhouses of the empire fighting against Dao. In fact, the battle has come to this point, and the situation has become very clear. Without Yuan Fengzhishan's help, they were surrounded by the Dao Legion and had no chance to escape. Waiting for them is to be strangled one by one. Without the horizontal ruler, they were attacked by the Dapeng golden sword, and their camp was scattered. The divine army rushed in, and the masters of the Dapeng family were also cooperating with the strangulation, killing all their masters here. #C507 The Kingdom of the Emperor. The seventh heavenly god. After sweeping away the powerhouses of the empire, Qu Yuan swallowed a large amount of the laws of the mysterious gods and broke through to the seventh layer realm of the gods, and a powerful force immediately flowed through his body. He grabbed it with a big hand, and the incomparably huge mountain was sucked in front of him from the great temple. Qu Yuan scrutinized the mountain, and slammed it with the Hengtian ruler. Although there were sky-high fluctuations on the mountain, it didn't break. It seemed that there was a strange force that absorbed the Hengtian ruler's blow. Went in. Not even an Imperial artifact can shake this mountain. Huyanbo was shocked. Your Majesty, the quality of this mountain can even be used to refine holy artifacts. Sacred artifact, divine artifact that surpasses Imperial artifact, and Imperial powers only have so few pieces that are used to suppress their heritage and cannot be easily used. However, the mountain in front of him is only a material, and it is still far from being refined into a real sacred artifact. This mountain, I will use it to refine an artifact and use it to detain monsters. Qu Yuan was extremely satisfied. The body of this mountain is too strong. It takes countless effort to polish it into the shape that your Majesty desires, but once it becomes an artifact, its power is infinite. Huyanbo rode. I don't need to worry about this matter. I only found the main body of the artifact that I want to refine. In terms of details, I still need a perfect plan from the foundry department. In addition, there is not enough manpower. Xuanhuan deeply knows that once the magic lock tower is successfully refined, it will be infinitely powerful, and it will form an absolute control over monsters, which is by no means comparable to ordinary artifacts. The Great Temple itself was also taken over by Xuanhuan. This temple is made of a kind of stone material, which contains a strong divinity. His little gold and silver can devour this power to strengthen himself. Enough artifact. Xuanhuan couldn't help but unseal the human emperor sword and return to the city with his hands. Unblocking the human emperor sword attribute 5. Xuanhuan closed the palace, looked at the artifact needed to unblock the emperor sword, and took it out. The 5th attribute is being unsealed. Unsealing attribute 5. With a population of 5 trillion, the most difficult to obtain Imperial artifact, Xuanhuan had already obtained it, and sacrificed the Hengtian ruler. The 5 seals of the human emperor sword attribute have been unsealed. With the sacrifice of the artifact, the unblocking prompt sound came. What new abilities can I expect from attribute 5? Xuanhuan had already seen the other 4 abilities of the human emperor sword. It is said that the river of humanity flows through the country, allowing him to have absolute control over every place in Dao, and has cultivated a lot of talents for Dao. Attribute 4, the Kingdom of the Emperor. With the power of faith, build the Kingdom of the Emperor and create the world of the Emperor. The Kingdom of the Emperor. The new ability, the Kingdom of the Emperor. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed, testing this new ability. With the power of the faith of the humane dynasty, a world similar to a secret realm has been condensed, forming the Kingdom of the Emperor. Xuanhuan saw that the power of boundless human faith had formed a secret world under the influence of the Emperor Sword. This secret world is full of the power of the long river of humanity, the light is bright, it is the country of people, the cohesion of the power of humanity. When the strength reaches the gods, there is the strength to open up a secret realm, and the secret realm opened up by this human emperor sword is obviously extremely high, and it belongs to the supreme kingdom of the emperor. The kingdom of the emperor, the kingdom of a country, can gradually expand with the growth of national fortunes and the cohesion of humanistic beliefs. It can form a big world, based on the long river of humanistic origin, and it can even be transformed into an independent sky. The system explained, the kingdom of the emperor, the gathering point of the belief in the national destiny, is the most suitable for human beings to enter the cultivation. A secret realm that can form a big world. Xuanhuan showed his sharp edge, with attribute 4 as the long river of humanity. When attribute 5 is reached, it will become a kingdom of human emperors, independent of the kingdom of the eternal world, and belong to my kingdom. If the kingdom of human emperors is transformed, it can even allow an infinite army countless people go into practice, and there, the power of the river of humanity will become extraordinarily powerful. Now, in addition to the long rivers of humanity flowing in the human sovereign kingdom, it is just a newly condensed secret world. If the human emperor's kingdom has developed to a certain level, and the infinite power is gathered in it, he can also mobilize the boundless power. This is not the key. Cultivation in the kingdom of the emperor will be much faster than the outside world. Transforming mountains and rivers, transforming the world in the kingdom of the emperor with the divine stone of the emperor, and truly turning it into a world that can be cultivated. When Xuanhuan thought about it, everything in the kingdom of the emperor would change with his thoughts, and the direction of the mountains and rivers. That's what it's like to control a world. In the kingdom of the emperor, he is the creator of the world, and this is the feeling of being in control of a world. The host wants to speed up the changes in the kingdom of the emperor. In addition to condensing the national destiny, he can also absorb the energy that devours all sources, devours other worlds, and absorbs the power of chaos, so that the kingdom of the emperor can be quickly formed. The system reminded. The most important thing in a world is the origin of the world. I have also noticed that although the national fortune can also strengthen the origin of the emperor, It will undoubtedly speed up the speed by swallowing the origin of other worlds, and the gathering of the national fortune will have other effects. Xuanhuan nodded. The entrance to the kingdom of the emperor is set in the Imperial city. There are ancient powerhouses strong enough to open up a world for a day, and the kingdom of the emperor has this foundation. The system continued to remind. One world needs to accumulate at this level of one day. Let me see how many artifacts will be needed to unblock Attribute 6. Xuanhuan looked over. Attribute 6 unblocked, population 50 trillion, and sacrificed 2 sacred artifacts, 10 emperor artifacts, 100 imperial artifacts, 1,000 king artifacts, and 10,000 unique artifacts. Sure enough, a holy artifact was used. Xuanhuan was not surprised. Every time the human sovereign sword unsealed an attribute, the ability became more and more heaven-defying. Holy artifact, Empire-level forces only have a few pieces of suppression background. Although it is difficult, Xuanhuan is looking forward to the ability of the next attribute. Now it has only opened to the 5th path, and there are still 4 attributes that have not been unsealed. The 5 elements and 5 legions, the Fog Shadow Army, and the Flame Demon Army, all stay in Luofeng City, while the Light and Dark Legion stay half in Luofeng City, and half in the Deep Blue Sea. Mobilize the Shenwu Army, the Demon God Army, the Phoenix Army, the Sun and Moon God's Army to the Deep Blue Sea. Xuanhuan mobilized the army to the Deep Blue Sea. I have seen your majesty. The commanders of the armies reached the Deep Blue Sea. The Deep Blue Sea casts a great city, the Deep Blue City, and at the same time announces to the various forces in the Deep Blue Sea that the Deep Blue Sea belongs to the Great Wu dynasty. Xuanhuan mobilized the army to come over, knowing that it was time to completely control the Deep Blue Sea. In this sea area, let's not talk about the divine veins on the islands and the temples, all of which are in their own hands. He couldn't let go. Battleship Legion cruises the Deep Blue Sea, searching for temple ruins. Xuanhuan said, Hianbo, the Golden Wing Dupeng clan is organized into the Peng Army, cruising with the Battleship Corps. This time I have killed the Imperial forces, and the news has been passed on. In this Deep Blue Sea, I will do it. Absolute domination. Your Majesty is eternal and immortal, obey the Lord's orders. Hianbo expressed his loyalty. #C508 All parties use. The Army Legion went out to the Deep Blue Sea, and the battleships cruised. After the various forces received the news, there was a great sensation. Profound God-level forces are the most sensible, leaving the Deep Blue Sea directly. Although the few God-level forces were angry and unwilling, in the face of the strength of Tiao, they did not want to conflict with them on the Deep Blue Sea. After all, it was a dynasty that even the powerhouses of the Imperial dynasty dared to kill. Tiao has the Supreme God in charge, and the strength of the Supreme God is not easy to mess with. Dongchu Forbidden Land also received this news. Originally, they planned to launch a battle against Tiao with the Aoki Longevity Empire, but after knowing it, the Forbidden Land shook. Tiao was originally a force that did not even have a few profound gods. He couldn't just rely on the mysterious background. Why did he suddenly have the Supreme God in charge? All plans for Tiao were immediately stopped and redeployed. At this moment, there is a place in the eastern region, a boundless holy light, a huge and magnificent city was built here, a regiment of troops was mobilized, and the powerhouses of the mysterious gods could be seen from time to time. Holy Light City. This is the largest city built by the Holy Heaven Empire in the eastern region, and it is also the main base in the world of Xuanhuan. One by one, the powerful imperial powerhouses appeared in a holy, bright and transparent hall, surrounded by a long table. The further forward the place was, the more powerful the old antiques were, and the supreme gods had already appeared here. The Holy Light Empire is holding a meeting. King Pingding, you have communicated with Tiao many times, and have seen that Tiao several times. Tell me, what you know about Tiao. This time, this god called you all for the sake of the Dao dynasty. They are related to the future of the empire. Deployment in the eastern region. On the highest seat of the long table, there is an ancient existence. His hair is gray, but his eyes are extremely bright. This is God. More powerful and more supreme gods than Hyambo. He is called Xuanhuan, and he is the highest existence of the Xingtian Empire in the Xuanhuan mountain area. Okay, since the supreme god of the holy law asked me to say it, I will say it. Henry Zhang nodded. A few years ago, I went to Dao to attend the Imperial banquet. At that time, Dao had just been promoted to the 7-star dynasty. I didn't expect that in a short period of time, I had reached the 8 stars, and now I have even a god, Huyan Bo, the ancestor of the Huyan tribe of the Golden Winged Duping family. Without any terrifying means, the empire would not be able to subdue him. There is a supreme god, and there is no supreme god. This is very different. An old antique said, if there is no supreme god, then Emperor Wu is not worthy of the empire's caution, no matter how strange it is, but if there is a supreme god, the empire will also win over. Actually, a supreme god can't affect the empire too much, but being able to subdue Hyambo is what makes the empire the most cautious. We don't know what means that Emperor Wu used, and how he did it. Weird, it's so weird. An old antique continued to speak one after another. In this way, the Great Wu dynasty is more complicated than we imagined. I have probably understood some of your speculations. The Great Wu may not be as simple as it appears on the surface. Now Xingtian and Great Wu have always had a friendly relationship, which is very good. Take advantage of this. The Holy Law Supreme God spoke, and he sighed, although we are both empire-level forces, we have always been at a disadvantage in the battle with the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. The crowd was silent. What the Holy Law says is true. After all, the Aoki Longevity Empire is a terrifying imperial dynasty established in ancient times. There are many ancient existences that have not died, and many have stepped into the tombs and banned themselves. However, the Great Wu dynasty has supreme gods and powerhouses. We must carefully draw them together and push them to the opposite side of the Aoki Longevity Empire. The current contradictions are not enough. Let's add fire and completely tie them to the worship of the empire. The supreme god of the Holy Law is not a good person. He is not trying to occupy the deep blue sea and issue an imperial decree in the name of the empire, saying that the Holy Heaven Empire fully supports Dao's actions, and Dao is an ally of the empire. Brilliant. The Holy Law Supreme God is using the power of Dao, even if it is left there, with one supreme god. To resist the threat of Dao, it is necessary to put several supreme gods. There is also the most elusive Emperor Wu, and this is where people feel troublesome. To win over all the forces that can be united, to unite all the forces that can be united, this is the strategy given to us by the Emperor. The strategy of the Holy Heaven Empire is different from that of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. We want to resist their aggression, not to expand the territory. To friends can be friends. The Holy Law Supreme God has a solemn face, and he chooses to be a friend if he can be a friend. Also, in Yuanfeng City, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire has been killed by many strong people. Now there are not many masters under Yuanfeng's command. Let Xiao Zihua launch an attack and occupy that area. This opportunity cannot be missed. Holy Law to the Divine. Okay, this trick is to beat the drowning dog. The Imperial powerhouse is excited. I also sent a letter to Emperor Wu, welcoming him to the Holy Law City at any time. This god is here to personally wait for him. I also want to see this legendary majesty. Xiao Zihua of the Holy Heaven Empire received the order and immediately launched an attack on Yuanfeng City. Yuanfeng Jishan was angry, but this time a large number of people he brought with him died in the deep blue sea, and he knew that he was not Xiao Zihua's opponent. After only a few symbolic confrontations, he gave up this area. Holy Light City, a letter of greetings from the Supreme God of the Holy Law to me. At the same time, Xuanhuan received a letter from the Holy Fa to God. He looked at the content of the letter, and it was nothing more than some polite greetings. He knew that Dao had the Supreme God, and it was impossible to continue to communicate with the mysterious God. And Xuanhuan also needs Xingtian Empire as an ally to seek greater benefits for himself. Return a letter to the Holy Law Supreme God for me. If I have time, I will personally go to Xinguang City. Xuanhuan said. My lord, just a few days ago, Xiao Zihua of the Holy Heaven Empire led the army to occupy Yuanfeng City. This is a new map, please preview it. Xianbo presented a map. The map shows the distribution of various forces in the eastern region. That Yuanfeng City had already belonged to the Holy Heaven Empire, Luofeng City and Yuanfeng City occupied by Dao were not very far apart, and they were connected within a few small areas. Your Majesty, I have received new news again. Xiao Zihua's army keeps on conquering the city of Qingmu Chongqing Empire, and Rongning City, which is closest to Luofeng City, has also been attacked. Another message came. It seems that Luofeng City has completely bordered on the Holy Heaven Empire. This is good. Since the area of the Holy Heaven Empire in the Divine Mountain is bordered by Dao, then this part does not need to be defended, he can draw out more power and put it in other places. Before the threat of the Aoki Longevity Empire was still there, he and the Holy Heaven Empire were allies, and they both needed to use each other. Lord, what should we do next? Xianbo asked. The hard bones will be handed over to the Holy Heaven Empire. We will pick them up cheaply. The dynasty will also occupy the blank areas of the Fallen Wind City and the Deep Blue Sea, and connect them together. Xuanhuan said, the army is divided into two parts, one continues to search for the temple on the Deep Blue Sea, and the other opens up the connection between Luofeng City and the Deep Blue Sea. #C509 Human Spirit. The Deep Blue Sea has stabilized. The Xingtian Empire is using the power of Dao to contain the Aoki Longevity Empire and the Longevity Empire invisibly. And Xuanhuan also used the Holy Heaven Empire to let them gnaw on the most gnawed bones. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he started the army and opened up all the routes from Luofeng City to the Deep Blue Sea, and included it in the mining area of Dao. The world of the mountain has also been around for a while. Although the melee is even more powerful, everyone knows that it has reached the stage of elimination, and those weak forces will be eliminated first. The inside of the mountain is so cruel, the weak eat the strong. The Emperor's divine veins have been unearthed in 5 places. There are hundreds of Imperial veins, and there are countless other resources. However, although the gods seem to be many, they are also very expensive to use. First of all, the ancient battlefield altar consumes a lot, and the battleship it will also be consumed, and all kinds of equipment will be consumed. Xuanhuan knew, clearly. Don't look at the fact that he has got so many resources now, but because of the mountain. When the mountain disappears into the eternal world, it will not be so easy to think of so much. The total number of star warships is now 65, and the mysterious god Vientiane soldiers are 27. The foundry department has to step up and absorb the world's refiners. Xuanhuan organizes various resources, and he has to know what to do. In the Deep Blue Sea, more than a dozen temples have been found recently. Xuanhuan obtained a lot of source god stones and some strange objects from those temples. Xiaojin and Xiaoyin absorbed the divinity contained in the temple, and now the strength has reached Xianxin. One silver light is dazzling, and the other golden light is dazzling. However, in the Deep Blue Sea, the number of temples is becoming more and more difficult to find. Obviously, there are not many. There are forces that are already heading towards the core of the eastern region. There is a place with strong origins, and there are countless strange things. The core of the east area is in the place that is closely connected to the middle area. At present, the central region is still shrouded by a powerful force, and no way has been found to enter, and even the core of the eastern region cannot enter on a large scale. The kingdom of the emperor has been perfected a lot. It's time to let a group of people go first. He understands. Every powerful dynasty or imperial dynasty has its own powerful secret realm, and the secret realm of Dao is the kingdom of the emperor. Xuanhuan, your immortal concubine palace has been built, go back with me, this time I will take you to a place. Xuanhuan led a group of people back to the imperial city. This is Dao Imperial City. Although she was directly brought into the harem by Xuanhuan in name, it was the first time she came to the dynasty, which shocked her. An extremely dreamy scene. In the Dao Imperial City, there are skyscrapers everywhere, as well as the classical buildings of the eternal world. The two different styles coexist in a harmonious way. There is also a tower in the Imperial City, called the Tower of Gods, which radiates divine light all the time. There is also a mountain in the refining Holy Land. Xuanhuan got it from the Great Temple and put it here. Although the casting division has not yet been able to refine the magic lock tower in his mind, it can be prepared at this time. The fire of the country's fortune burns the giant mountain, and it takes shape. Your Majesty's Imperial City, I have not seen it anywhere else. Xuanhuan Xiandao. Her cultivation base has reached the 9th level of the Profound God. Thanks to this period of time, she has the protection of the national fortune and many resources of the great martial arts, and her cultivation of the immortal transformation divine light has become more and more pure. Your Majesty, you are back. When he arrived at the palace, Yao Linger and Luo Yueying appeared, looking at Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan Xian, their eyes flickered, and secretly said, "Is this the immortal concubine your Majesty's Xian Na? The women around your Majesty are so powerful." Shang Guangxian saw that Yao Linger and Luo Yueying were both in the Profound God realm, and was slightly surprised that the cultivation of the Profound God realm had a place in the empire. Only that kind of emperor can make Xiantian realm willing to be a concubine. Two sisters, my sister just came to Dao, and I hope the two sisters will take good care of him. Shang Guangxian said with a smile. The face of a fairy, the voice of a witch. Tonight, immortal concubine, come to sleep. Xuanhuan glanced at Shang Guangxian and knew that this woman had a lot of tricks. King Loyalty, you are in charge of the army. You choose the top 500,000 soldiers in the army, return to the Imperial City, and in the academy, select the top 500,000 contribution from the junior college, and calculate the top 50 contribution from the civilian college. 1. Wait in Dao territory. The imperial decree of Xuanhuan arrived. The first 500,000 contribution from the academy. People's College's contribution to the first 500,000 is also waiting. What is your Majesty going to do this time? In the Academy of Yuanlingji, a tutor looked at a group of selected geniuses outside the academy and wondered. I don't know. If you are summoned to the Imperial City, you can leave now, but why do you want us to wait here? They don't understand. How can we guess His Majesty's mind? Swish. Just when they were wondering, the tens of thousands of geniuses in the Yuanlingji Academy suddenly disappeared, and they were taken away by the power of the national fortune. Space shift, they are gone. Those who were singled out disappeared. This is Xuanhuan sending them directly to the kingdom of the emperor. Unlocking new attributes, Dao has his own most powerful secret realm. As long as he is in Dao's country, Xuanhuan can be in the kingdom of the emperor, and he will send people who are located anywhere in the country to his kingdom. He can also reach any place in the country in an instant. However, doing so consumes a lot of energy. Here is. After this group of people was brought into the kingdom of the emperor, what they saw in their eyes was extremely bright brilliance, dignified. After a special power of attributes poured into their heads, they immediately woke up and their inner demons were also expelled. A huge world. Mountains and rivers are vertical and horizontal, and there is a big city in the center of the world, like the Imperial city of Dao. These lights? There is no sun in the sky, but light is everywhere. This is the light of faith, the light of human spirit, expelling inner demons, improving consciousness, and welcome everyone to the secret realm of Dao. Chu Yuan's voice sounded, the appearance of the function of the kingdom of the emperor, the effect on Dao was simply too great. He spent some time building this place into a world, and melted away countless divine stones and origin divine stones, and then mixed the power of the long river of humanity. The aura of human and God, suitable for the absorption of the powerful human race. I have seen your majesty. They did not see Chu Yuan. But I feel that in this secret realm, Chu Yuan is everywhere, and you can see a stalwart existence when you look up. Cultivation in the secret realm of Dao is 10 times faster than that of the same resources in the outside world. You are all people who have made great contributions to Dao. You can practice in the secret realm. As long as you are a person of merit, I will never treat you badly. Chu Yuan looked at the first batch of 1.5 million people who came here. He dominates, and an infinite power of air, carrying extremely bright light, falls on these people, and it can be transformed into his own power without much refining. The spiritual energy of human beings and gods, the speed of cultivation here is 10 times that of others. Even when he is so powerful that he has an insight into the laws of time and space, Chu Yuan can manipulate and change the time in the secret realm. #C500 Contribution System. In the kingdom of human emperors, the spiritual energy of human beings and gods gathers everywhere, forming a colorful air flow. Just like cultivating in the realm of gods, it is the place of gods. Everyone who entered the kingdom of the emperor found a place and quickly cultivated. Cultivation here, your speed will be faster. Chu Yuan's voice sounded in everyone's ears. In the kingdom of the emperor, Chu Yuan is the ruler and controls the power here. The most important part of the spiritual energy of people and gods is the belief in the national destiny. If you cultivate here, even mediocrity will become a peerless genius and improve your physique, but the spiritual energy of people and gods is not infinite, and the transformation requires a lot of resources. With so many people coming in, Dao's divine veins and national fortunes were exhausted, which is why he didn't let more people in. At this moment, Chu Yuan is at the top of the kingdom of the emperor, looking down at the entire secret realm world, thinking continuously for the god above the gods. The host annexes more land, dominates more people, and enhances national strength. The kingdom of the emperor will expand rapidly. Now it is only the scale of the secret realm. The next step is the scale of the small world, followed by the middle world and the big world. The eternal world is such a super-large world scale. The system prompts, even the eternal great world is constantly absorbing the energy of the extraterritorial universe and strengthening itself, and the eternal great world is expanding all the time. Yes, the emperor's kingdom must continue to expand, to the scale of the small world, in order to allow more people to enter the cultivation. Right now, the kingdom of the emperor can only be used for cultivation by a very small number of people, which is not good. Chu Yuan's hope is to allow all the subjects to practice. It is still necessary to develop the 9 stars of the dynasty. After the 9 stars is the Imperial dynasty, and there are more terrifying existences in the Imperial dynasty. Chu Yuan knew that Dao was far from enough. He looked down at the cultivation of these people, and the spiritual energy of that person was absorbed by these people, transforming their physique, and the genius would be more evil. The kingdom of the emperor is a secret realm of a country. It is not for a small number of people to practice. Now it cannot be settled on a large scale, and detailed rules must be formulated. Chu Yuan pondered in the kingdom of the emperor. It is still dominated by the contribution system. The military is for military merit, the people are the contribution, and the junior college is mainly for the college assessment. The college assessment is divided into various aspects: civil and military, loyalty to the country, etc. In the kingdom of the emperor, I have no shortage of genius, just need to be loyal to the country and give everything. Xuanhuan thought, the stronger the dynasty and the greater the national strength, the more difficult it is to govern. The contribution system has been in place. Now we need to make the contribution system more detailed. Only the contribution theory should give more people the opportunity to make contributions and exchange contributions for entry. The number of days in the kingdom of the emperor. In a dynasty, the saddest is always the lowest level civilians. Xuanhuan set up a contribution system in order to give more civilians the opportunity to become stronger. During this period of time, he did not return to the world of Xuanhuan to preside over the overall situation, but held meetings again and again to formulate a detailed contribution system. In the dynasty, moths that suck blood and don't contribute are not allowed. To get everything, you have to contribute. Honesty is divided into contributions, entering the army is a contribution, and mining for the dynasty is also a contribution. In the blink of an eye, the time has come to the 43 years of Dao. In the Xinshan Mountain, the battle between the Holy Heaven Empire and the Qingmu Chongqing Empire was even more brutal, and Xuanhuan was also looking for opportunities in the expedition of the two empires to strengthen himself. In the eternal Great World, although Dao did not send troops to conquer during this period of time, his territory was also expanding. Many forces took the initiative to join Dao and were willing to be loyal to Dao and become Xuanhuan's ministers. Dao domestic. In exchange for contributions, you can get the qualification to enter the kingdom of the emperor. Many strong people are accumulating contributions and cultivating in the kingdom of the emperor, especially when they are breaking through. The unique spiritual energy of people and gods can expel the interference of inner demons when breaking through. The emergence of this emperor's kingdom not only strengthened Xuanhuan's own strength, but also made a large number of strong men appear in Dao. And these 2 days, Dao suddenly became restless in the country. Many unfamiliar strong men suddenly crossed the territory of Dao. This is the territory of the great martial arts. I heard that the great martial arts have many magical treasures. As long as they have enough credit, they can go to a secret territory to practice. At this moment, a distinguished and extraordinary master of the profound God passed through the territory of Dao, feeling the atmosphere in Dao, and his face also showed some strange colors. I don't care about this great martial arts, I want to go to the God of Feather sect, quickly. This mysterious god's expression moved slightly, suddenly looked into the distance, and sneered, "Come out, blood transformation demon venerable, what purpose do you have after following me for so long? I didn't expect you to find out." This bloody demon venerable was wearing a scarlet robe and exuded a strange aura. "If you can't even find out, I've been cultivating for so many years, haven't I cultivated into a dog? You have never done good deeds, and this time the Divine Feather sect is in chaos. This mysterious god. Haha, I really want to go to the Divine Feather sect, don't you want to go too?" Venerable Blood Transformer said, "Okay, mean people don't talk secretly, I came to you today because I want that treasure on your body, which has a great effect on me." "My treasure, you said it was the one I got in the sacred mountain." The mysterious god said with a sneer, "However, you have such a big tone, I will give it to you, if you want. Others are afraid of your means of transforming the blood demon sect, but I am not afraid of you. I knew for a long time that you would not hand over it obediently. It seems that I still have to take it myself. This is in the territory of Dao. Emperor Wu is not a master who is easy to provoke. If he beats him here, he will not let you go. This mysterious way. Ha 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 ha, I don't know how far away it is from his imperial city. Even if the sky is torn apart, my blood god sect is also a god, and I am afraid that he will become a great martial dynasty. I don't want to go to his imperial city to make trouble, I just played against you, I accidentally made a big noise, I accidentally stepped on some ants, and you will settle accounts with me for this trivial matter? The blood demon Venerable didn't care. There are several cities below the two, and countless people live in them. Once the profound god fights, the sky will collapse, the city will collapse, and I don't know how many ordinary people will be innocently involved in the tragic death. This is where gods fight and mortals suffer. But the blood transformation demon Venerable didn't care. What was the death of ordinary people? He just wanted to fight against this mysterious god, and he didn't want to deliberately slaughter his Dao people. No wonder he died in the aftermath. He is a god, and killing ordinary people is like stepping on a group of ants. What is killing ants? Hand over it, I've been coveting that treasure of yours for a long time. The blood transformation demon Venerable will be fierce. But he was wrong. At the moment when the blood transformation demon Venerable was about to start, a vortex appeared in the sky, and a stalwart force suddenly condensed and descended. #C501 Yushinzong. The blood-turning demon Venerable is unscrupulous, and in his eyes, killing some mortals in the aftermath is nothing. However, as soon as he was about to start, the national fortune warned him. It is impossible for a great martial artist to come so soon, but the power of the national fortune is everywhere, and immediately condensed a great existence and killed it against the blood demon. Damn, how can the power of Dao Guiyun be so powerful? Blood transformation demon Venerable's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. I have no intention of becoming an enemy of Dao, just to deal with him. If there is something that disturbs Dao, I will leave here." What? But in the blink of an eye, he was directly caught by the incarnation of the national movement, tightly clasped in his hand, unable to move. "Your Majesty Dao, you can't kill me, I'm from the Blood God sect, let me go." The bloody demon roared in horror. But it didn't work. He dared to explode the power of the mysterious god at will in the realm of Dao, and he violated the law of Dao, which was a capital offense. Even if he came from the God of Blood sect, he would be sentenced to death, directly crushing his body. A mysterious god was killed like this? That mysterious god was also trembling, and he was so scared that he knelt down. Fortunately, he didn't do anything, otherwise he would be pinched to death. This incarnation is the god of law. Your Majesty, we found out what happened. Dao, someone came to see Xuanhuan with information. Recently, so many unfamiliar powerhouses have passed by my Dao, and the place they went to is called the God of Feather sect. Your Majesty, this God of Feather sect is here, in the direction of Yuanling realm. Has the information from the Divine Feather sect been found? Xuanhuan asked. This is an ancient supreme god level force, and there is a supreme god in charge, but a big change has occurred recently. The courtier replied, not long ago, the Divine Feather sect's supreme god fell in the core of the eastern region, and it is also the first supreme deity to fall in the eastern region. Without the suppression of the supreme god, the Divine Feather sect would not be able to suppress the background. The Tianbua dynasty, the Blood God sect, and the Jinquan sect are the leaders of several supreme gods, and they are sending strong men to plunder the foundation of the Yushin sect. When the power of the supreme god loses the authority of the supreme god, the sky is falling. Most of the enemies of the supreme gods are also the supreme gods. It is not a problem to have the supreme gods, but once the supreme gods are lost, the trouble will be big. The Divine Feather sect is in chaos. Although it seems that it has nothing to do with my great martial arts at the moment, the arrival of so many forces is a threat to the appearance of great martial arts people. This point cannot be ignored. Xuanhuan thought about it. Xian Zhongchen will meet. Your Majesty, after the chaos of the Divine Feather sect, the forces close to the Divine Feather sect also became chaotic. The Blood God sect wiped out an 8-star force, and all the people of that 8-star force were taken to the Blood God sect, and their blood was drawn to practice magic arts. Before the Divine Feather sect was destroyed, some forces, big and small, were poisoned. This is being affected. If it weren't for Tiao and the supreme gods, Tiao would also be in chaos. The matter of the bloody demon Venerable is an example. The Divine Feather sect once had many supreme gods during the most glorious period. Although there is no supreme god now, it has a profound background. It possesses imperial artifacts and the wealth accumulated over countless years. The same supreme god forces should also be moved. Flame Demon Road. The Divine Feather sect has no supreme god now, but there are still many mysterious gods in the sect. There is even the existence of the peak of the profound god, and it is not so easy for those forces to seize, and now they are afraid of the war. A minister said. Divine Artifact. What Xuanhuan cares about most is the Imperial artifact. If his Taidan furnace can be upgraded to the Imperial grade, he can refine the Imperial grade Shindan, which is a huge help to a country. Hanbo was transferred back to China, and the Light and Dark Legions also returned to China. The Elite Legion only transferred the Demon Army, and the rest of the legions sat on the mountain. Xuanhuan said, other forces want to compete for the Divine Feather sect's divine artifact, and I have also taken a fancy to it, and our army has gradually entered the Yushan sect. After entering the Yushan sect, they have not been attacked, and they are not allowed to burn and loot the realm of the Yushan sect. Those ordinary people who violate the order will be beheaded, but if anyone dares to attack Tiao, I will also kill them fiercely. Divine artifact, he wants it too. The Divine Feather sect chaos is an opportunity. The order was issued, and the army was transferred back to Tiao from Xuanhuan. Due to the presence of several supreme gods, Xuanhuan also asked Hanbo to come back to fight. Half a month later, the battleship corps gradually entered the Yushan sect along with the various legions of Tiao. The Divine Feather sect is the most powerful force, and the splendid and prosperous forces control such a large area, and they also have countless powerhouses. It was a fierce battle. After the great martial army entered the territory of the Divine Feather sect, they saw that the prosperity here was no longer there. There were ruins and ruins everywhere. The cities they saw were like dead places, and countless people were affected and died tragically. Those forces fought a battle to destroy the sect. If Dao's territory was breached by others, it would be such a tragic situation. The Divine Feather sect is over. Without the Supreme God, it simply cannot withstand the attacks of those Supreme God forces. The Flame Demon brought the army, and there were flames everywhere, and there were traces of slaughter everywhere. The Divine Feather sect would not be an opponent of so many forces, and its demise was only a matter of time. Our human spies have already found out that the Divine Feather sect was seriously injured, and now the forces have shrunken the sect and gave up all territory. A golden-winged Dupeng inquired about the news and reported, the Tianbo dynasty had a grudge against the Divine Feather sect, and many wars broke out. This time, the Divine Feather sect was to be completely wiped out, and no one would be spared, and the Blood God sect was originally a demon. The sect will not let go of the powerhouses of the Divine Feather sect. This is to kill all their people. Yan Emo shook his head. Huyan Jishan, what do you think? His Majesty's order is to let us enter the territory of the God of Feather sect, and the army will press in, but for now we will not move. This time our opponent is not the Divine Feather sect, but the Supreme God forces, waiting for His Majesty's order. Hanbo did not dare to make claims without Xuanhuan's order. Okay, now that the forces of the profound gods have gathered together in the Divine Feather sect, I, Tiao, will also join in the fun. The regiments acted immediately. The Feather God sect is majestic and majestic. However, at this time, outside the gate of Yushan sect was surrounded by many forces that had gathered, and the outer areas had been abandoned and stuck in the last core area. The army of Tiao is here too. These powerhouses saw the arrival of the Tiao Legion, and their faces were also very nervous and solemn. They also knew that Dao had a supreme god in charge, which was difficult to deal with, and the legion was powerful. Does Dawu also want to share the benefits? The great martial army came, and they were not in a hurry. They stopped far away, looking like they were watching a play. Dao makes it clear that he will take advantage of it, and he doesn't want to spend his strength attacking the Divine Feather sect. Although the Divine Feather sect has lost the supreme god, there are still many mysterious gods alive in the sect. The land of the sect can even compete with the supreme god's means, and the great martial arts have great ambitions. If they find an opportunity, it will be troublesome. The Tianbo dynasty and the Yushan sect have a grudge. It is rumored that the fall of the Yushan sect was fueled by the Tianbo dynasty. They won't see others encroaching on the benefits. The arrival of Dao made these people nervous. Look, there is a strong man in Divine Feather sect rushing out. #C502 The Savior of Feather Sect. Suddenly, more than a dozen people from the Divine Feather sect rushed out. The experts from the Divine Feather sect rushed out of the sect? What are you trying to do? Is it asking for help? Where can I ask for help? I am afraid they have to escape. Obviously, they also know that there are many strong people in the Tianbo dynasty this time, and they will not easily let them go. It should be so. Many forces gathered, and when they saw that someone in the Divine Feather sect ran out and didn't make a move, they stayed aside to watch the show, and naturally someone would deal with them. Stay still and watch the changes. Hu Yanbo said. Kill. Don't let them go. The Tianbo dynasty army immediately went out. The Divine Feather sect also swept the light of divine artifacts, protecting the dozen or so people from escaping. The battle was fierce, and after a fight, although a few people were bombarded and killed, some still escaped. You continue to besiege Tianbazong, they can't escape. A strong man from the Tianbo dynasty chased him out. Interesting. Hianbo laughed. At the same time, in the great martial realm, in the primordial spirit realm, several blood-soaked and wounded people suddenly rushed in. The people of Xinyuzong actually ran into the territory of Dao. The Tianbo dynasty saw that the people from the Yushan sect ran to Dao, and the strong men who came after them stopped. They were very jealous of Dao. Are we still chasing? Tianbo dynasty was very cautious about whether to enter Dao. Chase. Remember, after entering the territory of Dao, you must not conflict with the strong of Dao. Our purpose is those of the Divine Feather sect. Don't offend Dao at this time. The powerhouses of the Tianbo dynasty communicated briefly and rushed to the primordial spirit realm. But at the moment of rushing into the primordial spirit realm, suddenly a vast and boundless force overwhelmed the mountains and the sea, unstoppable, and repelled them. In the territory of Dao, Shanshan is not allowed to enter without authorization. The fortunes of the country condensed into a great being, with no expression, and the appearance of a god's residence, looking at them. Dao national luck. The Tianbo dynasty powerhouse changed his face and said loudly, Your Majesty Dao, we are only here to hunt down the remnants of the Feather Shinzong. Do you want to block us? Have a bad relationship with my Tianbo dynasty? The incarnation of the national movement did not move, like a giant, stopping them. This is an incarnation, don't talk nonsense with him. That Emperor Wu let the remnants of the Divine Feather sect go in, but didn't let us in, and made it clear that he wanted to protect them. Some Tianbo dynasty powerhouses looked unhappy. Treasurer, kill without mercy. The incarnation of the national fortune locked them, and a boundless will carried a huge storm. In front of the fortune of a country, the mysterious gods seemed insignificant. Walk. The face of the Tianbo dynasty powerhouse changed again and again, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, Don't bury us in it for the sake of a few remnants. Their imperial artifacts are not on them, so if Dao wants shelter, let them shelter. Famous outside. After all, the Tianbo dynasty did not dare to trespass. Hate to leave. Your Majesty Dao, we ask to see Your Majesty Dao. Outside the Imperial city, those embarrassed figures came quickly. Stop. A guard shouted, Your Majesty already knows that you are coming, come with me, the important part of the Imperial city, do not trespass, follow me to see Your Majesty. Good. These people followed the guards to the Imperial city very honestly. His Majesty Dao is eternal and immortal. After seeing Xuanhuan, the powerhouse of the feather, Shenzong immediately knelt down and gave a big gift. People of the Divine Feather sect, what are you seeing about me? Xuanhuan said solemnly. He deliberately let the people of the Divine Feather sect come in, and he knew that they wanted something from him, otherwise they wouldn't take a huge risk to break out of the siege. Your Majesty, I am the elder of the Xinyu sect, Su Chongli. I took the liberty to come to Dao today to ask Your Majesty to send troops to save my Shenzong. This Su Chongli has a very strong cultivation base, the 9th level of the Profound God, and is also a high-ranking figure in the Divine Feather sect. At this moment, he knelt on the ground, begging Xuanhuan to save them. Please, Your Majesty, save my Divine Feather sect. Let me send troops to save you. You all know that when I make a move, I will face the supreme god of the Tianbo dynasty and cause me a lot of trouble. Xuanhuan said. We all know. Su Chongli hurriedly said, the Great Elder said that only the Great Wu can save the Divine Feather sect, so the Great Elder said, Your Majesty is merciful, as long as the Divine Feather sect becomes the land of the great martial arts, and I become His Majesty's great martial minister, Your Majesty will definitely protect us. His words surprised Xuanhuan. This feather, Shenzong actually wanted to take refuge in Dao and become a minister. What's the value of your Divine Feather sect for me to fight against the Tianbo dynasty? Xuanhuan said. Yes. My Divine Feather sect has a long heritage, and there have been several gods in the gods. Although our ancestors have fallen, we have a deep heritage and countless wealth. There are 2 emperor-grade artifacts in the sect. If Your Majesty is willing to take us in, all these things belong to Your Majesty. Su Chongli firmly said, we have no way to go. Once the sect is broken, the blood will flow into the river, the Tianbo dynasty will not let us go, the blood god sect are all demon cultivators, and they will not let us go, only Your Majesty's great grace, the Holy Emperor, is merciful, except for the great martial arts, everything else is a dead end. Taking refuge in Dao was a helpless choice made by the Yushan sect. Dao has a supreme god, Emperor Wu is very mysterious, and they know that those forces who surrendered to Dao have been treated with kindness by Emperor Dao. Option 1. Accept the Divine Feather sect's refuge, get 2,000 fate points, and the Profound God's puppet creation progress is 10%. Option 2. Refuse to join the Yushan sect, get 2,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. Now that he is going to accept the power of the Yu Shenzong, the Tianbo dynasty will definitely not let it go. However, the purpose of Xuanhuan's dispatch of troops was precisely to obtain the Divine Feather sect's Imperial artifact, and now he brought it to the door. And the Tianbo dynasty is very ambitious. After they destroy my Divine Feather sect, their power will inevitably become stronger. Your Majesty, if there is a Tianbo dynasty not far from Dao, it will not be good news for Dao. Seeing Xuanhuan pondering deeply, Su Chongli said, if the Divine Feather sect's territory is annexed, a buffer zone will be formed, and Your Majesty's strength will also become stronger. Although our Divine Feather sect has lost its supreme god, there are still quite a few mysterious gods, are all loyal to His Majesty. Only De Wu can save them. If you don't take refuge in Dao, you will die. Your Divine Feather sect is indeed very important to me. In this world, only I can send troops to save you. I can save you, but the Imperial artifacts and your heritage are all returned to the treasury. Xuanhuan could not miss this opportunity. The Imperial artifact is in the sect, suppressing the background. When Your Majesty goes, the background is immediately transferred to Your Majesty. From this moment, Your Majesty, I am Your Majesty's subordinate. Xuanhuan immediately expressed his loyalty. My army is now outside your Divine Feather sect. Xuanhuan made a choice. Ding. The host made a choice, and obtained 2,000 fate points. The progress of the mysterious god puppet creation is 10%, and the current progress is 80%. Hashtag C503 His Majesty's Ambition. Inside Feather God Sect. In a dark hall. All the profound gods of the sect gathered here, their faces solemn. Changli has been away from the sect for half a month. I don't know if he has arrived at Dao or not. He has an artifact on his body, and the Supreme God does not take action. It is very difficult for him to intercept it. The only worry now is that Emperor Wu will send troops to help us. Would you like to have my Divine Feather sect? On a seat, an old man sat with a cold face and a sharp breath. This old man is the great elder of the Divine Feather sect, Xuanhuan, the cultivation base of the peak of the profound god. I didn't expect that my Divine Feather sect would actually be reduced to such a state, and I had to rely on others to survive. That Emperor Wu also sent troops to the Divine Feather sect, which means that he is also interested in the Divine Feather sect, but I don't know what his ambitions are. How big? The speaker was a woman who looked very young, with eyebrows like swords, and strands of sword light danced around her, interpreting the world of swords. She is the second elder of the Yushan sect, Yu Jianmei, the peak of Xianshan. This time, there was no loss in the power of the profound god of the Divine Feather sect. The one who fell was the ancestor of the Supreme God. The other strengths were well preserved, but the ancestor fell too suddenly and was caught off guard. It fell into this situation all of a sudden. Damn, if it wasn't for that traitor, how could the ancestor fall? How could my Divine Feather sect face the crisis of annihilation, and if I caught it, I would kill him with 1,000 swords. Someone patted the table, brows twitched, and they were extremely angry. Okay, now that the ancestors have fallen, it is meaningless to say more. If they are broken by the Tianbo dynasty, they will not let us go, because of the hatred between us. Xuanhuan was still calm at this time, but we have to prepare for the worst. If Emperor Wu doesn't come, it's just an idea of taking advantage. We can only fight with the Tianbo dynasty. Destroying the Emperor's artifact is absolutely impossible. Don't leave it to them. At that time, Jianmei, you will lead some people to escape, and I will give up my life to cover you. Elder. Yu Jianmei's eyes twitched fiercely. I know, I will keep the incense of the Yushan sect. Elder, we can fight with you. Yes, even if the Bo dynasty wanted to destroy us that day, they would have to pay an extremely painful price. Fight. Only fight. Kill it. Death won't make it easier for them. The powerhouses of the Divine Feather sect are all hideous, and they all know that it is impossible for the Tianbo dynasty to accept their refuge, and it is even more impossible for them to take refuge in the Tianbo dynasty. Quietly wait for the news. If Emperor Wu comes, we will bring him in. The hall fell silent. Xuanhuan and the others were like sculptures, quietly waiting here. God Feather sect. They didn't know how long they sat here, when suddenly they heard a majestic voice in their ears. Who? Xuanhuan's eyes glowed like waterfalls, and he suddenly looked forward. Could it be His Majesty Emperor Wu? You are here. It is me. Xuanhuan has already told me that I can accept your Divine Feather sect's refuge and take over your strength. Xuanhuan's voice didn't know which void it came from. It was close to his ear, but Xuanhuan couldn't see Xuanhuan. Your Majesty is here. My Yushan sect welcomes His Majesty into the sect. Yushangang said. I have already arrived in the Divine Feather sect. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty is down. Xuanhuan was also surprised. Devouring the realm. Suddenly, at this moment, a figure appeared from nowhere in the void. It seemed to be traveling through the deepest level of the void. In just a moment, someone entered the Divine Feather sect. In the Divine Feather sect, there were two more people at this time. One is Su Chongli. Prohibition is useless. Yu Shengguang and the other mysterious gods were severely shocked. Their sect had imposed a tyrannical ban, but Emperor Wu was able to enter directly, ignoring the power of the ban. Xuanhuan stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring their surprise. He directly swallowed the forbidden power with the great devouring technique, created a vacuum, and walked in without hindrance. Elder, Chongli has lived up to his trust, and has invited His Majesty Emperor Wu. His Majesty promised to send troops to save my Yushan sect and is willing to accept us. Su Chongli said. Directly hide from everyone and enter from within the void. The moment Yu Shengguang looked at Xuanhuan, he was also secretly shocked. He looked at the rumored emperor, who was extremely young, with the sun and the moon in his eyes, and there was an infinite domineering arrogance. That temperament directly suppressed the elders in the hall. Xuanhuan came here and sat on the main seat. The emperor showed his domineering and looked at the elders. I have seen your majesty. Yu Shengguang and the others hurriedly saluted. Although he was at the peak of the profound god, he still felt that he could not see through Xuanhuan. The eyes of the powerhouses of the Divine Feather sect are also flickering, and if they hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, they wouldn't have made this choice. When I accept you this time, I will also pay a great risk and become the enemy of the Tianbo dynasty. Xuanhuan said in an indifferent tone. But your majesty will also get great benefits at the same time. The background of a supreme god-level power is enough for His Majesty to do this time, and with His Majesty's character, he will not be afraid of him being a Tianbo dynasty. Yu Shengguang is showing his own value, and with the powerhouses of our Yu Shengguang, they will all die for His Majesty's birth, saddle before and after. That's right, you have to pay a risk to get it. Xuanhuan looked at Yu Shengguang with admiration. It's not easy to be a great elder, and I know that only Zhen will send troops to rescue you now. With your Majesty's ambition, we will not let go of this good opportunity to strengthen our strength. Yu Shengguang was not shocked. I wonder how your Majesty intends to help us. Outside the Yushan sect, our army has been stationed. If the Tianbo dynasty makes a move, the army will also assist from outside. Huyan Bo will deal with the supreme god of the Tianbo dynasty. Xuanhuan said, now let me go and see your Divine Feather sect's Imperial artifact. Since your Majesty accepts the Divine Feather sect, then the Imperial artifact also belongs to His Majesty. The Feather Shinzong knew that there was no such thing as a bald mouth. Only by handing over the divine artifact would they really have to take refuge in Dao, and this His Majesty would treat them as his own. Your Majesty, my Divine Feather sect currently has 2 Emperor-grade artifacts, both of which are the heritage of the sect. Yu Shengguang activated a mana, and a mirror of light reached his hand. The mirror body that makes the mirror is a dazzling divine stone. But the mirror surface is white, like the clouds in the sky, with countless light spots beating. It can be seen that this mirror can emit an extremely strong beam. This mirror is called Tianyu mirror. It has existed since the day of its establishment. This Tianyu mirror is extremely powerful. It contains a small world that can illuminate the divine light of Tianyu. Your Majesty should see the Dongchu divine sword in the forbidden area of Dongchu, which is not as valuable as Tianyu mirror. Yu Shengguang dedicated the Tianyu mirror to Xuanhuan. The moment Xuanhuan picked up the Tianyu mirror, Yu Shengguang's heart jumped, because Xuanhuan directly erased the restriction in the mirror, and he could no longer control it. And this second item is even more incredible. It is the pagoda of the Feather God. Yu Shengguang pointed at a tower of divine light in the Yushan zone. This tower has 9 floors in total, and its strength is extremely powerful, suppressing the heritage of the Divine Feather sect. Your Majesty, the Yushan Pagoda has 9 floors, and each floor is a secret realm. Not only can it be used for killing, but the secret realm in the tower can also be used to train disciples and become a blessed land, which is also the foundation of my Yushan sect. Introducing Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan did not listen to his introduction at all. Option 1. Sacrifice the Taidan furnace with Yushan Pagoda, 10 Imperial artifacts, 100 Imperial artifacts, and 1,000 spiritual artifacts, restore it to the Emperor, and gain 2,000 fate points. Option 2. Don't sacrifice and repair the Taidan furnace for the time being, and get 2,000 fate points. Hashtag C504 Taidan furnace, an Imperial artifact. Promotion options are finally here. Xuanhuan has been waiting for a long time. Unsurprisingly, Taidan furnace chose the more precious Yushan Pagoda. Offering, of course offering. Xuanhuan grabbed the Yushan Pagoda, and the Yushan Pagoda that suppressed the Yushan sect disappeared in front of Xuanhuan and the others in an instant. The Pagoda of the Feather God, it's gone, it seems to have disappeared completely. His heart suddenly became empty, and Xuanhuan felt that the Yushan Pagoda was not as simple as being taken away by Xuanhuan, but completely lost all its aura. Ding! The host makes a choice and gets 2,000 fate points. The Taidan furnace is being repaired. The Taidan furnace has been successfully repaired, and the quality has returned to the Emperor's grade. Taidan furnace, broken. It was originally a magic weapon with no superiors, and it was refined by Tianjun Tai, but it was damaged in the battle of gods and demons and fell into the heavens. Automatic refining of medicinal pills, 100% success. Remarks: due to the serious damage to the Tai pill stove, the quality of it has dropped, and it can refine the Imperial pill at the highest level, but it cannot be refined above the Imperial pill. Repair was successful. Divine artifact. Xuanhuan deeply knew that the importance of Taidan furnace to the dynasty after the Emperor's rank. Even if he was given a sacred artifact, it would not be as good as it. The Tai pill stove looks like just a pill stove, but inside the pill stove is an incomparably huge space, like a huge alchemy factory. Each pill recipe is an independent space, and it is running on its own. Many kinds of medicinal herbs are refined in the large space of Taidan furnace at the same time. Depending on the quality, the elixir production time will also be different. Those bleak Imperial pill recipes also shown. Xuanhuan looked at the pills, selected several kinds of pills, and after putting in the pills, he waited. And after the Tai pill furnace Emperor, the speed of alchemy has also been greatly accelerated. The development of a dynasty cannot be without medicine pills. Xuanhuan can now refine the Imperial elixir, which is extremely precious in the Imperial dynasty, and give it to the people under his command. I don't know how many strong people can be created. What is the foundation? This is the foundation. From now on, the Yushan sect is officially incorporated into the Dao dynasty. This realm is the Yushan realm. Since it is my territory, it should be protected by me. If the Tianbua dynasty attacks, it will be my enemy. Xuanhuan took their Imperial artifact, which represented the most important heritage of this former, supreme god-level force. From now on, there will be no Yushan sect, only Yushan realm. Xuanhuan bowed and said, I, Xuanhuan, are His Majesty's minister, and obey His Majesty's orders at any time. The elders of the Divine Feather sect bowed down and expressed their loyalty. I just took over the Feather God realm, and I am not clear about your affairs. Xuanhuan said. Actually, Yushan Pagoda and Tianyu Mirror are not the biggest heritage of my Yugad realm. Our heritage is a feathered heart, which can increase the probability of breaking through to a god, but this feathered heart has already been stolen. An angry Shanshan named Huachirong said with a hideous face, there are traitors in the Yushan sect. I suspect that the ancestor's fall is because of him, not because his ancestor will not fall, and the heart of the Yushan was also stolen by him. Gone. Hearing Hu Qirong's words, Xuanhuan was also very distressed, and there was a traitor in the sect. Tell me. Chu Yuan was also a little curious. Yes, Your Majesty. Xuanhuan said, that traitor is called Yu Tianfeng. He cultivated at the peak of the profound God. He is a peerless genius. He has the possibility of becoming the supreme God. The ancestors have been training him, hoping to make the Yushan sect add to the supreme God. Yu Tianfeng is a wolf's ambition. Feed the unfamiliar white-eyed wolf. I have already reminded you, pay attention to Yu Tianfeng and beware of him. He has not coveted Yushan's heart for a day or two. Yu Jianmei Jianguang also turned into anger. I was careless, I didn't expect him to be so cruel. Xuanhuan was also a little bit painful. Every strong person above the gods will inject their own power into the heart of Yushan after death, and several ancestors of the supreme gods also instilled their power into it before sitting, which can increase the breakthrough by 80%. God's chance. The old ancestor suddenly fell. According to the highest ban of the sect, when there is no supreme god in the sect, the heart of the feather god is in urgent need of suppression. Become faith and ascend to God. Xuanhuan continued, but when the tokens of the elders of the sect gathered and opened the restriction, Yu Tianfeng directly seized the heart of Yushan, escaped from the Yushan sect, went to the sacred mountain, refined this heart, and broke through to the gods. This is the biggest heritage of the sect. There is a supreme god who cannot be used. Yu Tianfeng asked the ancestor several times, but the ancestor did not agree. Because he is here, it is not good for the sect to use the heart of the god of feathers, so I suspect that the fall of the ancestor has something to do with him. Yashingang said, actually, if he wants Yushan's heart, I can also give it to him. After all, his talent is stronger than mine. Don't say it, great elder, that is a person without a conscience, I will not obey him. Hu Qirong said. And these secrets? Chu Yuan nodded. Your Majesty, Yu Tianfeng didn't mention it in advance. Now Tianbo dynasty's besieging sect, Blood God sect, Jinkinmen and other supreme god forces are also eyeing them. Feather God Light Road. This time it was not just a Tianbo dynasty, there were also several supreme god forces who wanted to bite so many bites on the body of the divine feather sect. The great martial army is suppressing outside the Yushan sect, and will not move. I will guard inside the sect and wait for the Tianbo dynasty to take action. Chu Yuan returned the Tianyu mirror to Xuanhuan and said, don't worry, I have a countermeasure. Then obey His Majesty's orders. Xuanhuan nodded. They welcomed Chu Yuan to a forbidden area in the sect that the ancestors could only enter. Elder, has the Feather God Pagoda completely disappeared? Yu Jianmei couldn't help asking. It disappeared. It was not taken away by His Majesty. In my speculation, His Majesty used a means of sacrifice to sacrifice the Feather God Tower, but I don't know what His Majesty used to sacrifice. Xuanhuan sighed, this is Your Majesty. It is rumored that the extremely mysterious martial emperor sacrificed divine artifacts to the emperor without blinking his eyes. Obviously, what Your Majesty needs is more precious than Yushan Pagoda. To be honest, I can't see through Your Majesty. Yu Jianmei said, I don't know whether our choice is good or bad. It won't be worse than it is now. If you don't take refuge with Your Majesty, the Yushan sect will destroy the sect, and there will be no turning point. Xuanhuan said, I have heard that His Majesty is the real emperor. Kindness is the holy emperor, otherwise I would not choose to submit to Dao. Jianmei, remember, in the future, I will not be your great elder, but a minister of great martial arts, and I will be lost in the east. Very. Xuanhuan saw it very clearly, the hero was born in a chaotic world. Your Majesty is the hero. Since he has taken refuge, he can't have other ideas, otherwise he will not be soft-hearted. I know. Yu Jianmei nodded. The Tianbo dynasty is about to start. Yu Shengguang had already sensed a dangerous force that was rapidly approaching Yu Shenzong.